Lin Yuan was done absorbing the faith power as well as providing East Glow with source-type power. Now, East Glow was one of his subordinates, and he did not wait before giving East Glow an order. "I want you to carry out a task while I'm attending the banquet of everything." East Glow's expression turned serious. Issuing it a task immediately after it became his follower meant that Lin Yuan wanted to test its capabilities. It needed to do its best to complete this task from Lin Yuan and become Lin Yuan's close subordinate. East Glow had immediately assessed and knew what White Speak was capable of. The white evil marsh crocodile was a rare type of marsh crocodile, but it was not considered impressive when all the mutated types of the marsh world were considered. East Glow's true form was the wilted bone marrow wood. It was mutated from the carnivorous plant, the wilted bone tough wood, and comparable to the rosemary jade martens from the palace of everything. White Speak could not compete with it either in terms of power or talent. Yet, White Speak had managed to become a close subordinate of a powerful dictator who had at least reached the Turning Will realm. This dictator had even been willing to make physical contact by riding on White Speak's back. This meant that this dictator was not averse to emotional ties. East Glow liked people who saw emotional ties as important. Its efforts would never be in vain when it was loyal to and carried out tasks for such people. "Lord 10,000 Source, feel free to give me any instructions. There is little that I can't accomplish in the Marsh East Circle." East Glow had intentionally touted its own capabilities but not overly conspicuously. This was because, as capable as it was within the Marsh East Circle, it was nothing more than an ant in front of a dictator. Moreover, doing so would likely tick off White Speak. White Speak was Lin Yuan's close subordinate, and East Glow needed to do its best to curry favor with White Speak as soon as possible. Even after a prolonged period as the Marsh East Palace's overseer, East Glow had not forgotten about social ties. East Glow's words pleased Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was in urgent need of both marsh soil and uncontracted sacred source lifeforms. Lin Yuan nodded at East Glow and gave it a task that it would never dream of ever receiving. "Go and collect as much marsh soil and as many source totems as you can. After the banquet of everything ends, I will repay you with small source fruits and big source fruits." Lin Yuan waved at East Glow, indicating that it could leave now. When East Glow left, it could not help but ponder over the meaning of the task that it has been given. However, it could not puzzle out an answer. Marsh soil was the most basic currency in the marsh world. Dimensional lifeforms like the Medusa snake demons often traded with marsh soil. They were also traded among low-class apostles. But high-class apostles preferred to trade source totems. It was understandable for a dictator whose power had at least reached the Turning Will realm to want source totems. But why did he want lowly marsh soil? East Glow cursed to itself about how it could not understand how dictators were thinking while it came up with what it felt was the most likely possibility. It had to be that Lin Yuan wanted to make good use of it in the future, and was using this task to give it an opportunity to trade low-grade marsh soil for high-grade resources. It was both a test of its abilities and an opportunity to reward it. This was the only conceivable possibility. Lin Yuan looked in the direction that East Glow had left in and wondered if his task had been too direct. It was not his style to give such a direct order, but there was no question that it would be better for someone like East Glow, who resided in Marsh East Palace and had the position and status to back it up to collect source totems, as opposed to him ostentatiously trading the big source fruits and small source fruits left, right, and center at the banquet of everything. East Glow would do its best to gather as much marsh soil and as many source totems as possible to earn the small and big source fruits. Since this task concerned the benefits it would receive, Lin Yuan did not have to worry about keeping a close watch over it. With East Glow doing its best to collect the marsh soil and source totems, Lin Yuan could fully let go of the reins during the banquet of everything and did not have to worry about buying marsh soil and source totems. Lin Yuan could use the small source fruits and big source fruits to trade for truly high-grade resources. This would not only benefit Lin Yuan's plan but would also allow him to rub elbows with powerful dictators. Rather than fighting on his own in the marsh world, establishing good ties with some dictators could allow him to gain their help when he needed them. Lin Yuan's network of information in the marsh world was far too short. The dictators who had been growing for a long time in the marsh world would allow Lin Yuan to gain more information and connections. With the big and small fruits in his hands, he could be certain that there was nothing he could not trade for. While Lin Yuan was hesitating about whether he should go out for a walk and browse, a strange feeling appeared in Lin Yuan's head. It was as though someone was praying by his ear. Lin Yuan circulated his soul power and listened in, only to hear truth praying within his soul. My most beloved, noble, and all-knowing God, your lowly servant Truth has already improved your divine kingdom's comfort level from wasteland to barren. May I ask if I should activate the blood you left behind to begin the life derivation of the divine kingdom? Lin Yuan was both excited and curious about the changes to the divine kingdom. Lin Yuan had never interacted with the divine kingdom. There was no question that the divine kingdom was a power that could only be unlocked after an extremely high-level breakthrough. Lin Yuan was lucky to have it. In his past life, Lin Yuan had been interested in biology. Now that his divine kingdom's environment level had been raised from wasteland to barren, he would be able to witness the true beginning of life once he used his blood to begin the derivation of life in the divine kingdom. After triggering life, it would spread, change, and move in different directions. The thought filled Lin Yuan with a mystical feeling. He did not choose to give an order to truth through his soul power. Instead, he willed himself onto the altar in the divine kingdom and gazed across the divine kingdom, whose environment level had been changed from wasteland to barren. There were no visible differences to the divine kingdom, whose environment level had changed from a wasteland to barren. However, a few small changes were enough to maintain the derivation of life. Lin Yuan had spoken with truth and learned that once the derivation of life began in the divine kingdom and the life cycle was formed, the traces left would raise the environment comfort level. The derivation of life in the divine kingdom was a huge matter to Lin Yuan. He solemnly nodded at Truth and said, "Truth, use the blood I left behind to begin the derivation of life in the divine kingdom." Truth was exhilarated. Holy spirits also had different grades. Truth was only a beginner Holy Spirit. A Holy Spirit could only evolve when it was rewarded by the ruler of the divine kingdom. Each time the Holy Spirits helped the rulers to manage and develop the divine kingdom, they would be able to receive rewards. When Truth helped Lin Yuan improve the divine kingdom's environment comfort level from wasteland to barren, it had significantly improved as well. Its body had become more solidified. Lin Yuan had also noticed this. Lin Yuan's new instruction to Truth would allow the latter to improve again. Currently, it was the only Holy Spirit in the divine kingdom. But as the divine kingdom's development progressed, the number of Holy Spirits in the divine kingdom would increase. At that time, it would have to face competition from rivals. It needed to develop more quickly to ensure that these future rivals did not beat it. That way, no matter how many Holy Spirits appeared in the divine kingdom, Lin Yuan would still think of it first when he had tasks to give out. Truth's sense of urgency caused it to become motivated and diligent even without any rivals by its side. Lin Yuan's blood was red, fresh, and vibrant. The blood nourished the fountain of faith in the divine kingdom and caused the blood to be stained gold. The gold-tinged blood mixed in and complemented Lin Yuan's mermaid emperor bloodline power, causing the gold to be tinged with blue. Truth bent over and ushered Lin Yuan's blood out of the fountain of faith. It knelt on the ground as though it was receiving a sacred being as Lin Yuan's blood spread over the water in the divine kingdom. Lin Yuan's blood quickly flowed to every corner of the water. An epoch of life beginning with Lin Yuan's blood was unleashed. Once Truth was done, it returned to Lin Yuan's side and, as per its duty, asked Lin Yuan, "The speed of derivation can be sped up by spending faith power. When the derivation of life is about to come to a stop, the faith power can also become a guide to the right path." Lin Yuan had confirmed through true data that the derivation of life in the divine kingdom had to reach around 10% before a role could be set for the divine kingdom. It took such a long time just to change the divine kingdom's environment comfort level. Thus, the divine kingdom's derivation would not progress too quickly either. If this were in the past when Lin Yuan could not obtain faith power from apostles, he would not choose to spend the faith power even if he could obtain faith power at a decent rate. But now, Lin Yuan had found a quick and reliable way to obtain faith power. Given such a circumstance, time was more precious than faith power. Lin Yuan was not only interested in the faith power being able to improve the divine kingdom but also the faith power's ability to fix and progress the derivation. Before Lin Yuan transmigrated, he had a great interest in biology. The derivation of Earth had also gone through several overhauls. For example, the Ordovician mass extinction assimilated the oceans and created the first batch of vertebrates. The late Devonian extinction and Permian-Triassic extinctions caused the life forms to derivate and separate further, until only the life forms that were most suited for survival had the strongest adaptive abilities and could coexist the best with other existing life forms. The Carnian pluvial episode brought with it more than 2 million years of storms and created the legend of the dinosaur era. As a result, dinosaurs were positioned as kings and species of unprecedented strength. A descent would follow every peak. Eventually, the Cretaceous-Paleogene extinction event ended the era of the dinosaurs. After observing the changes in eras and derivations that came with them, one might say that without them, the environment of the entire Earth might have collapsed long ago and failed to continue to act as your envoy and receive and greet guests. Progress smoothly. Due to his understanding of biology, Lin Yuan knew that it was absolutely necessary to use his faith power to derivate and fine-tune life. It was a task that was worth him taking seriously. As such, Lin Yuan said to Truth seriously, "For now, I will replenish the faith power in the Fountain of Faith. You can use all of the faith power in the Fountain of Faith to speed up the derivation of the Divine Kingdom and modify the derivation. How much more faith power do you need in order to transform into an intermediate Holy Spirit?" Truth sensed Lin Yuan's generosity and did an estimation based on the current strength of the faith power in the Fountain of Faith before it said honestly, "I would like to become an intermediate Holy Spirit. To do so, I will need around another 2 units of faith power after using up the faith power in the Fountain of Faith. After becoming an intermediate Holy Spirit, I will be able to achieve an appropriate role once the Divine Kingdom's role is confirmed. With a role, I will be able to speed up the derivation of life in the Divine Kingdom. From then on, when you interact with other rulers of Divine Kingdoms, I will be able to act as your envoy and receive and greet guests." After hearing what Truth said, Lin Yuan nodded. He always knew that the creation of the Divine Kingdom in the shrine was largely related to the Spirit Fire. Begin Lady had set its Spirit Fire alight but had not activated a Divine Kingdom. Thus, the appearance of the Divine Kingdom was related to a level above Spirit Fire. It was very likely that the next level above for experts who had set their Spirit Fires alight was to activate their Divine Kingdoms. Other Divine Kingdoms were floating around within the gray fog of the Divine Kingdom. As long as Lin Yuan continued to develop the Divine Kingdom, he would have plenty of opportunities to interact with other Divine Kingdoms. Lin Yuan would be able to set a role for the Divine Kingdom once the derivation reached 10%. Once the Divine Kingdom had a role, the advantage of intermediate Holy Spirits over beginner Holy Spirits would become evident. Only intermediate Holy Spirits could interact and socialize. Thus, it was necessary to evolve Truth to an intermediate Holy Spirit as soon as possible. Truth, after you use up all of the faith power within the Fountain of Faith, how many more units of faith power will be needed to increase the Divine Kingdom's level of derivation to 10%, with the Fountain of Faith's contents being used as a measure of equivalence? Truth was momentarily at a loss about how to respond. It was the servant of the ruler of the Divine Kingdom and was only in charge of carrying out tasks. It did not have the right to analyze the Divine Kingdom's circumstances. It was not until Lin Yuan asked that Truth did a detailed analysis of the Divine Kingdom for the first time. Once it was done, it did not respond with certainty. "I can't confirm how many rounds of derivation modification will take place if everything goes smoothly. At least 20 equivalent units of faith power will be needed to raise the derivation level to 10%. If things don't go well, 50 equivalent units of faith power might even be needed." Truth's response allowed Lin Yuan to understand just how much faith power was needed to modify the derivation of life forms. Nonetheless, he needed to pay the price. Otherwise, the derivation of the Divine Kingdom might halt and start over. This would be a waste of time and cause all of the previously invested faith power to go to waste. However, Lin Yuan was not daunted by having to spend such a large amount of faith power. Now that he could obtain faith power from apostles, it would not be difficult for him to obtain 50 times the faith power that was contained in the fountain of faith. He thought, it looks like I need to amp up my attraction of apostles in the marsh world. Lin Yuan had thought about nurturing more holy spirits. But to do so, he needed to kill experts who had awakened their birth horoscopes so the fountain of faith could nurture the birth horoscopes to birth new holy spirits. Every expert in the main world who had awakened their birth horoscope had incomparable status. There was no way that Lin Yuan could kill them with ease. Experts who had awakened their birth horoscopes would definitely cause a war to break out. Thus, Lin Yuan decided that he would stick with just nurturing one Holy Spirit for now. Since the Holy Spirit was the gateway to interacting with other divine kingdoms, it would be better to nurture truth to intermediate Holy Spirit, then advanced Holy Spirit. With that thought, Lin Yuan went on to ask Truth, how much faith power, when measured using the fountain of faith, is needed to evolve you directly to an advanced Holy Spirit? Truth was stunned for a moment before it immediately guessed Lin Yuan's intention. Truth made a hand gesture of praying before it bowed, and said in a voice of admiration and respect as though it was chanting, around 30 units of faith power will be needed for me to transform into an advanced Holy Spirit when measured against the amount of faith power currently in the fountain of faith. In that case, there is a high chance that I will be able to become an advanced Holy Spirit before you set a role in the divine kingdom. After becoming an advanced Holy Spirit, I will not only gain a role but will also become a holy general who can teach and provide intelligence to the lifeforms derived in the divine kingdom. At that time, I'll be able to secure your faith in the divine kingdom. The divine kingdom will also be able to provide you with faith power to top up the fountain of faith. When he heard what Truth said, Lin Yuan was excited but also rolled his eyes. Can't you be optimistic? You said that if everything went well, 20 units of faith power would be able to allow the divine kingdom's derivation level to reach 10% and gain a role. Rather than nurturing it into an advanced Holy Spirit, Lin Yuan preferred for his divine kingdom's development to go more smoothly. Previously, Lin Yuan felt that the divine kingdom's development was like a bottomless well that required him to constantly come up with ways to obtain faith power to replenish the divine kingdom. He had not expected that once Truth evolved to an advanced Holy Spirit and the divine kingdom's development reached a certain level, the divine kingdom would be able to provide Lin Yuan with faith power as well. Even if the divine kingdom could not provide him with enough faith power to satisfy the divine kingdom's development, the divine kingdom would no longer be a bottomless well but be able to sustain the most basic extent of its development. If ever the day came that Lin Yuan could no longer obtain faith power from the outside world, the divine kingdom could provide itself with enough faith power to be self-sustaining. This would ensure that the divine kingdom would not be destroyed. Lin Yuan said to Truth seriously, if so, try your best to become an advanced Holy Spirit before the divine kingdom is given a role. Truth had started guessing Lin Yuan's intentions while he had been asking it questions. When it heard the promise from Lin Yuan, Truth became so excited that its body started to tremble. Once nurtured into an advanced Holy Spirit, Truth would never infuriate Lin Yuan as long as no abnormal incidents occurred. Its position in the divine kingdom would be more secure than ever, and it would not have to be worried about being outcompeted by any new Holy Spirits. A large amount of time and resources were needed to nurture a Holy Spirit. Although organizing the divine kingdom was not the only way for a Holy Spirit to increase its power, it was the fastest way. After Truth gratefully thanked Lin Yuan for his blessing, it went back to keeping a close watch on the derivation of life in the divine kingdom. After Lin Yuan assessed the situation in the divine kingdom and came up with a plan, he left his divine kingdom. It would take time for the derivation of life to take place in the divine kingdom. Lin Yuan might be able to see life in this currently lifeless divine kingdom the next time he visited the divine kingdom. Since Lin Yuan had already handed over the job of collecting marsh soil and source totems to East Glow, he decided to stay in Marsh East Palace. This was so he could maintain his demeanor of a dictator, and because he decided to feed the 4 dark gold snake scales he obtained from Celestial Sight's Heaven's Trial to Green Vine's vine that had already absorbed 1 dark gold snake scale so he could see how it would change. Morbius had spent a large amount of root power to obtain the 4 dark gold snake scales and had only woken up yesterday. Morbius rarely said anything was precious or special. But after receiving the 4 dark gold snake scales, Morbius clearly said that special changes would take place once the 5 scales were combined. If Morbius had not suggested Lin Yuan wait until its root power was recovered to a certain level before having Green Vine consume the 4 dark gold snake scales in case of any unforeseen issues, Lin Yuan would have already lost his patience and fed the 4 dark gold snake scales to Green Vine. There was no way that he would wait until now to act. Although Green Vine was only creation breed, it had consumed one of the dark gold snake scales and could already control the flames that burned on the snake scale. It struck fear in even experts like Begin Lady, who had set its spirit fire alight. Once Green Vine consumed the other 4 dark gold snake scales, Lin Yuan would essentially gain an expert who had set its spirit fire alight. After Lin Yuan entered the spirit lock spatial zone, he noticed Green Vine in human form playing tag with Gray, the wind speed rapid antelope, brocade zither, golden lotus brocade pearl, and the other phase that Lin Yuan was nurturing. Chimey had been afraid of Green Vine because it had consumed the dark gold snake scale. But now that it had Lin Yuan's aura hanging around it, Chimey was no longer afraid. However, Chimey was currently busy with increasing its power and stayed in its nest in the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree all day, absorbing the energy from the strange flames. Lin Yuan had left genius in the marsh world. Now that the army of 100 questions beasts had expanded by another 300 100 questions beasts, even having the fat ginger shouldering the load for genius still required genius to teach the 300 entrants. After all, the other 100 questions beasts did not have connected tails and could not share knowledge like genius could. Green Vine had the appearance of a beautiful cold lady but was actually very lively and pure-minded. Thus, Gray, who was not afraid of Green Vine, became its best playmate. Green Vine could already manipulate its body form. Thus, even when it changed back into its original form in the spirit lock spatial zone, it would not be overly large and take up too much space. Green Vine was very aware of what benefited it and what did not. Thus, it badly yearned for the 4 dark gold snake scales that Lin Yuan had placed on his work table in the spirit lock spatial zone. But without Lin Yuan's permission, despite Green Vine clearly being able to sense the benefits that the 4 dark gold snake scales could bring it would not touch them. Lin Yuan watched Gray in cloud form playing with Green Vine and suddenly felt that he needed to have Green Vine by his side when he traveled through the marsh world. Firstly, Green Vine was an icon of his power, and secondly, Green Vine's mentality needed to mature. With this thought, Lin Yuan waved at Green Vine. When Green Vine saw Lin Yuan calling it skipped over to Lin Yuan and said in a tone that resembled that of a rapper, "Yo, Yuan, did you miss me? I want to go out and play. I don't want to stay in the spirit lock spatial zone forever." When he heard Green Vine's strange voice, Lin Yuan felt that he needed to tell it to speak as little as possible in the outside world. But after some more thought, Lin Yuan decided against this. Although Green Vine had reached creation breed, it was not just a fae that Lin Yuan had contracted and nurtured. He also saw it as one of his children. It was not right for a parent to suppress a child's natural personality. Lin Yuan decided to allow Green Vine to be itself freely. Green Vine was already filled with joy when it heard Lin Yuan say that he was going to let it out to play. It did not expect that there would even be another blessing that followed. Lin Yuan had truly left the dark gold snake scale to it. With this thought, Green Vine first rushed over to give Lin Yuan a hug. Green Vine was almost 2 meters tall. Although it looked more human-like now that it had changed into human form, it was still much taller than regular humans. The 2-meter-tall Green Vine's height only elevated its queenly aura. It also added charm to Green Vine's figure. The difference of 20 centimeters in their heights caused Lin Yuan's face to be completely covered when Green Vine hugged him. Green Vine did not feel any strangeness about its actions. It only released Lin Yuan after hugging him for 20 seconds. Lin Yuan's thoughts had never veered off course, but that did not mean he was unaware. In his previous life, he had been chased by girls. But in this second life, this was the first time that he was experiencing such a thing. Lin Yuan coughed forcefully, saying, "Change back into your original form. Let me know if there are any issues while you're absorbing the 4 snake scales. Don't force yourself." With Green Vine's big personality, it completely had not noticed that Lin Yuan's face had turned slightly red. Green Vine changed back into its fey form without much thought. It morphed itself smaller than its true size. Nonetheless, it was filled with strength, especially the vine that had absorbed the dark gold snake scale. The vine, resembling a snake, had already slithered to the work table where the 4 dark gold snake scales were laid out. Lin Yuan thought that Green Vine would carefully absorb items of such level one by one. Yet, Green Vine used Swallow Same Source to pull all of the 4 scales into the vine and absorb them at once. Although Green Vine's personality was unusual, it was not stupid. All Fays had the basic instinct to avoid harm. Since Green Vine had chosen to swallow the 4 snake scales simultaneously, it must have done an assessment and decided that doing so at once would not cause it any harm. When Green Vine pulled the 4 dark gold snake scales into its vine, the fire burning on Green Vine started burning even more intensely. While the flames burned, each ember turned into the shape of a snake. The thousands of burning snakes intertwined, creating a terrifying scene. Green Vine's vine, which used to be covered with scales, became more lifelike as the burning snakes continued to dance. The tightly stacked scales gently bloomed and slowly turned a royal dark gold, and a lifelike snake pattern appeared on the tip of each scale. Lin Yuan observed and confirmed that the structure of the snake scales was still woody fibers. Every wooden fiber was similar to the 5 dark gold snake scales. Besides the change in Green Vine's vine surface, a bigger change took place to its anterior. At first, the anterior of Green Vine's vine formed a triangular shape. However, it had now transformed into a lifelike snake head, complete with a prominent bump. Upon closer inspection, one could see a golden horn protruding from the skin. Lin Yuan thought, perhaps, the horn might grow longer if I obtain more of the dark gold snake scales and feed them to this vine. Just as Lin Yuan thought that Green Vine's changes due to the absorption of the 4 dark gold snake scales were coming to an end, Green Vine started to shake violently as though something was trying to break out from within it. Lin Yuan immediately became anxious. It was only because he was able to sense through their spiritual connection that Green Vine was fine and that Green Vine still appeared to be perfectly happy that some of Lin Yuan's worry was alleviated. Suddenly, the sound of gold and stone grinding against each other was let out from the mouth of the snake head on the vine's interior. Soon, Lin Yuan saw the 5 snake scales join together to become a tongue that stuck out from the snake head's mouth. The swaying snake tongue was burning with fervent flames, and the dark gold flames were so intense that they turned a pure black. The black flames were full of the aura of annihilation. When the tongue composed of the 5 dark gold snake scales flicked out of Green Vine's interior, Green Vine's shaking became less intense, and its evolution approached its end. Green Vine used Swallow Same Source to consume the 4 dark gold snake scales and had undergone another monumental change. Green Vine maintained its original appearance when it only absorbed 1 dark gold snake scale. But now its vine looked no different from a real snake. Green Vine could comfortably spit out the 5 dark gold snake scales. After the 5 dark gold snake scales caused Green Vine to transform, they became its strongest weapons. Lin Yuan casually fed 100 spirit chi crystals to Green Vine to help it to replenish the spiritual power it had used up when it was absorbing the 4 dark gold snake scales. When Green Vine changed into human form, Lin Yuan realized with a shock that the exterior of Green Vine in human form had changed drastically. Green Vine's entire aura had changed from that of a charming lady to that of a pure and beautiful queen. Every one of its smiles was filled with evil, seductiveness, and scorn. With this appearance, Green Vine was even more terrifying. As it followed Lin Yuan around in the outside world, its present but also absent aura of annihilation would be enough to strike terror in a powerful dictator. Through his interaction with East Glow, Lin Yuan guessed that there would be other dictators attending the banquet of everything. Lin Yuan did not just release the news of the small source fruits to attract apostles but also tempt dictators. Rather than trying to obtain deals from apostles, Lin Yuan would definitely be able to obtain more from dictators. In the past, Lin Yuan had no idea how he would maintain his facade as a dictator in front of other dictators. But now a way had opened up for him. There were many veteran apostles from Marsh East Palace who had asked to see Lin Yuan in the past few days. Regardless of how these veteran apostles felt about Lin Yuan, and no matter how much they did not welcome him to remain in Marsh East Palace for long, they still needed to put on the appropriate attitude. If an apostle was rude to a dictator, it would have no choice but to die there and then. In the Marsh world, dictators did not need any reason to take the lives of apostles. But after accepting East Glow as a follower, Lin Yuan refused to see the other apostles from Marsh East Palace. East Glow ran to where Lin Yuan resided thrice a day. The veteran apostles were strong-headed and argumentative when they faced second-born and third-born, as they had been unwilling to give access to the space between the main hall and sacrificial lane to hold the banquet of everything. But when a dictator decided to reside there, all of them had shut their mouths and dared not protest in the slightest. Dictator 10,000 Source had already moved in. There was no way that they could chase out a dictator for the sake of their pride. Apart from them, not even the entire Marsh East Circle had the pride to compete with a dictator. East Glow's main reason for coming to see Lin Yuan was to report news and provide information, as well as receive the marsh soil and source totems that it had collected for him. As the leader of the veteran apostles from Marsh East Palace, East Glow wielded significant authority. All it needed to do was let the other veteran apostles know, and it would be able to collect all of the marsh soil from the Marsh East Palace's treasure vault. The other veteran apostles were all curious about this, as they did not understand why East Glow needed such a large amount of marsh soil. It not only needed high and top-grade marsh soil but even low and mid-grade marsh soil. East Glow knew that pure source-type power was the most precious of all the resources it needed. Since marsh soil and source totems would allow Lin Yuan to trade for pure source-type power, East Glow used all of the resources it had accumulated over the years to trade for all of the marsh soil that the other apostles from Marsh East Palace had. All of them had done as East Glow asked. Although East Glow was already following Dictator 10,000 Source, the veteran apostles would still be following East Glow's lead in representing Marsh East Palace to interact with the Palace of Everything. If East Glow decided to leave, the burden of the job would fall on their shoulders. Thus, the apostles had all set their prices very low when they traded for resources with East Glow. East Glow did not take long to collect all of the marsh soil from these apostles. Alas, it was not as easy to collect source totems. East Glow could not trade for them from the other apostles like he did with the marsh soil. It also could not take possession of all the source totems in the Marsh East Palace's treasure vault. The other apostles could ignore resources of the marsh soil's level, but it would definitely attract questions if it started gathering source totems. As such, East Glow started to think. All of a sudden, it came up with an idea. When East Glow spoke with Lin Yuan, it noticed that Lin Yuan did not discriminate against having an old apostle like it as a follower. Not all of the veteran apostles in Marsh East Palaces were complacent and rotting internally. A small portion of them was just like East Glow and wanted to follow dictators. There were also many who approached East Glow in the hopes of convincing it to link them up. Benefits definitely needed to be offered in order to set up an intentional connection, especially when this matter involved or not they could become followers of a dictator. The apostles had all made numerous promises to East Glow. They promised that if they could ever become Dictator 10,000 Sources followers, they would definitely continue to respect East Glow and stand by it. East Glow felt that these were acceptable. It had already spent the majority of its resources buying up the marsh soil. Although the marsh soil was not expensive, and East Glow could easily trade for a large amount of them, it had gathered an overwhelming quantity. East Glow felt that it could borrow resources from these apostles who wanted to follow Lin Yuan to trade for as many source totems as possible. Lin Yuan's rewards consisted of small and big source fruits. East Glow was unsure if it would allow resources like the big and small source fruits to reach unloyal apostles. Thus, East Glow dared not make promises involving the big source fruits and small source fruits. However, if these apostles managed to become Lin Yuan's followers, such decisions would be out of East Glow's hands. As such, East Glow could let the related information go out. The veteran apostles had lived for thousands of years and were all old foxes. Thus, they could understand East Glow's intention to keep secrets. Everything was going very smoothly. For a brighter future, the veteran apostles who had enjoyed comfort were willing to sacrifice everything they had. East Glow not only traded for resources with these apostles who wanted to follow Lin Yuan but had also held an internal meeting of Marsh East Palace. East Glow led the meeting and exerted pressure on the other apostles to successfully trade for all of the source totems in the treasure vaults for low prices. East Glow did not hide what it was doing from Lin Yuan and revealed all of its recent achievements. This was because it would be a very good way to show that it was competent. Lin Yuan was very excited as he listened to East Glow's reports and secretly gave East Glow a large reward. However, his expression did not change as he continued to calmly listen to East Glow's report on its achievements of late. When East Glow finished speaking, it peeked up at Lin Yuan's face. At that moment, East Glow felt a warm strength flow into its body as its body rapidly came alive. All of the hidden injuries in its body slowly started to heal, while this strength unlocked its body's potential. As a reward, Lin Yuan had gifted East Glow 100 units of pure source-type power. This was to reward East Glow for the big help it had provided him, but also because Lin Yuan intended to properly nurture East Glow. East Glow was only one step away from reaching Dictator. Out of all of Lin Yuan's followers, East Glow had the potential to become a dictator the fastest. If he could nurture a dictator in the Marsh world, many things would become much easier to manage. Lin Yuan, although not a genuine dictator himself, had the ability to convince dimensional lifeforms that he was one, thanks to Dark Blue. With Dark Blue's power, Lin Yuan could enhance the abilities of White Speak, and he could do the same for East Glow. Once East Glow achieved the breakthrough to dictator level and received the boost from Lin Yuan, he would become another formidable expert with eternal power under Lin Yuan's command. Compared to the eternal weapons that Red Thorn controlled through its tongue of relinquish, East Glow was a living and breathing expert who could accomplish many tasks with more convenience. Thus, it could better protect Lin Yuan's territory. "You've done well and met my expectations. This is my reward to you," said Lin Yuan. East Glow bowed to Lin Yuan to express its respect and gratitude as it began to carefully use the 100 units of source-type power to evolve itself. In the past, White Speak would surely start to panic when it saw Lin Yuan paying so much attention to East Glow. But after its long talk with Lin Yuan, when Lin Yuan told White Speak about his hopes for it, all of White Speak's worries were set at ease. No matter how strong East Glow was, it was still only White Speak's assistant. White Speak had never wanted to grow as badly as it did now. In the past, White Speak only wanted to increase its power. But now it also wanted to learn. Once East Glow was done absorbing the pure source-type power, it remembered its main reason for coming and hurriedly said, "Lord Dictator, there is accurate information saying that Dictator Return to Ruins is headed for the Marsh East Circle to attend the Banquet of Everything. We're not the ones who found out about this information. Many apostles headed for the Marsh East Circle know about it. So, I think that Dictator Return to Ruins was the one who released the news of his attendance himself." Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes when he heard what East Glow said, and he balled up his fist. White Speak had almost died at Prayer Glow's hands. If Lin Yuan had not sent Begin Lady over in time, White Speak would have stopped breathing long ago. It was likely that if that had happened, White Speak's source totem would have been traded by Prayer Glow at the Banquet of Everything. Prayer Glow had acted under Dictator Return to Ruins' name. Hence, White Speak could not help but be affected by the mention of Dictator Return to Ruins' name. It went without saying that Lin Yuan was also aware of this. Hence, he not only had no positive feelings toward Dictator Return to Ruins, but he even labeled Dictator Return to Ruins as an enemy. If a dictator wanted to hide their tracks, there was no way that an apostle would be able to find them. If a dictator's movements were known, it could only be because they had released the information themselves. It was just like how Lin Yuan had done so much to get the word out about being a dictator. It was apparent that Dictator Return to Ruins was not coming to attend the Banquet of Everything just to trade for resources. He had to have another goal. Although Lin Yuan had intentionally spread the word about the small and big source fruits, there was no way that the news would spread so quickly as to already have reached Dictator Return to Ruins, who was located in the Marsh West Circle. Hence, there was no way that Dictator Return to Ruins was coming because of Lin Yuan. There could only be one possible dictator who attracted the attendance of another dictator. It seemed that Dictator Return to Ruins had set his sights on Dictator Everything. Lin Yuan thought, "I expected that the Banquet of Everything would not go smoothly, but I didn't expect the storm to be stirred up by someone other than me." Dictator Everything had to be hiding a special secret as well. I know. Alert me immediately if any dictators appear before the banquet of everything begins. East Glow hurriedly nodded. Frankly, it was rather nervous and anxious about the arrival of so many dictators at Marsh East Palace. Luckily, it had already become Lin Yuan's follower. Thus, no matter what happened, it could fall back on Lin Yuan's support and would not have to worry about handling everything on its own. As the head apostle of Marsh East Palace, it would have to receive all of these dictators. At that time, East Glow would definitely be able to obtain fresh information. In a marsh that seemed to stretch on endlessly, a figure was floating amongst the black fluids. This figure was holding an apostle who had lost all aura of life. The crimson light flashing amongst the black fluid turned into dark red worms that tunneled into the body of the dead apostles, scooping the corpse out clean while extracting its memory. A mocking peal of laughter echoed from the figure ensconced in a black fluid. The Marsh East Circle is becoming increasingly backward. I can't believe the apostles dared to call themselves kings of Marsh East Palace. It's ludicrous. It might not be a bad decision for me to stay in the Marsh East Circle. All those apostles will have no choice but to listen to me or become my fertilizer. Suddenly, the figure enveloped in black fluid frowned. It was as though there was something of interest in this dead apostle's memories. 10,000 source isn't one of the 7 from Marsh Abyss. Besides the fact that the word source is included, it's even the last word. This is clearly a provocation toward those 7 figures. The figure was suspended in midair as though it was hesitating. Since the figure had stopped abruptly, half of its body emerged from the black fluid. The female body was dressed in a dark red lace dress which exuded seductive charm. The black fluid hung off her long red hair. The mix of red and black made her hair appear even more beautiful. The girl looked gentle and attractive, but the glint of light in her eyes and the angle of her upturned lips made it clear that she was a ruthless being who had no regard for life. Using the word source in a name was already very unusual. Any apostle who had interacted with a dictator before knew of this. However, in order to show respect to the 7 figures and separate themselves from them, the dictators who included the word source in their names all put the word source at the front of their names. Examples included Source C and Source Bite. Thousands of years ago, even the dictators who dared to add the word source to their names would never be so audacious as to put the word at the back. Just where did Dictator 10,000 Source come from? Was he tired of living? Dictator Pregnant Poison had only caught one apostle on her journey. The apostle had come from the direction of the Marsh East Circle. For news to have reached this apostle, it meant that news of Dictator 10,000 Source arriving at the banquet of everything had already spread throughout the Marsh East Circle. This matter would eventually reach the 7 figures in Marsh Abyss. Dictator Pregnant Poison could not be certain about anyone else, but Dictator Evil Source, to whom she was loyal, would definitely pursue this brazen fellow. She was secretly heading to the banquet of everything because of Dictator Everything, who had just entered the Turning Wheel realm. She would immediately be dragged into the mess if she appeared at the banquet of everything. This would not be beneficial to her in the least. Dictator Returned to Ruins and Dictator 10,000 Source were so ostentatious. With Dictator Everything added to the mix, one could only guess how many dictators were going to be attracted to attend the banquet of everything. With this thought, Dictator Pregnant Poison clenched her jaw. My sister, now that you've entered the Turning Wheel realm, why don't you be a good girl and let me harvest you? Why did you have to go and attract so many mad characters? Although Pregnant Poison was hesitant, her body was honest. This was because wealth could only be achieved through risk. Furthermore, after extracting this apostle's memory, Pregnant Poison learned that Dictator 10,000 Source possessed a fruit called the Small Source Fruit. There could only be 2 possibilities for there being pure source-type power in the Small Source Fruits. The first possibility was that Dictator 10,000 Source's true body was a carnivorous plant and produced the Small Source Fruits himself. But if that was the case, Dictator 10,000 Source would not have given the Small Source Fruits to apostles as rewards. Dictator Pregnant Poison knew many dictators who had transformed from carnivorous plants. All of them treasured their fruits greatly. This was the case even if their fruits did not come with any sought-after effects and only tasted pleasant. The other and most likely possibility was that Dictator 10,000 Source possessed a special carnivorous plant that could produce the small source fruits. It even produced the fruits in a sufficient quantity that allowed Dictator 10,000 Source to give them away casually. No dictator would appear out of nowhere. This was because, during their growth, they would certainly catch the attention of many as well as gain many followers. When it came to a dictator like Dictator 10,000 Source, who had appeared out of nowhere, it was likely that he had seized an opportunity and had been holed up somewhere, increasing his power. The small source fruits contained pure source-type power. After thousands of years, they were sure to cultivate a powerful dictator. With this thought, Dictator Pregnant Poison became even more filled with enthusiasm. At that moment, her ideal prey was no longer Dictator Everything but the carnivorous plant that could produce the small source fruits. Dictator Pregnant Poison was slightly hesitant about whether she should report to Dictator Evil Source about Dictator 10,000 Source. If she did report the matter to Dictator Evil Source, she would be handsomely rewarded. Dictator Evil Source was never stingy with subordinates who could bring profits. Dictator Evil Source had entered the samsara realm. If he attended the banquet of everything, Pregnant Poison would have no hope of harvesting Dictator 10,000 Source. She was a dictator. Due to the special nature and uniqueness of dictators, there was no way that Dictator Evil Source would ever truly trust her and see her as a close confidant. Given the circumstances, it would be better to take the gamble of harvesting Dictator 10,000 Source rather than obtaining a reward from Dictator Evil Source. Since Dictator Pregnant Poison was headed to the banquet of everything in secret, it would be best if she could remain in the shadows while Dictator returned to Ruins and Dictator 10,000 Source tore it up. She had made Dictator Return to Ruins' acquaintance in the past. He was dominant and courageous, killing other dictators soon after becoming one himself. From the moment she found out that Dictator Everything Returned to Ruins was going to attend the banquet of everything, Dictator Pregnant Poison saw him as her rival for stealing away Dictator 10,000 Source. If her rival started fighting with her target, many more opportunities would open up for her as she remained in the shadows. For Dictator 10,000 Source to include the word source in his name, he had to possess considerable power. If Dictator Returned to Ruins used the source totems of dictators, he could definitely cause considerable harm to Dictator 10,000 Source. Given her power, even if she had been injured by a pinnacle turning will realm dictator, she could inject her poison into them, and they would fall under her control. Dictator Pregnant Poison had always been confident in her abilities. Hence, she decided that she would continue heading toward Marsh East Palace. Suddenly, she sensed an aura in the distance and froze before retreating silently back into the marsh. Waves gently rolled across the surface of the water and did not even catch the attention of the marsh crocodiles in the distance, which were tearing the corpse of their previous companion apart. In the distance, figures appeared on a large boat made of bones. There were 4 giants in the water, each with 8 tentacles, who were pulling the giant boat made of bones through the water. The top of the boat was crawling with purplish-brown moss. There were a few male apostles who were not covered with many clothes kneeling on the deck. Occasionally, strange sounds could be heard from within the boat. After the 4 giants pulled the boat away, the black fluid gathered once again in midair. As the red light flashed, Dictator Pregnant Poison's figure reappeared in the black fluid. Dictator Demon Desire, that despicable woman. She actually came all the way to the Marsh East Circle from the Marsh North Circle. She must either be here because of Dictator Everything or to find the rumored treasure in the Marsh East Circle. My lovely sister Dictator Everything, you're usually so radiant. But now that you've entered the Turning Wheel realm, things are going to turn tough. You might be able to hide from Dictator Return to Ruins and me, but you won't be able to escape Dictator Demon Desire's inspection. Dictator Demon Desire is riding on her love-bone spring grace boat and even brought her 4 pinnacle marsh lake giant octopi. She's definitely planning on making big moves. Now that Dictator Demon Desire has shown herself, her 2 lovesick puppies, Dictator Tyrant Lizard and Treasure Seeker, won't be far behind. It looks like the banquet of everything will be much more exciting than I envisioned. A scheming expression appeared on Dictator Pregnant Poison's face. Dictator Return to Ruins might not be able to pose a threat to Dictator 10,000 Source, But with dictators Demon Desire, Treasure Seeker, and Tyrant Lizard joining the party, the 4 dictators would certainly be able to cause significant trouble for Dictator 10,000 Source. If the 4 dictators joined forces but were still unable to give Dictator 10,000 Source a headache, it would be better for her to give up on targeting Dictator 10,000 Source as soon as possible. It was rumored that Dictator Treasure Seeker had reached pinnacle turning will realm 500 years ago, and was only a step away from reaching the Samsara realm. Dictator Treasure Seeker had always been hard at work gathering treasures, and possessed at least 5 Dictator Source totems. Even Lord Evil Source did not want to get into a conflict with someone of Dictator Treasure Seeker's power unless it was absolutely necessary. If Dictator Treasure Seeker's power advanced just one more step further, his palace would soon pop up in the center of Marsh Abyss. Nonetheless, Dictator Treasure Seeker still did not have the right to include the word Source at the back of its name. She had noticed Dictator Demon Desire on her journey but had not heard any news before this that Dictator Demon Desire would be heading to Marsh East Palace to attend the Banquet of Everything. One could only imagine how many dictators were silently heading to Marsh East Palace. Like Dictator Demon Desire. Dictator Pregnant Poison felt that even if she did not manage to harvest Dictator 10,000 Source, she would at least be able to harvest other dictators. As long as she could harvest other dictators, this trip to Marsh East Palace would not be a wasted one. After ensuring that Dictator Demon Desire's Love Bone Spring Grace boat was long gone, the black fluid continued speeding toward Marsh East Palace. The Banquet of Everything was being prepared under the eyes of the masses. Only helped Firstborn occasionally. 2107 at first. Firstborn had locked her suspicions onto Secondborn. Once Firstborn arrived at Marsh East Palace, she immediately put on the charisma of a leader and managed everything perfectly. As more dictators arrived, she needed to ensure that the preparations were grander, and that nothing went wrong, so as not to damage Lordess Everything's reputation. Secondborn could tell that danger was present and that showing herself would not be wise. Thus, she pulled back all of her schemes and went back to spending her days in seclusion. Secondborn had acted the same way during previous events such as the Banquet of Everything. She only helped Firstborn occasionally. At first, Firstborn had locked her suspicions onto Secondborn. But Firstborn could not detect anything about Secondborn's behavior. It was normal for Secondborn to spend most of her time in seclusion. Rather, it was Thirdborn who became strange of late and caused Secondborn to become slightly guarded against her. Firstborn sighed. If Secondborn truly caused Lordess Everything to feel endangered and pressed to hide, the 3 sisters could no longer continue remaining together in the future. Thirdborn had always had the personality of a child. After that incident, she should have matured. Every person in the Palace of Everything was responsible and performed their necessary duties. As troubled as Thirdborn was, she continued to help Firstborn. As she looked at the apostles who had recently joined the Palace of Everything, Thirdborn said solemnly, "None of you have previous experience putting on a banquet of everything. There are many things that I can't trust you to do on your own. Luckily, we have enough manpower now. All of you can each shadow an experienced worker. Observe and ask as much as you can so that you'll be able to provide real help during the next banquet of everything." Once she was done speaking, Thirdborn went back to supervising. Thirdborn was less competent than Firstborn at everything else besides supervision. She would immediately notice if anyone made a mistake during the setup. Thirdborn already spotted several errors and was anxious to start with. Thus, all of it culminated in her losing her temper, and the apostles from the Palace of Everything were all scared and breathless. All of them were terrified of Thirdborn spotting their mistakes. After Thirdborn left, the apostles who had recently joined the Palace of Everything or had only been here for a few decades could not help but grumble. It's not like setting up an event is difficult. What's there that can't be done by us? Why do we need to learn from experienced workers? After the apostle complained, it soon received chimes of agreement from the other apostles. Exactly. If we're allowed to help, the event setup would already be almost finished. Forget it. Let's stop complaining. Let's go and learn. If Sister Thirdborn finds out that we haven't been learning, we'll be scolded again. I'm sure no one really wants to be reprimanded by her. While the apostles were complaining and interacting, A petite figure was watching all of this unfold from the sidelines. This figure's young face was also extremely dignified and composed. If anyone saw this petite apostle's face at that moment, they would notice that her aura was even more impressive than that of third-born. The petite figure did not speak. While the other apostles left to seek out other apostles from the Palace of Everything who had been part of the Palace of Everything for some time so they could learn from them, this figure silently blended into the crowd. Lin Yuan had spent too much time in the main hall and wanted to go out for some air. Lin Yuan could not walk around with Dictator 10,000 Source's identity but could disguise himself with the faceless paper, so he appeared like any other apostle. As for his identity, he could as East Glow to casually set one up for him. An identity arranged by East Glow would give him the right to walk around freely, and he would have reasonable cause regardless of what he did. White Speak wanted to follow Lin Yuan, but the latter declined. Since he could not walk around with his Dictator 10,000 Source identity, it would be better for White Speak to remain in Marsh East Palace. The faceless paper could not change its wearer's height. He and the 2-meter-tall White Speak would definitely attract attention as they walked about. Lin Yuan decided not to browse the advanced trading event that took place between the apostles before the Banquet of Everything. East Glow had already helped him to obtain all that he needed. He was not interested in the spiritual ingredients that came from the bodies of dimensional lifeforms and apostles. Lin Yuan decided to go and take a look at how the preparations for the Banquet of Everything were coming along. Although under Secondborn's request, the Palace of Everything had taken over the right to hold the Banquet of Everything from Marsh East Palace, Firstborn had still gone to see East Glow and asked for some manpower. East Glow did not know why a faction with a dictator at the helm was flip-flopping so much. But since Firstborn had spoken, East Glow did not reject her. Marsh East Palace did not have any dictators, but there were plenty of regular apostles. In the past, East Glow would only have agreed in order to maintain a good relationship with the Palace of Everything. But now, East Glow had agreed under the condition that Firstborn provided marsh soil. Firstborn thought that East Glow had gone mad. After all, it was being called a king in a marsh circle without a dictator. It was actually interested in something like marsh soil and looked extremely greedy for it as well. The longer Firstborn looked, the more she felt that she was about to develop a sty. East Glow sensed Firstborn's attitude toward it but did not care in the slightest. It was doing so in order to accomplish the task Lin Yuan had given it. The more marsh soil it collected, the more pure source-type power it would obtain. What did others know? Since Marsh East Palace had sent so many workers to help with the Banquet of Everything, Lin Yuan did not stand out at all when he was there. With Begin Lady and Celestial Sight by his side, Lin Yuan did not have to worry about encountering any danger. Lin Yuan casually used true data to check on all the apostles and dimensional lifeforms he encountered. As the rows of data appeared in front of him, he made notes of each of the apostles' talents and skills. Lin Yuan noticed that there were as many types of apostles as there were fays. Although there were differences between the faith power of the apostles, the strong and weak could easily be discerned based on how their abilities countered each other. As he walked around, Lin Yuan noticed that there was an apostle following each of the apostles who were setting up. The apostle at the front would speak in a lofty manner while the one at the back would nod continuously. It was a very similar sight to the one from Lin Yuan's previous life, where experienced employees would lead the rookies around. It was clear that these apostles were from the Palace of Everything. Lin Yuan noticed that the apostles from the Palace of Everything were much stronger than those from Marsh East Palace. After all, one was a faction that had a dictator. Thus, there was a difference between their capabilities. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's footsteps halted. This was because he noticed that he drew a blank when he used true data on the figure in front of him. There could only be one possibility for such an occurrence. This person pretending to be an apostle was actually a dictator at least. Lin Yuan's lips curved into a small smile. In one of its reports, East Glow had told Lin Yuan that Dictator Everything had entered the Turning Wheel realm. Dictator Everything had yet to show herself, and her three close subordinates were handling everything about the Banquet of Everything. Hence, there was a high chance that this news would turn out to be true. There was no way that a regular dictator would pretend to be an apostle because it would have to devolve its life rank. In the eyes of the Marsh world, this would be seen as degrading oneself. The dictator had to have a reason for doing so. When he thought about Second-Born who had become a dictator, a thought struck Lin Yuan. Once a dictator entered the Turning Wheel realm, there would be a long period when they would be unable to protect themselves. An apostle would be willing to safeguard such a dictator. But to other dictators, a dictator who had just entered the Turning Wheel realm was like a cake that anyone could cut into. Thus, there was a high possibility that this petite apostle was Dictator Everything. It was said that Dictator Everything was female. It must be hard on Dictator Everything to pretend to be a male apostle. Lin Yuan was about to question this apostle. He suspected to be Dictator Everything, and took a step forward towards the petite apostle as he said, "Come and help me. We need another person's help setting up here." The petite figure clearly froze when it heard what Lin Yuan said. Soon, it cautiously raised its head and rested its gaze on Lin Yuan. It quickly hid this act of cautiousness, but Lin Yuan still caught on to it. There was much to do when it came to setting up the event, so it was common for the manpower to be shuffled around. When the apostle before the petite figure saw someone from Marsh East Palace coming over to ask for help, it said, "Cleansing Rain, go and help. I can teach you the rest when you get back." The apostle named Cleansing Rain was about to come up with a reason to turn Lin Yuan down when it was trapped by that one statement and could no longer do anything to turn Lin Yuan down. It said to Lin Yuan, "Let's go. I still have things to learn here. I hope I can finish helping you as soon as possible." Lin Yuan smiled silently and turned to lead the way. After walking for a few minutes, the petite figure noticed that there were fewer and fewer lifeforms around. They had slowly left the space where the banquet of everything was being set up. The petite figure halted its steps. Lin Yuan turned to see a hostile expression on the petite figure's face and said with a smile, "Dictator Everything sure is interesting. To think that you even gave yourself the name Cleansing Rain." Lin Yuan could clearly see that this petite figure's expression had changed significantly. It now looked like a cat whose fur was standing on end. It was in a state of incredulity but also helplessness. A dictator who had just entered the Turning Wheel realm was even weaker than a regular apostle. Dictator Everything dared not lay a hand on Lin Yuan. This was because she knew that she would not be able to beat him, and because doing so would definitely end up exposing her identity. Once her identity was exposed, there was no way she would be able to escape Second-Born's evil intentions. Moreover, this apostle with average looks was strange as well. She could not look into his power at all. Since he did not immediately attack her but exposed her identity instead, it meant that he did not want to take her life. Dictator Everything could be certain that she could not sense even a trace of a killer's aura from this person. Thus, Dictator Everything had no choice but to silently admit to what Lin Yuan said. "No matter how interesting I am, I'm still less spirited than you." A dictator who has entered the samsara realm is actually pretending to be an apostle and is involved in something as trivial as the banquet of everything. "I'm sure you're after more than just seeking me out. I heard that Dictator 10,000 Source arrived at the Marsh East Palace a few days ago. You must be him." When one was speaking to an intelligent person, there was no need to expend too much effort or words. After Lin Yuan revealed Dictator Everything's identity, the latter stopped trying to hide her identity. This was because it would be futile. Dictator Everything had spoken calmly but was actually testing him, as she could not sense even a hint of his aura. As far as Dictator Everything could tell, Lin Yuan was a regular person. Under such circumstances, Dictator Everything started to guess. Lin Yuan had to be much more powerful than she was for her to be completely unable to sense his power. Dictator Everything had only just entered the Turning Wheel realm and had not expected Second-Born to suddenly break through to Dictator. There was a high possibility that Second-Born, who had suddenly broken through to Dictator, would start to target Dictator Everything. This also went for Dictator Return to Ruins, who had yet to enter the Turning Wheel realm. But if her guess was right, standing before her was a dictator who had entered the samsara realm. This meant that she was clearly unworthy. Only a dictator who had entered the samsara realm would dare to call himself 10,000 Source. Lin Yuan pointed forward. "Let's go. Why don't we go into the Marsh East Palace's main hall to speak? You are a dictator who has entered the Turning Wheel realm. There's no need to put on such a sorry display. Dictator Everything froze when she received Lin Yuan's invitation but could read between the lines of what he said. By saying that there was no need for her to put on such a sorry display, did that mean that he intended to help her? If that were the case, there would be no need for her to continue hiding. However, this was just her guess. If Dictator 10,000 Source truly helped her and solved her issues, what could she give him in return? What Lin Yuan needed the most now was information on dictators. East Glow mostly only knew information pertaining to apostles. Thus, it could not provide Lin Yuan with too much information. Lin Yuan had not approached Second-Born because he felt that it would not know much more about dictators than East Glow did, having only recently become one. Only a veteran dictator like Dictator Everything could help him properly. If Dictator Everything could truly help him, Lin Yuan did not mind giving her a leg up. There was no way he would be able to develop in the marsh world on his own, so Dictator Everything would be a good choice of ally. However, allies also needed to be ordered. If Dictator Everything was intelligent, she would definitely know what to do. From what Dictator Everything said, Lin Yuan found out for the first time that the level above Turning Wheel Realm was Samsara Realm. Celestial Sight, who had unlocked its birth horoscope, had comparable power to a Turning Wheel Realm dictator, while Begin Lady, who had set its spirit fire alight, was comparable to a Samsara Realm dictator. Thus, Lin Yuan did not feel guilty at all about being mistaken for a Samsara Realm dictator. Lin Yuan walked in front while Dictator Everything followed behind him. While they were walking to the main hall, Dictator Everything tore apart her disguise. A strange dark blue leather covering appeared in Dictator Everything's hand. She had long white hair with wisps of silver that cascaded down to her bare feet and was braided exquisitely. There were silver bells tied to the braid that rang softly as Dictator Everything walked. Once they reached the main hall, there was no one from the palace of Everything around, so Dictator Everything no longer had anything to worry about. When one faced a stronger dictator with one's true appearance, one would be able to express one's respect for the stronger dictator. When Lin Yuan heard the twinkling bells, he turned to look at Dictator Everything. The sight that greeted him was like a fresh sprout growing on an icy mountaintop. The refreshing and unique aura put Lin Yuan in a momentary trance. This was not because Dictator Everything was more beautiful than the Moon Empress and the Goddess of Mercy, but because he had never encountered a woman with an aura similar to that of Dictator Everything. White Speak immediately walked up to Lin Yuan when it saw him enter. It went without saying that it also noticed Dictator Everything behind him. White Speak had never seen Dictator Everything before, but it had heard of what Dictator Everything looked like. Moreover, White Speak was unable to sense this girl's aura. Thus, it quickly became certain of Dictator Everything's identity. White Speak did not look dazzled by Dictator Everything at all. This was because Dictator Everything's looks could not match up to Lin Yuan in his merman form. For some reason, White Speak had a strange hope. It hoped that many dictators would come to attend the banquet of Everything. Lin Yuan could reveal his dictator's body and show the other dictators what true beauty was. If someone with Star Splendor's appearance could be called the biggest beauty of the Marsh East Circle, Lin Yuan's appearance would surely be reputed throughout Marsh Abyss. Lin Yuan instructed White Speak, "Go and bring another bench into the main hall for Dictator Everything." White Speak hurriedly nodded. Meanwhile, Dictator Everything said softly, "Call me Cleansing Rain. That's the name my mother gave me when I was young. I've never revealed the name, so no one from the Palace of Everything knows about it." Lin Yuan had not expected Dictator Everything to use her real name to conceal her identity. From what Dictator Everything said, Lin Yuan could tell that she was threatened by something in the Palace of Everything. Otherwise, she would not insist that no one from the Palace of Everything find out the truth. The Palace of Everything was under Dictator Everything's supervision, and it would be impossible for the entire Palace of Everything to rebel against her. Hence, there was a high chance that Dictator Everything had been forced to this place because of Second-Born, who had become a dictator. To confirm this guess, Lin Yuan said, "You can call me Lin Yuan." Dictator Everything shook her head gently and said, "Lin Yuan might be your real name, but I would rather call you 10,000 Source. I applaud your courage to add the word source into your name and to the back at that." Lin Yuan frowned slightly. He could tell that Dictator Everything was trying to get at something. Could it be that the name he had come up with on the fly had a hidden meaning? With that thought, Lin Yuan looked at Dictator Everything with an expression that made it clear that he needed an explanation from her. Dictator Everything saw that Lin Yuan had turned austere and immediately thought back to what she had just said. But even after a moment passed, Dictator Everything could not figure out which part of what she had said had been strange. Could it be that by applauding Lin Yuan's courage for including the word source at the back of his name, Lin Yuan felt affronted and was now angry? Dictator Everything's expression immediately turned panicked. Dictators took pride in their names and were willing to safeguard their names with their lives. If Lin Yuan felt that she was trampling on his pride, she might instantly become his enemy. Dictator Everything hurriedly explained, "I meant to say that it's brave for you to be unafraid of the 7 dictators from Marsh Abyss. Once news of your name gets out, the 7 dictators from Marsh Abyss will definitely send someone to you. If my guess is right, it'll either be Dictator Evil Source or Hornless Dragon Source." Lin Yuan suddenly realized that so much thought went into a dictator's name. Had he just fixed a ticking bomb to himself by calling himself 10,000 Source? From the information he gained from East Glow, Lin Yuan knew Marsh Abyss' position in the Marsh world. It was likely that Evil Source and Hornless Dragon Source, who Dictator Everything had mentioned, were 2 of the 7 figures who East Glow had spoken of. Lin Yuan would be rather troubled if he offended a Samsara realm dictator because of his name. With Begin Lady around, Lin Yuan did not have to be afraid of either Dictator Evil Source or Dictator Hornless Dragon Source. But if both of them appeared together, the situation would turn sticky. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yuan summoned Green Vine, who started to converse with Dictator Everything on Lin Yuan's behalf. Dictator Everything froze when she sensed Green Vine's aura. This cold and beautiful woman was clearly weak. So why did she have such a startling aura? Dictator Everything was already planning on bootlicking Lin Yuan in the hopes that he would help her. Hence, she could only answer honestly to Green Vine's superficial questions. Lin Yuan found out a lot of information that had been previously unknown to him from the conversation between Dictator Everything and Green Vine. It turned out that once an apostle who followed a dictator broke through to the dictator level, they would definitely betray their dictator. It was a path that almost all dictators had to go down. It was as though this was the world's way of keeping down the number of dictators in the world. This would explain why Second-Born had unsavory intentions for Dictator Everything. White Speak broke out in a cold sweat when it heard the conversation between Dictator Everything and Green Vine and turned to look at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had been trying to nurture White Speak into a dictator. Could it become a traitor to Lin Yuan after it became a dictator? White Speak could not believe that it would ever decide to do so. Yet, there was no way that Dictator Everything was lying. White Speak was unsure how Lin Yuan would react once he learned of this piece of information. East Glow, who was about to break through to Dictator, might be even more worried than White Speak. Lin Yuan looked into the distance as he mulled over Dictator Everything's words, but there was no worry in his eyes. He only took in apostles so he could accept their faith power. However, dictators also needed to lock their apostles' source totems after absorbing their faith power. He was not a true dictator and had different methods from regular dictators. After Lin Yuan saved Dictator Everything, he could clearly sense that a glowing that represented Dictator Everything's faith power had appeared in the fountain of faith. However, this dot of light was almost pathetically small. This situation informed Lin Yuan that he could also receive faith power from dictators. As such, he did not have to worry about East Glow and White Speak betraying him after they became dictators. Alas, he could only be certain once he had tested this out. Lin Yuan intended to find the time to do exactly that. He decided to help East Glow to become a dictator before the banquet of everything began so he could see if East Glow ended up straying. What would happen when he boosted a dictator with his faith power? With that thought, Lin Yuan decided to do a test on Dictator Everything first. He raised his hand, and 5 pillars of glowing light appeared behind him, enveloping him in faith power. Although Lin Yuan had told Truth to use the faith power in the Fountain of Faith to speed up the derivation of the Divine Kingdom, the derivation of the Divine Kingdom still took time. Truth did not start off by spending a large amount of faith power. The pillars of faith power shot toward Dictator Everything. In an instant, Dictator Everything and Lin Yuan were linked by faith power. As the sea of faith power flowed into Dictator Everything, she felt all the power that had drained out from her when she entered the turning wheel realm returning to her. In addition, the power continued to grow stronger. Dictator Everything's skirt billowed, and the bells tied to her hair twinkled as her hair danced in the breeze. The 11 silver braids were woven out of white hair, and the bells struck against each other continuously. Dictator Everything's eyes became increasingly pure. Slowly, the pupils disappeared from her eyes. Lin Yuan thought that he would be able to inject all of his faith power into Dictator Everything, but it turned out that the body of a turning wheel realm dictator did not possess a high enough volume. When Lin Yuan could no longer pump any more faith power into Dictator Everything's body emanated an aura that indicated she had broken through that limit. Although he had not set his spirit fire alight, the sleeping begin lady had already confirmed with Lin Yuan that Dictator Everything had entered that level. This meant that by using faith application, he had managed to enable Dictator Everything to gain the power of a samsara realm dictator. After performing this experiment, Lin Yuan did not give Dictator Everything the chance to savor the feeling before he retracted his faith power. This caused Dictator Everything to plummet to the ground moments after its fingers brushed the clouds. It was once again so feeble that it could not even stand up against an apostle. After that experience, Dictator Everything started looking at Lin Yuan in a different light. She no longer saw him as just a regular samsara realm dictator. There was no way that a regular samsara realm dictator could possess such power. Not even the 7 figures from Marsh Abyss could accomplish such a feat. Dictator Everything could be certain that what just happened was not a figment of her imagination, but that she had truly possessed power beyond that of a samsara realm dictator. Such mighty methods went beyond the comprehension of even Dictator Everything with her long life. Lin Yuan realized that after this experiment, the glowing that in the fountain of faith that represented Dictator Everything's faith power had become much stronger. Since Dictator Everything was now his believer, there were some things that Lin Yuan no longer needed to discuss with her. Lin Yuan said to White Speak, "Go and wait in the main hall. Without my permission, no one will be able to enter. You will be able to enjoy your share of the spotlight once the banquet of everything begins." He then said to Dictator Everything, "How can the banquet of everything take place without Dictator Everything? Since you said that an apostles will betray their dictator after becoming a dictator themselves, I will provide you with power so that you can handle your household affairs as you see fit." Dictator Everything looked at Lin Yuan gratefully before she bowed deeply. Lin Yuan's words could only mean that he intended to help her. If not for the fact that she had never heard of a level above the samsara realm, she would suspect that Lin Yuan had reached such a level. With such a figure around supporting her, she would not have to be afraid despite being in such a weak state. In order to receive such protection, she needed to offer something of her own. One had to give to receive. After she bowed to Lin Yuan to express her gratitude, Dictator Everything said gratefully, "Lord Lin Yuan, you have saved my life from danger. I promise that once I've crossed this awkward period and regained my power, I will always stand on your side no matter what, even if you decide to make an enemy out of those figures from Marsh Abyss." Dictators from the Marsh world always kept their promises. Dictator Everything said what she said to express her thanks to Lin Yuan, but also to give her assurance. Lin Yuan looked at Dictator Everything and said, "Some promises need to be done and not said. I am very interested in your faith power." While he spoke, Lin Yuan injected 1,000 units of pure source-type power into Dictator Everything and looked down into her eyes. The large amount of source-type power immediately caused Dictator Everything to feel her power being awakened. As she sensed the purity of the source-type power, Dictator Everything became increasingly certain that Lin Yuan was no weaker than the 7 figures from Marsh Abyss. Dictator Everything had once received a reward from Dictator Mountain Ridge Source. The source-type power from Dictator Mountain Ridge Source had been much less pure than the source-type power from Lin Yuan. Dictator Everything momentarily hesitated after she heard Lin Yuan's request before she revealed the faith power from her source totem to Lin Yuan, so that he could extract as much as he wanted. Lin Yuan did not stand on ceremony. He needed an endless river of faith power in order to develop the divine kingdom. In the past, Lin Yuan had only considered harvesting from apostles. But now that he had the chance to harvest from a dictator, he was not going to miss out on this opportunity. The apostles could not dream of comparing the faith power from Dictator Everything's source totem. East Glow's faith power had been like a mountain stream, while Dictator Everything's faith power was more like a raging river. Lin Yuan used the glowing pillars of faith power to transport Dictator Everything's faith power into the fountain of faith in the divine kingdom. Just like with East Glow, Lin Yuan did not hold back at all with Dictator Everything's faith power. Dictator Everything's face became increasingly pale as her faith power drained out from her. But she dared not do anything to stop Lin Yuan. Dictator Everything's faith power substantially added to the faith power in Lin Yuan's fountain of faith. According to the exchange rate between faith power and source-type power, Lin Yuan injected adequate source-type power into Dictator Everything's body. After receiving Lin Yuan's pure source-type power twice, Dictator Everything did not bear any grudges toward him, as she had not been disadvantaged by this trade of resources. Rather, she seemed to have taken advantage of him instead. Lin Yuan spent a full day draining the faith power from East Glow's body, and even longer draining the faith power from Dictator Everything's body. White Speak had been guarding the entrance relentlessly for the past few days. Lin Yuan had ordered it not to let anyone in. Thus, it even blocked East Glow when it came to report to Lin Yuan. East Glow was beside itself with anxiousness as the banquet of everything was going to begin tomorrow. Dictator Return to Ruins had arrived at Marsh East Palace 2 days ago. He had asked to meet with Dictator 10,000 Source more than once and ordered East Glow to relay the message. However, East Glow had not had the chance to speak with Lin Yuan, so it had no way of giving an answer to Dictator Return to Ruins. Dictator Return to Ruins started acting like a bully from the moment he arrived. None of his subordinates had shown the Palace of Everything any respect and almost prevented the banquet of everything from carrying on as usual. It was only when Dictator Demon Desire arrived and struck fear into Dictator Return to Ruins that he settled down. Although Dictator Demon Desire came from the Marsh North Circle and was not part of Marsh Abyss, her reputation was much more impressive than that of Dictator Return to Ruins. Dictator Demon Desire had not entered the Turning Wheel realm either. Her reputation could suppress that of Dictator Return to Ruins Palace because Dictator Return to Ruins Palace had been holed up in the Return to Ruins Palace in the Polar Sea Large Lake. Although he left the Return to Ruins Palace occasionally, it had been centuries since he had last left the Polar Sea Large Lake. Furthermore, Dictator Treasure Seeker and Tyrant Lizard were also unquestionably involved. Dictator Demon Desire did whatever she pleased. One could only imagine how many male dictators had lost their lives on the Lovebone Spring Grace boat. Dictator Return to Ruins never liked to associate with such female dictators. But this did not mean that the other male dictators were turned off by her. Dictator Treasure Seeker and Tyrant Lizard were both Dictator Demon Desire's loyal lapdogs. Dictator Tyrant Lizard had reached Advanced Turning Wheel Realm, while Dictator Treasure Seeker had reached Pinnacle Turning Wheel Realm and also possessed a large number of treasures. Dictator Return to Ruins had come to the banquet of everything because of Dictator Everything and not to cause trouble or get himself killed. Given Dictator Tyrant Lizard and Treasure Seeker's characters, they would still follow Dictator Demon Desire to the banquet of everything even if they had no interest in the banquet of everything themselves. If he clashed against Dictator Demon Desire, both Dictator Tyrant Lizard and Treasure Seeker would not hesitate to offer up their source totems. Thus, Return to Ruins immediately became quiet after Dictator Demon Desire arrived and decided to send people to secretly search for Dictator Everything. Instead, it went without saying that such behavior alerted Firstborn, Secondborn, and Thirdborn. Firstborn and Thirdborn were both extremely worried. Before Dictator Everything entered the Turning Wheel realm, there would have been no reason to be afraid of Dictator Return to Ruins. Dictator Return to Ruins might have killed other dictators, but so had Dictator Everything. But Dictator Everything had entered the Turning Wheel realm and was in a weak state. She would have no choice but to succumb to Dictator Return to Ruins if she was discovered. Secondborn resented Dictator Return to Ruins. Dictator Return to Ruins' actions formed a roadblock that prevented Secondborn from attaining what she wanted. But since she had no way of fighting Dictator Return to Ruins, Secondborn changed her mindset. Previously, she was focused on finding a way to obtain benefits from Dictator Everything. But now, She just needed Dictator Everything to die. Once Dictator Everything was dead, the others would not be able to hold Second-Born accountable for her betrayal. Second-Born decided not to attend the banquet of everything and leave everything to First-Born and Third-Born. She could hide her power from people who were weaker than her but could not hide from dictators who were as or more powerful than her. When she thought back to how Dictator 10,000 Source had looked at her, Second-Born was certain that he had seen through her and recognized her true power. If that was all there was to the situation, there would be no need for East Glow to be as anxious as it was. However, Dictator Tyrant Lizard and Treasure Seeker turned up 2 days later. Dictator Tyrant Lizard and Treasure Seeker did not get along, and their subordinates broke out into numerous fights that caused chaos to spread throughout Marsh East Palace. However, Dictator Tyrant Lizard and Treasure Seeker were both focused on Dictator Demon Desire and did not restrain their subordinates. The Dictator Frost Cold and Freezing Ember couple had arrived as well a few days ago. Both of them were Dictator Hornless Dragon Source's close subordinates. Their arrival was representative of Dictator Hornless Dragon Source's will. The matter now involved the 7 figures from Marsh Abyss. All of them would become focused on the Marsh East Circle that did not even have a dictator. All of this was because of Lin Yuan. When East Glow was so anxious that it did not know what to do with itself, a girl with white hair walked out of the main hall and said in a haughty voice, "Lord 10,000 Source wants to see you." East Glow immediately recognized this white-haired girl. Dictator Everything's appearance was well known, and the Palace of Everything had also advertised Dictator Everything's appearance before in the past. As a result, there were many apostles and dictators in the various marsh circles who could recognize Dictator Everything. Before East Glow even had time to be shocked by Dictator Everything's appearance, it was stunned by the way that Dictator Everything had addressed Lin Yuan. A dictator who had entered the Turning Wheel realm had addressed Lin Yuan as Lord. What kind of situation was this? Even if he was stronger than Dictator Everything, he was still on the same life rank as Dictator Everything. Thus, there was no reason for Dictator Everything to address him as Lord. At that moment, East Glow thought of something. Dictator Everything did not immediately return to the hall after East Glow entered. Instead, she surveyed the surroundings. She no longer needed to hide and cower. After she was done taking in the sights, she greeted White Speak solemnly. Although White Speak was neither talented nor powerful, it was an important subordinate to Lin Yuan. Thus, Dictator Everything needed to establish good ties with it. Given her relationship with Lin Yuan, she would have plenty of opportunities to interact with him in the future. From the moment that East Glow spotted Lin Yuan, it started to give its report. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow as he listened to East Glow's report. It seemed that the banquet of everything had attracted 6 dictators. Including the 2 dictators from the Palace of Everything, there were 8 dictators present. While there were people walking in the light, there had to also be some causing trouble in the shadows, just like Second-Born. The storm that was about to break out in the banquet of everything was going to be much larger than Lin Yuan expected. The banquet of everything would begin tomorrow. Lin Yuan turned and said to East Glow, "Although you've become my follower, you're still in charge of Marsh East Palace. Given how helpless you are against the dictators, I'm sure you don't have the courage to interfere with the apostles under these dictators either." Lin Yuan spoke the truth, but it still made East Glow uncomfortable. However, there was nothing that East Glow could do. Even if it could defeat these apostles, doing so would offend the dictators who supported them. Thus, the loss it would suffer would outweigh the benefits. Yet, it could not allow the Marsh East Palace's pride to be trampled along with its own. It was said that Star Splendor had become acquainted with Dictator Return to Ruins Apostle and had been recommended to Dictator Return to Ruins. Meanwhile, East Glow followed Lin Yuan so it could attain a breakthrough and reach a brighter future. It was clear that Star Splendor had not attached itself to Dictator Return to Ruins just to obtain such things. After all, East Glow had chased Star Splendor for many years. Although it knew what kind of character Star Splendor had, East Glow still could not shake the bad taste in its mouth. Lin Yuan's words had hit a nerve. But since it was Lin Yuan who had spoken, East Glow still nodded seriously. As Lin Yuan sensed the change in East Glow's mood, he gently tapped the table twice as he said, "Since this is how things are, Why don't I help you to become a dictator? Once you become a dictator, none of the other dictators will speak against you while you're managing trivial matters as long as you act reasonably. You are my follower. They have to consider my pride. Lin Yuan's decision for East Glow to break through to dictator was not a last-minute one. He had only come to this decision after contemplating for some time. Firstly, Lin Yuan wanted to test to see if East Glow would betray him once it became a dictator. Secondly, the other dictators were all keeping a close eye on him. East Glow had been an apostle when it entered, but when it left the hall it would be a dictator. Such an action would surely astonish the other dictators. One had to be strong in order to establish a network in society, so Lin Yuan needed to cultivate his image properly. If someone still tried to cause trouble for him after he had cultivated his image, he would not mind gathering some dictator source totems. It just so happened that it was time for him to contract his second sacred source lifeform. East Glow was struck dumb when it heard what Lin Yuan said. It was so happy that it had no idea what to say. This was a massive blessing. Although it was a pinnacle apostle and was only one step away from reaching apostle, it was extremely difficult to take that step. By being willing to help it, Lin Yuan would surely provide it with a sea of source-type power. East Glow had already become Lin Yuan's follower. Thus, it left everything to Lin Yuan to arrange. It did not know how it should repay Lin Yuan. But in order to become stronger, East Glow could not let go of such a chance. Lord, once I become a dictator, I will do my best to carry out your orders. Lin Yuan did not respond. East Glow's loyalty would either persist after it became a dictator because Lin Yuan was not a dimensional lifeform or would change its mind and betray him. It was not up to a few promises from East Glow to determine which result would take place. Lin Yuan did not believe such potentially empty promises either. He had not used much source-type power recently, and the sacred sword-wielding queen had not slowed in its absorption of law source crystals either. Thus, Lin Yuan possessed an ocean of source-type power. Lin Yuan manipulated a large amount of source-type power into East Glow's body. The source-type power flashed and shone around Lin Yuan. For a moment, East Glow almost mistook Lin Yuan for a celestial being. A river of source-type power gilded within East Glow and unlocked the padlocks within its body. As wave after wave passed, East Glow's life rank was unbolted and promoted, turning it into a true dictator. There were no trumpets or fanfare when an apostle evolved into a dictator. East Glow fully retracted its aura. Its source totem was no longer fixed at one spot but spread throughout its entire body until it settled just below its skin. When East Glow opened its eyes again, it could be addressed as Dictator East Glow. East Glow did not appear overly excited or overwhelmed now that it had reached the level it had been dreaming of. This was because none of it had come from its own hard work but had been a gift from Lin Yuan. East Glow understood that there were times when a strong source of support was much more important than one's own hard work. But it went without saying that such an opportunity only came about after its previous hard work. If it had not been strong enough, it would never have been able to receive such a blessing from Lin Yuan. Although it had become a dictator, East Glow did not forget its promise to Lin Yuan. East Glow started to kowtow to Lin Yuan just like the first time it had met him. East Glow's actions and the look in its eyes told Lin Yuan that he had made the right guess. East Glow had not developed a traitorous bone after it became a dictator. Instead, it was now going to be a source of dictator-level power that Lin Yuan could wield. East Glow, go and handle the affairs of the Palace of Everything. If there are any issues, you can let White Speak know and discuss them together. From Lin Yuan's words, East Glow could sense how much affection Lin Yuan had for White Speak. East Glow was glad that it had not looked down on White Speak when they first met. Otherwise, even after becoming a dictator, a few nasty comments from White Speak to Lin Yuan would cause Lin Yuan to turn against it. East Glow remembered Dictator Everything who it saw by the entrance and asked, Lord 10,000 Source, Dictator Everything. Before East Glow finished speaking, Lin Yuan said, You don't need to talk about Dictator Everything. She will make an entrance during the banquet of everything tomorrow. East Glow was about to leave the hall when it suddenly remembered Dictator returned to Ruin's invitation for Lin Yuan and asked softly, Lord 10,000 Source, Return to Ruins would like to see you before the banquet of everything begins. Are you interested in meeting him? When East Glow had been an apostle, it had to address Return to Ruins as Dictator Return to Ruins as a show of respect. But now, East Glow had transformed into a dictator and could address Dictator Return to Ruins by name. Lin Yuan immediately turned the offer down by saying, "I don't have any ties with Return to Ruins. There's no need to see him." Although East Glow did not have much experience, it had confirmed when Lin Yuan injected almost 3,000 units of source-type power into its body to turn it into a dictator that he had to have reached the Samsara realm and was much more powerful than Dictator Return to Ruins. There was no need for Lin Yuan to look out for Dictator Return to Ruins' pride. A Samsara realm dictator was not a being you could meet with just because you wanted to. After East Glow left the main hall, it sensed that there were dozens of eyes on it. Not only did East Glow not try to hide its imposing manner, but it even revealed a small portion of its dictator aura so the others around could sense it. It did not take long for the eyes to shift away immediately after they sensed East Glow's aura. If they got on Dictator East Glow's bad side by looking at it for too long, Dictator East Glow might end up attacking them. How did East Glow go in as an apostle and come out as a dictator? None of them attributed the cause to East Glow. If East Glow had such capabilities, it would not have been stuck at Pinnacle Apostle for thousands of years. All of this had to be because of Dictator 10,000 Source. Only Pinnacle Apostles had been sent over to survey the situation, and all of them subconsciously came up with the same idea. If Dictator 10,000 Source could help East Glow transform into a dictator, he could help them too. If they had not already become loyal to other dictators, these Pinnacle Apostles would have immediately dashed over to meet with Dictator 10,000 Source in the hopes of securing a brighter future for themselves. Eventually, the Apostles who had come to gather information had no choice but to suppress any and all ideas that had sprouted in their minds before they returned to report to their dictators. It was likely that the dictators they were loyal to would not be able to remain composed either after finding out that East Glow had transformed into a dictator. Usually, the dictators who attended the banquet of everything in disguise did not bring apostles with them. The apostles who had arrived at Marsh East Palace with a parade in tow all formed several ideas after learning of the news. Ever since Dictator Treasure Seeker and Tyrant Lizard arrived, Dictator Demon Desire stored her Love Bone Spring Grace boat away, and the apostles on the boat, who were dressed revealingly, all ended up locked in the boat. The two powerful lapdogs afforded Demon Desire a lot of conveniences. Hence, Dictator Demon Desire did not mind taking these two lapdogs' pride into consideration while they were by her side. Both Dictator Tyrant Lizard and Treasure Seeker were focused on Dictator Demon Desire. Star Splendor might be the most beautiful being in Marsh East Circle, but Dictator Demon Desire had already been crowned the unbeatable beauty of the Marsh West Circle when she had still been an apostle. Thus, her pageant record was even more illustrious than that of Star Splendor. Dictator Demon Desire had enraptured Dictator Tyrant Lizard and Treasure Seeker before she even became a dictator. After becoming a dictator, her exquisite appearance and aura had risen to another level. Every knit of her brows and smile caused the other gender to lose their minds, or at least those who were interested in women. Hence, despite knowing that her two lapdogs were obsessed with beauty, Dictator Demon Desire was not worried about Star Splendor stealing their attention. Dictator Demon Desire did not see Star Splendor as an enemy. Beauty was just a weapon in the arsenal of women. Star Splendor's power was much less powerful than Dictator Demon Desire, and her beauty was of a completely different style that posed no threat to her. Dictator Demon Desire had wanted to give Star Splendor some advice before she left the Marsh East Circle, but had not expected the nearsighted Star Splendor to end up joining Dictator Return to Ruins. Although Dictator Demon Desire did not know Dictator Return to Ruins well, she had heard of the rumors surrounding him. His sole focus was on increasing his power, and matters of the heart held no significance to him. What was the point of becoming loyal to someone like him? If Star Splendor's beauty was not enough to trigger interest, there was a high chance that it would end up being used by Dictator Return to Ruins as a tool to control other dictators. While Dictator Demon Desire chewed on a purple fruit that resembled grapes, Dictator Tyrant Lizard and Treasure Seeker peeled another 2 grapes and handed them to her. Both of their eyes met, and an intangible brawl broke out. It was as though they were trying to compete to see whose grape dictator Demon Desire would pick first. Demon Desire was already used to such occurrences. She knew that she had to be fair. Dictator Demon Desire received both grapes and popped them into her mouth with her slender ivory fingers before she returned the skins to Dictator Tyrant Lizard and Treasure Seeker. Then she went on to eat other fruits. At that moment, a decently attractive female apostle under Dictator Demon Desire walked hurriedly into the hall. Dictator Demon Desire did not use to have female followers. She only chose to accept a few for Dictator Tyrant Lizard and Treasure Seeker's sakes. The female apostles were only allowed to give reports to Demon Desire when Dictator Tyrant Lizard and Treasure Seeker were around. It was not the first time this female apostle did such a thing. It knew that Dictator Demon Desire would never try to hide information from Dictator Tyrant Lizard and Treasure Seeker. The female apostle hurriedly bowed and said, "Lord Dictator, you asked me to keep an eye on East Glow." East Glow indeed went to see Dictator 10,000 Source. Dictator Tyrant Lizard interrupted the female apostle before it could finish its report. Demon Desire, why are you interested in someone like 10,000 Source who thinks too much of himself? There is no way that Lord Carnage Source will let him off for having the audacity to give himself such a name before he attains any achievements. Dictator Treasure Seeker shot Dictator Tyrant Lizard a look of disdain and thought, "Fool. If 10,000 Source is truly mad and reckless, we would have already gotten at least a glimpse of him in the time that we've been in Marsh East Palace." For a dictator who seemed to come from nowhere to give himself such a name, it meant that he had to have what it took to back such a name up. If Tyrant Lizard was not Dictator Carnage Source's follower, Treasure Seeker would not have been so patient with him for so long. Tyrant Lizard acted without thought because he knew he had a source of support to rely on. This would eventually lead to his downfall. The structure of Marsh Abyss was constantly shifting. Did he really think that the seven figures were completely devoid of fear and did not need to think before they acted? The seven figures had deep grudges against each other and were constantly fighting over resources. If any one of them was injured, they would immediately become prey to the other six. This was why the seven figures had chosen to recruit him without any forceful pressures. This was before he had entered the Samsara realm. At that time, the seven figures had taken down the dictators in the Marsh East Circle who had the word Source in their names because none of them had entered the Samsara realm. The strongest of them had only been advanced Turning Will realm. There was no way that such figures could pose a threat to the seven figures. Thus, once it was confirmed that Dictator 10,000 Source had reached the Samsara realm, Dictator Carnage Source would never lay a hand on Dictator 10,000 Source, regardless of how he felt about Dictator 10,000 Source, for fear of costing him his profits. Suppose Dictator Carnage Source knew that Dictator 10,000 Source was not a regular Samsara realm dictator. In that case, he might not take action even if Dictator 10,000 Source killed Dictator Tyrant Lizard. The competition between Samsara realm dictators was just this realistic. A slight change could lead to ripples of changes. Dictators who could enter the Samsara realm only differed in how their source totems countered each other. Who was truly worse than the other? Dictator Tyrant Lizard's words caused Dictator Demon Desire to frown. She did not meet Dictator Tyrant Lizard's eyes or responded to what he said. Instead, she turned to signal to the female apostle to continue its report. The female apostle chose to disregard Dictator Tyrant Lizard's pride as well. It was already aware of the fact that Dictator Tyrant Lizard was Dictator Demon Desire's lapdog. Thus, its expression did not change as it went on to say, East Glow was not with Dictator 10,000 Source in the hall for a long time, but when it came out, it was a dictator. The female apostle did not raise its head even after it was done with its report. But it could clearly tell that the auras of the three figures around it had changed significantly. A moment later, Dictator Demon Desire revealed a half-smile as she looked into Dictator Tyrant Lizard's eyes and said, "We both saw East Glow when he came to greet us. How long do you think it would have taken East Glow to break through to Dictator on his own?" Dictator Treasure Seeker was delighted when he saw the mocking way that Demon Desire was looking at Tyrant Lizard. It seems like there is really more to this 10,000 Source than what meets the eye. I can't believe he's capable of changing lives to such an extent. There was no guarantee that the seven figures had such capabilities. Even if they did, they had never used them. I don't have many words of praise for East Glow. He did accumulate a solid store of faith power, but his mental state was lacking. He would have needed to be tempered by a large amount of pure source-type power in order to evolve. Without external help and with sufficient resources, he would have needed at least another 800 years. If East Glow remained complacent in the Marsh East Palace, he might never have been able to become a dictator. Dictator Treasure Seeker made pertinent points. Dictator Tyrant Lizard had no way of rebuking Dictator Treasure Seeker. However, it did not sit right with him that his old rival had gained the upper ground while they were in front of Dictator Demon Desire. But despite Dictator Tyrant Lizard being unable to think of anything as a rebuttal, he would never dare to belittle Dictator 10,000 Source. While Dictator Tyrant Lizard was left feeling awkward and miserable and Treasure Seeker was gleeful over his win, they had no idea that Dictator Demon Desire had formed a strong interest in Dictator 10,000 Source. Meanwhile, Dictator Freezing Ember and Freezing Ember, who came from the Marsh North Circle, were feeling stern after listening to their subordinates' report. Dictator Frost Cold's ice blue cloak had snowflakes hanging off of it. A beautiful and determined face topped the body that was over 2 meters tall. Although her face was wide and rugged, it had a heroic beauty. Dictator Freezing Ember was taller than Dictator Frost Cold and wore dark blue armor with grayish-blue flaming ice patterns all over it. His short dark blue hair had 2 streaks of blue that moved and danced. Each time the 2 streaks intercepted each other, icy flames shot out and enveloped Dictator Freezing Ember. After Dictator Freezing Ember's apostle left, he said in an austere voice, "Wife, we must inform Lord Hornless Dragon Source about this. If Dictator 10,000 Source possesses such power, we have to make sure that we trade for the big and small source fruits." News also came that Dictator Mountain Ridge Source will be making a personal appearance at the Banquet of Everything. Once Dictator Mountain Ridge Source arrives, we won't be able to obtain many benefits from the Banquet of Everything. Dictator Frost Cold sighed when she heard her husband's suggestion. At first, I thought that this would be a very easy task. Who could have known that it would turn out to be so challenging? Dictator 10,000 Source must have entered the Samsara realm to be able to evolve East Glow from Apostle to Dictator. Since this matter involves a Samsara realm dictator, we will have to inform Lord Hornless Dragon Source of this, even if Dictator Mountain Ridge Source's information doesn't turn out to be reliable. The thousands of frost cold eyes I set up outside Marsh East Palace spotted pregnant poison. She might have spotted the frost cold eyes, but thieves will always be thieves. She must be hiding somewhere, hoping to jump in and take advantage of whatever crisis ensues. Although Return to Ruins is out in the open, he must have the same goal as pregnant poison. Although everything has visited distant Mountain Ridge Palace before in the past, it's unlikely that Dictator Mountain Ridge Source will be willing to see her subordinate falling to a scheme by Dictator Evil Source's subordinate and a factionless dictator. This Banquet of Everything will probably be even more exciting than the Divine Source Gathering that takes place once every century in Marsh Abyss. Dictator Freezing Ember nodded gently at what his wife said. His wife was usually the decision-maker when they went out on missions for Lord Hornless Dragon Source. This time was no exception. Although both of them had different personalities, they knew when they needed to be cautious and responsible. Both of them decided to keep as low of a profile as possible at the Banquet of Everything and only make a decision when they received an order from Dictator Hornless Dragon Source. There was even a chance that Dictator Hornless Dragon Source would make a personal trip after hearing the news. Dictator Return to Ruins had been the last to receive the news. He not only heard of how East Glow had evolved from an apostle to a dictator but also found out from his subordinate that Lin Yuan had turned down his invitation. This caused Dictator Return to Ruins to feel humiliated and awkward. But there was nothing he could do. After spending such a long time in the Polar Sea Large Lake educating apostles who were seeking breakthroughs, Dictator Return to Ruins had become accustomed to being put on a pedestal. He rarely experienced what it was like to be slighted. When a wealthy young master who had been lavished with affection since he was young arrived at an elite school and noticed that many students were better off than him, he would be sure to feel uncomfortable. This was similar to how Dictator Return to Ruins felt now. All these dictators were stronger than him. He had to act and speak carefully in front of them to avoid trouble. Dictator Return to Ruins had already regretted coming and trying to take advantage of the situation more than once. When Star Splendor joined Dictator Return to Ruins, he learned that East Glow had been chasing it. But Dictator Return to Ruins still decided to do so because he had not cared about East Glow. But it had not been long since he accepted Star Splendor, and East Glow was now a dictator. Although East Glow was not as powerful as him, they now had the same life rank. More importantly, East Glow must have caught Dictator 10,000 Source's attention. This was the only reason to explain why Dictator 10,000 Source had spent such a large amount of pure Source-type power to help East Glow to break through his life rank. With this thought, Dictator Return to Ruins felt exceedingly conflicted and awkward. He had not marked Star Splendor yet. If he gave Star Splendor to East Glow now, the latter might forget about what he had done. But if he did this, he would become the laughingstock of all dictators. Dictator Return to Ruins dared not be angry at Dictator 10,000 Source over the rejection. A Samsara Realm dictator could even beat him up, and he would not utter a word of complaint. In fact, he would even put on a merry facade and make it seem as though the beating was a reward. Dictator Return to Ruins no longer dared to hatch any schemes surrounding the Banquet of Everything. If there was truly anything he wanted to do, he would have to do them in secret. The Banquet of Everything's preparation was complete. The Palace of Everything had never put on such a lavish event before. A banquet that attracted so many dictators should be regarded as a privilege. Yet the air permeating the Palace of Everything was extremely tense and suffocating. A sheep could put on a banquet for a pack of wolves without worry as long as it had a tiger by its side. But without the tiger, the sheep would just end up as the wolf pack's food. Without Dictator Everything there, it was not just firstborn and thirdborn who did not feel secure. Even secondborn felt extremely untethered. After secondborn became a dictator, she inserted many spies among the Palace of Everything's newly recruited apostles. All of them were loyal to secondborn and did their best for her sake. Firstborn and thirdborn did not know that an apostle from Marsh East Palace had called away one of the Palace of Everything's new apostles, but secondborn was aware of that. Secondborn felt increasingly suspicious about this. It made more than one guess as to the reason. Could the apostle who had been called away be Dictator Everything, who had been in disguise and hiding? There was nowhere that Dictator Everything could have gone after she entered the Turning Wheel realm. Although there were risks to hiding in the Palace of Everything, it was still much safer than fending for herself in the outside world where dangers were abound. Thus, after weighing each scenario, the only reasonable conclusion was that Dictator Everything had been hiding in the Palace of Everything. Secondborn had considered seeking East Glow to ask him about this matter. Although East Glow did not technically rule over Marsh East Palace, he was in charge of most matters. But Secondborn did not do so because she was afraid that such an action would be too obvious. But now that East Glow had become a dictator, she had even less of a legitimate standing to ask him about this matter. Now that East Glow's life rank had risen, he would be able to tell with one look that Secondborn had become a dictator. If the apostle who had been called away was truly Dictator Everything in disguise, she must have already obtained Dictator 10,000 Source's protection. If that were the case, there was no way that a traitor like her would meet with a pleasant ending. Secondborn started to panic. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was still oblivious to all that was happening outside. After a good nap, he took a bath using the water that Dark Blue produced. Dictators dressed extravagantly in the Marsh world. They were not only rich but also prioritized their pride. Regular resources were of no use to dictators and could not be of much help. Hence, the dictators added them to their outfits. Just like powerful spirit chi professionals, dictators had two types of outfits. One was for daily use while the other was for formal events. The daily outfits were for convenience and comfort, while the formal outfits were worn in meetings with other dictators or during large-scale events. Lin Yuan needed to follow such customs in order to keep up his facade of being a dictator. Thus, he started to select his outfit after his bath. The main world had many spiritual ingredients that could not be found in the Marsh world. Such spiritual ingredients were more outstanding than those made from the bodies of dimensional lifeforms and could definitely stun the other dictators. With that thought, Lin Yuan picked a half-armor made from the blue topaz that was only found in Class 5 subterranean dimensional rifts and was called the most beautiful blue-colored stone in the world. There was nothing blue in color that could compete. The blue topaz contained a special magnetic field and was usually used to strengthen phase that could control attractive and repelling forces. The blue topaz had two colors. One was lake blue, while the other was electric blue. The profound and dazzling blue stones were adorned on the skin of the eternal breed Aurora Broken Night Fox. The Aurora Broken Night Fox had thick fur that when you trimmed, and used to line the inner side of the material to increase comfort. The Aurora Broken Night Fox's aura still clung to the skin and could easily be detected. He matched the blue topaz half-armor with a battle skirt similar to the ones ancient male soldiers wore. The battle skirt had pleats that resembled swords and was full of the tenacity and toughness of men. The battle skirt also came from the Aurora Broken Night Fox. There were many wide moon brocades attached to the battle skirt. The wide moon brocade was an extremely elite product and was formed from the silk of the mutated wide moon silkworm. The value of the wide moon brocade did not come from the material itself but from the workmanship. Only one length of the wide moon brocade was woven by thousands of Class 3 and above weavers once a year. The Marsh world did not have such a culturally established foundational institution. Lin Yuan did not have many eye-catching adornments on this half-armor and battle skirt, but it exuded extravagance. Lin Yuan attached the Fish World Sea Trump card to his waist and donned a pair of blue and white shoes. The pattern on the shoes resembled the sentient being protective dragon, with clear blue topazes adorning the front. Although the battle skirt concealed the shoes, they shimmered when he walked, their light blending seamlessly with the front illumination of the half-armor. Given the sturdiness of the materials used to make this outfit, it would not be damaged and would continue to drape around his body even if Lin Yuan changed into his merman form while dressed in it. When Lin Yuan left the room, White Speak and Dictator Everything, who had been standing by the door, were both stupefied. After a momentary trance, their gazes were filled with wonderment. This especially applied to Dictator Everything. Dictator Everything could not sense Lin Yuan's aura, meaning that he did not like to remain in his dictator's body like other dictators did. Dictators who used their dictators' bodies always had much stronger auras and more dazzling beauty. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan's appearance and aura already far exceeded most of the dictators who were using their dictators' bodies. Dictator Everything dared not imagine how Lin Yuan would look when he actually used his dictator's body. White Speak had seen Lin Yuan in his dictator's body state. At that time, his dictator's body had only been covered by water. It was likely that Lin Yuan would look even more breathtaking when he wore this outfit while in his dictator's body. White Speak had interacted often with East Glow recently and knew that East Glow was an obedient servant. East Glow was waiting right outside the hall. It was likely that all thoughts of star splendor would be erased from East Glow's mind once he laid eyes on Lin Yuan. Indeed, when East Glow saw Lin Yuan, he reacted in exactly the same way that White Speak had guessed. White Speak coughed to remind East Glow not to forget his manners. East Glow hurriedly regained his senses and pulled his gaze away from Lin Yuan. A true pursuer of beauty never discriminated between genders. East Glow was knocked out by Lin Yuan's appearance and aura but did not form any inappropriate thoughts. East Glow was still only interested in female dimensional lifeforms. But now that he had seen Lin Yuan, his taste had been elevated. It would probably be difficult for him to be satisfied with and settle down with another female dimensional lifeform in the future. Even Dictator Everything's looks were not enough to cause East Glow's heart to skip a beat. The dictators who arrived at Marsh East Palace all observed the unspoken rule of avoiding each other. But now that the banquet of everything was officially beginning, the dictators were finally gathering together. There were many trends during a meeting of dictators due to the difference between their powers and backgrounds. The stronger and higher status that a dictator had, the later they would arrive. East Glow only came to fetch Lin Yuan after he had settled all the other dictators in their seats. Thus, Lin Yuan was the last to appear at the banquet of everything. Lin Yuan exuded no aura as he walked right in front of the crowd. Green Vine, with its aura of annihilation and its chilling beauty, trailed behind him by half a step. Dictator Everything followed behind Green Vine. White Speak and East Glow flanked Dictator Everything. Firstborn and Thirdborn were delighted when they spotted Dictator Everything, but Secondborn was gripped by fear. All of the other Dictator's eyes were fixed on Green Vine and Lin Yuan. Not even Dictator Returned to Ruins was even sparing a glance at Dictator Everything, who he saw as his target. The Dictators expected that they would not be able to catch even a hint of Lin Yuan's aura, as they had long started assuming that he was at a level above the Samsara realm. However, Green Vine's aura was much too strange. The aura of annihilation almost seemed too elite. Green Vine was not considered strong and had only reached around an apostle's level, but it was likely that this aura of annihilation had been gifted by Dictator 10,000 Source. Dictator 10,000 Source was truly generous. He was willing to give all sorts of good things to his subordinates. This was what most of the dictators were thinking. However, the dictators who had experience interacting with the seven figures from Marshabyss felt extremely troubled. Dictator Frost Cold and Freezing Ember shared a silent look. They could see in each other's eyes what the other wanted to say. The level of the annihilation aura emanating from the girl behind Dictator 10,000 Source was beyond even that of Dictator Hornless Dragon Source. How was this possible? Dictator Tyrant Lizard had completely different thoughts from Dictator Freezing Ember and Frost Cold. The first person to pull their eyes away from Green Vine was Dictator Treasure Seeker, who shifted his gaze onto Lin Yuan. After looking at Lin Yuan for a moment, Dictator Treasure Seeker's gaze swung between Lin Yuan and Dictator Demon Desire. After some internal turmoil, his gaze finally settled on Dictator Demon Desire's face. It was as though he had just made a difficult choice. Lin Yuan could not be bothered to guess what these dictators were thinking. He still possessed a large number of the deposit ability Lychee branches and storing ability White Peaches. The next batch would be ripe soon as well. Lin Yuan did not have much use for them and had decided that he would give them to the dimensional lifeforms who sided with him. He needed to ensure that these dictators sided with them when he processed the trades. Given that Dictator Everything could supply him with a glowing dot of faith power, it meant that other dictators could as well. The other dictators were in fear of Lin Yuan and had no idea that they all saw him as a fat sheep. Dictator Everything's gaze swept through the crowd and offered an empty smile at Secondborn. Secondborn's legs turned to jelly as she saw the endless innuendos in Dictator Everything's eyes. Both Firstborn and Thirdborn noticed this as well and looked at Secondborn with pained expressions. If Lin Yuan was not walking in front of Dictator Everything, Secondborn would not have minded revealing her powers and killing Dictator Everything with one quick strike in front of all these dictators. But Secondborn dared not do so now. All she did was silently wait for Dictator Everything, who had found herself a source of support, to deliver her sentence. After Lin Yuan took his seat, Dictator Everything said softly to him, "Lord 10,000 Source, Secondborn is very talented. You said that I can handle my subordinates how I see fit. She betrayed me because her dictator consciousness had been awakened. This is a path that all apostles who became dictators have to go down. But this doesn't mean that she can't become loyal to other dictators now." Dictator Tyrant Lizard is supported by Dictator Carnage Source, while the dictator couple, Frost Cold and Freezing Ember, are under Dictator Hornless Dragon Source's wing. If Secondborn did not coincidentally become a dictator at the same time that I entered the Turning Wheel realm, she would not have gone so far. Since she betrayed me, I definitely won't be using her again in the future. Are you interested in taking her? If you are, you can accept her as your subordinate. I hope you will give her a chance to work for you. Dictator Everything thought that she hated Secondborn with her entire being. But when it really came time to sentence Secondborn to death, Dictator Everything could not bring herself to do so. After all, she had raised Secondborn. Thus, Dictator Everything decided that she would create a chance for Secondborn to continue living. If Lin Yuan was unwilling to take Secondborn, Dictator Everything would have no choice but to steel her heart against Secondborn, who had betrayed her. Lin Yuan did not try to understand Secondborn's circumstances, but he remembered what a sorry state Dictator Everything had been when they first met in the palace of everything that she had built from the ground up. Secondborn had managed to keep the fact that she had become a dictator under wraps. This was enough to show how capable she was. Lin Yuan's gaze grazed Dictator Everything. When he saw that she was sincere, he said, "Since that's the case, bring second-born with you to come and see me after the banquet of everything ends." Dictator Everything's words revealed her ability to see the bigger picture, which resonated with Lin Yuan. He had successfully gained the loyalty of this perceptive dictator. With that in mind, Lin Yuan made up his mind to reward Dictator Everything when she brought Second-born to meet him. Since Dictator Everything had shown herself, it went without saying that Firstborn was no longer the representative of the banquet of everything. Firstborn had stepped up to manage the situation when Dictator Everything disappeared as a show of loyalty. But if Firstborn continued to assume the position even now that Dictator Everything was back, it would be seen as an arrogant insult. Firstborn immediately came over to pay her respects to Dictator Everything. Dictator Everything decided not to take over as host of the banquet of everything. Instead, she told Firstborn to continue acting as the host. She even praised Firstborn for doing a good job of managing the palace of everything in her absence. Dictator Everything had already decided to cling to Lin Yuan. Otherwise, she would never have decided to give Second-born this chance, no matter how strong their emotional ties had been. In Dictator Everything's eyes, Second-born was nothing more than another tool she could leverage to get into Lin Yuan's good books. The dictators abided by the law of the jungle, and their hearts were full of schemes. Decide between two celebrities to commit himself to. Lin Yuan's appearance was so astonishing and Greenvine's aura was so mesmerizing after Firstborn received the order from Dictator Everything. She returned to the platform and began to speak. Only the apostles were paying close attention to what Firstborn was saying. Meanwhile, the dictator's eyes never even landed on Firstborn. Many of them sent silent signals to Lin Yuan while he nodded in reply. It would have been fine if Lin Yuan had not smiled. But his smile immediately caused Dictator Treasure Seeker to feel as though a giant headlight of charm had been turned on to full force and directed at him full force. The force of it even caused Dictator Demon Desire's beauty to pale slightly in comparison. Dictator Treasure Seeker could not help but feel conflicted. He was like a fan trying to decide between two celebrities to commit himself to. Lin Yuan's appearance was so astonishing and Greenvine's aura was so mesmerizing that Dictator Freezing Ember, Cold Frost, and Tyrant Lizard, who had planned on investigating Lin Yuan, were momentarily at a loss about what to do next. Nonetheless, Dictator Freezing Ember and Cold Frost had the support of Dictator Hornless Dragon Source, while Dictator Tyrant Lizard had the support of Dictator Carnage Source. Thus, none of them were afraid of Lin Yuan. A strange state settled over the scene. No conflicts broke out. This caused Dictator Pregnant Poison to grind her teeth in frustration. Dictator Everything was by Lin Yuan's side. It was evident that Dictator Return to Ruins had the same goal as her, but he was now putting on a coward's show. Without chaos, she would not have any opportunities to insert herself. Dictator Demon Desire was only one step away from reaching the Turning Will realm. Dictator Demon Desire and Return to Ruins were in similar situations. But with Dictator Treasure Seeker's help, Dictator Demon Desire was only lacking in pure source-type power. If left to her own devices, it would take Dictator Demon Desire at least 1,500 years to gather the amount of pure source-type power she needed. Source-type power was very important to dictators. Despite knowing of Dictator Treasure Seeker's affection for her, she dared not ask him for source-type power. Dictator Tyrant Lizard was impulsive and unreliable. Feelings of resentment toward her. But in order to ensure that she still had a source of support to rely on after entering the Turning Will realm, she could not allow Dictator Treasure Seeker to form feelings of resentment toward her. Although Dictator Demon Desire made no move to reciprocate, reject, or take responsibility for Treasure Seeker and Tyrant Lizard, she had internally always leaned toward Dictator Treasure Seeker. Dictator Demon Desire needed to obtain source fruits from Lin Yuan to shorten the time it took for her to enter the Turning Will realm. With the calmness of the scene, Dictator Demon Desire had no segue. Thus, she decided to have Dictator Tyrant Lizard open up the way for her. Dictator Demon Desire was well aware of what she needed to do. She gently nudged Dictator Tyrant Lizard's muscular side with her arm and said softly, "Tyrant Lizard, I find myself being unable to tear my gaze from Dictator 10,000 Source. I really want to have dinner with him and chat about life on the Lovebone Spring Grace boat." Dictator Demon Desire activated her source totem's power while speaking to prevent Dictator Treasure Seeker from overhearing. Dictator Tyrant Lizard did not have time to be happy over the fact that Dictator Demon Desire spoke to him when he felt a chill go up his spine due to the tone that Dictator Demon Desire had taken. It went without saying that a lapdog could not vent its anger on the goddess it worshipped. Thus, Dictator Tyrant Lizard transferred all of his fury onto Lin Yuan. Normally, a dictator would never forget their manners regardless of how furious they were. But when Tyrant Lizard told Dictator Carnage Source about Dictator 10,000 Source, Dictator Carnage Source had instructed him to test Lin Yuan. Dictator Tyrant Lizard did not want to be the one with his head on the chopping block. He was terrified that he would end up being taken advantage of. But Dictator Tyrant Lizard was so angry that he let his childish side take over this time, and he took a step forward and looked into Lin Yuan's eyes as he said loudly, "Dictator 10,000 Source, do you know that your name is an offense to the 7 figures from Marsh Abyss? Do you have any explanation for this? Many of us came for the small source fruits you possess. Otherwise, we would never attend such a trivial event like the Banquet of Everything. We have already fed your pride to such an extent. Don't you think that you should offer some sort of gesture?" Dictator Pregnant Poison silently praised Dictator Tyrant Lizard's sudden attempt to stir up trouble. "Good job, my rival." Dictator Freezing Ember and Cold Frost shared a look and leaned back into their chairs as they waited to see how Lin Yuan reacted to Dictator Tyrant Lizard. Dictator Tyrant Lizard had mentioned the 7 figures. Lin Yuan's attitude toward Tyrant Lizard would show everyone how much heat he was packing. Dictator Treasure Seeker had no idea what Dictator Demon Desire had said to Dictator Tyrant Lizard, but he was certain that it was related to what Dictator Tyrant Lizard just did. As enamored as Dictator Treasure Seeker was by Dictator Demon Desire's appearance, he was no moron. He was well aware that Dictator Demon Desire had been using him and Tyrant Lizard and had struck an almost beautiful balance between them. Dictator Treasure Seeker only cared about appearance. As long as she was the most beautiful one around, he did not care about anything else. However, Dictator Tyrant Lizard felt genuine love for Demon Desire and was much more sincere than Treasure Seeker, who was solely concerned with appearance. But it was clear that Dictator Demon Desire was taking advantage of Tyrant Lizard. Dictator Treasure Seeker would not have cared before he encountered a face more beautiful than the one that Dictator Demon Desire possessed. But now one such face had appeared. Thus, Dictator Demon Desire's negative actions would be amplified in Dictator Treasure Seeker's eyes. At that moment, Dictator Treasure Seeker's eyes were no longer on Dictator Demon Desire, but fully directed at Lin Yuan. Dictator Everything and Director East Glow were about to respond to what Dictator Tyrant Lizard said when White Speak took a step forward and spoke with firmness in spite of its obvious nervousness. If one of the 7 figures with the word source in their name decides to come and personally ask my lord about his name, he might be willing to give them an answer. Are you asking because you can speak on behalf of those 7 figures? Also, what gives you the right to speak to my lord? Dictator Everything and East Glow felt as though White Speak was extremely brave. But White Speak's actions had indeed preserved Lin Yuan's pride. If Lin Yuan had spoken to Dictator Tyrant Lizard himself, his authority would have been undermined. A Samsara Realm dictator should never speak to a Turning Will Realm dictator under any circumstances. It was not just Dictator Everything and East Glow who felt that White Speak was brave. Even the other dictators and apostles were looking at White Speak with astonishment. An apostle would have to be under immense pressure to speak to a Turning Will Realm dictator in such a way, even if it had a source of support. For an apostle to have the audacity to speak to Dictator Tyrant Lizard in such a way, it caused the other dictators to reaffirm their belief that Lin Yuan was extraordinary. Dictator Tyrant Lizard had already been fuming. But now, he had just been insulted by a mere higher average apostle. There was no way that Dictator Tyrant Lizard could take this lying down. There was only one way that Dictator Tyrant Lizard could recover his pride: to strike and kill White Speak. Otherwise, no matter where he went, he would be seen as the dictator who had been humiliated by an apostle. Dictator Tyrant Lizard felt that as long as he did not kill White Speak and only taught it a lesson, Lin Yuan would refrain from killing him on account of Dictator Carnage Source. As such, Dictator Tyrant Lizard raised his hand, and two giant images of charging lizards shot toward Whitespeak. There were many dimensional worlds related to lizards in the Marsh world. Dictator Tyrant Lizard's original form was the Titan Demon Lizard. He was much larger than the Medusa giant lizards and was more skilled at close-quarter combat. The two lizard images that Dictator Tyrant Lizard released were not imbued with too much power. Even if they made contact with Whitespeak, they would only end up taking half of its life. The best way for Lin Yuan to demonstrate his formidability and stun all of the dictators present was to make an example out of someone. Since Dictator Tyrant Lizard had made the first move, Lin Yuan did not hold back either. Although he had no use for Dictator Source Totems, he could give them to the others from Sky City. When the two lizard images were closing in on Whitespeak, Lin Yuan slowly raised his hand, and a pink and gold stream of water shot out from the tip of his finger like a streak of lightning. The stream water formed a perfect arc and caused the two lizard images to disappear, thereby nullifying Dictator Tyrant Lizard's attack. But the stream of water did not halt and shot toward Dictator Tyrant Lizard. Begin Lady intentionally hid its aura when it attacked to prevent its aura from being exposed. As a result, Tyrant Lizard and all of the dictators present could not sense anything special about the pink and gold stream of water that had shot out from Lin Yuan's finger. Yet, the seemingly normal stream of pink and gold water had nullified Dictator Tyrant Lizard's attack. Dictator Tyrant Lizard dared not be complacent when he saw the stream of water moving toward him and activated his dictator's body. But before Dictator Tyrant Lizard's dictator's body could form fully, the pink and gold stream of water changed into a circle that trapped Dictator Tyrant Lizard. Soon, pink and gold flames lit up on the ring of water. The pink and gold flames seemed capable of burning a hole in the sky. A terrifying power permeated the air, and the other dictators almost let out squeaks of fear. Dictator Tyrant Lizard's wail of pain seemed to stoke the brilliant pink and gold flames. But the pink and gold flames soon entered Dictator Tyrant Lizard's open mouth and tumbled down his throat, sealing all sound off. The flames burned in the sky for less than a minute and were about to disappear when 9 colors slowly enveloped a tooth-shaped spike. The stream of pink and gold water that was devoid of aura returned to Dictator 10,000 Source's hand. With that, the advanced turning will realm Dictator Tyrant Lizard's life came to an end. Lin Yuan was currently toying with Dictator Tyrant Lizard's source totem in his hand. It was as though Dictator Tyrant Lizard had never existed in this world or attended the banquet of everything. Dictator Demon Desire had intended to use Dictator Tyrant Lizard to open up the path. But she had not expected him to die before he achieved what she wanted. Dictator Frost Cold and Freezing Ember were Dictator Hornless Dragon Source's close subordinates but rarely had the chance to meet him. Dictator Hornless Dragon Source could also kill Dictator Tyrant Lizard easily, but would it also have seemed so casual? Lin Yuan toyed with Dictator Tyrant Lizard's source totem for a while, before he realized that there were 9 colors to the light that enveloped it. He could not help but think back to the color of the Grace Queen and Sword of Service's source totems. At that moment, Morbius' voice sounded in Lin Yuan's head. When a Class 4-dimensional rift evolves into a Class 5-dimensional rift, there is a chance of a Dictator's sacred source lifeform being discovered. The Grace Queen had indeed come from a Dictator's source totem, while the Sword of Service had come from an Apostle's source totem. If both sacred source lifeforms are equally matched, there would be no distinction of one being more superior than the other. Lin Yuan nodded to himself. Only a sacred source lifeform that came from a dictator could have abilities as strong as the ones that the sacred sword-wielding queen possessed. However, he did not know what level of dictator the sacred sword-wielding queen had been. If Lin Yuan ever had the opportunity to explore the Waterworld dimensional world, he might be able to find a clue to the answer. The dictators present wanted to discuss the trading of the source fruits with Lin Yuan but did not know how to broach the subject. Lin Yuan possessed a large number of the storing ability White Peaches and deposit ability Lychee Branches. He had intended to trade them for resources and faith power at the banquet of everything. Since Dictator Tyrant Lizard had already broached the topic, Lin Yuan decided to continue with the topic even after Dictator Tyrant Lizard had died. All of you must be interested in the source fruits I possess. I only give the source fruits to my friends. I not only have small source fruits but big source fruits as well. While he spoke, Lin Yuan took out a wooden box that contained 10 pairs of the storing ability white peaches and deposit ability lychee branches. Lin Yuan handed the wooden box to Dictator East Glow and said, "Go and give one small source fruit and large source fruit to each dictator present, so they can have a taste." East Glow hurriedly received the wooden box from Lin Yuan. Just as it was about to distribute the source fruits, a figure materialized out of black fluid in midair. Flashes of red swimming around the black fluid outlined the shape of Dictator Pregnant Poison's figure. Dictator Pregnant Poison did not hesitate to take the seat that Dictator Tyrant Lizard had left open. She looked at Lin Yuan and said sweetly, "I'm sure Lord 10,000 Source won't mind sharing the big source fruits and small source fruits with me too." Dictator Pregnant Poison's words caused the gazes of all the dictators to turn strange, and the tension that formed after Dictator 10,000 Source killed Dictator Rant Lizard broke immediately. Many dictators there had interacted with Dictator Pregnant Poison in the past. Dictator Pregnant Poison had the support of Dictator Evil Source and acted both without mercy or morality. There was a period in the past when she killed all the apostles in her path. If Dictator Evil Source had not saved her, she might have been killed by Dictator Eternal Source. Her Source Totem's ability allowed her to be skilled at hiding. If a pinnacle-turning will realm dictator like Treasure Seeker tried to survey the surroundings without activating his Source Sacred Body, he would not be able to detect her. Dictator Pregnant Poison had to have a reason for hiding. Her sudden appearance could only be because Dictator 10,000 Source had started giving out the small source fruits and big source fruits. Her behavior was almost too shameless to stomach. But with Dictator Evil Source's support, her status was indeed higher than that of Dictator Tyrant Lizard. Dictator Frost Cold and Freezing Ember pursed their lips. They would never have the courage to appear just to ask for benefits if it were them. Dictator Everything narrowed her eyes at Dictator Pregnant Poison. Out of all the dictators present, Dictator Everything and Pregnant Poison had interacted the most with each other. Dictator Everything had never managed to gain the upper hand in any of their clashes. Dictator Everything could sense Dictator Pregnant Poison coveting her. But rather than coveting her, Dictator Pregnant Poison was more after her source totem. Furthermore, Dictator Pregnant Poison did not try to hide how much she desired Dictator Everything's source totem. If Second Born had not suddenly become a dictator, Dictator Everything would be the wariest of Dictator Pregnant Poison. Because of her familiarity with Dictator Pregnant Poison, Dictator Everything knew that Dictator Pregnant Poison was always aware of boundaries. Now that she had joined Lin Yuan, Dictator Pregnant Poison would no longer try to target her regardless of how much she desired her source totem. While Dictator Everything was examining Dictator Pregnant Poison, the latter was doing the same to Dictator Everything. Dictator Pregnant Poison had winked at Dictator Everything more than once. Dictator Everything did not intend to tell Lin Yuan about her grudge against Dictator Pregnant Poison. She was already blessed enough to have Lin Yuan's protection. Dictator Everything was well aware of her status. If she told Lin Yuan about her grudge against Dictator Pregnant Poison and Lin Yuan stepped in to help her deal with her, he would definitely end up offending Dictator Evil Source, who supported Dictator Pregnant Poison. Dictator Evil Source was always the most uninhibited and fearless of the seven figures. A creature who had changed from male to female, and switched between the two genders for some time before landing on one, did not act under any reasonable logic. Even if Lin Yuan was not afraid of Dictator Evil Source, she would not have anything to repay him with. What she needed to do was to do her best to improve herself while she was under his protection until Dictator Pregnant Poison was no longer capable of touching even a hair on her body. At that time, Dictator Pregnant Poison would no longer pose any threat. Rather, it would be Dictator Pregnant Poison who would be worried about her. Thus, when Dictator Pregnant Poison winked at her, Dictator Everything's lips stretched into a cold smile. Lin Yuan had been using true data to check on his surroundings, so he had discovered Dictator Pregnant Poison's presence long ago. It was not just Morbius True Data but Begin Lady, who had set its spirit fire alight, could also see through Dictator Pregnant Poison's disguise and locate her with ease. Lin Yuan looked at Dictator Pregnant Poison and said, "If we're friends, it goes without saying that you'll be able to taste the small and big source fruits." It did not take long for East Glow to distribute the small and big fruits in the box. After receiving thousands of units of source-type power from Lin Yuan, East Glow was not at all interested in the small and big source fruits. While it was distributing the small and big source fruits, the other dictators noticed East Glow's attitude toward the big and small source fruits, causing them to feel a jumble of emotions. All of these dictators were well aware of East Glow's capabilities. He was nothing more than a native of the Marsh East Circle. He had not been capable enough to become a dictator and presided over Marsh East Palace with the power of a pinnacle apostle. If this were in the past, East Glow would have never acted in such a way toward the big and small source fruits. East Glow had only changed after he met Dictator 10,000 Source. In such a short period, Dictator 10,000 Source had not only increased East Glow's power but also broadened his horizons. It was much more difficult to broaden horizons than it was to increase one's power. There could only be two possibilities for such an occurrence. The first was that Dictator 10,000 Source had a large quantity of the big and small source fruits. The second possibility was that Dictator 10,000 Source was extremely generous and did not hesitate to give his subordinates source-type power. But regardless of which reason it was, the dictators and their apostles were all extremely envious of East Glow. Dictator Returned to Ruins looked at the big and small source fruits in his hands and sensed the pure source-type power within before he looked at the image of East Glow's back and fell deep into thought. Ever since Dictator Returned to Ruins became a dictator, he had never considered ever becoming loyal to another dictator. All he ever thought about was breaking through to the Turning Wheel realm, continuing to enjoy life as a king in the Polar Sea Large Lake, and basking in being worshipped by apostles. But now his mind had changed. If he, like East Glow, became loyal to Dictator 10,000 Source, could the latter help him to break through as well? Would he also be rewarded with a large number of source fruits? When this thought popped into Dictator Returned to Ruins' mind, it took root. As for Dictator Everything, Dictator Returned to Ruins had long forgotten about her. He might even end up colleagues with her in the future. If that were the case, he would have to do his best to fight for favor with her. The dictators present examined the big and small source fruits in their hands. When the red scaly skin of the small source fruits was peeled, sweet and juicy flesh was revealed underneath. There was a hint of sourness within the sweetness that caused anyone to salivate. This fruit had much better flavor than most of the fruits that carnivorous plants produced. When they saw that the small source fruits contained a large seed, all of the dictators hurriedly stored the seeds away so they could try to grow the small source fruits themselves. Lin Yuan saw what the dictators were doing but did not intend to stop them. The storing ability white peaches and deposit ability lychee branches seeds would never sprout. They were usually only nurtured through separation. When their seeds were buried, the only result would be a pile of foul-smelling rotting soil. After the dictators were done eating the deposit ability lychee branches, they went on to taste the storing ability white peaches. The dictators were much more careful when they ate the big source fruits as compared to when they ate the small source fruits. At first, the dictators were only in awe of the taste of the small source fruits. But it did not take long for them to realize what was impressive about the small source fruits. The source-type power within the small source fruits was even purer than the source-type power within their bodies. After sensing the benefits of such a small amount of pure source-type power, the dictators felt a bliss that they had never experienced before in the past. Dictator Frost Cold, Freezing Ember, and Pregnant Poison had all PVLUJE, source-type power by Dictator Evil Source and Hornless Dragon Source in the past. It was true that the source-type power from those two dictators had been purer than the one in their bodies, but it was a way away from being as pure as the source-type power within the small source fruits. This discovery put the three of them in a state of disbelief. Dictator Freezing Ember and Frost Cold shared a look and saw fear in each other's eyes. The source-type power was so pure that it had the power of dictators. Could it be that Dictator 10,000 Source was even stronger than Dictator Hornless Dragon Source, who they were loyal to? Where had Dictator 10,000 Source come from? Previously, they had taken an assessing attitude toward Dictator 10,000 Source. Their attitudes toward Dictator 10,000 Source only changed when he killed Dictator Tyrant Lizard, and they acknowledged that he had the right to include the word Source in his name. But the small source fruits allowed Dictator Freezing Ember and Frost Cold to gain a deeper understanding of Dictator 10,000 Source. Both of them decided to taste the big source fruits carefully in order to confirm their guess. Dictator Pregnant Poison always put herself first. An individual like this would be quick to switch sides if they ever decided to join a camp. Dictator Pregnant Poison saw Dictator Evil Source as a stepping stone and often used his name to obtain benefits. But now, Dictator Pregnant Poison regretted not waiting until she had the chance to become loyal to Dictator 10,000 Source. Dictator Evil Source was not as generous as Dictator 10,000 Source, who casually gave out Source-type power. There was a big difference between an apostle offering its faith to a dictator compared to becoming loyal to a dictator. Once an apostle became loyal to a dictator, the dictator would be able to get a sense of what the dictator was thinking. If the apostle formed any thoughts of betraying its dictator, the dictator would immediately become aware of it. But there were no such concerns once it became a dictator. Dictator Evil Source had no clue that Dictator Pregnant Poison had just uttered words against him. Dictator Frost Cold and Freezing Ember speculations were confirmed once they consumed the big source fruits. Both of them were hesitant about telling Dictator Hornless Dragon Source about this news. It would be fine if Dictator Hornless Dragon Source had sensed this for himself, but if the news came from both of them, they would be essentially saying that Dictator Hornless Dragon Source was weaker than Dictator 10,000 Source. This could very well earn them Dictator Hornless Dragon Source's ire. While the two of them were thinking, Dictator Treasure Seeker, who had silently finished eating the big and small source fruits, was now staring at Lin Yuan's face instead of Pregnant Demon Desire. All lapdogs had an affliction. When their two targets had similar levels of beauty, they would focus on the target with higher status. Dictator Demon Desire had been feeling sullen over Dictator Ivrant Lizard's death. As one of her two biggest lapdogs, Dictator Tyrant Lizard might not be able to be of as much help as Dictator Treasure Seeker, but he still had his uses. Dictator Pregnant Poison had even arrived and taken Dictator Tyrant Lizard's seat. The poisonous vapors emanating from Dictator Pregnant Poison forced Dictator Demon Desire to hold her breath. However, there was nothing that Dictator Demon Desire could say when Dictator Pregnant Poison had the support of Dictator Evil Source. All she could do was silently keep her guard up against and focus on Dictator Pregnant Poison. She was terrified that Dictator Pregnant Poison would be mad enough to attack her. After all, she had done something similar numerous times in the past. Dictator Pregnant Poison was the most unpopular dictator in all the marsh circles. She did not have any apostles who were loyal to her. Only those of the same species as Dictator Pregnant Poison or those who had blood relations with her could stand to be with her for prolonged periods. If any apostle became loyal to Dictator Pregnant Poison, it would be no different from committing suicide. Although Dictator Pregnant Poison had become much less wild after getting on Dictator Eternal Source's wrong side, she still saw killing apostles as her hobby. Dictator Demon Desire did not notice that Dictator Treasure Seeker's expression and eye line had changed. Otherwise, she would have definitely regretted coming to attend this nuisance of a banquet of everything. If she had not insisted on coming, Dictator Treasure Seeker would not have come with her and had the chance to meet Dictator 10,000 Source. Lin Yuan silently waited for all of the dictators to finish eating the big and small source fruits. When the slowest dictator returned to ruins, swallowed the last morsel of fruit, Lin Yuan declared loudly, "I want to build an alliance that I will head up. If you join my alliance, you will be able to trade with me for the big and small source fruits. All of you are dictators and have met the standard to join my alliance. You can decide for yourselves if you want to join." Lin Yuan's words had opened up the floor of discussion and placed the topic of the big and small source fruits at center stage. All of the dictators were already looking solemn as they were deep in thought. This included Dictator Freezing Ember, Frost Cold, and Pregnant Poison. Dictator Returned to Ruins did not just want to trade for the big and small source fruits. What he wanted was to cling to Lin Yuan. If he joined the alliance, he would only be able to touch Lin Yuan. This would be a far cry from clinging to him. Dictator Returned to Ruins acted decisively. When he decided that he wanted to target Dictator Everything, he immediately left to head to the banquet of everything. Since he had decided to become loyal to Dictator 10,000 Source, Dictator Returned to Ruins did not hesitate and stood up as he said, "Lord 10,000 Source, I am answering your call." Not only do I want to join your alliance, but I also want to stay by your side for the long run, just like East Glow and everything. Are you willing to give me a chance? Dictator returned to ruins spoke his mind without hesitation, not holding back any of his words. Accompanied by his subordinate apostles, he made his intentions clear. While it was typical for apostles to feel humiliated when their own dictator expressed such sentiments, Dictator returned to ruins had a different objective in mind. He desired to pledge his loyalty to Dictator 10,000 Source, understanding that it would ultimately benefit the apostles under his command. The stronger Dictator returned to ruins became, the more resources he would acquire, leading to greater rewards for his loyal apostles. None of the other dictators mocked Dictator returned to ruins either. Dictator 10,000 Source's power had already been recognized, and all of the dictators present agreed that he could stand toe-to-toe with the seven figures from Marsh Abyss. Thus, Dictator Return to Ruins was making a very smart choice for his future. Dictator Return to Ruins came from an unorthodox path and did not have a source of support, nor was he as powerful as Dictator Freezing Ember, Cold Frost, and Pregnant Poison. Hence, none of them felt threatened by him in the least. But if Dictator 10,000 Source accepted him, they could not continue acting so arrogantly in front of him. When Lin Yuan heard what Dictator Return to Ruins said, he fixed his gaze squarely on him. Dictator Everything had told Lin Yuan about Dictator Return to Ruins, so he knew that Dictator Return to Ruins was very strong. He had killed other dictators not long after becoming a dictator himself. As such, it would be very worthwhile to nurture him. However, Dictator Return to Ruins would have to demonstrate sufficient sincerity if he wanted to follow Lin Yuan. You're welcome to become part of the alliance, but you will have to speak with me privately after the banquet of everything ends to discuss joining and becoming loyal to me. Dictator Return to Ruins' biggest worry was that Dictator 10,000 Source would turn him down outright. Yet, Dictator 10,000 Source did not do so and even gave him a chance for a meeting. Clearly, he wanted to judge how sincere he was. The last thing that Dictator Return to Ruins lacked was sincerity. As long as Dictator 10,000 Source could help him to enter the Turning Wheel realm, he would not mind offering up everything that he had. After all, once he broke through, and after Dictator 10,000 Source protected him through the Alvord phase of being powerless, he would be able to earn back everything with some effort. Dictator Return to Ruins bowed to Lin Yuan before he took a seat. Dictator Treasure Seeker did not understand why Dictator 10,000 Source would want to start an alliance. Nonetheless, Dictator Treasure Seeker had already completely transferred how he felt about Dictator Demon Desire onto Lin Yuan. According to the lapdog creed of self-improvement, Dictator Treasure Seeker needed to find a way to do something beneficial for Lin Yuan. Dictator Treasure Seeker was always interested in treasures and said to Lin Yuan, "Most respected Lord 10,000 Source, do we need to offer anything in return in order to join the alliance and trade for the big and small source fruit? Can dictators who are already loyal to the seven figures also join the alliance?" Dictator Treasure Seeker was helping the other dictators by asking for clarity so that Dictator 10,000 Source would explain further. Otherwise, there were some things that would be inappropriate for Dictator Frostcold, Freezing Ember, and Pregnant Poison to say. As for Dictator Demon Desire, it was likely that she was trying to come up with a way to use her looks to obtain benefits from Dictator 10,000 Source without paying anything in return. What a horrible and shameless woman. Lin Yuan looked at Dictator Treasure Seeker and noticed that he was looking at him with a strange gaze. But it could not be denied that Lin Yuan had been waiting for someone to ask this exact question. You can join the alliance even if you have already pledged your loyalty to other dictators. But whether your dictator is willing to let you join is your personal issue. After joining the alliance, you can choose to provide your own faith power or the faith power from the apostles under you to trade for the big and small source fruits. You can reward your apostles as you see fit. It goes without saying that I will lead an alliance I set up. You will need to listen to my orders when I give you tasks. I am confident that you will be satisfied with your remuneration. When Lin Yuan noticed that the level of the dictator he was pretending to be had reached the Samsara realm and was on the same level as the seven figures from Marsh Abyss, he could switch from trying to establish partnerships to ordering others to work under him. Given his power and the effects of the small source fruits, Lin Yuan believed that none of the dictators would refuse to join the alliance. Lin Yuan's words led Dictator Frost Cold and Freezing Ember to come to a decision. They were going to join Lin Yuan's alliance. Since they would not have to pledge their loyalties and only needed to carry out tasks, they would not need to change their current status of being loyal to Dictator Hornless Dragonsource. It was unlikely that Dictator Hornless Dragonsource would come down on them for such a matter. Dictator Frost Cold and Freezing Ember wanting to join the alliance annoyed Dictator Pregnant Poison. Dictator Hornless Dragonsource might not care about his subordinates joining such an alliance that did not require its members to pledge their loyalties. But the Dictator Evil Source that Dictator Pregnant Poison knew and was loyal to would never agree to it. Thus, she could not join the alliance and had lost the chance to trade for the big and small source fruits. At that moment, the ever self-centered Dictator Pregnant Poison hoped that Dictator Evil Source would drop dead. It was an unbelievably good deal to be able to trade for big and small source fruits with their subordinate apostles' faith power. How was this any different from picking up source-type power from the ground? Every dictator was currently hatching their own scheme. The only person whose mind was blank was Second Born. When she saw Dictator Everything by Dictator 10,000 Sources side, Second Born was sure that she was done for. She had wanted to kill Dictator Everything, so there was no way the latter would let her off. She was likely still alive because Dictator Everything did not want to prevent the Banquet of Everything from proceeding normally. Second Born had thought about pleading to Dictator 10,000 Source for mercy and asking to join him as a way of surviving. However, Second Born did not think that she would be able to offer more value than Dictator Everything, who had already entered the Turning Will realm. At that moment, an air of desolation had materialized in the air and seemed to turn the entire Marsh East Palace into an ancient battleground that was littered with corpses. Many apostles found it difficult to breathe because of this air of desolation. Only dictators were able to stand it. From the moment they sensed this aura, the dictators who were aware immediately recognized it as coming from Dictator Carnage Source. Dictator Carnage Source had been the source of support for Dictator Tyrant Lizard, who Dictator 10,000 Source had just killed. Dictator Carnage Source had actually turned up personally. Given the strength of Dictator Carnage Source's legs, there was no way that he had rushed over only after hearing of Dictator Tyrant Lizard's death. He must have already been in the Marsh East Circle. When he heard about Dictator 10,000 Source from Tyrant Lizard, he had left to head to the Banquet of Everything. Regardless of Dictator Carnage Source's goal, Dictator 10,000 Source had essentially slighted Dictator Carnage Source by killing Dictator Tyrant Lizard. For the sake of his pride, Dictator Carnage Source had to come and confront Lin Yuan. All of the dictators and apostles who were present became nervous. If two dictators from the Samsara realm started fighting, the mountains would start to shake, and the tsunamis would rise. Fights between Samsara realm dictators might not result in death, and they would continue to avoid each other in the future, but they would instruct their subordinates to take over the fight to cause a war to break out. Such a situation had happened in the past, and the biggest victim had been the entire Marsh East Circle. It was always best to be prepared. Was the Marsh East Circle going to have to suffer through another war? The air of desolation formed a harrowing wail, and the figures of 6 Turning Will realm dictators appeared in midair. The 6 Turning Will realm dictators positioned themselves facing each other in pairs, assuming a kneeling position on the ground, thus forming a makeshift throne. Among them emerged a short-haired, muscular man who took his place on the throne. His distinct features included red eyes and gray hair. He held a remarkable 3-meter-long knife in his left hand that radiated a mesmerizing display of 9 colors. The knife was undoubtedly a dictator's source totem, a testament to its origin from a dictator who had successfully transcended the Turning Will realm. The luminance of the light emitted by the knife further affirmed its prestigious lineage. Dictator Carnage Source sensed Dictator Tyrant Lizard's death and silently fixed his cold eyes onto Lin Yuan. It was as though he was waiting for Lin Yuan to offer an explanation. Only Dictator Carnage Source's close subordinates had the right to be by his side. But at that moment, none of the Turning Will realm dictators dared to stick their necks out to say a word against Lin Yuan. It was best for these Turning Will realms to play it safe when they were in the presence of a Samsara realm dictator. Given their understanding of Dictator Carnage Source, he was probably trying to pick up the pieces of his pride and would not genuinely try to attack Dictator 10,000 Source. If he was injured, there was a high chance that the other 6 figures would take advantage of him. The 7 dictators in Marsh Abyss who had the word source at the back of their names might be allies at certain times, but they were also rivals. After Dictator Carnage Source appeared, Lin Yuan found out about Dictator Carnage Source's power through communicating with Begin Lady. Dictator Carnage Source's aura was even stronger than that of Begin Lady. This meant that Begin Lady would be at a disadvantage if it had to fight Dictator Carnage Source. But this did not mean that there was no way of fighting. If Green Vine interfered during a fight between Begin Lady and Dictator Carnage Source, the latter would definitely take a hit. But this did not mean that Lin Yuan's side would be able to escape unscathed. In fact, he might even end up paying a higher price than Dictator Carnage Source. Lin Yuan looked calmly at Dictator Carnage Source, and his eyes showed no intention of dodging. This stalemate allowed Dictator Carnage Source to understand Lin Yuan's stance. As a result, Dictator Carnage Source was rather awkward. You were the one who killed a dictator who was under me. How can you expect me to lower my head first? Ridiculous. If Dictator Carnage Source could clearly sense Lin Yuan's power, he would have pushed on with the stalemate. But the key point was that Dictator Carnage Source could not sense Lin Yuan's power. Green Vine's aura of annihilation frightened Dictator Carnage Source. He could be certain that this aura would definitely be able to harm him if it exploded. Thus, he decided to stop the stalemate. In his long life, ever since calling himself Carnage Source, he had never been unable to sense the power of another being. All Dictator Carnage Source could do was scoff before asking, 10,000 Source, can I ask what Tyrant Lizard did to anger you that you had to kill him? Dictator Carnage Source's words caused all of the dictators present, including Dictator East Glow and everything, to look shocked. Firstly, Dictator Carnage Source had addressed Lin Yuan as 10,000 Source, meaning that he acknowledged this name. This meant that there would no longer be 7 figures from Marsh Abyss, but 8. Furthermore, Dictator Carnage Source's cold and haughty tone was not due to him trying to put Dictator 10,000 Source at a spot, but a segue that he had created for Dictator 10,000 Source to use. Otherwise, there would be no need for Dictator Carnage Source to speak first and clash against Dictator Carnage Source's aura. A more normal behavior would be to demand compensation from Dictator 10,000 Source. Regardless of what Dictator Tyrant Lizard had done wrong, the fact remained that one of Dictator Carnage Source's people had died, while no one from Dictator 10,000 Source's side had lost their lives. Lin Yuan smiled faintly when he heard what Dictator Carnage Source said. This was a similar smile that he had put on when he faced Dictator Tyrant Lizard. However, Lin Yuan had no intention of attacking Dictator Carnage Source. What a joke. If they really started to fight, he would be the one suffering a bigger loss. Lin Yuan was pretending to be a dictator and was harvesting the resources he needed from the marsh world. As such, it went without saying that he needed to take the segue that Dictator Carnage Source had created. Otherwise, if Dictator Carnage Source felt forced and ended up attacking him, he would have no choice but to give up on his act. Your subordinate attacked my follower right in front of me. What would you have done if you were me? Lin Yuan's words were reasonable. Yet, when Dictator Carnage Source heard his words, his expression hardened. Lin Yuan's words seemed to be an explanation, but he was actually shirking responsibility and pushing the blame onto Dictator Carnage Source's side. This was not the behavior of one who was taking the segue. I already set up the segue. Are you not going to take it? Do you think that you can do whatever you want with me? Just as Dictator Carnage Source was about to speak, Lin Yuan went on to say, I have established an alliance. Are you willing to join it? After joining the alliance, you will be given the right to share in the benefits and manage the alliance. I won't restrain you in any way. If Lin Yuan was the king of the alliance, Lin Yuan's words to Dictator Carnage Source were essentially offering Dictator Carnage Source the chance to be a king of equal status. Dictator Carnage Source had appeared in time to hear Lin Yuan's explanation of the alliance. Thus, he knew that this alliance could lead to him trading for the big and small source fruits. Pure source-type power was also useful to Samsara Realm dictators. This was why Samsara Realm dictators were also unwilling to give away pure source-type power as rewards. Lin Yuan's words meant that Dictator Carnage Source would enjoy equal status with him and would also allow Dictator Carnage Source to fulfill his aim of coming. Dictator Carnage Source happily accepted this means to an end. A smile spread across Dictator Carnage Source's cold and chiseled face. He walked over to Lin Yuan and reached out his fist. Bumping fists was a gesture of respect and agreement in the marsh world. Lin Yuan gently bumped his fist against Dictator Carnage Source's fist. At that moment, the alliance that Lin Yuan had set up changed completely. There had never been a faction in the marsh world that had two Samsara realm dictators. Once news of this alliance leaked, an unimaginable number of dictators would be clamoring to join. Lin Yuan had planned carefully before he decided to offer Dictator Carnage Source equal authority. Firstly, Dictator Carnage Source had not caused trouble for him or tried to attack him. But this did not mean that the other 6 Samsara realm dictators from Marsh Abyss would act the same way. If any of them ended up having an impulsive character and wanted to attack him, things would turn difficult for Lin Yuan. If Dictator Carnage Source was linked to him, the other 6 Samsara realm dictators would hesitate before they made a move on him. But all of the dictators and apostles who were part of this alliance needed to provide offerings. Lin Yuan had more than enough big and small source fruits that he could use as rewards. Dictator Carnage Source also needed appropriate rewards when giving out tasks. Lin Yuan was offering pure source-type power. If Dictator Carnage Source did not offer something that could rival pure source-type power, he would not be able to attract the attention of the other dictators and apostles. Although Dictator Carnage Source shared the same status as Lin Yuan in this alliance, Lin Yuan was still the heart of the alliance. Everyone, including Dictator Carnage Source, was only going to join the alliance because they were eyeing the big and small source fruits he possessed. When Dictator Carnage Source bumped his fist against Lin Yuan, he had instinctively looked off into the horizon in the distance. He could sense auras belonging to Dictator Evil Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and Mountain Ridge Source. The 3 of them had clearly been waiting for him to try to kill 10,000 Source because of Dictator Tyrant Lizard in order to assess Lin Yuan's power. But none of them had expected him to agree to join Lin Yuan's alliance. The 3 of them could no longer remain there. Dictator Carnage Source did not try to hide his gleeful expression. Normally, even if a dictator under him died, Dictator Carnage Source would never have appeared in front of a Samsara realm dictator whose powers were unknown. After all, what did the death of a subordinate have to do with him? Once they died, they would be useless. He could just search for another subordinate to replace the dead one. Given his status, he did not have to worry about a lack of applicants. But Dictator Carnage Source had appeared because Dictator Evil Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and Mountain Ridge Source had pressured him. The 7 figures from Marsh Abyss were balanced, but there were still some who were stronger than others. Dictator Carnage Source was the weakest out of the 7. He could only stand up to the other 6 because of the Samsara realm source totem his mother had left to him. But external power was just that. Thus, there were some areas in which Dictator Carnage Source felt pressured. The pressure made Dictator Carnage Source extremely uncomfortable, but there was nothing he could do about it. Since there was no way for him to gain the upper hand, being pliant could sometimes bring more benefits than insisting on a stalemate. But now he was linked to Lin Yuan. He might not be fully aware of Lin Yuan's power, but it did not matter even if Lin Yuan had similar power to him. His strength had already exceeded that of the other 6 figures, and he would no longer have to be pressured by them from now on. In fact, he might be able to turn the tables and pressure the other 6 dictators instead. But before Dictator Carnage Source had time to be smug, small yellow almond flower petals drifted down from the sky. The yellow almond flower petals made Marsh East Palace seem as though it was suddenly made of blooming almond flowers. A branch that seemed to be as strong as a soaring dragon burst out from the ground. The singular branch twisted toward the sky. When yellow almond flower petals appeared on the branch, a girl with chestnut hair that was tied in a ring around her head and wearing a long yellow dress appeared on the branch. She was holding the branch as though she was perched on a swing. Her bare feet occasionally peeked out from beneath her long dress. At the instant that the girl appeared, Dictator Carnage Source's expression turned stern. Dictator Mountain Ridge Source had actually appeared. At that moment, the level of the banquet of everything had been elevated to the point that it was now out of the league of regular dictators. Dictator Freezing Ember, Frost Cold, Pregnant Poison, and Return to Ruins all lowered their heads, so they would not have to meet Dictator Carnage Source and Mountain Ridge Source's eyes. Dictator returned to ruins was relieved that he quickly became loyal to Lin Yuan. If he had hesitated and waited, he would have lost his chance when these two big shots appeared. This was because, at this point, he no longer had the authority to speak. Dictator Mountain Ridge Source first nodded at Lin Yuan. Next, she turned to Dictator Carnage Source and nodded at him. Dictator Mountain Ridge Source's actions made it clear that she held Lin Yuan in higher regard. Normally, Dictator Carnage Source would have immediately taken umbrage at what Dictator Mountain Ridge Source did. But he no longer thought that way. He was now part of Lin Yuan's alliance. There was no reason for him to be calculative toward a member of the same alliance who could help to increase his power. Dictator Mountain Ridge Source said to Dictator Everything gently, "Everything, I didn't expect your life to take such a turn. To think that you are now by 10,000 Source's side." Dictator Mountain Ridge Source had once helped Dictator Everything. Thus, despite already being Lin Yuan's follower, she bowed to Dictator Mountain Ridge Source. "Thank you for remembering me. I also believe that I've been blessed." Dictator Everything had thought about seeking Dictator Mountain Ridge Source's protection during her weak phase after she entered the Turning Wheel realm. But she eventually gave up on that idea because she had offered her loyalty to repay Dictator Mountain Ridge Source for her help. But the latter had not agreed. All she had said was that Dictator Everything needed to continue training. At the time, Dictator Everything had not thought much about it. But Second Born had suddenly become a dictator and almost came after her life. If she had not found a way to escape, she might have already become a source totem in Second Born's possession. While Dictator Everything had been hiding, she had completely given up on any thoughts of joining Dictator Mountain Ridge Source. She was very grateful for Dictator Mountain Ridge Source's help. But it had only been help. Lin Yuan was the one who had rescued her. When Dictator Mountain Ridge Source heard what Dictator Everything said, she said regretfully, "I wanted to wait for you to train a bit more before I took you in. Who would have imagined that 10,000 Source would beat me to the punch? I am rather regretful about this." Dictator Everything would have been extremely touched if she had heard Dictator Mountain Ridge Source say that in the past. But now, Dictator Everything did not feel touched in the slightest. Rather, she even felt slightly put off. This was because Dictator Mountain Ridge Source's words could have been interpreted as trying to poach Lin Yuan's subordinate. This was a subversive way of putting pressure on Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was capable of boosting Dictator Everything to the level of Samsara Realm and could also provide her with a large amount of Source-type power. There was no way that Dictator Mountain Ridge Source could have offered her the same. Dictator Everything was afraid Lin Yuan would give her a way to connect with Dictator Mountain Ridge Source. It was common in Marsh Abyss for Samsara Realm dictators to give away the dictators and apostles who were under them as gifts. Before Lin Yuan could speak, Dictator Everything hurriedly said, "Thank you for your kindness. I was lucky enough to be saved by Lord 10,000 Source. I am willing to serve him to the death." Dictator Mountain Ridge Source had been waiting for Dictator Everything's reaction because she could use it to judge the level of resources that Dictator 10,000 Source possessed. If Dictator Everything looked regretful after she expressed such a sentiment, it meant that Dictator Everything saw Dictator 10,000 Source as being inferior to her. But now, Dictator Everything had expressed adamant loyalty toward Dictator 10,000 Source. This meant that she felt that being loyal to Dictator 10,000 Source would bring more benefits. Dictator Mountain Ridge Source was slightly surprised by this, but it also led her to decide how to approach Dictator 10,000 Source. Dictator Mountain Ridge Source was well aware of what was going through Carnage Source's mind. They were all old foxes, so what was the point of acting around each other? Did Dictator Carnage Source think that his previous status was going to change now that he had joined Dictator 10,000 Source? How could things be so simple? Dictator Hornless Dragon Source and Evil Source hid and watched everything unfold. But it was likely that they had similar thoughts to Carnage Source. Dictator Mountain Ridge Source smiled and said, 10,000 Source, I am very interested in your alliance. Will I have the chance to join? Lin Yuan was shocked when he heard this. He had not expected his suggestion to receive a response from the Marsh Abyss Samsara Realm dictators so quickly. The more dictators and apostles joined his alliance, the more reputable he would become and the wider the network he would gain. Hence, there was no reason for Lin Yuan to reject her. When it came to treatment, impartiality was sufficient. Lin Yuan would treat Dictator Mountain Ridge Source the same way he treated Dictator Carnage Source. Since you're interested in joining, I have no reason to say no. You have heard my promise to Carnage Source. I can make you the same promise. I hope that everyone can get along amicably. Dictator Mountain Ridge Source never expected that she would receive better treatment than Dictator Carnage Source. The intelligent knew to be impartial. If one did not even know this, there was no way they could have grown to this extent in the marsh world. But while she and Dictator Hornless Dragon Source would be willing to silently share equal status with Dictator Hornless Dragon Source, would Dictator Evil Source be willing to do so? But before Dictator Mountain Ridge Source could respond to Lin Yuan, an elderly voice sounded out from nearby. An elderly man with blue hair suddenly appeared riding on an ice-blue ball of flame. He was the picture of leisure. Terrifying insects were crawling around within the blue ball of flame. But the flames made it difficult to see the insects clearly. I am willing to join your alliance. I can now provide you with the faith power of 500 Pinnacle Apostles 8. How many big and small source fruits will you be willing to give me in exchange for this? Dictator Mountain Ridge Source had been annoyed about being interrupted by Dictator Hornless Dragon Source. But she also wanted to know the answer to Hornless Dragon Source's question. So she forced down her bubbling feelings of protest. Since it was a trade, both sides needed to benefit. If only one side benefited while the other took a loss, there was no way for the trade to proceed. Lin Yuan already knew how much faith power was worth in exchange for source-type power. Using East Glow as an example, Lin Yuan had rewarded him with 30 units of source-type power in exchange for draining all of his faith power. This would equate to 200 small source fruits or 20 big source fruits. When the elderly man appeared, Dictator Frost Cold and Freezing Ember both gained the courage to raise their heads. This meant that there was a very high chance that this elderly man was Dictator Hornless Dragon Source. Dictator Hornless Dragon Source had offered the faith power from 500 Pinnacle Apostles. He could just use this example to do the calculation. For 500 Pinnacle Apostles, I can give you 100,000 small source fruits and 10,000 big source fruits. While Lin Yuan was speaking, he gestured to East Glow, and the latter came over to hand one big and one small source fruit to Dictator Hornless Dragon Source. Dictator Hornless Dragon Source did not try to be courteous and immediately swallowed both fruits with no thought of etiquette. Dictator Hornless Dragon Source quickly digested the big and small source fruits. He could sense how pure the source-type power within the big and small source fruits was. Source-type power of such purity could bring him significant benefits. Once a dictator reached the Samsara realm, it became difficult to continue advancing. The reason was that source-type power was like logs. No matter how many logs were stacked together, their quality would not change unless they were affected by an external force. Alas, no one in the marsh world had found a way to change the quality of the logs. However, this extremely pure source-type power had allowed the logs to change slightly. Dictator Hornless Dragon Source was confused by this change, but he could be certain that it was very beneficial. Dictator Hornless Dragon Source had offered to trade for the small source fruits with the faith power from 500 Pinnacle Apostles because he wanted to get a sense of how many big and small source fruits Dictator 10,000 Source had in inventory. Although Dictator Hornless Dragon Source was one of the 7 Samsara realm dictators from Marsh Abyss, it was difficult for him to gather 500 Pinnacle Apostles and convince them to offer their faith power to him. However, Dictator Hornless Dragon Source had not expected Lin Yuan to agree immediately. This was 100,000 small source fruits and 10,000 big source fruits that they were talking about. Did the big and small source fruits come in such a large supply? Dictator Hornless Dragon Source saw the price that Lin Yuan offered as fair. But due to the difference in level between source-type power and faith power, source-type power was more valuable than faith power. It was akin to comparing thousands of tons of bronze to a few tons of gold. They might have the same value, but most people knew that gold was better. Thus, Dictator Hornless Dragon Source believed he had profited from this trade. Although obtaining the faith power from these 500 Pinnacle Apostles had been difficult, it was worth it as long as he could receive such remuneration. Hence, Hornless Dragon Source immediately agreed. Deal! Those who traded first would be rewarded first. Lin Yuan might not have big and small source fruits left over for those who wanted to trade with him later. Lin Yuan and Hornless Dragon Source both felt that they had profited from the deal. Meanwhile, Mountain Ridge Source had gnashed her teeth tightly together. Hornless Dragon Source, that old piece of scum. What an old fox. All he did was think of ways to profit. Just as Carnage Source was about to speak, Mountain Ridge Source could no longer restrain herself and said, I also want to use the faith power from 500 Pinnacle Apostles to trade for a similar number of big and small source fruits as what you offered Hornless Dragon Source. Lin Yuan fell silent. Lin Yuan's silence caused Mountain Ridge Source's heart to sink. Could Hornless Dragon Source's deal have cleared 10,000 source out? She would be taking a great loss if she missed out on all that pure source-type power. During Lin Yuan's silence, the sky filled with purple fog that rolled slowly. Thousands of chillingly evil green eyes seemed to appear within the fog. Hornless Dragon Source knew that Evil Source could not hold back for much longer. However, Lin Yuan had already agreed with his request, and his deal would definitely be completed. Lin Yuan's silence was indeed due to him calculating if he had enough big and small source fruits to finish the deal. 100,000 of the depositability lychee branches weighed around 2 tons, while 10,000 of the storing ability white peaches weighed around 1.75 tons. Just his deal with Dictator Hornless Dragon Source would cost Lin Yuan almost all of the depositability lychee branches and storing ability white peaches that he had at hand. Lin Yuan could not trade source-type power directly with a Samsara Realm dictator. He decided that when he returned, he would use source-type power to cultivate another batch of the storing ability white peaches and deposit ability lychee branches so he could increase capacity. Although Lin Yuan did not have sufficient deposit ability lychee branches and storing ability white peaches on hand, he would be able to nurture more quickly after increasing capacity and being nurtured by the army of 100 Questions Beasts and Sentient Being Protective Dragon. Given Mountain Ridge Source's urgency to trade with him, Lin Yuan believed that she would not mind waiting for a while. Lin Yuan coughed before he said to Mountain Ridge Source, I don't mind trading, but you will need to wait for some time. I will let you know how long the wait will be at a later date. Mountain Ridge Source's heart sank when she heard what Lin Yuan said. She was not afraid to wait, but that Lin Yuan would be unable to produce the big and small source fruits. Every dictator had an exceedingly long lifespan. Waiting was never an issue. She had to line up after him since Hornless Dragon Source had taken the first slot. This meant that if the other 5 figures wanted to trade with Lin Yuan as well, they would have to line up behind her. With that thought, Mountain Ridge Source felt slightly comforted. Carnage Source was beside himself with anxiousness and the desire to speak. He had clearly been the first to make a move but had not been able to obtain any benefits. Carnage Source had only just called out 10,000 Source's name when a sharp yet also low voice exploded onto the scene. A figure wrapped in a purple robe appeared in front of Carnage Source and effectively blocked him. The wind blew down the hood of the robe, and a handsome yet alluringly beautiful face appeared in front of Carnage Source. This face was currently looking at Carnage Source with amusement. As a result, Carnage Source's face fell. Lin Yuan also saw a face under the hood. This face was rugged, tough, and had a goatee growing on it. At that moment, a pair of long arms emerged from under the purple robe. The hands pressed down on the head in the hood before turning the head 180 degrees, changing the orientation of the two faces. Now, the rugged and tough side was facing Carnage Source, while the sinisterly handsome and beautiful side was facing Lin Yuan. 10,000 Source, what a nice-sounding name. Are you trying to be the dictator over all the creatures of the world? Hee hee. The first part was said in a wicked male voice while the laughter changed to that of a charming girl. Lin Yuan did not find anything strange about this switch. There were all types of talents with all types of characters in the Radiance Federation. All one needed to do was to stay true to one's heart. It did not matter what kind of face one had as long as it allowed one to speak with ease. Was it not tiring to switch in such a way? Lin Yuan did not react to what Evil Source said because he knew that Evil Source definitely had more to say. If all she wanted to say were such useless comments, it would have been better for her to continue hiding and watching. Hornless Dragon Source and Mountain Ridge Source had both made deals with him. Carnage Source had been the first Samsara Realm dictator to join his alliance. although he had given himself the name 10,000 Source because he wanted to appeal to the ambitions of all dictators so he could gain as much profit as he could. And even if Mountain Ridge Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and Carnage Source were unhappy with him, they would never turn on him. When Lin Yuan did not reply, Dictator Evil Source started to giggle wickedly. Evil Source's voice made numerous apostles dizzy, and their blood started to rush uncontrollably. It was as though there was a large invisible hand that was squeezing their hearts. When they saw how Evil Source was acting, Mountain Ridge Source, Carnage Source, and Hornless Dragon Source all frowned as sour expressions spread across their faces. Evil Source never acted in a logical manner. No one knew what she was going to do next. Mountain Ridge Source and Hornless Dragon Source had already formed deals with Lin Yuan. If Evil Source truly went into a fit of madness, it would not do the two of them good to stand by and watch. After all, Lin Yuan had not provided them with the goods yet. If Hornless Dragon Source and Mountain Ridge Source only stood by and felt upset, Carnage Source would feel strongly compelled to jump out and curse Evil Source's ancestors. Damn! Can you cause trouble later? Can you wait to do it after my deal with 10,000 Source is done? If you cause trouble now and cause Dictator 10,000 Source to be upset, he could say no when I request to trade with him. Damn it all! If not because Evil Source had yet to attack Lin Yuan and was still in the midst of a fit of insanity, Carnage Source would have helped Lin Yuan to take on Evil Source despite being unwilling to involve himself in potential trouble. Lin Yuan was now intertwined with his profits. This was also profits that Carnage Source could not give up on, no matter what. Lin Yuan had already heard from Dictator everything that out of all of the 7 dictators in Marsh Abyss with the word Source in their names. Eternal Source found it the most difficult to deal with Evil Source's eccentricities. Lin Yuan had not had the chance to meet Eternal Source, but he had learned the difference between schizophrenia and perversion from Evil Source. Lin Yuan looked at Evil Source calmly. Regardless of what plans Evil Source had, all he had to do was handle them. He had enough power to deal with the attacks from a Samsara Realm dictator. Moreover, Mountain Ridge Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and Carnage Source's profits were involved with him. Thus, there was no way that they would remain idle if Evil Source attacked him. Even if they did not help him, they would make a statement at the very least. The only person present who was on Evil Source's side was Dictator Pregnant Poison, who was loyal to her. But given that Dictator Pregnant Poison was a Turning Will Realm dictator, there was no need for Lin Yuan to be concerned about her. Begin Lady could kill Dictator Tyrant Lizard in an instant, meaning that it could do the same to Dictator Pregnant Poison. It was clear from her aura that she was weaker than Dictator Tyrant Lizard. If Dictator Pregnant Poison knew what Lin Yuan was thinking, she would definitely cry out that there was a misunderstanding. The person present who was angrier with Evil Source was none other than Dictator Pregnant Poison. She could not join Lin Yuan's alliance because of Evil Source. But since Lin Yuan needed faith power, there was a chance that she could seek him out privately to trade for Source-type power. But now that Evil Source had come to stir up trouble and she had promptly been tossed to Evil Source's side, how could she still go and seek Lin Yuan out privately? But although she was cursing Evil Source to herself, there was no way that Dictator Pregnant Poison would allow herself to show how she felt. If Evil Source truly ended up attacking Lin Yuan, she would have no choice but to side with Evil Source. If she did not react, not only would she not receive any protection from Lin Yuan, but Evil Source would also put an end to her traitorous life. As Dictator Pregnant Poison became increasingly angry, she made a decision that she would eventually find a chance to get rid of this lunatic. Evil Source's laughter caused half of the apostles present to fall to their knees. Firstborn and Thirdborn were among them. Besides apostles, there were also a large number of dimensional lifeforms and the apostles' believers and favored believers who were present in Marsh East Palace. Given how many apostles were wrecked by Evil Source's laughter, one could only imagine how many believers and favored believers had rotted at the sound of her laughter. Lin Yuan never showed mercy to his enemies, and there were times when his methods could be described as cruel. This was proof of his growth. However, Lin Yuan would never harm the innocent. Evil Source's maniacal laughter had caused an unimaginable number of dimensional lifeforms to lose their lives. This action was not wicked but downright evil. After she was done laughing, Evil Source used her hands to turn her head again, It was as though her two-faced head was nothing more than an entertaining toy to her. 10,000 source, your big and small source fruits must need time to ripen. They must come from a carnivorous plant that you're nurturing. I am very interested in your carnivorous plant that can produce big and small source fruits. Why don't you bet on it? Evil Source's words caused the atmosphere to turn to ice. Previously, Evil Source's inappropriate action only showed how bizarre of a personality she had. But her most recent words had infringed on Lin Yuan's profits. Hornless Dragon Source and Mountain Ridge Source had only traded for the big and small source fruits with Lin Yuan. However, Evil Source wanted to steal the source of the big and small source fruits. This had undoubtedly resulted in a clash of formidability. Lin Yuan had to rise to the challenge no matter what. Otherwise, he would come off as weak. Mountain Ridge Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and Carnage Source were all waiting for Lin Yuan's reaction. Since Lin Yuan had what it took to clash against Evil Source, he did not need to be afraid of her. Thus, he looked at her with amusement and asked coldly, "It is true that a plant produces the big and small source fruits, but what can you offer to persuade me to make this bet? Unless you can offer at least 100 dictator source totems, you won't be able to match the value of a plant that can produce the big and small source fruits." At that moment, Lin Yuan did not know what kind of bet Evil Source would come up with. But since she was the one who had suggested the bet, she would not be able to back out as long as he responded to it. Lin Yuan was not sure if he would be able to win in a bet against Evil Source. But if he did win, there was no question that he would hit the jackpot. Frankly, he wouldn't mind even if he lost. At the very most, he would give some of the storing ability White Peach and deposit ability Lychee Branches sprouts to Evil Source. The big and small source fruits were not special because of the deposit ability Lychee Branch and storing ability White Peach themselves, but because Lin Yuan had cultivated them through pure source-type power. All of the source-type power within the big and small source fruits came from Lin Yuan. Once the sprouts that Lin Yuan had cultivated produced the big and small source fruits, they needed to be further nurtured with more pure source-type power. Otherwise, they would be no different from ordinary fruits. If Evil Source could truly get her hands on the deposit ability Lychee Branch and storing ability White Peach's sprouts that Lin Yuan had cultivated, there was no guarantee that she would be willing to spend a large amount of pure source-type power on them. Thus, Lin Yuan would not be suffering any losses even if he did end up losing the bet. Carnage Source, who had already made numerous unspeakable comments about Evil Source to himself, saw that Lin Yuan seemed to have no intention of backing down. Thus, he knew that Lin Yuan and Evil Source were definitely going through with the bet. Evil Source had to possess a fair number of treasures. It was not impossible for her to be able to offer something of comparable value to the big and small source fruits. But would Evil Source truly be willing to make the offer? There was no telling how many big and small source fruit-producing carnivorous plants Lin Yuan had. But they were part of his fundamental resources. He had to be severely impacted if he lost them. Evil Source would be similarly affected if she lost such fundamental resources. Since he was the first to join Lin Yuan's alliance and also wanted to trade with him in the future, now was the time for him to make a gesture. Thus, Carnage Source voiced his support for Lin Yuan. "Evil Source, if you want to win something, you'll have to offer something of value. If you want to start a bet with 10,000 Source, Mountain Ridge Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and I will be willing witnesses." If Carnage Source voiced his support for Lin Yuan quickly, Lin Yuan would remember to thank him first. However, Carnage Source dared not insult Evil Source too much. Hence, he included Mountain Ridge Source and Hornless Dragon Source when he sided with Lin Yuan. Hornless Dragon Source and Mountain Ridge Source might not side with him, but they would not rebuke him on account of Lin Yuan's pride. Since he was making a choice that involved his profits, Carnage Source would not mind minimizing his losses while maximizing his profits. Hornless Dragon Source and Mountain Ridge Source had essentially been coerced by Carnage Source to make a stand. However, they could not bring themselves to rebuke Carnage Source. All they could do was internally insult him while they said, "Since we're here, we're willing to be witnesses. We'll also act as judges to assess if the betting stakes are fair." Lin Yuan and Evil Source's lips curled upward when they heard what the three dictators said. Lin Yuan had smiled because the three dictators had chosen to side with him against Evil Source, with whom they were more familiar. With 3 dictators with the word source in their names helping him, Lin Yuan would not have to worry even if evil source ganged up with the other 4 figures from Marshabyss. Moreover, it was unlikely that the other 4 dictators would be equally as insane as evil source. Lin Yuan was very curious about what evil source was going to offer to trade for a sprout that could produce big and small source fruits. Evil source had smiled because her fury had reached a peak, to the point that she almost lost control and lashed out. But she managed to force this fury down in the nick of time. Evil source looked at Lin Yuan as though she was surveying him. She was certain that this was the first time that Carnage Source, Mountain Ridge Source, and Hornless Dragon Source were meeting Lin Yuan. Yet, they had immediately inserted themselves into her path. Evil Source thought, let's see if you can continue acting so arrogant when I obtain the carnivorous plant that can produce the big and small source fruits. At that time, Carnage Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and Mountain Ridge Source will trample over each other to side with me just like they are doing with 10,000 Source now. But this did not mean that Evil Source believed that she was weaker than Lin Yuan. Her hand suddenly flew toward her chest, and her 5 pale and slender fingers penetrated her chest. Yet no blood appeared. After fiddling for a while, she plucked a dark green gem from her chest. I will use this in the bet. Lin Yuan forced himself to remain composed when he saw what Evil Source had just taken out, but he could not do anything about his violently racing heart. Morbius also started to turn warm on Lin Yuan's wrist. Lin Yuan did not have to communicate with Morbius to know that he was in the presence of the second endless gem from the Marsh world. The fact that the second endless gem had come from Evil Source proved that Lin Yuan's guess had been right. If he won the endless gem, he would be able to unlock another Fae that had been spirit-locked by Morbius and gain access to their full set of abilities. Lin Yuan had unlocked the Jasmine Lily first. If he won this endless gem, he would be able to unlock Green Vine and increase its power to the greatest extent. Thus, it was absolutely necessary for him to win this bet against Evil Source. However, Lin Yuan did not appear to be anxious. This was because he did not know how valuable the endless gems were to Samsara realm dictators. Moreover, he also wanted to judge the expressions of the other dictators to discern if they also possessed endless gems. Lin Yuan saw expressions of astonishment on Carnage Source, Mountain Ridge Source, and Hornless Dragon Source's faces. The 3 of them looked surprised that Evil Source would offer something like that as a betting stake. A moment later, Mountain Ridge Source said in a dignified and gentle voice, Evil Source, I hope you won't regret using that as your betting stake. You refused to lend the stone to all 6 of us. But now, you're willing to use it as a betting stake in a gamble with 10,000 Source. Mountain Ridge Source's words informed Lin Yuan that the other 6 dictators with the word Source in their names did not possess any endless gems. At that moment, Morbius' voice sounded in Lin Yuan's ear. Partner, this endless gem's aura forms a closed loop with the aura of the first endless gem. I think there are only 2 endless gems in the Marsh world. Lin Yuan pursed his lips when he heard what Morbius said. Since that was the case, it was now even more necessary for him to get his hands on the endless gem. He would not have to think about gathering any more of the endless gems while he was developing in the Marsh world. An emerald green ancient tree had grown on the pure land of bliss the last time that Morbius absorbed the endless gem. Who could say how the pure land of bliss would change after absorbing this second endless gem? Carnage Source sensed Evil Source's anger, but he had already decided to side with Lin Yuan and had already put his money where his mouth was by forming a grudge between himself and Evil Source. Given Evil Source's petty and vengeful character, she would definitely seek revenge on Carnage Source. Since he was already going to be targeted by Evil Source, he might as well go for broke and help Lin Yuan again. He only hoped that doing so would cement his place in Lin Yuan's mind. Evil Source, you were fortuitous to attain the gem. Indeed, it has impressive functions. But do you really think this gem is enough to trade for a carnivorous plant that can produce pure source-type power? I don't think that your betting stake is of equal value. Mountain Ridge Source and Hornless Dragon Source, what do you think? Carnage Source was terrified that he would be left hanging after he helped Lin Yuan and positioned himself opposite Evil Source. Thus, he dragged in Mountain Ridge Source and Hornless Dragon Source again. Even after being coerced by Carnage Source again, Mountain Ridge Source and Hornless Dragon Source still had no choice but to remain silent. Although they had already made trade deals with Lin Yuan, they should not be taking a stand in such a situation. But they had already taken a stand. Even if they did not see it through, they had already offended Evil Source. Hence, Mountain Ridge Source and Hornless Dragon Source had no choice but to back up what Carnage Source said. Because of this, a black and purple vein popped out on the hand that Evil Source used to turn her head. In an instant, Evil Source's hand became even larger than half of her body. The purple and black fingernails on the fingers had a thick and creepy aura that would cause shivers to crawl up the spine of anyone in the vicinity. Even Begin Lady, who was on Lin Yuan's body, felt immense pressure. But eventually, Evil Source regained her calmness and picked up a book. When the book appeared, Lin Yuan was immediately reminded of The Secret of the Dead, Volume 5, sinking song that currently resided in his soul. The Secret of the Dead, Volume 5, sinking song had already been cleansed and branded on the Fountain of Faith. It would not be long before he found out about its abilities. Lin Yuan instinctively used true data to check on the green book in Evil Source's hand. What he saw confirmed his conjecture. Greenfield Secret Treasure, Volume 4, Sky High. While Lin Yuan was checking on the green book, Evil Source opened the book. In an instant, it was as though a seed was sprouting, and it did not take long before the entire sky was covered. Lin Yuan was not amazed by this and calmly admired the changes. But the other dictators and apostles sensed the power of their source totems weakening. Even Carnage Source, Mountain Ridge Source, and Hornless Dragon Source were affected. Evil Source turned her gruff and tough face toward Lin Yuan as she said hoarsely, "Do you know why the 7 of us are able to oversee Marsh Abyss? It's because each of us possesses one of these books that have different abilities. I will add this book to the stakes, but you will also have to up your stakes. If you win, you can have this book. If you lose, I will pick 3 items from your possession." Evil Source's words stunned Carnage Source, Mountain Ridge Source, and Hornless Dragon Source. Even Carnage Source, who wanted to leave a good impression on Lin Yuan, dared not utter a word. By offering this book, Evil Source was essentially offering to hand her authority over to Lin Yuan. A large reason the 7 of them could stand toe-to-toe without any of them gaining the upper hand on each other was the different abilities that the 7 books possessed. At first, they all chalked it up to Evil Source's habit of acting irrationally. But now, Evil Source had just offered all of her assets. Lin Yuan could tell from their expressions that this book was the real deal. It was likely that it was part of the Marsh world's biggest secret. He had discovered both the Secret of the Dead and Greenfield Secret Treasure in the Marsh world and also proved the existence of the deceased dimensional world. Lin Yuan did not have to be concerned when his betting stake was only the deposit ability Lychee Branch and storing ability White Peaches Sprouts. But now, Evil Source wanted to pick 3 of his possessions. This would unquestionably affect his foundations. Lin Yuan had just as valuable possessions as the Greenfield Secret Treasure, Volume 4, Sky High. The Secret of the Dead, Volume 5, sinking song was already enough to match the value. Thus, Lin Yuan could not agree to this bet with Evil Source. "I don't possess anything as valuable as that book, so I can't accept your request. But if I lose, you can have all of my big and small source fruit sprouts. I won't hold anything back." When Lin Yuan spoke, he intentionally gnashed his teeth together and put on a pained expression. Even now, Evil Source was the most interested in the carnivorous plant that could produce big and small source fruits. Thus, Lin Yuan could be certain that Evil Source would agree to his counteroffer. Just as Evil Source looked persuaded and was about to agree, Lin Yuan added, "The stakes I added are about 100 times more valuable than the original stake, so you will be at an advantage. As such, I will decide how the bet will proceed." Evil Source's expression turned stern. Offering all of the big and small source fruit-producing carnivorous plants showed that Lin Yuan was going all out. People who went all the way out were usually hiding an unbelievable secret weapon. This caused Evil Source to feel a pressure that she had not felt in a long time. But she was the one who had suggested the bet. No matter how mad she was, she would never choose to back out at such a juncture. "Fine, you can decide how the bet will go on. But we have to be competing based on power. Since all bridges were already burned, bringing out the real guns would be better. This way, they would be able to figure out the extent of each other's power and avoid future conflicts if necessary. If they bet in any other way and one side was indignant about losing, it could trigger serious consequences. Evil Source seemed to be giving Lin Yuan a way out, but it was also a way out for herself. Now that Evil Source had agreed, Lin Yuan pointed at everything. Everything has only just entered the Turning Wheel realm and is not much stronger than a pinnacle apostle. I will send her as my representative in the fight, and you can also pick a dictator who has recently entered the Turning Wheel realm. We will boost each of them, and whoever follower wins also wins the bet. Mountain Ridge Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and Carnage Source found Lin Yuan's bet to be very refreshing. They had never heard of such a bet before, but it was true that this method of betting could demonstrate a dictator's power. This method of betting also enabled Lin Yuan and Evil Source to avoid fighting directly. However, this method of betting was well suited to Evil Source's Source Totem's ability. Just like how they had never heard of 10,000 Source in the past, it was likely that 10,000 Source was not familiar with Evil Source either. Otherwise, he would never have suggested such a bet. Pregnant Poison had already appeared next to Evil Source. Regardless of how she felt, Pregnant Poison would have to act appropriately in a fight between Evil Source and Lin Yuan. Pregnant Poison prayed that Evil Source would not pick her. She would not be willing to participate even if she was given the chance to enter the Samsara realm. However, her ability could counter everything. It was unlikely that Evil Source would give up on the advantage and the opportunity to increase her power. Once representing Evil Source in a fight against Lin Yuan, she would be well and truly on the opposite side from Lin Yuan. But if she lost, Evil Source would not let her off either. But it did not take long for Pregnant Poison to realize that she was worried over nothing because Evil Source ended up picking another Turning Wheel realm dictator. This dictator had only recently entered the Turning Wheel realm and had about the same amount of power as everything. Pregnant Poison knew that this dictator was always by Evil Source's side, but was not well aware of his background. Despite only recently letting out a sigh of relief, Pregnant Poison got an increasingly stronger feeling that something was wrong. She started to cry out angrily to herself. Tasteless. Why wasn't I picked? Don't you trust me? Let me see how you pick up the pieces after your loss. But as Pregnant Poison continued to insult Evil Source, she started to tremble in fright. If the dictator who Evil Source chose ended up losing, the entire marsh world would change, and she would be at the forefront of that change. Pregnant Poison had only ever wanted peace. Otherwise, she would not have hidden in the shadows of the banquet of everything. If Evil Source had picked her to be the representative, she would have been overcome with fear and embarrassed herself. It would be fine if Evil Source was the one who had suggested how the gamble proceeded. Although Evil Source was the one who suggested the bet, Lin Yuan was the one who decided how the gamble proceeded. Lin Yuan would definitely suggest something that was advantageous to him. Evil Source could not afford to lose and give up on her treasures. But the same went for Lin Yuan. Evil Source and Lin Yuan were already in a full-fledged confrontation that had dragged in Mountain Ridge Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and Carnage Source. As such, all three of them were feeling the heat. However, all three of them were much better at handling pressure than Pregnant Poison was. Truthfully, the entire Marsh Abyss was centered around the Seven Figures, and there was no question that they were the Marsh Abyss core. This seven-prong system provided them with a substantial amount of profits. Any trouble that tipped the balance would be disadvantageous for them. However, Lin Yuan had already agreed to the trade, and the three of them were extremely unwilling to let the trade slip away. Thus, despite knowing that the fallout from this change would affect them, the three of them had no choice but to go along with what was happening. Moreover, they were going to choose Lin Yuan when push came to shove. At that moment, the three of them felt coerced by Lin Yuan. Everything felt both nervous and excited. This fight involved the top authority and power of the marsh world. She was now Lin Yuan's spear that had to cut down the obstacles in his way to clear the path. This was an unspeakable honor. She had only entered the Turning Wheel realm recently. When Lin Yuan's power boosted her, she could even reach the Samsara realm. Everything had never dared to dream of being boosted to such an extent. Everything was well aware of how powerful Samsara realm dictators were. They possessed unlimited possibilities. Yet, everything did not believe that Evil Source would be able to boost a Turning Will Realm dictator to Samsara Realm like Lin Yuan had done. At the very least, she was certain that Mountain Ridge Source did not possess such power. Although Evil Source possessed the Green Field's secret treasure that represented untold authority in the Marsh world, while Lin Yuan possessed no such thing, everything believed that her side would emerge victorious. Thus, everything maintained her composure as she advanced. She was even more confident than usual. When the wind blew at her skirt, the bells adorning the ends of her long braids jingled. The air was filled with a delightful melody as everything activated her dictator's body. A long, satin-like tail emerged behind her, gracefully slicing through the air and leaving spatial ripples in its wake. Around everything's wrists, 5 radiant silver satin strips materialized, resembling dancing ribbons of silver suspended in midair. The silver ribbons, adorned with tinkling silver bells, transformed into 10 elegant tails, swaying in synchronized harmony. Beneath everything's dress, a source totem illuminated her abdomen, emanating a powerful aura. Although her power had dipped to the level of a pinnacle apostle, everything still possessed an all-encompassing formidability. Lin Yuan already knew what ability everything's source totem had. It was called acceptance. She could use her body as a carrier and set a target to direct her source totem at. Both of them would then sustain the same amount of damage. She could redirect damage to the target and vice versa when she sustained damage. When everything was in battle, her source totem's ability and regenerative power gave her great advantage over opponents of the same level. The longer they fought, the bigger advantage she would enjoy. Even if she started off with the short end of the stick, she would eventually make a comeback as the battle progressed. Her only downfall would be if her opponent had any special methods, such as venom. Lin Yuan had considered this, but he had 2 dictators in everything and East Glow. East Glow excelled in defense and was not suited for a one-on-one battle. Thus, Lin Yuan had no other choice. Still, he believed that Evil Source would not pick a Turning Will Realm dictator who could counter everything. He had picked his representative first. If Evil Source immediately tried to take him down, it would come across as her being afraid. After all, this bet was not about whose representative was stronger but about who could better boost their representative. Evil Source possessed the Green Field's secret treasure and was already inflated with arrogance. There was no way that she would try too hard and come across as desperate in front of 3 dictators who possessed the same amount of power she did. Lin Yuan was right. Even if Evil Source decided to give up on her pride and sent out a representative who could counter everything, Lin Yuan would not be afraid. Lin Yuan could only boost everything to barely the level of Samsara Realm because her body could not handle anymore. The issue was not with his lack of faith power. If he forcefully boosted her anymore, her body would explode, and she would die. As such, there was no way that Evil Source would be able to do better than him when it came to boosting. If Evil Source was truly able to boost a dictator who had only just entered the Turning Will Realm to the Samsara Realm, she would have become the sole ruler of the Marsh world long ago. There would be no need for her to share the authority with the other 6 dictators with the word Source in their names. Moreover, everything had said that Evil Source was not the strongest of the 7 dictators with the word Source in their names. The strongest of them was Eternal Source, who had not appeared today. As a spirit chi professional, Lin Yuan's methods were foreign to the lifeforms from the Marsh world, but he could use them nonetheless. Hence, Lin Yuan was not just going to boost everything's power. Evil Source saw the mixture of austerity and nervousness on her representative's face. It was a far cry from everything's confident countenance. It had not been long since everything joined Lin Yuan. But Evil Source's chosen representative had already been with her for more than 2,000 years, and it could be said that she had personally shaped her. Given the circumstances, she would be defeated if they did end up competing. That would not do. Evil Source let out a disdainful scoff. Standing next to her, Dictator Might Thread, with her long black and purple hair, trembled involuntarily. Having spent considerable time by Evil Source's side, Dictator Might Thread understood the true nature of her character. Surviving over 2,000 years in Evil Source's presence wasn't a result of Might Thread's exceptional abilities. Rather, It was her ability to decipher evil source's temperament. Numerous comrades had been eliminated in the past for inadvertently upsetting evil source in some way. If Might Thread couldn't quell evil source's displeasure, her life would inevitably meet its end. Even if she managed to defeat everything, evil source wouldn't spare a second thought about her accomplishment. Since Might Thread was aware of this, she knew that she had to square up to match everything's aura. With this thought, Might Thread immediately activated her dictator's body. Countless black and brown threads shot out from Might Thread's body. They did not need to be attached to any body and maintained rigidly in the air. Small dark red spider-like insects started to crawl out from Might Thread's body and quickly covered the net of threads. As the spider-like insects poured out, the net of threads soon became crowded. Once a certain number of spider-like insects had appeared, they spat out threads and left the main net, dangling off the main net with their singular threads. The small dark red spider-like insects resembled the mites that Lin Yuan had seen in the skincare advertisements from his previous life. Lin Yuan rarely felt goosebumps rise all over his body. He was not startled but repulsed. As the dark red spider-like insects continued to pour out, Might Thread's body shrank and turned yellow until she looked like a skeleton wrapped in skin. Might Thread's hands and legs assumed strange poses as she stood at the center of the large net, and a peculiar hissing sound could be heard coming from her mouth. Carnage Source and Hornless Dragon Source exchanged glances, their eyes conveying unspoken thoughts and understanding. Mountain Ridge Source, drawn to everything's exceptional beauty and elite lineage, had developed an interest in her. Mountain Ridge Source intended to have everything serve as a female attendant, with little regard for her power and abilities. On the other hand, Might Thread, nurtured by Evil Source, always had to remain vigilant and on guard. While Evil Source was known for her eccentricity and penchant for pushing her subordinates into risky situations, she typically treated her favored subordinates well. Among the dictators, Might Thread was recognized for her exceptional abilities and potential, placing her in a top-class position. Although Might Thread's abilities could not counter everything, she surpassed everything in both abilities and potential. However, Carnage Source and Hornless Dragon Source did not believe that Lin Yuan did not have stronger subordinates he could have chosen to represent him. They felt that he was being overconfident and underestimating his enemy. Even if Lin Yuan was truly stronger than Evil Source, the latter possessed that book. Mountain Ridge Source looked at everything with pity, as she had full knowledge of the extent of everything's power. Thus, she understood the circumstances better than Hornless Dragon Source and Carnage Source did. Might Thread's ability was called Parasite Cycle. If the mites from Might Thread's body got on a target, they would immediately penetrate the skin and become a parasite. Once the mites entered the target's body, they would start to multiply and destroy the target from the inside. The mites were very tiny. The net of threads currently looked purple and black because it was not done growing. Once it was fully extended, the color would be stretched until it appeared transparent. Setting aside the fact that the threads were very sharp and could slice or restrain a target, the mites could also move swiftly on the net. Although Evil Source appeared to be deranged, she hated to lose. Mountain Ridge Source did not believe that everything had any chance of defeating Might Thread unless everything's power could exceed that of Might Thread when Lin Yuan boosted her. But was this possible? Might Thread had already unleashed her power, and her aura was gradually pressing down on everything. Finally, a satisfied smile appeared on Evil Source's face. 10,000 Source, let's do our best. Evil Source raised her left hand, made a spiritual gesture, and a ball of purple fog entered Might Thread's body. Purple flames lit up all over Might Thread's web of threads. The purple flames caused each of the mites to double in size. It was clear that they could do much more damage now. Evil Source stopped what she was doing at this point, as she waited to see how Lin Yuan would retaliate. Evil Source was used to slowly revealing one's attacks when she fought against the other six figures. They explored each other's powers by slowly revealing their secret weapons. This was why Evil Source did not instantly boost Might Thread to the greatest extent. But while Evil Source felt this way, the same could not be said for Lin Yuan because he did not have that many secret weapons that Evil Source could slowly explore. Lin Yuan did not know whether the dictators from Marsh Abyss had ever interacted with humans from the Freedom Federation. Hence, Unless it was absolutely necessary, Lin Yuan did not want to use his spirit chi professional abilities. Phase abilities contained clear signs of spirit chi fluctuations, which did not exist in the marsh world. The apostles might not notice this, but Carnage Source, Hornless Dragon Source, Mountain Ridge Source, and Evil Source had not moved their gaze away from him. With this thought, Lin Yuan prepared to use one outstanding move to demonstrate his dictator-boosting abilities. This was to create a shock effect and let the other dictators know that joining him would be the best decision. Lin Yuan fused with dark blue and activated his Mermaid Emperor bloodline. In an instant, a lithe stream of blue water descended from the sky, connecting the sky and earth with Lin Yuan at the center. He did not unleash any astonishing aura, but the stream of water exuded an inexplicably elite bloodline. This aura was unfamiliar to all of the apostles and dictators present, except for Whitespeak. Nonetheless, they could not ignore how powerful and elite this bloodline was. The strength of the bloodline caused Mountain Ridge Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and Carnage Source to feel subconsciously inferior. When Evil Source sensed the bloodline power from the stream of water, she clenched her fists tightly. At that moment, waves started to ripple across the pillar of water, and the sound of the ocean's clarion boomed out from the waves. The sound seemed to be ushering the arrival of a sacred ruler. As the shades of water stacked over each other, the image of a lavish underwater palace was formed. Numerous coral adornments were hanging off of the palace that gleamed brilliantly. Ribbons of water swirled around the pearls at the center of the adornments as though they were the mouths of springs. At that moment, a long fishtail appeared from within the water. The beautiful and clean tail covered the foul odors of the marsh beneath it. The scales on the tail were so blue that it was almost blinding. There were also faint specks of gold within the blue. The gold was completely dominated by the blue and seemed to be relying on the pure blue, making the blue appear even more distinguished and pure. When the fishtail appeared from the water, the pillar of water that connected the earth to the sky started to retreat. The stream of water transformed into a shawl that draped over the half-armor and battle skirt that Lin Yuan was wearing. The lake green and lightning blue in the blue topaz was suspended within the water and paired exceedingly well with the blue of the fishtail. Lin Yuan's hair extended down to his bare feet in his merman form. The hair swished in the water and cascaded over the shawl of water. The few small scales on his face and gold and blue scale at the center of his forehead projected his blue eyes, which seemed to contain the ocean of every person's dreams. At that moment, Lin Yuan's beauty was an even more impressive weapon than his bloodline. Not even Evil Source could avoid falling into a trance when she looked at Lin Yuan in his merman form. Treasure Seeker gaped at Lin Yuan. His idea of beauty had been redefined. It turned out that he had been hoping and chasing after such a countenance all along. A countenance that he could never even have dreamed up and only existed in his wildest hopes. Previously, Treasure Seeker felt that demon desire was a cloud to the dirt of other dictators. But now this idea had changed. Demon Desire's regular body was like a swallow on the ground, while her dictator's body's appearance was like the shining moon in the sky that the swallow could only admire from far away. Demon Desire's glorious appearance now looked mundane in Treasure Seeker's eyes. Treasure Seeker's eyes could not bear to move away from Lin Yuan's face. It went without saying that Demon Desire noticed this. The moment she saw Lin Yuan's dictator's body, Demon Desire knew that coming to the banquet of everything was the worst decision she had ever made in her life. She had not managed to obtain even a sliver of benefit from the banquet of everything. One of her lapdogs had tried to open the way for her, but Lin Yuan killed him, while her other lapdog had fallen under Lin Yuan's spell. Lin Yuan had not done anything to her, but he had still doomed her. As much as Treasure Seeker had cared for her, he was now going to turn away and abandon her. Demon Desire had also stolen Treasure Seeker away from another female dictator. Now, Demon Desire could not find the chance to ask Lin Yuan about trading with him. There was no way that Evil Source was going to give up. Regardless of who ended up winning, the two dictators were already in conflict. Dictator Eternal Source, Vine Source, and Mist Source would not be able to keep themselves excluded. There was no longer any opportunity for her to contribute. If she stayed there, she could not obtain any practical benefits. With that thought, Demon Desire stood with resignation and left Marsh East Palace. At that moment, Demon Desire learned that in order to gain the respect of others, one needed to possess authority. The only way to possess authority was to do whatever she could to increase her power. Before Demon Desire left, she held on to the hope that Treasure Seeker would ask her to stay. But in the end, he did not even spare her a thought. When Demon Desire left, she took all her follower apostles. This exit did not attract the attention of anyone as all eyes were on Lin Yuan in his merman form. The Fish World Sea Trump card on his waist sensed the overwhelming Mermaid Emperor bloodline power flowing from Lin Yuan, and the image of a reef appeared under Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan did not waste any words and shot Evil Source a provoking expression before he raised his finger and pointed it at everything, who was currently at a disadvantage. Concentrated faith power poured out from Lin Yuan's body, which then into a roaring fountain of faith that crashed down on everything. In front of the entire crowd, everything's aura shot up. It reached intermediate and then advanced turning will realm. Even when it reached the barrier of advanced turning will realm, the aura did not seem like it was going to be stopped. When everything's aura reached pinnacle turning will realm, uncontrollable shock spread across Mountain Ridge Source, Carnage Source, and Hornless Dragon Source's faces. Frankly, by the time Lin Yuan boosted everything to advanced turning will realm, Mountain Ridge Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and Carnage Source knew that if they were the ones taking on Lin Yuan, they would have already lost. Although they also possessed a similar book that Evil Source had, they would still be helpless. Although strengthening subordinates was Evil Source's strong suit, she was not much more capable than the three of them. Thus, Evil Source should also be aware that she had already lost even though Everything and Might Thread had not launched a single attack at each other yet. This realization was clear enough from Evil Source's face. However, Lin Yuan did not stop at boosting everything to advanced turning will realm and continued to boost her to pinnacle turning will realm. When everything reached pinnacle turning will realm, Mountain Ridge Source, Carnage Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and Evil Source could not help but admit that Lin Yuan was indeed stronger than them. Furthermore, he was not going to stop at pinnacle turning will realm. Everything even went on to subtly break through to the Samsara realm. If not for the fact that Everything's source totem had not changed, the aura that exploded forth from Everything would already be comparable to that of a Samsara realm dictator. Lin Yuan only stopped boosting Everything at that point. After such a long time, Everything finally possessed an ocean of power again. She was almost drunk on this feeling. Lin Yuan, to whom she was loyal, was in the middle of a battle with Evil Source. Everything turned her eyes and body to Lin Yuan as she bowed. "It's all my fault. My body can't accept any more of your power." Everything's words caused all four dictators who were present and had the word Source in their names to stare at Lin Yuan with astonishment. Both of Evil Source's faces had the same stern expression. Mountain Ridge Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and Carnage Source were glad that they had chosen to side with Lin Yuan. Evil Source must be regretting starting a fight with Lin Yuan. Yet, there was no place where one could go to buy a cure for regret. Now that Lin Yuan's power exceeded Evil Source's power by such a great extent, there was no way that Evil Source would be able to back out. There was actually no point in continuing this fight. But given Evil Source's temperament and character, she was going to see it through to the end, even though she knew that this could only end in defeat. Thus, there was no other result waiting for Might Thread other than death. As Mountain Ridge Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and Carnage Source looked at Everything, who had just barely reached the Samsara realm, they realized that Lin Yuan might be able to boost them as well. What kind of level would they reach if he did boost them? Could he be able to boost a regular Samsara realm dictator to advanced Samsara realm at the very least? The more they thought about Lin Yuan's ability, the more frightened the three of them were. They decided that regardless of who they ended up making enemies out of, they would become Lin Yuan's allies. The man who understands the situation is a wise man. Although Evil Source had an arrogant, evil, and frigid aura, she had to keep her tail between her legs before becoming a Samsara realm dictator. She would never dare to act as recklessly as she did now. She had been insulted and abused countless times when she had been an apostle. Thus, she would definitely eventually still try to mend her relationship with Lin Yuan. Those who were inflexible would not be able to survive in an environment where the law of the jungle prevailed, much less become a top expert. However, after one had spent thousands of years struggling to climb up from the mud to reach the clouds, it would be difficult for them to stomach having to return to the mud. The consequence that Evil Source had to face was a very good warning to Carnage Source, Mountain Ridge Source, and Hornless Dragon Source. This was the consequence of making an enemy out of Lin Yuan. The truth was indeed as the three of them had expected. Evil Source clearly sensed that she could not beat Lin Yuan. She did not call for a stop to the fight and bet, but she did not continue boosting Might Thread either. If she continued to boost Might Thread, it would be a joke when compared to everything who Lin Yuan had boosted. Evil Source only chose to continue for the sake of her pride. Thus, the best plan was to stop boosting Might Thread and allow her to be killed by everything. This way, she would also be allowing Lin Yuan to win. Might Thread paused for a moment as she could not sense herself being boosted by Evil Source any longer. It did not take long for her to realize that Evil Source had just abandoned her. Given the circumstances, there was no way that she would be able to continue living. All she could do was do her best to preserve Evil Source's pride with her death. This was the only way that Evil Source would be willing to bring up her offspring. Life forms had the primal desire to pass on their bloodline. Might Thread knew that if she did not do as Evil Source wanted, she would end up killed by Evil Source even if she did not die by everything's hands. If that happened, Evil Source would also end up slaughtering her offspring. Might Thread attacked everything. Everything looked at Might Thread, who clearly knew that she had no chance of winning but was still charging forward, and her expression morphed into one of sorrow and relief. She was relieved that she had been lucky enough to meet Lin Yuan and sorrowful that Might Thread still had to be used as a tool by others who had no control over her life or death despite being a turning will realm dictator. In this way, she was no different from an apostle. Might Thread ended up in such a sorry state because she had chosen to become loyal to the wrong person. No matter how much everything sympathized with Might Thread, she did not show mercy. In this fight against Might Thread, she represented Lin Yuan. If she showed mercy, she would be humiliating Lin Yuan. Everything understood this and started moving all 10 of her ribbons with the power of a Samsara realm dictator. Due to the difference in their power level, everything did not have to trigger her source totem's ability. The bells on the ends of the ribbons started to spin and kicked up 10 enormous vortexes. As the 10 vortexes crisscrossed, all of the transparent threads in the sky were shredded while the 10 silver bells slammed into Might Thread's body. The ringing of the bells signaled the end of Might Thread's life. With one attack, everything defeated her opponent and won the bet for Lin Yuan. According to the rules of the Marsh world, the winning side could take the initiative to obtain the spoils they had won. Everything did not immediately return to Lin Yuan's side. Instead, she walked through the air over to Evil Source and reached out her hand. Evil Source had lost all of her formidability and no longer had a shred of pride to stand on. After looking deeply into everything's eyes for a moment, Evil Source eventually handed over the book and dark green gem to everything. A million different thoughts coursed through Evil Source's head during this exchange. She had considered the option of killing everything and then taking Lin Yuan on directly. But if she did this, she would end up paying a much heavier price. Furthermore, there was already no use in her regretting. After basking in power and status for a long time, she was even more afraid of death now than when she had been a nobody. As such, the lunatic Evil Source fell quiet and was calm. Truthfully, Lin Yuan had been pinched by nervousness when everything went over to Evil Source to ask for the spoils of her victory. If Evil Source could not stand the provocation and attacked, he would have no choice but to use Begin Lady to handle the situation. But this would expose him instantly, and all the hard work he had put into keeping up his disguise would have been for nothing. Luckily, Evil Source had managed to control herself. As he looked at the Endless Gem and Greenfield Secret Treasure, Volume 4, Sky High that everything had handed him, Lin Yuan immediately stored them away in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. During this time, Lin Yuan decided to shock Evil Source again. He decided to use some of the root power that Morbius had just recovered and removed Evil Source's soul branding on the Greenfield Secret Treasure, Volume 4, Sky High right in front of her. A horrible scream did not even have the time to be ripped from Evil Source's throat before it died between her lips. Evil Source forcefully suppressed the agony in her soul. Previously, she had only been fearful of Lin Yuan. But now she was terror-stricken. Evil Source would never have expected Lin Yuan to be able to remove her soul branding on the book. She had only managed to place the soul branding on the book after thousands of years of slow and hard work. Even she would have struggled to remove it. Evil Source had been waiting for Lin Yuan to ask her about the soul branding. When that happened, she would be able to take Lin Yuan with her behind closed doors to speak to him in either a humble voice or a pleading one when she requested to work together. However, reality had floored her, and Lin Yuan had not given her a chance to do any of that. Evil Source could be certain that not even Eternal Source could forcefully remove a soul branding. Evil Source was terrified that Lin Yuan would come after her in the future. He even had the power to steal her book, which meant that he was more than capable of suppressing and keeping her down. How could she hope to compete with him? Evil Source had no clue that none of Lin Yuan's thoughts were about her. This was because Lin Yuan had sensed that the Secret of the Dead, Volume 5, Sinking Song in the Fountain of Faith in his Divine Kingdom had expressed the desire to fuse with the Green Field's Secret Treasure, Volume 4, Sky High. It was as though these two items from the dimensional world, which were clearly different, were actually part of the same entity. The strange fight between Lin Yuan and Evil Source had come to an end by such a strange and quiet method. Mountain Ridge Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and Carnage Source shared a look. They could tell from Evil Source's state and expression that she no longer had any desire to continue fighting with Lin Yuan. Thus, as long as Lin Yuan did not decide to pursue the matter, it would come to an end. All three of them were praying that Lin Yuan left the matter where it was. Otherwise, their days of peace would be no more. After Lin Yuan recalled the faith power from everything's body, he put an end to his fusion with Dark Blue. Lin Yuan's mind was fully preoccupied with the Endless Gem and 2 books. He was no longer interested in wasting any more time here. Hence, he prepared to leave and return to his room where he could research the 2 books, and Morbius could unlock Greenvine after it absorbed the new Endless Gem. Lin Yuan was curious about what Greenvine's 5 abilities would be when it evolved from Silver to Sovereign. Greenvine was already Lin Yuan's strongest Fae. Once it was unlocked, his overall power would be greatly increased. I don't have any more interest in participating in the banquet of everything. If you have any issues, you can take them up with East Glow, and he will relay the message to me. No one tried to stop Lin Yuan from leaving. If Lin Yuan told the 4 dictators with the word Source at the back of their names to relay their messages to him through East Glow, they would definitely think of him as extremely rude. But now that he had demonstrated his power, no one thought that way. Return to Ruins and Carnage Source were both planning on seeking him out privately. Previously, Pregnant Poison also had the same intention. When Evil Source and Lin Yuan seemed to be evenly matched, Pregnant Poison did not have the courage to try to switch her allegiance. But now that Lin Yuan had defeated Evil Source, as long as Lin Yuan agreed to her request to join him, there was no way that Evil Source would come after her for fear of offending Lin Yuan again. Pregnant Poison was glad that she had not been picked to participate in the battle. If Evil Source had picked her to represent her, she would have met the same end that Might Thread had. Might Thread's death had caused Pregnant Poison's heart to sink. If she did not sneak away now, there was a high chance that Evil Source would vent her frustration on her. This was because she was the one who had told Evil Source about the news. Evil Source would never have come personally if Pregnant Poison had not made Evil Source aware. Thus, she was also on the express lane to her death. Before she was found by Evil Source and found herself on the business end of Evil Source's fury, the only way she could save herself was to join Lin Yuan's camp. With this thought, Pregnant Poison immediately marched toward Marsh East Palace in the hopes that she would be able to bump into Lin Yuan before he reached his room. After everything killed Might Thread, Lin Yuan did not instruct her to take everything's source totem. This was his way of giving Evil Source an excuse to meet with him. If Evil Source dutifully handed Might Thread's source totem to him, it meant that she had acknowledged that he was superior and that there would no longer be any trouble from her. If Evil Source did not do that, Lin Yuan would have to make arrangements as soon as possible. It appeared that he had boosted everything to easily win the bet with Evil Source. But in actuality, he did not have enough power stocked up to be Evil Source's match. Moreover, Lin Yuan could tell from Mountain Ridge Source, Carnage Source, and Hornless Dragon Source's gazes during his fight with Evil Source that none of them wanted him to battle Evil Source. Hence, there was no guarantee that the three of them would choose to side with him when he fought against Evil Source. Lin Yuan had not come to the Marsh world to disrupt the established balance but to continuously develop and store up his strength. His eventual goal was to link all the creatures of the Marsh world together. Otherwise, even if he truly managed to become ruler of the Marsh world, he would not have enough subordinates to help him keep the Marsh world in check. After entering the main hall, Lin Yuan forbade anyone from following and even left White Speak at the door. As he sat on the main seat of the main hall, Lin Yuan said softly, "Begin, Lady Celestial Sight. You will have to remain in the outside world for the next few days." Lin Yuan did not tell Begin Lady and Celestial Sight why they had to remain in the outside world, and neither of them asked more questions. They had the utmost trust in Lin Yuan and knew that he had to have his reasons. Begin Lady and Celestial Sight materialized. Begin Lady had been hibernating in the element well of late and had slowly stabilized itself as it constantly absorbed a large amount of pure earth and water elemental power and spirit chi. Begin Lady's power had skyrocketed, and it felt that Lin Yuan's mysterious space had to be heaven for fairies. Although Lin Yuan had let both of them into the spirit lock spatial zone, they had no clue of Morbius' existence. Although Lin Yuan trusted Begin Lady and Celestial Sight, he did not intend to tell them. Lin Yuan placed the endless gem he had just won in one of the divots on Morbius, and the latter immediately locked the new endless gem in place. Lin Yuan heard Morbius' voice in his head. "Partner, once I absorb this endless gem, the spirit lock spatial zone will be locked for a longer time, and I will also go to sleep." At this point, Morbius' voice took on one of its rare bouts of excitement. "All of the endless gems in the Marsh world have been combined. Once I wake up, the ancient tree on the pure land of bliss that came from the previous endless gem will definitely transform. I have a feeling that it will become a being similar to a fae." Lin Yuan was shocked. After he gained more experience and came into contact with items such as the dimensional treasures and endless gems, he felt that there were no obvious fences between the main world and dimensional worlds. Humans could live in the Marsh world, and the regular people Lin Yuan had brought over were the best proof. Every time a dimensional rift opened in the main world, the dimensional lifeforms would pour into the main world and begin their slaughter. Without interference from strong phase and spirit chi professionals, the dimensional lifeforms would have continued living. Source-type power did not come from the dimensional worlds. It could be created by the dimensional lifeforms themselves, just like faith power was. Lin Yuan's mind exploded. The Class 6 dimensional rifts could link the main world and dimensional worlds by folding space. Could a change take place that allowed the folded space to fuse the main and dimensional worlds together until they became one? Lin Yuan did not know that his thoughts had given Morbius an idea. But no matter how hard it thought, it could not pull the idea fully together. Each time Morbius' grade was increased, it would regain more of its memories. It had no idea if the memory related to Lin Yuan's new theory would be retrieved the next time it increased its grade. After Morbius fell asleep, Lin Yuan said to Green Vine, who was standing next to him, "In a few days, you will be able to become stronger." As a fae that had been spirit-locked by Morbius, Green Vine understood what Lin Yuan meant. There was no fae that was not happy at the prospect of becoming stronger. Due to the spirit lock, not even Green Vine knew what abilities it had when it evolved from Silver to Sovereign. Green Vine also wanted to have more combat techniques. Lin Yuan had not been sitting for long before White Speak walked in and bowed before it said, "Lord Lin Yuan, Dictator Pregnant Poison requests to meet with you." After passing on the message, White Speak added, "Dictator Pregnant Poison is Dictator Evil Source's subordinate. According to everything, Dictator Pregnant Poison is extremely selfish and cruel but also intelligent. Would you like to meet with her?" White Speak abhorred Pregnant Poison. Lin Yuan had a grudge against Evil Source. One did not have to think hard to see an issue with Pregnant Poison requesting to meet with Lin Yuan. Pregnant poison could have come on evil source's behalf. Lin Yuan was not even obligated to meet with the defeated evil source, so it would be madness for her to still send a subordinate to meet with him at this time. If pregnant poison had not come on evil source's behalf, but for herself, it meant that she had betrayed evil source. In a place like the marsh world where faith power held everything together, betrayal was an unforgivable crime. Lin Yuan was slightly surprised as he could not think of a reason pregnant poison would come to see him. He had no ties with her. However, he remembered how she had hidden in the shadows of the banquet of everything and only exposed herself for the sake of obtaining the source fruits. It was likely that she had come to see him. With this thought, Lin Yuan's lips curled upward. He did not care about her goal. The way he saw it, pregnant poison was a large gift basket of faith power. He did not care if she wanted to become his follower. With her strong prioritization of profits, she would only ever be used as one of his weapons and not receive any positions of management. There was no reason for him to turn away a willing weapon. Before he had fought with evil source, Lin Yuan would have considered her feelings. But now that he had shaken her to the core and taken over the treasure that represented her authority, she would turn a blind eye even if she was truly enraged after hearing the news. Let her in. When you bring her in, bring East Glow and everything in too. After Lin Yuan was done giving White Speak instructions, East Glow hastily walked in. Frankly, pregnant poison had sought out East Glow first to ask him to relay the message. But East Glow had not immediately gone to tell Lin Yuan but told White Speak of the news first so that White Speak could be the one to tell Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan cared so much about White Speak that East Glow knew that he would only ever be White Speak's assistant despite becoming a dictator. As its direct superior, it was only right that he established a good relationship with White Speak. East Glow's actions left a positive impression on White Speak. White Speak had yet to become a dictator, yet East Glow was treating it in such a way. White Speak was grateful to East Glow for this. There was no question that White Speak was closer to East Glow than it was to everything. The only reason that East Glow had come in with news was that Return to Ruins had also come to request to speak with Lin Yuan. This matter involved the subjugation of a turning will realm dictator. So East Glow felt that it was imperative that Lin Yuan was made aware of this. Furthermore, Return to Ruins had already publicly declared his willingness to become loyal to Lin Yuan. If that were the case, there was a high chance that Return to Ruins would become his colleague in the future. East Glow badly wanted to leave a good impression on a stronger colleague as it would help them to get along better in the future. After spending so much time in Marsh East Palace, East Glow knew how to socialize and create connections. He also knew the consequences of stabbing someone in the back after leaving an impression. No matter how good of a temper Lin Yuan had, he had to do all he could to put his best foot forward if he wanted to attain rewards from Lin Yuan in the long run. After hearing East Glow's message, Lin Yuan said to White Speak, "You were hurt by Prayer Glow, who was Return to Ruins' subordinate. When Return to Ruins enters, you can decide what to do with him." White Speak hurriedly shook its head and said, "Prayer Glow acted independently of Dictator Return to Ruins. He only represented himself. Moreover, you already had Lourdes begin Lady Kill Prayer Glow. I have no grudges with Dictator Return to Ruins. If he wants to become loyal to you, he can also become my assistant. I will consider myself lucky if that happens." East Glow never expected such history between White Speak and Return to Ruins. Normally, dictators or apostles who were beloved by a powerful being were arrogant. This was a natural progression, and there was no way to avoid it. However, it was clear that White Speak was not affected by this and was well aware of its position. It was no wonder that Lin Yuan thought so highly of it. East Glow intended to properly learn from White Speak when it came to this. Lin Yuan nodded slightly when he heard this. White Speak and East Glow immediately moved to lead Pregnant Poison and Return to Ruins in order to meet Lin Yuan. It did not take long for them to enter the main hall. Although Return to Ruins had chosen to become loyal to Lin Yuan and was prepared to bow to him, he did not expect Pregnant Poison to immediately fall to the ground and say in a pitifully sweet voice, "I have admired your majesty for a long time, and I want to serve you. I hope you will take me in and give me the chance to do so." Everything was not at all surprised by Pregnant Poison's reaction. This fit perfectly with her idea of who Pregnant Poison was. If Lin Yuan did not agree, she would not hesitate to do anything. There were many dictators who were unwilling to do such a thing even if their life was at stake. But it had to be said that Pregnant Poison's actions had brought her significant benefits. Otherwise, she would never have been taken in by Evil Source. Return to Ruins looked at the seemingly pitiful Pregnant Poison with shock. What is going on? Wasn't Pregnant Poison loyal to dictator Evil Source? Could she want to jump over to Lord 10,000 Source's ship now that Evil Source had lost her authority? If Evil Source found out about how Pregnant Poison was lowering herself, she would immediately reduce Pregnant Poison to ashes. Pregnant Poison sure is daring. Could she be that confident that Lord 10,000 Source will take her in? She is gambling on her life. As much as Pregnant Poison wants to switch allegiances, she should not play with her life. But it did not take long for Return to Ruins to figure it out. Evil Source had come because of Tyrant Lizard, while Freezing Ember Hornless Dragon Source had come because of Freezing Ember and Frost Cold. They had come because they had heard of news pertaining to Lin Yuan. Thus, Evil Source had actually been lured here by Pregnant Poison. Given Evil Source's recent behavior and temper, she likely placed all the blame on Pregnant Poison. Pregnant Poison was doing this for self-preservation. Return to Ruins was still shocked. But this time, he was not shocked by Pregnant Poison's actions but by her brain. Her brain sure turned quickly. If her brain had turned any slower and she had not immediately come to seek Lin Yuan out, Evil Source might have already killed her. When Lin Yuan did not respond to Pregnant Poison, Return to Ruins learned from Pregnant Poison and went down on one knee. If Return to Ruins had come on his own, he would never have done such a thing. But now that he had an example in front of him, he was going to learn from it. He could do at least this much. Pregnant Poison was waiting for Lin Yuan's response. How Lin Yuan reacted would determine whether she lived or died. However, she had still not received any response from Lin Yuan, and now came another competitor in the form of Return to Ruins. Pregnant Poison had already made many nasty remarks about Return to Ruins to herself. During this time, the expression on her face became increasingly pitiful. Everything looked at Pregnant Poison with disdain. No one knew better than everything what kind of character Pregnant Poison had. Everything clearly remembered that the first dictator she had encountered when she arrived at Marshabyss was Pregnant Poison. At that time, Pregnant Poison had addressed her as sister, but only she knew of the vile thoughts that she was harboring. Because of the way that Pregnant Poison addressed her, everything treated her as family and did not put her guard up. But there were numerous occasions that Pregnant Poison had forced her into danger for the sake of her own profits. These incidents had almost caused everything to get on the wrong side of a powerful enemy. Ever since then, everything saw Pregnant Poison for who she truly was and decided to part ways. After that happened, Pregnant Poison had sought her out to apologize, and she had accepted the apology. But eventually, she ended up being used by Pregnant Poison again. Since she knew Pregnant Poison well, everything did not believe that Pregnant Poison truly wanted to serve Lin Yuan. It was just like how Pregnant Poison had not sincerely served Evil Source. However, everything did not say anything. Lin Yuan was more powerful than Pregnant Poison. With such a powerful source of support, someone as obsessed with profits as Pregnant Poison would definitely do all she could to try to make him happy. During that time, Pregnant Poison would be much more useful than East Glow. If everything knew what kind of character Pregnant Poison had, there would be no way that Lin Yuan was ignorant of the truth. Everything was glad that Lin Yuan had found her first. Due to many issues, Second-born could not seek her out with as much fervor as she wanted. Although Second-born had become a dictator and her nature made her betray everything, there was no way that she would be willing to cut off her ties of kinship with First-born and Third-born. However, the same did not go for Pregnant Poison. If Lin Yuan had not found her, she would have continued hiding. Once the banquet of everything ended, Pregnant Poison would have sniffed her out. If that had happened, she would have eventually become a source totem in Pregnant Poison's collection. This was the only reason that Pregnant Poison could have come to the banquet of everything. Whitespeak did not harp on the fact that Prayer Glow had acted in Return to Ruin's name and almost killed it. But there were still some things that Lin Yuan needed to remind Return to Ruins. Return to Ruins. Do you remember teaching an apostle named Prayer Glow? Return to Ruins' expression froze. Return to Ruins picked an apostle every once in a while and guided them. He had taught at least 3,000 apostles in his time, and there was no way that he could remember all of their names. Return to Ruins did not understand why a Samsara realm dictator like Lin Yuan cared about a weak apostle called Prayer Glow. Could there be some ties between Prayer Glow and Lord 10,000 Source? If that's the case, can I leverage the ties that Prayer Glow established? Once this idea was formed, Return to Ruins pushed it out of his mind. Return to Ruins did not believe that the apostle by the name of Prayer Glow had the right or the ability to offend Lin Yuan. But it was a fact that he had no memory of Prayer Glow. Since he could not remember, Return to Ruins dared not speak recklessly either. Lord 10,000 Source, I do have the habit of teaching apostles, but I have taught at least 3,000 to 4,000 of them in my lifetime. Besides a few special ones who made an impression on me, I wouldn't be able to recognize the rest even if they appeared in front of me again. None of the apostles in my memory are called Prayer Glow. Return to Ruins' words made Lin Yuan decide to take him in. If Return to Ruins knew Prayer Glow, he would have to shoulder the consequences. Regardless of whether Whitespeak wanted to pursue the matter, Whitespeak was willing to die for Lin Yuan. There was no way that Lin Yuan could leave the matter alone. While Return to Ruins was speaking, Lin Yuan took out a ball of 5-colored light. This is Prayer Glow's source totem. You should be glad you didn't leave your brand on Prayer Glow. Go, you will stay with Whitespeak from now on and listen to its instructions. You will receive a wage of big and small source fruits monthly. Lin Yuan offered the big and small source fruits because he was well aware that Return to Ruins had a reason for becoming loyal to him. Lin Yuan was never stingy when it came to his subordinates. However, the prerequisite was that they had to work well and prove their value. Everything, East Glow, and Return to Ruins were all foundational stones that Lin Yuan needed to secure his position in the Marsh world. Return to Ruins was both afraid and excited when he heard what Lin Yuan said, and he cursed Prayer Glow repeatedly to himself. He did not even know if he had truly taught Prayer Glow in the past or if Prayer Glow had used his name and gone around lying. Pregnant Poison was beside herself with anxiousness. She had expressed her loyalty to Lin Yuan first. So why did Lin Yuan address Return to Ruins first while ignoring her? Was Lin Yuan planning on rejecting her? If that happened, she would be done for. Just as Pregnant Poison was so panicked that she almost crumpled in her kneeling stance, she saw Lin Yuan turn his eyes onto her. When she looked into his clear and deep eyes, Pregnant Poison felt as though she was drowning. Lin Yuan looked at Pregnant Poison with amusement. Does Evil Source know that you're here? Her actions had defied Lin Yuan's understanding of the structure of the Marsh world. It was definitely a smart choice on Pregnant Poison's part to seek him out immediately after the fight ended. It was a decision made out of self-preservation. However, this was also a signal to Lin Yuan that Pregnant Poison did not have a loyal bone in her body. If she could find it in herself to betray Evil Source, she could betray him as well. There was no way he could rely on someone like this. She could not even be depended on as a weapon. But ever since gaining higher status, Lin Yuan understood that no one was useless. What mattered was how that person was used. Pregnant Poison's attempts to curry favor informed Lin Yuan that as long as he remained sufficiently powerful, she would be willing to do anything he asked. She could take over the tasks that needed a dictator's power to be done, but that the other dictators were unwilling to do. Lin Yuan was not even thinking about whether she would secretly cause trouble because, as things stood, he was the only one who could take her in. If he did not accept her and Evil Source found out about what she had done, there was no way she would allow Pregnant Poison to continue living. Now that there were no longer any roads for her to escape into, Pregnant Poison could only do her best to prove her worth. When she heard Lin Yuan's question, Pregnant Poison replied fearfully, "Dictator Evil Source doesn't know I came to see you. I hope you'll accept my loyalty. I'm willing to do anything." Lin Yuan did not give her any respite and said with a smile, "Aren't you afraid that Evil Source will come to me asking for you? You are still her follower. I'm sure you know better than me what will happen when she learns that you're trying to jump ship." The amusement in Lin Yuan's voice made Pregnant Poison aware that her life was not worth anything to him. She was no different from a toy to him. After this feeling appeared, Pregnant Poison's already shaky sense of security diminished further. At that moment, Green Vine said softly, "Evil Source is already outside the door and is asking to meet with you. Are you willing to see her?" Lin Yuan had already expected that Evil Source would come to see him immediately after the fight. Although Evil Source had a perverse personality and never acted according to logic, she still knew where the lines were. Otherwise, she would not have easily handed over the endless gem and book. If Evil Source wanted to retain her position amongst the seven figures, the most important thing she needed to do was to keep from making an enemy out of Lin Yuan and make him an ally instead. Since she had lost the treasured book, the balance between the seven figures had been broken. Furthermore, the other six figures knew that he had fought with her. In order to build ties with him, there was no way they would make life easy for Evil Source. As long as Evil Source was intelligent, she would know that the best way out would be to become allies with Lin Yuan. Evil Source had come quickly enough. If she had brought Might Thread's source totem with her, Lin Yuan would be willing to give her a chance. It went without saying that she would have to offer a suitable price first. Green Vine's words caused Pregnant Poison to start trembling. Pregnant Poison would be reduced to a puddle of mangled flesh if Evil Source saw her kneeling there and lost her temper. Pregnant Poison prayed that Lin Yuan would not allow Evil Source to enter. But what Lin Yuan said burned up Pregnant Poison's last line of defense in her heart. "Return to ruins, go and bring Evil Source in." Lin Yuan had not accepted Pregnant Poison yet, because he wanted to wait and see how much more terrified and pressured Pregnant Poison would feel once Evil Source arrived. This was the only way she would work for him dutifully in the future. Furthermore, Pregnant Poison was also Lin Yuan's test for Evil Source. He would only be willing to give her a chance if she managed to stomach Pregnant Poison's betrayal. If Evil Source could not control her emotions and went mad, there was no way that Lin Yuan would associate with her in any way. If Evil Source could not control her emotions, she would eventually become a danger. Lin Yuan would have to find a way to work with the other Samsara realm dictators to eliminate her. As long as he was sufficiently sincere, there was no way that the other six figures would turn him down. Now that he possessed the Greenfield Secret Treasure, Volume 4, Sky High, he had a perfectly legitimate reason to take Evil Source's place, and no one would be affected by the change. When Lin Yuan saw how Carnage Source, Mountain Ridge Source, and Hornless Dragon Source treated Evil Source, he knew she was not famed for her interpersonal skills. Lin Yuan did not want to make a big deal out of this. All he wanted to do was quietly run up a fortune in the marsh world. He could only hope that Evil Source did not charge toward death herself. Evil Source never dreamed that such a day would befall her. She had never been so humiliated ever since she obtained the Greenfield Secret Treasure. If she had not come, she would not have had to suffer through all of this. She had come because she had heard the report from Pregnant Poison. Evil Source dared not harbor any hate for Lin Yuan. The culture of the marsh world was always one where the strong devoured the weak, and the weak could not utter a single complaint. Evil Source's hatred was directed at Pregnant Poison. Not only had Pregnant Poison caused her to be humiliated and lose her treasure in the process, but she had even had the audacity to go running to Lin Yuan. Evil Source did not have to think far to determine Pregnant Poison's goal. Evil Source had been confident that Lin Yuan would see her. Otherwise, he would have taken Might Thread's source totem with him when he left. Evil Source forcefully suppressed her emotions as she was afraid that when she was led into the main hall and laid her eyes on Pregnant Poison, she would not be able to hold herself back from killing Pregnant Poison. If she attacked while in Lin Yuan's presence, it would be seen as an insult to him. Furthermore, Evil Source did not know whether Lin Yuan was going to accept Pregnant Poison. If he did take her in and she attacked her, she would be at odds with him. She had even handed over the treasure that represented her status. There was no need to offend Lin Yuan over anything else. But as willing as she was to take the humble stance, Evil Source hoped that Lin Yuan would not push it. Otherwise, she would find some way to retaliate and make his life miserable even if she did not clash with him directly. Evil Source's heart was heavy as she took the few short steps. She was famed for acting however she pleased and could not remember the last time that she considered the feelings of another. Soon after entering the main hall, Evil Source spotted pregnant Poison kneeling on the ground. Her anger flared, and she almost raised her left hand and swung it toward pregnant Poison. When she sensed the aura from Green Vine and the girl standing next to Lin Yuan, who had the power to take her on, Evil Source realized how strong Lin Yuan's ability to boost dictators was. If he boosted this girl who was only slightly weaker than her, he might not have to attack personally, and this subordinate of his would be enough to keep her down. Given the circumstances, Evil Source had no choice but to resign herself to reality and control her murderous rage toward pregnant Source. This method also enabled Lin Yuan to see her attitude toward the matter. 10,000 Source. Let me officially introduce myself. My name is Evil Source. We already established somewhat of a friendship by exchanging blows. Evil Source's words caused East Glow and everything who had heard of Evil Source's mighty reputation to look shocked. Pregnant Poison, who had been Evil Source's subordinate for hundreds of years, widened her eyes to the point they almost fell out of their sockets. How could such words have come from Evil Source's mouth? Lin Yuan fixed his eyes on Evil Source and pursed his lips. A dictator who occupied such a high position in the Marsh world was indeed far from simple. When Evil Source had the upper hand, she could act deranged and recklessly. But she could restrain herself when she knew she had been bested. Not everyone could possess such a character. Previously, when Evil Source used her hand to turn her head and swap her faces, she was just expressing her insanity. But at crucial times when she knew that she was at a disadvantage, she could humble herself. Lin Yuan did not believe that many people in positions of power could do the same. Now that Evil Source recognized that she was at a disadvantage and wanted to form ties with him, Lin Yuan did not put on any airs. A friendship formed from exchanging blows. We are genuinely acquainted now. When Evil Source heard what Lin Yuan said, the way that she was looking at him changed. Evil Source knew that she was not as magnanimous as Lin Yuan when she had the upper hand. Yet, he could accept her when he had the upper hand. This meant that he had a much better character than her. Previously, Evil Source only hoped to connect with Lin Yuan. But now, she was truly interested in getting to know him. You mentioned an alliance. I would like to join it. Unlike Carnage Source, I'm not joining your alliance to trade for the big and small source fruits. I want to join because I want to be by your side. Evil Source's words were only partially true. Firstly, there was no way she was going to say no to the big and small source fruits. She wanted to stay by Lin Yuan's side so that the other six figures would not target her in a bid to curry favor with Lin Yuan in order to obtain the big and small source fruits. Both of these were Evil Source's goals. But besides that, Evil Source did genuinely want to stay by Lin Yuan's side. Even if the other six decided to work with Lin Yuan, it would only be for the sake of profits. They would turn against him when he cut into their profits. In fact, being more familiar with each other, they might even team up to eliminate the wild card that was Lin Yuan. But Evil Source did not believe this was the case. She always subscribed to the belief that in this world, only the capable were able to occupy positions of power. Rather than sharing resources with the other six of them to form a bottleneck, it would be better if she struck out on her own. Evil Source had always wanted to be the one to distinguish herself. But now she had failed. Evil Source would rather team up with Lin Yuan rather than Eternal Source, who was the water to her fire. Regardless of whether Lin Yuan was willing to take her in today, the animosity between them would still decrease significantly. When Lin Yuan saw the serious expression on Evil Source's face, he realized that despite appearing to be off her rocker, Evil Source actually possessed an exceedingly calm heart. This person would not make a good friend or foe. If they became friends, a person like this would not hesitate to betray him when substantial profits were offered. But as enemies, she would not be too prideful to tunnel underground to hide. Either way, a person like this did not fit with Lin Yuan's goal of being in the Marsh world. Thus, Lin Yuan gently rapped the table with his finger and said, "You can't stay by someone's side just by talking. You have to show that you're sincere. Give me all the faith power from the dictators and apostles who are loyal to you, and I'll give you the chance to join the alliance." I will let the others know that you are a member of the alliance. But whether or not you'll be able to stay by my side depends on how you act from now on." While he spoke, Lin Yuan did not break his gaze with evil source. He could see hesitation and rumination in her eyes. He could be certain that she was not the kind to disregard her subordinates' lives. This was evident from her attitude toward Might Thread and Pregnant Poison. Evil Source would not hesitate too long before she decided to trade the faith power of all the dictators and apostles under her for the sake of her own selfish reasons. Evil Source still had her power. The other apostles and dictators would not be capable of saying no to her request. Lin Yuan had made a promise to Evil Source. Once he received all the faith power of the apostles and dictators under her, he would let the other dictators in the alliance know that she was part of the alliance. This way, she would not be targeted by the other 6. Reality played out just as Lin Yuan expected. Evil Source was silent for less than a minute before she nodded and said, "I can agree to your request. I will send all of the dictators and apostles under me to you within a month." While she spoke, Evil Source handed Might Thread's source totem to Lin Yuan. "This is Might Thread's source totem. You forgot to take it with you, so I brought it to you." Lin Yuan gestured to everything to receive Might Thread's source totem from Evil Source before he said with a smile, "You must have realized the distance between the two of us. This distance is mainly due to the difference in purity of our source type powers and the overall quantity. You will be able to increase your power using pure source type power. I'm sure you want to obtain the big and small source type fruits from me, but don't know how to broach the subject. How about this? I'll give you a chance. I need a large number of source totems, and it doesn't matter if they are from dictators or apostles. For every apostle source totem, you can obtain 200 small source fruits and 10 big small fruits. For every regular dictator's source totem, you can obtain 3,000 small source fruits and 200 big source fruits. For every Turning Wheel Realm dictator's source totem, you can obtain 10 times the amount of a regular dictator's source totem. For every Samsara Realm dictator's source totem, you won't be obtaining source fruits. I will inject 1,000 units of pure source type units into your body directly. If you want to obtain source type power, go and gather what I need." The effect that his words had on Evil Source was clear. She could even trade for source type power. If that were the case, the entire marsh world would become her hunting ground for the items that she could trade for source type power. Given her power, it would be easy for her to trade for source type power from Lin Yuan. However, every network in the marsh world led back to her and the other 6 figures. Even if she did not kill her own people while she was hunting, she could not avoid setting off the other 6. Thus, she needed to find a way to cover her tracks and remain hidden. Otherwise, she would find a way to pull some strings even if Eternal Source publicly stepped in to protect the apostles she was targeting. With this thought, Evil Source took out all of the source totems she had on hand. She was not interested in the source totems of apostles and gifted them all to her subordinates. As such, she only had 14 Turning Wheel Realm Dictator's source totems on hand. She did not have a single Samsara Realm Dictator's source totem. Once a dictator reached the Samsara Realm, they rarely ever died during a fight and usually only departed the world when their life came to an end. Although Evil Source was much stronger than regular Samsara Realm Dictators, but she was not willing to make such an enemy unless necessary. In a fight with such an enemy, there was a very high chance that she would end up injured. Even if she attacked with full force, her opponent would be able to escape with ease. It was likely that only Carnage Source and Dictator Eternal Source possessed the source totems of Samsara Realm Dictators. Evil Source regretted giving away the source totems of apostles because she saw them as worthless. It was said that one small source fruit contained about 1/10 of 1 unit of source type power, while a big source fruit contained about 1/2 of 1 unit of source type power. The source totem of a Turning Wheel Realm Dictator could be traded for 30,000 small source fruits and 2,000 big source fruits. This would equate to 4,000 units of source type power. I have 14 source totems from Turning Wheel Realm Dictators. This will allow me to trade for 56,000 units of source type power. If I give them all to you, when can I obtain the big and small source fruits? Lin Yuan did not expect Evil Source to agree so readily. Even if Lin Yuan made the army of 100 Questions Beasts work overtime, It would take at least 2 months to produce such a large amount of big and small source fruits. Morbius also happened to need about 2 months to set aside the root power needed to fuse the 2 endless gems. Come to Marsh East Palace 2 months later, and I'll give you the big and small source fruits. At that time, I hope you'll be able to summarize the 14 source totems' origins. The resources without a known origin will only be worth half of the agreed-on big and small source fruits. Whether the trade goes through will be dependent on you. Lin Yuan's expression did not change in the slightest when he spoke. Yet, he had just sealed a deal worth more than 50,000 units of pure source-type power. This filled Evil Source with fear. Even if she was completely drained at that moment, she would only be able to produce 30,000 units of source-type power at the most. With that thought, a guess formed in Evil Source's mind. Could 10,000 Source have already broken through past the Samsara realm and reached an even higher level? Is there truly a higher level above the Samsara realm? In the thousands of years that I have been alive in the Marsh world, I have never heard of such a thing. Before Evil Source left Marsh East Palace, she glared at Pregnant Poison, and the latter trembled. Evil Source no longer wanted Pregnant Poison dead as badly as she did previously. In the few minutes she had spent with Lin Yuan, Evil Source understood that even if she became a Samsara realm dictator, she would still be pursuing power. Power was everything. This fact had never changed. It was just that she had been blinded by vanity and had forgotten this fact. Once she obtained the 50,000 units of pure source-type power, her power would skyrocket. She would not have to fear the other 6 even without the Greenfield secret treasure. With this thought, Evil Source's back straightened again. Evil Source spotted Carnage Source walking in the long corridor when she walked out of the main hall. Evil Source scoffed and twisted her head as she said gruffly, "Carnage Source, where are you going in such a hurry?" Carnage Source was in such a rush to express his congratulations to Lin Yuan, and because he had heard that Evil Source had come to see Lin Yuan. Naturally, he wanted to see Evil Source embarrass herself. Yet, before he arrived, Evil Source had walked out. This did not seem right. He wondered what Evil Source and Lin Yuan had discussed. From Evil Source's expression, she did not look to have sustained a blow. In fact, she was glowing. Could it be that Evil Source has attracted 10,000 Source? If that's the case, I will have to keep my distance from Evil Source from now on. Carnage Source looked at Evil Source while cursing her to himself. He had not said anything out of consideration that she would be embarrassed. Yet, she had not hesitated to strike up a conversation with him. Did she not feel awkward? Where else can I be going? I'm obviously going to see 10,000 Source. I heard that Pregnant Poison crawled over to meet with 10,000 Source. Did you get to see her? You. Before Carnage Source could finish speaking, Evil Source cut him off coldly. Carnage Source, I am now a member of the Alliance as well. Do you really think you can beat me just because I lost the treasure? Hee, you have already learned how to bully by relying on the power of another. Rather than bringing up Pregnant Poison, why don't you spare some thought for your subordinate Tyrant Lizard? If memory serves, you even had some blood relation to Tyrant Lizard. He was killed by 10,000 Source, who now possesses his Source Totem. Why aren't you doing anything about this? Do you think that Tyrant Lizard deserved to die? Evil Source had been furious because of her current circumstances and because of the traitorous Pregnant Poison. She dared not vent her anger on Lin Yuan, but this did not mean that Carnage Source was safe. Evil Source needed someone to spread the word about her joining the Alliance. No one would be more suitable than Carnage Source. Thus, Evil Source unleashed the full force of her fury on Evil Source and did not spare him even a hint of courtesy. In fact, she even slightly challenged him to fight. If she wanted to obtain Source-type power from Lin Yuan, she needed Source Totems. The best way to obtain Source Totems would not be to search for them but to kill and take them. One needed a reason to kill apostles and dictators. Otherwise, Eternal Source would be sure to interfere. Evil Source could not think of a better reason than a fight. As long as she could manipulate Carnage Source into a fight, everything would become above board. Once she obtained the 50,000 units of Source-type power from Lin Yuan 2 months later and absorbed them, it would still be difficult to catch and take Carnage Source's Source Totem while he was fleeing but not impossible. With this, Evil Source started seeing Carnage Source as a punching bag as well as prey. When he heard what Evil Source said, Carnage Source's face sank. If Evil Source had not joined Lin Yuan's alliance, Carnage Source would have immediately started brawling with Evil Source. But now she was a part of the alliance. If he fought her, he would have no support to fall back on. With Evil Source's prestige, Carnage Source had no choice but to listen with fear. Evil Source could not help but chuckle when she saw Carnage Source's efforts to restrain himself. I thought that you had grown, but you're still as useless as ever. Boring. Boring. If any one of the 7 of us should be eliminated, it would be you. After repulsing Carnage Source, Evil Source felt much better. Now that she felt good, she did not care how Carnage Source felt. Carnage Source never expected Lin Yuan to allow Evil Source to join the alliance after she had insulted him. She should be paying the price for her actions. Lin Yuan's actions allowed Carnage Source to understand the logic behind his thought processes. He did not want to make an enemy out of anyone or ruin the current structure. All he wanted was to earn profits through the alliance. Carnage Source could understand Lin Yuan wanting to accept Evil Source into the alliance, and so could the others. Carnage Source had always maintained the hope that the peace in the Marsh world would not be broken. But for some reason, Carnage Source's spirits sank after confirming this matter. Peace meant that nothing would change. If nothing changed, he would remain the weakest of the 7 figures. It would not just be Evil Source, but the other 5 figures would also be able to kick him around. He could swallow such a life if he was only kept under the foot of power. After all, he was already used to such a life. Suddenly, a light bulb turned on in Carnage Source's mind. If the wind did not kick up, he could find another way to breathe some life into the wind. But this would require Lin Yuan, the one who had suddenly disrupted the balance, to participate and attract the attention of others. The banquet in Marsh Abyss would be taking place in a year. At that time, he could use that item to create confusion. After all, he had no use for that item. He might as well use it as bait. After Carnage Source made this decision, he did not say much to Lin Yuan. All he did was place an order for the big and small source fruits, just like Mountain Ridge Source and Hornless Dragon Source had done. He then left. Carnage Source went to tell Hornless Dragon Source and Mountain Ridge Source that Evil Source had joined the alliance. Lin Yuan did not know that Evil Source and Carnage Source had run into each other. He also did not know that both of them had begun rolling out schemes. One of them saw the other as prey, while the other wanted to create chaos. But even if Lin Yuan did know, he would not care. Or rather, he would not insert himself into what they were planning. The most important thing for him to do now was to remain alone. After all, his power was a fact that could not be overturned. He did not have a Samsara realm dictator who he could boost. If he boosted everything, the highest level she could reach was barely crossing the Turning Wheel realm. She would not be able to truly reach the Samsara realm and would be a far cry from a true Samsara realm dictator. Since Begin Lady was a fairy, Lin Yuan could not boost it with Dark Blue's ability. The only powerhouse he possessed in the Marsh world that was comparable to the Samsara realm was Begin Lady. Lin Yuan could come up with a plan to recruit several Samsara realm dictators. However, he did not know them well, and all of them had thoughts of their own, as well as wide interpersonal networks. If he acted impulsively, things would go awry. Pregnant Poison saw how Evil Source had humbled herself in front of Lin Yuan, and how Carnage Source had bootlicked Lin Yuan while she had been kneeling on the ground. Now, Lin Yuan was no different from a god in Pregnant Poison's eyes. She dared not keep any stray thoughts in her mind. This was exactly the effect that Lin Yuan had wanted to achieve. Evil Source will be trading with me in the future. You will be in charge of managing and organizing the apostles and dictators she sends over. If you don't perform well, I'll let Evil Source take you with her after the trade is done. But if you do well, you will become White Speak's subordinate and will be in charge of liaising with Evil Source. Lin Yuan's words caused everything's eyes to light up. Because of her domineering personality, Pregnant Poison never did what she was told, regardless of whose subordinate she was. Lin Yuan's arrangement was a stroke of genius. Lin Yuan had designated Pregnant Poison to receive the apostles and dictators under Evil Source who were going to be sent to Lin Yuan as payment for Evil Source's profits. They had provided so much faith power yet were not going to receive anything in return. The dictators had transformed from apostles into dictators, yet they were still used as sacrificial lambs because they had given their loyalty to evil source. After learning of all this, Pregnant Poison would be able to see evil source's mercilessness and harshness even more clearly. Dictator Pregnant Poison was well aware of what the consequences would be if Dictator Evil Source got her hands on her. Thus, she would have to do her best and make no mistakes. When she eventually interacted with Evil Source, she would spend every day feeling as though she was walking along the edge of a knife. She would have no choice but to run to Lin Yuan to take shelter. Everything felt that this method of manipulation was so perfect that it should be studied as a science. She was not skilled in such a science. Otherwise, she would never have ended up in such a pathetic state after becoming a turning-wheel realm dictator regardless of how scheming and intelligent Second-Born was. Pregnant Poison finally knew what it was like to receive a new lease of life. She now knew why all of the apostles she had toyed with were overwhelmed to the point of tears when she said that she would set them free. When her feelings shifted from intense fear to relief, Pregnant Poison felt the urge to crumple and sink to the floor. But she quickly got a hold of her emotions and kowtowed to Lin Yuan as she said, "Lord 10,000 Source, I will definitely do well." While she was speaking, Pregnant Poison remembered that Lin Yuan needed faith power and immediately exposed her faith power as she said, "Lord 10,000 Source, my life is in your hands. I have some faith power here. If you don't mind, please accept it." Lin Yuan did not stand on ceremony and immediately started to extract Dictator Pregnant Poison's faith power. A few hours ago, Lin Yuan had heard from Truth that a few single-cell organisms had appeared in the sea in the Divine Kingdom. This meant that derivation had begun in the Divine Kingdom. Thus, Lin Yuan needed to collect even more faith power. For the next 10 days, Lin Yuan took in even more apostles as followers while making a record of all that he had received. Among all of Lin Yuan's followers, the hardest worker was undoubtedly East Glow. East Glow had already collected enough marsh soil for Lin Yuan to nurture the land-lifting marsh turtle. He would not have to worry about needing marsh soil for the foreseeable future. He had also collected almost 100 source totems. However, the source totems did not just come from Evil Source but also included the source totems from Tyrant Lizard and Might Thread. The others all came from apostles. If these source totems were brought into the main world, they would send all the factions into a frenzy. There might even be this many sacred source lifeforms in all of the treasure vaults in the Radiance Federation. Time flew by quickly, and Lin Yuan was busy throughout. 3 days ago, Lin Yuan had used the marsh soil to carefully nurture Lift Marsh. After being nurtured by such a large amount of marsh soil and Earth-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls, Lift Marsh's body was now large enough to hold up Lin Yuan's current territory. The bodies that had branched out could even hold up Lin Yuan's plant breeding bases. Lin Yuan sent Celestial Sight to escort Lift Marsh. In spite of Lift Marsh's enormous size, it possessed about as much combat abilities as the island whale. It could only rely on its brute strength and tough body. Thus, it needed to be protected by strong experts. With Celestial Sight's protection, Lin Yuan would be able to set his mind at ease while Lift Marsh transported his territory to Marsh East Palace. The Marsh East Circle and Marsh East Palace was where most resources were. Moreover, there were no dictators in the Marsh East Circle. Hence, Lin Yuan would not meet with any resistance even if he took over Marsh East Palace. Furthermore, even if there were some veteran apostles in Marsh East Palace who opposed, they would never dare to make their opinions known. By now, Lin Yuan had assumed control of the entire Marsh East Circle. Just as Lin Yuan was done absorbing the faith power of another batch of apostles, Morbius' voice appeared in his head. Lin Yuan immediately smiled in delight when he heard Morbius' voice. Morbius had only slept for 3 days when it absorbed the last endless gem. But this time it had slept for a full 14 days. If Morbius had not already warned Lin Yuan that it would sleep longer this time, Lin Yuan would have worried that something had gone wrong. Lin Yuan's delight only appeared on his face for a fleeting moment before he restrained himself. The apostles who were in Marsh East Palace dared not meet his eyes. In the Marsh world, it was seen as a sign of disrespect when one met the eyes of a superior without first being called on. Hence, no one noticed the flash of delight on Lin Yuan's face. He hurriedly told the apostles whose faith power he had not yet absorbed to leave. Now that Morbius was awake, it meant that it was done absorbing the second endless gem. Lin Yuan remembered Morbius saying that once it absorbed the second endless gem, there would be no more endless gems in the marsh world, and that there was a high chance that the ancient emerald green tree in the pure land of bliss would transform into a life form. However, he did not know if Morbius' guess was right. The endless gems could unlock Morbius' consciousness. Thus, they had to be special and connected to the entire marsh world. Lin Yuan was curious to see what the life form produced from the two endless gems would do. The ancient emerald green tree was already able to boost marsh dimensional life forms. Just as Lin Yuan was about to enter the spirit lock spatial zone, he heard Morbius' voice in his head. "Partner, are you sure that the second life form you want to unlock is Green Vine?" Lin Yuan firmly replied, "That's right. I choose Green Vine." After hearing Lin Yuan's response, Morbius said in a voice that dripped with happiness, "Partner, your wish shall be granted." Just as Morbius was done speaking, Lin Yuan sensed Green Vine's aura growing significantly more concentrated. The aura caused Green Vine's vitality to burgeon and overflow. Green Vine's abilities were thereby unlocked. Green Vine was surprised at the changes as it experimented with its new and stronger aura. Its changes told Lin Yuan that the invisible shackles around Green Vine had been removed, so he instinctively used true data to appraise Green Vine Fey name, Perfect Touch Wisteria, Fey species. Strong Armor Wisteria species / Long Wisteria species, Fey grade. Sovereign, 2 out of 10. Fey type, Wood. Fey quality, Creation V. Abilities, Forbidden Growth. After contracting any life form, it can break the limit that comes with the contract. As long as it has sufficient energy, it would be able to continuously increase its power. When it has absorbed the maximum amount of energy, it will be able to comprehend a required willpower rune. Peak Sturdiness. A large amount of the absorbed energy can be used up to increase the durability of the vines. When injured, the energy can also be used to repair the vines. Long Vine Application. Choose 2 vines that will be applied to 1 vine. The vine with the 2 vines applied on it will be able to gain the 2 vines' abilities. Paralyzing Vine Sap. When damage is sustained, the vine sap with paralyzing effects can be sprayed out from the wound, brutally pushing out of soil. When faced with the opponent's defenses, the seed sprouting strength can be activated to help to break past the opponent's defenses. Roots Parasitic Restraints. Pick a target, and the target's body will become soil where roots will grow. The roots will absorb the target's vitality to cause harm to the target. Splitting Illusionary Spikes. When the illusionary spikes pierce a target's body, the illusionary spikes will turn into a seed that will germinate in the target's body and produce even more illusionary spikes. Avoidance Wedge. Every time the Perfect Touch Wisteria is injured, a wedge will grow over its surface. Every 3 layers will turn into a sharp spike that will be able to increase the vine's effects while boosting them. Exclusive Skill. Swallow Same Source. Every vine will have the same grade and quality, but they can be separated to act as individual entities. Every vine can consume something and take control of its attributes. The swallowed entity cannot be spat out, but it can be replaced by an even higher level item. Once it gains attributes, the vine cannot be separated again. Broken Vine Replacement. When a vine is destroyed during combat, another vine can be picked to take on the damage instead to save the first vine. Energy Gather Illusionary Thorn. The energy within the vines can be gathered at a certain spot. An illusionary thorn composed of energy will sprout from this spot. The illusionary thorn will be undetectable. Tactile Vine Wood World. All of the wood elemental energy and vitality stored within the vines will be released. The wood elemental energy and vitality will transform into a large number of vines. The vines will intertwine and form a world of vines. The main body will fuse with this world to attack targets. Before the wooden world is broken, all the damage sustained by the main body will be reduced and shouldered by the wooden world. Lin Yuan was not disappointed by Green Vine. After being locked, Green Vine was much stronger than before. It also had many more techniques that it could use for combat. Lin Yuan was already aware of Green Vine's elite abilities. When he contracted Green Vine, it had already been bronze grade. Green Vine's elite ability, Peak Sturdiness, was a triggered ability that had been boosting Green Vine from the sidelines. The silver ability, Long Vine Application, would allow 2 of Green Vine's vines to boost another vine. This vine's power would be increased, and it would also gain the effects of the other 2 vines. This gave Green Vine a lot more options during combat. Although only 3 of Green Vine's vines had gained abilities from Swallow Same Source, the other vines would eventually also gain abilities as Green Vine continued to grow. When the 3 vines were used in conjunction, they would produce a different effect, allowing Green Vine to use different types of attacks against different enemies. Long Vine Application's effects appeared to be weak, but when used alongside Green Vine's other abilities, it would be able to unleash much more power. The gold grade ability, Paralyzing Vine Sap, gave Green Vine another way of causing damage even when it was injured by a stronger opponent. Paralysis was very effective at restraining movement. It could put not only a clamp on the target's physical abilities but their elemental abilities as well. Moreover, paralysis was also effective against the spirit and soul. The platinum ability, Brutally Pushing Out of Soil, strengthened the explosive power of Green Vine's physical attacks. This ability was very suited to Green Vine's combat style. A seed's germination power was hundreds of times stronger than its own power. When such an explosive power was given to 3 of Green Vine's vines, they would be able to cause far more damage than Green Vine usually could. This raised the limit of Green Vine's power. Lin Yuan could not imagine what Root's parasitic restraints would be like when it was actually used. Green Vine's original body was gigantic. If Green Vine was hosted within another life form, it would seem as though it was a giant monster that had gotten its clutches on a small boat. Given Green Vine's craving for vitality, it would drain the other phase of the same grade dry when it attached itself to them. As for splitting illusionary spikes, it perfectly complemented Green Vine's Energy Gather Illusionary Thorn. Energy Gather Illusionary Thorn was an ability that allowed for rolling grades, and it would be difficult to detect. This made Green Vine into a natural assassin. Splitting illusionary spikes allowed Energy Gather Illusionary Thorn to cause more damage inside a target's body. This ability turned an attack into a living creature that could breed within the enemy's body. This would turn the first puncture wound into tens, hundreds, or even thousands of holes. When Green Vine faced a stronger opponent, it could pair the ability with Brutally Pushing Out of Soil. Once the opponent's defenses were broken through, it would be able to continue attacking the target. But what caused Lin Yuan's eyes to light up the most was the sovereign ability, Avoidance Wedge. With the exclusive skill, Tactile Vine would whirl. Every time Green Vine sustained damage, the damage would be diminished. Every time Green Vine sustained damage, Avoidance Wedge would cause a wedge to be formed on the surface of Green Vine that would raise Green Vine's defensive ability. Once 3 layers of wedges were formed, they could even boost the effects gained through Swallow Same Source. This would expand Green Vine's limit even further. This also made Lin Yuan's investment in Green Vine even more meaningful. Lin Yuan had already been in the marsh world for some time. After receiving a large investment of resources from Lin Yuan, the white-clothed follower's power had steadily increased. So he felt that it was time for Green Vine's power to be increased once again. When Lin Yuan was injecting resources into the Divine Wood, Iron Hammer, and Great Lush Federations, he had requested that Yi Huailong, Luolan, and Jin Chenxuan had to send the experts with Phase who had reached Myth Breed or had evolved their grades to Thick Soil City and wait for Lin Yuan to be present for the evolution. Each person who had lived in Thick Soil City for more than a month would receive compensation from him. Lin Yuan was the savior of the 3 federations of the Startling Lines continent and the one who enabled Yi Huailong, Luolan, and Jin Chenxuan to attain their positions of power. Thus, they would not question his requests. All they did was rack their brains to try to meet his satisfaction. Thus, 3 of them had all set clear rules for the factions in their federation. This ensured that Lin Yuan would have a steady supply of spirit chi crystals. Green Vine was a sovereign 2/creation V-Fei, and Lin Yuan intended to evolve it to Eternal within a year. Once he was done looking through Green Vine's data, Lin Yuan sent White Speak, East Glow, and everything away and brought Begin Lady into the Spirit Lock spatial zone. The moment he entered, he immediately felt a strange ripple of energy coming from the pure land of bliss. The ancient emerald green tree had become almost 100 times smaller than it had originally been. It was now a tiny tree that was less than 15 centimeters tall. The small tree glowed with jade light and had a thick marshy aura. The slender branches were covered with green spotted leaves that were smaller than bottle caps. When light hit the leaves, they became glowing embers. Morbius' voice sounded in Lin Yuan's mind. Partner, my guess was right. After absorbing the 2 endless gems from the marsh world, a second ancient emerald green tree did not appear. Instead, the 2 ancient emerald green trees fused to form a new life form. This life form can be regarded as a fae or the true gateway into the marsh world. With this tree, we hold the only true key into the marsh world. When Lin Yuan heard what Morbius said, he did not comprehend it immediately. He used true data to check on the tree. Fae name: Abundance Treasure Tree, Fae species. World Tree Species / World Genus, Fae grade. Unknown. Fae type: Marsh. Fae quality: Normal. Abilities: Soil roots. As the mother of the world, the roots can steal and control the ground at birth and turn anything on the ground into fruits. Abundance fusion: After taking control of the world at birth, the soil roots will combine the world with the roots. Unactivated. Lin Yuan saw that the data about the Abundance Treasure Tree was very different from the usual information that he saw on True Data. He could see the Abundance Treasure Tree's abilities clearly, yet he could not see its grade. Moreover, the Abundance Treasure Tree's abilities had shaken Lin Yuan to the core. Could the marsh world have come from the Abundance Treasure Tree? If that was the case, it meant that every life form in the marsh world, from the most inferior dimensional life form to the most elite dictators, could all be turned into fruits by the Abundance Treasure Tree. If an external force broke a fruit, the life form it represented would also lose its life. When this thought appeared in Lin Yuan's mind, he heard Morbius say, Partner, the Abundance Treasure Tree can be equated to the marsh world. I only presented it in data form. I call it a fae because it is truly alive. If I have to define it, I would say it is the world tree of the marsh world. It is considered the mother of the marsh world and won't harm its fruits, and doesn't have any attacking abilities. Its body will only be harmed when all of the fruits represented by life forms are dead, and it doesn't have a single fruit left. For example, its current state. In order for it to unleash its true effects, it needs to be shifted into the marsh world. Marsh soil will be able to speed up its expansion through soil roots. If you want to, you can use Begin Lady's Spirit Fire or Green Vine's Flaming Roots to burn it to ashes before it grows any fruits. Then, the marsh world will start to erode. As long as the marsh world's dimensional lifeforms remain in the marsh world, they will all go extinct eventually. The main reason for my equating it to a fae is that it can actually be contracted. Morbius paused before it said seriously, Your body contains the Mermaid Emperor bloodline. It is clearly beyond the water world dimensional lifeforms level, but somehow still exists in the water world dimensional lifeform. With this bloodline, you stand an even higher chance of contracting the Abundance Treasure Tree. However, there will be danger. But with me around, I can add in my bloodline to prevent the Abundance Treasure Tree from draining your blood. Once you have successfully contracted the Abundance Treasure Tree, all of its fruits will belong to you. The Abundance Treasure Tree will designate you as the father of these dimensional lifeforms, and you will have the right to do whatever you want with them. Lin Yuan did not hesitate to give it a try. Although there were dangers to this opportunity, Lin Yuan would never give it up, much less when Morbius was around to ensure his safety. A thought immediately struck Lin Yuan. Could all of my hard work in the marsh world have been for nothing? Morbius sensed what Lin Yuan was thinking and said, Partner, you haven't been working for nothing. There's no way that the dimensional lifeforms are aware of the existence of the Abundance Treasure Tree. You might be able to control the marsh world and the lives of all the lifeforms that live in it, but you will still need to trade with them in order to receive their faith power. They must give it to you willingly. Lin Yuan gulped. His mouth went dry. When the Abundance Treasure Tree used soil roots to take control of the ground, it would be using the world's root power. This was not something that the life forms in the world could stop from happening. Lin Yuan realized that he had found a reason to go to Marsh Abyss. When the Abundance Treasure Tree took control of Marsh Abyss, Lin Yuan would be able to control the Marsh World's core. In the Marsh World, the ones with true power all lived in Marsh Abyss. When Lin Yuan acted now, he needed to take the 7 dictators in Marsh Abyss with the word source in their names into consideration. But besides the 7 of them, there were also other Samsara realm dictators in Marsh Abyss who Lin Yuan could not afford to casually cross. This was because any Samsara realm dictator could be of threat to him. Moreover, Lin Yuan was not willing to put Begin Lady in the way of a powerful enemy because of him. Once the Abundance Treasure Tree took control of the powerful Samsara realm dictators and they became fruits on the Abundance Treasure Tree, they might not show him respect during their interactions and still end up in conflict with him. But as long as Lin Yuan squeezed the fruits on the Abundance Treasure Tree that represented these dictators, he would be able to get rid of these issues with ease and without any risk. However, before any of that happened, Lin Yuan needed to complete his contract with the Abundance Treasure Tree first. During his communication with Morbius, Lin Yuan learned that he would make the Abundance Treasure Tree his companion when he formed a contract with it. The way for the Abundance Treasure Tree to recognize its master was for Lin Yuan to feed it his fresh blood. Lin Yuan had the Jasmine Lily to heal him and replenish his vitality. Moreover, the Earth Center Fine Milk had already cleansed his body. Thus, he did not believe that anyone would be better than him at giving away blood. Lin Yuan had done something similar numerous times when he had been contracting universe. The source sand produced a feather that sliced Lin Yuan's palm, and he fed his bleeding palm to the Abundance Treasure Tree. In an instant, Lin Yuan felt a powerful sucking force on his palm. It was as though the Abundance Treasure Tree had become an animal that had been dehydrated for some time. The tree sucked and swallowed from Lin Yuan's palm, letting out both slurping and gulping noises. After just 3 seconds passed, Lin Yuan summoned the Jasmine Lily and instructed it to heal him to replenish his blood. The Jasmine Lily's abilities had also been unlocked. The Mountain Jade imprint started to form continuously on Lin Yuan's body. But after half an hour had passed, it was as though nothing had happened. Only the slurping and gulping noises remained. The Jasmine Lily had already reached Diamond X/Fantasy V. But just healing Lin Yuan had caused it to use up almost all of its spirit chi. The contraction of the Abundance Treasure Tree was a monumental matter. Lin Yuan did not hesitate to open the Vitality imprint for the Jasmine Lily. With this, Lin Yuan was at ease again. Lin Yuan stood in front of the Abundance Treasure Tree for an entire day, during which Green Vine and Begin Lady intermittently stuffed supplements used to concoct grade 5 spirit fluids, such as the Phoenix Blood Goji, Dragon Blood Crystal Thread Dates, and Purple Jade into his mouth. If not for the Abundance Treasure Tree's rapid rate of consumption, Lin Yuan would have had a nosebleed. Nonetheless, after the day had passed, Lin Yuan's body was unable to absorb the ingredients and was at the point of crumbling. Given Lin Yuan's body condition, he needed to recuperate for a month or 2 to recover. When the Jasmine Lily used up all of the vitality stored in the Vitality imprint, Morbius prepared to step in to put a stop to the contraction. To Morbius, there was nothing more important than Lin Yuan. Morbius would never allow Lin Yuan to be seriously hurt, no matter what. At that moment, the blood glow of the Abundance Treasure Tree intensified, and the blood glow from the Abundance Treasure Tree now had the same aura as Lin Yuan. After the blood glow appeared, Lin Yuan suddenly sensed that the Abundance Treasure Tree had stopped sucking his blood. Instead, energy started to fill his body and seemed to be intended to heal his feeble body. However, the Abundance Treasure Tree's energy was the root of the Marsh World. Lin Yuan could not handle such energy entering his body. At that moment, Morbius used its root power to envelop Lin Yuan, and he once again felt the same way he did when he had consumed the Earth Center Fine Milk. A torturous pain churned in his body. Lin Yuan gnashed his teeth as he fought against the pain of his body being wrecked and reconstructed. He knew that this was an opportunity for him to temper his body again. Lin Yuan could not remember how long he had been enduring the pain. When he sensed that all the pain had vanished, he noticed that his already pure body had been filtered of even more dirt. However, this dirt was not impurities but a pale yellow oil-like fluid. Lin Yuan immediately used dark blue to clean his body. he noticed that his body was completely different from before. He felt even stronger than the first time he drank the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. Morbius had used too much of its root power in order to protect him. When it fell asleep again, there was no telling when it would wake up. But Lin Yuan did not think that it would be long. Morbius would have let him know if it was going to sleep for a long time. Lin Yuan touched the abundance treasure tree again. The abundance treasure tree gently waved its jade-textured branches in response to Lin Yuan. An exquisite friendliness and warmth filled the surroundings. Lin Yuan remembered Evil Source mentioning that there was about to be a banquet held in the marsh abyss and that she hoped that he would be able to attend. Every reputable dictator would be bringing their prized treasures to show them off at the banquet. The banquet was also a matchmaking event. There were many ties of matrimony in the marsh world that had been formed at this banquet. As such, Lin Yuan felt that he would bring the abundance treasure tree as his prized treasure and attend the banquet. Lin Yuan felt that when the abundance treasure tree used soil roots while it was on display, it would be able to take control of the entire area regardless of how slow its effects were. Begin Lady's gaze darkened for a moment as it looked at Lin Yuan. It recognized that everything that had just happened to Lin Yuan was beyond its comprehension. It did not ask any more questions. After all, it had already made its decision. It was likely that Celestial Sight felt the same way. Begin Lady and Celestial Sight would become stronger the longer that they remained in this space. No matter where Lin Yuan went in the future, all they needed to do was to follow him. This young man in front of them was maturing, and there could only be even more exciting events in store for him. Since Celestial Sight had gone to escort Lift Marsh, Begin Lady decided not to remain in the element well to hibernate. Instead, it changed into a pink and gold water drop and pasted itself on Lin Yuan's face, where it could always protect him. Lin Yuan continued to collect faith power from the apostles. At the same time, he used the Thoughts letter paper to send word to Wen Yu and Sun Ningxiang so they knew to nurture the deposit ability lychee branches and storing ability white peaches that he had already infected with his source-type power. For some reason, Lin Yuan's surges of anxiousness had become stronger of late. Truth was overseeing the derivation of life in the Divine Kingdom, which used an unbelievable amount of faith power. If Lin Yuan did not work hard to obtain faith power, he would not be able to make ends meet. If he failed to meet the demand for faith power, he would be faced with two choices. The first choice would involve stopping the derivation of life in the Divine Kingdom. There would be no way to stop the derivation of life once it began. If Lin Yuan decided to stop, all that he had already invested in the Divine Kingdom would go to waste. The second choice would take place when the Fountain of Faith ran out of faith power. If that happened, Lin Yuan would no longer be able to boost apostles and dictators. This would decrease Lin Yuan's ability to take on superior combatants. In order to prevent both of these results from happening, the only thing Lin Yuan could do was to do his best to gather faith power. Time slipped away like sand, and the days spent in the marsh world were not worth anything. Time passed quickly while Lin Yuan had been busy. The Thoughts letter paper was an amazing item. Lin Yuan used it to report his safety to the Moon Empress every few days. Due to the existence of the Thoughts letter paper, the members of the Astronomical Parliament could stay in touch despite the fact that the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting had not been held for the past 2 months. Other than Lift Marsh's one flaw, it was slow. Everything else about it was satisfactory. By the time Celestial Sight escorted Lift Marsh to where Lin Yuan's territory was located, almost 10 days had passed. This was even with Celestial Sight leading it. Moreover, once Lift Marsh had Lin Yuan's territory on its back, it would move even slower. Thus, it would only be able to reach Lin Yuan and Wen Yu in a month's time. Another 2 weeks passed, and Morbius finally woke up again. After absorbing the faith power from apostles, Lin Yuan thought of something, which was that the Abundance Treasure Tree's abilities confirmed one of his speculations. The main world could actually be combined with the marsh world through the Abundance Treasure Tree, turning the marsh world into a part of the main world. Lin Yuan could not imagine what would happen once the main world and marsh world were combined. Since the marsh world contained endless gems, it meant that the same went for the other dimensional worlds. Although the endless gems from other worlds might not turn into trees, They should all be able to take control of their respective dimensional worlds in some way. If all the dimensional worlds could be combined with the main world, how big could the map of the main world become? After when Yu and Sun Ningxiang received Lin Yuan's instructions, they planted 5,000 of the storing ability white peaches and deposit ability lychee branches in the designated area, nourishing them with a large amount of marsh soil and watered with spirit fluids. This greatly shortened the storing ability white peach and deposit ability lychee branches growth period. Once Evil Source returned to Marsh Abyss, she called over all of the apostles and dictators who were under her and sent them to Marsh East Palace. None of the subordinates dared to question her. Even if her request threatened their profits and safety, none would dare oppose her. Even if they lost all of their faith power, they could gather more favored believers and begin accumulating again. But once they lost their lives, they would be cut off from the entire world. Evil Source trusted Lin Yuan. At this level, the most important thing was pride. Unless a temptation involved their power, no one would be willing to give up on their pride. Although she had already clashed with Lin Yuan, he had still allowed her to join his alliance. If Lin Yuan reneged on their deal, others would also become unwilling to trade with him. There was no way that Lin Yuan would ruin his own business. Once her apostles recovered some of their faith power, she would declare war on Carnage Source. She had already lost her treasure. If she could, she would steal Carnage Source's treasure. In order to steal Carnage Source's treasure, she would need to absorb the 54,000 units of Source-type power from Lin Yuan first. Otherwise, she would be deterred by the Samsara Realm Source Totem that Carnage Source's ancestors had left for him. Carnage Source indeed possessed extraordinary power. Otherwise, there was no way that one would be able to obtain a treasure like a Samsara Realm Source Totem in the Marsh world. Lin Yuan had promised to deliver in 2 months. After Evil Source had sent all of her subordinates to Marsh East Palace, she did not wait and immediately left for Marsh Abyss. By now, the news would have reached Marsh Abyss. The apostles and dictators would not dare to mock her openly, but they had to be uttering horrible comments behind her back. Moreover, Miss Source might even come after her once she lost her authority. There was no question that she would be much more comfortable in the Palace of Everything than in Marsh Abyss. The Palace of Everything was now Lin Yuan's territory. If she could stay in his territory longer, she would be able to become closer with him. The outside world would also be able to see that she was on good terms with him. In truth, Evil Source was thinking the same thing. Lin Yuan probably did not have any issues with her. Otherwise, he would not have decided to give her so much Source-type power. In order to shorten the time he spent trading with dictators in the Marsh world, Lin Yuan did not hold back with using potions to nurture the storing ability white peaches and deposit ability lychee branches. By the time Lift Marsh carried Lin Yuan's territory to the Marsh East Palace's vicinity, when Yu and Sun Ningxiang would have harvested a batch of the storing ability white peaches and deposit ability lychee branches. Once Lift Marsh arrived, Lin Yuan would move out from the Marsh East Palace's main hall. Lin Yuan could easily travel between the Marsh world and main world through Klein Hub, so he did not need to remain in the Marsh world. He had trained in the Startling Lines continent for almost 6 months and had just spent another few months in the Marsh world. As such, only about a year was left before the Radiance Envoy selection. At that moment, Lin Yuan was slightly worried for Universe. This was because Universe had taken longer to evolve from Fantasy V to Myth Breed than he had expected. Despite consuming all that pure Source-type power and water and wind elemental energy, progress had been minimal. After communicating with Morbius, Lin Yuan felt that the reason was related to Universe's mutation. After its mutation, Universe could no longer be benchmarked against a regular island whale. Luckily, there was a way to address the issue without risk. When he sensed Universe's body expanding as it moved closer to evolving to Myth Breed, Lin Yuan summoned Universe out from the Spirit Lock spatial zone. The instant Universe's willpower rune was formed, Lift Marsh noticed an enormous being almost as large as its own body above its head. Then, the wail of a whale cry filled the air above Marsh East Palace. Universe had never left the Spirit Lock spatial zone and was enjoying its time there. It knew that once it evolved to Myth Breed, it would not be able to return to such a small space. Universe had already been made aware of its path before it evolved to Myth Breed. It was going to take Lin Yuan's territory into the sky. During this time, Begin Lady could clearly sense numerous auras trying to spy on them to investigate the whale cry. But they all fled once the auras made contact with Begin Lady's aura. One of the auras belonged to Dictator Evil Source, who had just arrived at Marsh East Palace. In order to curry favor with Lin Yuan, Begin Lady had even enveloped the space with its own aura in order to scare off the spying auras. Evil Source was rather envious of Lin Yuan. He actually had a Samsara Realm dictator as a follower while she did not. Evil Source was curious. When did Samsara Realm dictators start following other dictators? This had never happened before in the Marsh world. It was likely that this was more proof of how much more powerful Lin Yuan was. If Lin Yuan was not stronger than her, he would never have been able to obtain the loyalty of a Samsara Realm dictator. Rather than surprised, Evil Source was more enraged by Pregnant Poison's betrayal. The differences in the dictator's power always defined the relationships between them. A pathetic creature like Pregnant Poison would never have dared to stray if she was strong. She could have ordered Pregnant Poison to give up her life, and the latter would have had no choice but to do so, just like Might Thread had done. After all, who would willingly choose to die if they could live? However, Pregnant Poison had managed to link herself to Lin Yuan, a target that Evil Source could not cross. Otherwise, there was no way that Evil Source would have let off Pregnant Poison. It went without saying that Evil Source would not have allowed Pregnant Poison to die easily. There were times when death was a form of release. Begin Lady sensed that Evil Source was outside the barrier she had set up and immediately informed Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan heard what Begin Lady said, he realized that possessing authority in the Marsh world was not easy. Evil Source was even more humble than East Glow now that she wanted to get on his good side. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan would never believe that Evil Source truly wanted to connect with him. He knew that she was just waiting for the trade of the big and small source fruits that were worth 56,000 units of source-type power. Heaven and Earth phase had a very similar aura to dimensional lifeforms. Although there were no floating island whales in the Marsh world, life was still evolving continuously. New life could emerge at any time. Unlike the main world, the Marsh world did not have creation masters who recorded their phase based on species. Unless someone ripped universe apart to find its energy source, no one could tell that it was different from any other dimensional lifeform. Lin Yuan had proved this through the other dictators' reactions to Green Vine. Universe needed to absorb spirit chi and wind and water elemental energy in order to survive. Surviving was not the same as increasing one's power. Lin Yuan just needed to feed a spirit chi crystal to universe every few days, and it would be able to live comfortably in the Marsh world. Lin Yuan had intended to evolve universe into myth breed in the main world. But his plan had changed now that he had formed a contract with the Abundance Treasure Tree. Universe had already exceeded 40,000 meters. Once it reached adulthood, it would continue to grow. Lin Yuan felt a light bulb light up in his head. It seemed extravagant to continuously use pure spirit chi and wind and water elemental energy to nurture universe. But universe that had mutated from the island whale had yet to stop surprising with the size it grew to. Universe's body had started out as light green with white patterns on its abdomen that became more obvious as it stretched down from Universe's back to its belly. But as Universe grew larger, the green of its body and white patterns became increasingly faint. When one saw Universe from afar, it would look no different from the sky, with the white patterns becoming part of the wispy clouds. Universe flapped its enormous fins that seemed to span the expanse of the sky and its tail that was even larger than its fins combined. It looked like the creature that held up the sky. It was the sacred beast that belonged to the sky. When Universe was evolving to myth breed, it had a much smoother time than before it had evolved, thanks to the endless stream of spirit chi crystals and elemental pearls that Lin Yuan provided. Just as Lin Yuan thought that Universe was done evolving, Universe's body and sky started to quake. But it did not take long before Universe's body calmed down. Begin Lady observed Universe's changes and said softly, "Universe's aura is now similar to that of Blood Love and Purple Love. This sky does not belong to it. Once it returns to the main world, it will be able to connect with the sky of the main world." There is a high probability of it becoming a heavenly family fae. Its world cleansing will appear once it returns to the main world. Lin Yuan looked at Universe with delight. But due to Universe's size, there was no way it could leave the marsh world unless he found a Class 6-dimensional rift or the Abundance Treasure Tree managed to take full control of the marsh world and combine it with the main world. The major Federation meeting would only be taking place a year later. Once he went to Marsh Abyss and participated in the banquet there, Lin Yuan would be the sole owner of the marsh world. At that time, Lin Yuan would be able to activate the full power of the marsh world to locate the Freedom Federation in the marsh world and expose them. Even if the Moon Empress guess was right in that the Mirror God and God of Fools had awakened their spirit fires, there was no way they would be able to stand up to the Samsara realm dictators of the marsh world. Lin Yuan learned from Begin Lady that the Samsara realm was similar to the level of experts who had awakened their spirit fires. However, there were many more Samsara realm dictators in the marsh world. Even if Hu Quan recruited even more spirit craftsmen, it would take at least a year to finish building Sky City atop Universe. Thus, Universe was going to keep a low profile in the marsh world for now while Hu Quan slowly built Sky City. Lin Yuan did not keep anything from Hu Quan, the architect of Sky City, so the latter already knew of Universe's existence. It was likely that Hu Quan would be filled with ideas once he set eyes on the myth-breed universe. Hu Quan was always inspired and passionate about his work, so Lin Yuan intended to ask him to come up with a few more designs. Lin Yuan would then assess Hu Quan's designs and add to them based on his own ideas for Sky City. After Hu Quan became a Class 5 spirit craftsman, his designs became much better than before. Lin Yuan believed that even if he left Hu Quan alone to handle the construction of Sky City on Universe's back, he would not be disappointed with the result. At that moment, Lin Yuan lifted his head to look at the myth-breed universe while he used true data to check on it. Fae name: Floating Island Whale, Fae species. Large Winged Whale Species / Island Whale Species. Fae grade: Suzerain, 1/10. Fae type: Water / Wind. Fae quality: Myth-Eye, Fake. Abilities: Whale Blood Screen. Set fire to the essence blood inside its body and form a screen that can protect everything on its back. Water Vapor Whale Feelers. Transform its feelers into water vapor and use them to gather nutrients from the environment to recover itself. Whale Spout Empowerment. Through the blowhole in its head, it can shoot out energy from its body and supply it to entities with compatible bodies to replenish their energy or fix them up in other ways. Lashing Spirit Tail Wings. After being nourished by pure spirit chi, the wings and tail will be covered with skin that can filter out spirit chi. With every movement of the wings and tail, the spirit chi can be directed to its back to increase the concentration of spirit chi on its back. Flesh Solidification. An additional mouth that is connected to the additional stomach will grow below the blowhole. The metal and rocks that enter the additional stomach will strengthen the flesh during the contraction and expansion of the additional stomach. The solidified flesh will not affect the growth of the whale's bones. Whale's Breath. Gather energy that is compatible with its body and shoot it out at a target. Before the target escapes the breath's lock, the breath will lock and track the target. Floating Whale Sinks. When the things and life forms on the whale's back are dying, a mournful cry of grief will be released. The sky will be like the ocean, and its body and soul will be the price paid to protect all the beings on its back. Exclusive skill. Floating Island Secret Realm. A special space will be opened within the whale's abdomen by swallowing wind elemental energy. The higher the purity of the wind elemental energy, the larger the space will be. But the space will not exceed twice the size of the body. By swallowing water elemental energy, the flesh will gain powerful fusion abilities that will enable the fats to stick to any life form, dead or alive, and drain nutrients from them. The purer the water elemental energy, the stronger the fusion ability will be. Knotted Life Cohabitation. Pick a life form on its back to fuse and share its life with. Before its life comes to an end, the target will not die. Before the target dies, it will be able to continue living even if it sustains a serious injury. Lin Yuan was rather shocked by what he saw. He thought that now that Universe's body had changed and its willpower rune had become a law rune, it would have gained a third exclusive skill despite not having undergone the world cleansing yet. Alas, Universe only had 2 exclusive skills. Although it was only myth I, it did not have a respective exclusive skill. This allowed Lin Yuan to understand that the world cleansing was the reason that Phase gained new exclusive skills. The Marsh world could not access tests from the main world like the world cleansing and trial of world creation. This was the difference between phase and dimensional lifeforms that I think you should take a look at. Suppose the abundance treasure tree could be used to combine the Marsh world and main world. Would the dimensional lifeforms, apostles, and dictators also be able to undergo the world cleansings and trials of world creation based on their grade once they entered the main world? This was just a guess, and Lin Yuan could not be certain. Even if a Class 5 dimensional rift opened, dimensional lifeforms with the power of myth breed phase rarely emerged. Once a Class 5 dimensional rift opened, experts would immediately rush in to kill the stronger dimensional lifeforms and prevent them from making their way into the main world. Suddenly, Lin Yuan remembered a record he had read in the Hidden Moon Pavilion. 15 years ago, a Class 5 Abyss dimensional rift had opened outside of Golden Edge City, and a few Abyss demons with Myth 2 power had emerged from it. These Abyss demons had started by looking at Goldie D Edge City with amusement while ordering the other Abyss demons to invade the city. But after a day passed, the Abyss demons became sluggish, as though they were resisting something. Even their auras became weaker. Because of this, Golden Edge City had managed to hold out until help arrived and prevented the losses from being too significant. Lin Yuan hypothesized that the sluggish behavior was similar to when the Phase were undergoing the world cleansing. After he came up with this hypothesis, it was as though the door to a new world had opened in front of him. If that were the case, it meant that every powerful lifeform, apostle, and dictator from the Marsh world would become a potential source of spirit chi crystals. After Lin Yuan carefully examined Universe's abilities, exclusive skills, and general state, he was rendered speechless. He had already been stunned by Green Vine's unlocked abilities that appeared after Morbius was done absorbing the Endless Gem. But Universe's abilities and exclusive skills could not be described as merely stunning. To Lin Yuan, these abilities were like miracles. It was the noblest and most splendid set that the main world had put together. Lin Yuan was also distressed by floating whale sinks. Just like the island whale, Universe's nature was to protect. Even if it died, it had to bless others. However, initiating a whale fall was different from causing a whale fall. A whale fall was caused when the island whale's life was ending and was a natural blessing to nature. But an initiated whale fall was when the island whale sacrificed its life. The island whale also had similar abilities. However, when it sacrificed itself and initiated a whale fall, it could only recover the injuries of those it wanted to protect but could not bring them back to life. This was a miracle that only Universe could create. However, Lin Yuan did not intend to make this miracle happen. The gold ability, Lashing Spirit Tail Wings, filled Lin Yuan with a sense of accomplishment. Universe was only able to gain such a gold ability because of his nurturing. If Universe had not received frequent nourishment from pure spirit chi, its wings and tail would never be able to grow a skin that could filter spirit chi. With Lashing Spirit Tail Wings, Lin Yuan did not have to do anything and could still be assured that the concentration of spirit chi on Universe's back was higher than that of the outside world. Universe needed its wings and tail to swim in the air. It was like how pedestrians needed to swing their arms when walking. Every time its wings and tail moved, the pure spirit chi on Universe's back would be replenished. If the life forms on Universe's back used up spirit chi slower than the rate at which the spirit chi on Universe's back was replenished, the amount of spirit chi on Universe's back would increase continuously. As a result, Universe would turn into a spirit chi collector. It would be like a blessed sight. Suddenly, Lin Yuan wondered if all the spirit chi in the main world would eventually disappear and be located on Universe's back as Universe's power continued to increase and filter out spirit chi. If that were the case, he would be committing a serious crime. But regardless, with Lashing Spirit Tail Wings, Lin Yuan would never have to worry about preparing resources again. While it was being nourished by spirit chi, any delicate fae could be nurtured on Universe's back. The platinum ability, Flesh Solidification, improved Universe's body to the greatest extent. Universe was a fae that grew with its body, which was its foundation. Red Thorn also had a similar ability. Lin Yuan had more than enough strong ores and metal spiritual ingredients. Lin Yuan only needed to take out some of the food that had been prepared for Red Thorn and share it with Universe. The worst part of abilities that could solidify flesh was when they prevented the phase bones from growing. However, this concern did not apply to Universe. The diamond ability, Whale's Breath, allowed Lin Yuan and the entire Sky City to gain a powerful combat technique. Lin Yuan had obtained a pile of the exploding spirit rock flowers from Wang Keiji. The exploding spirit rock flowers could produce large spirit chi bombs that could be used to attack targets once they were fed with sufficient spirit chi crystals. Lin Yuan had already witnessed how much damage a spirit chi explosion could cause. Lin Yuan's combat abilities mainly relied on Blackie's spirit essence explosion. The exploding spirit rock flowers had a limit to the amount of spirit chi they could store up for attacks. The limit was related to their grades and qualities. With the effects of Whale's Breath and Knotted Life cohabitation, the exploding spirit rock flowers attacks could be turned into the Whale's Breath and spewed out to cause damage to targets. The stronger the vitality that the target possessed, the stronger the aura it would have. When Universe used its breath to lock a target, there was no way the target would be able to break free unless its aura was stronger than that of Universe. Whale's Breath was the final technique to strengthen Universe's combat abilities, and Knotted Life cohabitation would be able to strengthen Universe's defense to the greatest extent. With Knotted Life cohabitation, Universe could choose to share its life with the lifeforms on its back. As long as Universe did not die, the targets it chose to protect would not die either, and vice versa. This would prevent the weak exploding spirit rock flowers from being destroyed by enemy attacks. A weak functional Fae like the sentient being Protective Dragon also would not have to worry about being injured in combat. More importantly, Gray, who was the closest and interacted the most with Universe, would also be able to raise Universe's chance of survival. Gray could hide Universe's body, but it did not have strong defensive abilities. Gray would be injured if the cloud was struck in any way when it was in cloud form. But now, Lin Yuan no longer needed to come up with ways to protect Gray. Gray's interactions with Universe would also become more comprehensive. When Gray was in its cloud form, it was much better at fleeing than Universe was. As long as Gray managed to escape and survive, Universe would be able to continue living. It went without saying that this would only happen if Lin Yuan managed to keep from reaching the end of his line. But such a thing could never happen to Lin Yuan. After all, Lin Yuan had been working hard to increase his own and Sky City's power. Sky City's top combat power now included everything: East Glow, Return to Ruins, and Pregnant Poison. Thus, it had improved significantly from the past. Lin Yuan never saw the dictators of the marsh world as part of his strength. But now that he had the abundance treasure tree, Lin Yuan saw dictators as no different from apostles. Long ago, when Universe had only been silver grade, Lin Yuan thought that Universe's attack and defense systems had already been completed. But now, Universe's attack and defense systems were better than before. Although Universe still had not gained the exclusive skill that came with it reaching Myth Breed, Lin Yuan could not identify any flaws. Lin Yuan was really looking forward to seeing what changes the Myth Breed exclusive skill could bring to the already perfect Universe. At that moment, Universe let out the low wail of a giant beast. "Dad, I have been wanting to ask you something. Is my name Universe or Sky Sea?" Universe sounded slightly hurt, and Lin Yuan picked up on how it was feeling. This caused Lin Yuan to scratch the back of his head awkwardly. He had been so busy that he had forgotten that he had already named Universe. In spite of his awkwardness, Universe called him Dad. He had to save his paternal image. "Your main name will be Lin Sky Sea, while your nickname will be Lin Universe. It's a trend now to have both." When Sky Sea heard what Lin Yuan said, it instinctively moved its large body to hug Lin Yuan, but he hurriedly stopped it. "My dear son, you are too filial. If you crush me into a pancake, I will probably take up a square kilometer of space. I will be so thin that even slices of beef will be thicker than me." Begin Lady was surprised when it heard what Lin Yuan said. Were children so nonsensical? But according to the information it had gained from Su Jian and by Dong Souls, humans did have the habit of giving their children both main names and nicknames. The nicknames were usually used as pet names. Begin Lady only blocked auras and prevented spying from the outside world. However, Sky C's voice would definitely be heard by others. Evil Source was astonished as she stared at the figure of Sky C in the sky. A giant creature like the land-lifting marsh turtle was already an anomaly. Yet it was even comparable to Lift Marsh. The giant creature had called Lin Yuan Dad. Did that mean that Lin Yuan's true body was just as large? Evil Source instinctively gulped, and she could not help but compare Lin Yuan's true body to Carnage Source's true body. Regardless of strength, the difference in size between Lin Yuan and Carnage Source's bodies was the same as that of the big source fruit and small source fruit. With this thought, Evil Source was even more certain that she wanted to continue remaining by Lin Yuan's side. Lin Yuan did not know what Evil Source was thinking, but even if he did know, he would not mind. Ever since he found out about the Abundance Treasure Tree's existence and formed a contract with it, Samsara Realm dictators were no longer threats but potential resources to him. He lightly tapped the ground with his foot, and the source sand immediately formed 4 pairs of black wings on his back. Lin Yuan flew onto Sky C's back and looked down at the endless marsh stretched out beneath him. After a year, Sky C finally became a giant creature hoisted into the sky. The construction of the real Sky City could finally begin. At that moment, Lin Yuan felt very accomplished. Sky C's exclusive skill, Floating Island's Secret Realm, allowed Sky C's flesh to have fusion capabilities, which allowed any living or dead creature to become stuck in the whale's fat. This was its way of nourishing the living and dead creatures. Lin Yuan summoned Gray. Once Gray was summoned, rolling mist started to spread out in all directions. Gray had been using the plant-type phase that could produce weather to increase its power. It was a struggle for the clouds and mist that Gray had turned into to hide the entire Sky Sea. After all, Sky Sea had grown larger than Lin Yuan expected. However, even if the clouds and mist were on the thin side, they still managed to cover Sky C's entire body. But there was a difference between hiding and covering. The outline of an enormous creature could still be seen in the sky. Lin Yuan was not worried about this. Gray and Sky C were symbiotic. As a heavenly family Fae, Gray's power would increase continuously. Once Gray evolved to myth breed and took to the sky, you would not be able to see Sky C even if it was above you. Lin Yuan took out all of the plant-type phase that could produce weather that he had. Sky C immediately fused all of the plant-type phase that could produce weather with the layer of fat under its skin. As the plant-type phase were nourished, they immediately started to release their weather. Gray happily started to absorb the weather. Gray and Sky C had known each other for a long time and had become good friends during the time they spent in the Spirit Lock spatial zone together. When Lin Yuan left Sky C's back and landed back on the ground, Wen Yu, Lu Jie, Sun Ningxiang, Hu Quan, Lu Jie, the Kill Food Sky Butterfly, and the rest were all looking up at the giant creature in the sky shrouded in clouds. This was not the first time that they had seen Lin Yuan create a miracle. But Sky C in the sky still elicited genuine amazement from them. Lu Jie smiled at Lu Jie, Wen Yu, Sun Ningxiang, and the rest as he said, a headquarters had not been formed for Sky City yet. From now on, Sky City's headquarters will be built on Sky C's back. While he spoke, Lin Yuan took out 3 sets of island whale bones and said to Hu Quan, Uncle Hu, the 3 sets of island whale bones will be material for Sky City's main structure. You can use this structure to come up with a blueprint. We can talk more about the designs of the construction later. Hu Quan nodded seriously. I thought that the underground palace I built below the Divine Wood Federation was my best work. I didn't expect you to present me with a new opportunity and surprise so soon. I am a member of Sky City. Don't worry. I will do all I can to come up with and show you the best design. You can let me know if there is anything you want to change, and I'll make the alterations. Lin Yuan nodded and said with a smile, Uncle Hu, thank you for your hard work. If you need any spiritual materials, just let me know, and I'll do my best to provide you with them. Hu Quan patted Lu Tong's shoulder as he said, Let's go. It's time to get to work. Hu Quan had always been the active type. Once he had an idea, he had to act on it. He was only a spirit craftsman in Sky City. Thus, he needed to perform all his duties well. Lin Yuan, Wenyu, Lu Jie, and the rest would handle everything else. Since Hu Quan did not have such skills, he was not going to force himself. Hu Quan intended to put all of his energy into the construction of Sky City's headquarters on Sky Sea's back. Sun Ningxiang had not seen Lin Yuan for a few months. Although this was not a long period, she only needed a glimpse of him to see that he had become much more mature. A man's aura and appearance changed the most when they were around 19 years old. Now, Lin Yuan's aura was much more elite than when she first met him 6 months ago. His aura was even more attractive to her now. Sun Ningxiang took a step toward Lin Yuan and said, "Young master, I didn't expect the marsh world to have such a large turtle. It can actually carry such a piece of land and travel through the marsh. The turtle's young is even bringing the Fey breeding bases around with the territory. Many of the production plant-type Feys have already been harvested. Some of them have already been harvested several times with help from the marsh and due to the suitability of the environment. You told me to pay special attention to nurturing the storing ability white peaches and deposit ability lychee branches. All of the sprouts are planted in a designated area that is being carried by one of the turtles. With the rate of your resource investment, we will be able to harvest 25 tons of the deposit ability lychee branches and 18 tons of the storing ability white peaches every 2 months. Lin Yuan reached out and received a diamond Fey storage box from Sun Ningxiang. There were enough storing ability white peaches and deposit ability lychee branches in the diamond Fey storage box to complete his trade with Hornless Dragon Source. With the abundance treasure tree, there was no need for Lin Yuan to trade with any more Samsara realm dictators. However, Lin Yuan did not mind nurturing the top powerhouses of the marsh world. The life forms in the marsh world were all citizens of the abundance treasure tree. Since Lin Yuan was the abundance treasure tree's contractor, the life forms were his citizens as well. When he spent resources on his citizens, he was essentially spending them on himself. Ningxiang, you, Wenyu, and Big Brother Lu have worked hard. Take some rest. Although the marsh world isn't as crowded as the Radiance Federation, its scenery is definitely top-notch. Sun Ningxiang, Wenyu, and Lu Jie all shook their heads. Lin Yuan had never stopped improving. If they took a break, they would fall even further behind him. At that moment, Lin Yuan saw Wenyu winking at him as she pointed at the thoughts letter paper he was holding. Lin Yuan immediately realized that she wanted to hold an astronomical parliamentary meeting. It was true that communicating solely through the thoughts letter paper would not be feasible for a prolonged period. It was indeed time for all of them to gather among the stars. This time, he would pick the one who had distinguished themselves during the recent period of development. The chosen one would be given a seat on the 4th golden throne. Lin Yuan had been in the marsh world all this time. He was due to return to the main world. However, he could not make the experts from the Divine Wood, Iron Hammer, and Great Lush Federations wait for him endlessly in Thick Soil City. Ningxiang, I'm being serious. Let's all take a break. We should go and visit the sites in the Startling Lines continent. Although the food in the Startling Lines continent can't compare to the delicacies in the Radiance Federation, there are several dishes with unique styles and tastes. Lin Yuan stretched. It was time to balance his work with rest. He was not the only one who had been working hard. Wenyu, Lu Jie, and Sun Xingxiang had also been pushing themselves as hard as he had. The stronger the dictators in the marsh world became, the more their perception of time faded. To those who had lived for tens of thousands of years, a month passed as quickly as a blink. With everything East Glow and White Speak there to handle matters, there was no way that any issues would crop up in the Marsh East Circle. Evil Source was desperate to gain his favor. If there was any issue that the three of them could not solve, Evil Source would not stand idle. Therefore, a few days of absence while he returned to the main world would have no impact whatsoever. Frankly, Lin Yuan did not want to return to the main world just to take a break. His main reason was to head to Thick Soil City. By now, the construction of Thick Soil City should be completed. He had never been to the city that he had the idea of building. This was unacceptable. When Sun Ningxiang heard what Lin Yuan said, she did not insist on staying in the marsh world to oversee matters. She did not know how Lin Yuan planned on getting to the Startling Lines continent, but since he had the ability to transport her from the Radiance Federation to the Marsh World, there was no reason he would not be able to transport them from the Marsh World to the Startling Lines continent. Sun Ningxiang had been hiding the way she felt and thought about Lin Yuan. Now that she had the chance to go and spend leisure time with Lin Yuan in the Startling Lines continent, she was going to treasure it. After informing the others and giving them some instructions, he stored Wen Yu, Sun Ningxiang, and Lu Jie inside the jeweled cave Golden Toad before returning to the underground palace at the boundary of the Divine Wood and Iron Hammer Federations. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly no longer needed to guard Lin Yuan's territory in the Marsh World anymore. Previously, the Kill Food Sky Butterfly had been the strongest expert under Lin Yuan, taking up the bulk of the combat power. But now, Lin Yuan had more and more dictators becoming loyal to him. As a result, the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's combat power had become one of the weakest in his arsenal. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly was not at all disappointed by this. Instead, it was overjoyed. Now that it did not need to guard Lin Yuan's territory, it could spend all its time with Purple Afterglow. Purple Afterglow still could not change into human form, but this did not stop the Kill Food Sky Butterfly from being affectionate with Purple Afterglow while they were both in butterfly form. Lin Yuan could not bear to be around such displays of affection because it always filled him with a strange feeling. Purple Afterglow no longer needed to absorb venomous pollen. It said that this was because it was preparing to start a family with the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. With Purple Afterglow and the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's looks, there was no way that their children could turn out to be unattractive. However, Purple Afterglow had the only bloodline of its kind amongst butterfly species phase, and the Kill Food Sky Butterfly had one of the 3 most elite bloodlines of butterfly species phase. It would be more difficult for 2 such elite bloodlines to produce offspring than it would be for a dimensional lifeform to become a dictator. Nonetheless, Purple Afterglow was keeping a positive mindset. If the first time failed, they would try twice. If both times failed, they would go for a third time. They would keep trying until they were successful. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly's only job was to be in love. After Blackie evolved to Diamond X/Fantasy V, Lin Yuan rarely rode the Kill Food Sky Butterfly when he needed to travel. As a Flood Dragon species Fae, Blackie's bloodline had an advantage that allowed it to pass through the clouds with greater ease. Lin Yuan stationed the Kill Food Sky Butterfly next to Klein Hub. Once any issues cropped up, the Kill Food Sky Butterfly would be able to immediately pass through Klein Hub to flee. It would also be able to alert Lin Yuan as soon as possible so he could take Begin Lady into the Marsh World to smooth things out. Lin Yuan opened the jeweled cave Golden Toad and let out Wen Yu, Lu Jie, and Sun Ningxiang. Sun Ningxiang was stupefied by the underground palace's environment the moment she laid eyes on it. All of the underground palace's walls were covered with intricate floating carvings. This was the work of Hu Quan and a group of Class 3 spirit craftsmen. Lu Jie had handled all of the important parts personally. There were even jade-textured wood pieces embedded into the walls as decorations. Thanks to the plant-type phase that could produce spirit chi, the corners of the walls glowed with amber light. More than 10 of the Sunlight King lotuses were planted in the corners of the palace, making the underground palace appear as bright as the daytime. Hu Quan had taken inspiration from bridges to build all of the paths, and there were even pools that each contained 7 to 8 types of heavy water. Besides the Sunlight King lotuses, there were also hundreds of other rare lotus species phase in the pools. Every spirit siphon goldfish in the pools had reached gold/legend and resembled beautiful blooming peonies in the water. There were also many green gems and small frog species phase that resembled topaz on the leaves of the lotuses. The Lotus Fortune Lucky Frog was an average fortuitous frog species fae. As they sat on the leaves, they let out melodious sounds. If Wen Yu had not said this was an underground palace, Sun Ningxiang would have assumed they were above ground. Meanwhile, spirit craftsmen were maintaining the underground palace daily, and 2 of them started leading Sun Ningxiang around on tour. Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, and Lu Jie then headed to a quiet room. Wen Yu took out a few rainbow fish coats and started to chew on them so she could store up spiritual energy and begin the ritual. The Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting could be held longer with the rainbow fish coats to help with the ritual. Lu Jie reached out and touched the rainbow fish coats. Upon noticing that they were no longer crisp, he hurriedly spoke. I still have around 1,500 of the rainbow fish coats. I will get some wood from fruit trees and roast them in honey tonight. The honey will make them tastier and keep them crispy longer while they're stored in the Diamond Fay storage box. When you had been with Lu Jie in the Marsh World's territory and ate the food he cooked daily, after more than a month, when you was not fat but had still gained 1.5 kilograms. She hurriedly said, Big brother Lu, you don't have to add honey. Even soft, the rainbow fish coats are delicious. If you add honey, I'll have to eat at least 10 pieces at a time. I will have to eat half a bowl less of food a day. When Lu Jie heard when you said, he grumbled to himself. You eat at least 6 large bowls of food every day. You eat more than me and Lin Yuan combined. So what if you eat half a bowl less each day? In the past, Lu Jie would have just vocalized such thoughts. But now, he knew it was inappropriate to be so straightforward. Otherwise, the carcinoma phase that the insect queen controlled would all dislike him once they gained intelligence. An example was Fat Dimension, which could not fly even when it flapped its wings. After swallowing his words, Lu Jie coughed and said, Okay, I won't add honey then. Normally, it only takes me 20 minutes to roast one fish coat. This time, I'll roast it for a minute longer so that it'll be crispier. After consuming 10 of the rainbow fish coats, a cat's eye gem appeared at the center of Wen Yu's forehead, and her eyes started to shine like stars. She no longer needed to be asleep to enter the astronomical parliament. Lu Jie and Lin Yuan felt a sense of weightlessness and found themselves on the golden thrones a second later. Before beginning the astronomical parliament parliamentary meeting, Wen Yu had sent word to the other members through the thoughts letter paper. If any of them could not come immediately, Wen Yu would know to wait for them instead of having absent members during the meeting. Given the current situation, Lin Yuan would become busy again soon. There was no telling when the next parliamentary meeting would be held. Moreover, this parliamentary meeting aimed to pick someone to take the 4th golden throne. If there were any absences, they could not pick fairly. Besides Wen Yu, Lu Jie, and Lin Yuan, who already occupied the golden thrones, 8 of the north-south constellation seats were filled. Bei Su, Yin Lin, Ta Lei, and Su Yiren, who had joined first, as well as Bu Pe, Waluan, Luolan, and Peace, who had joined later, had all been working diligently without taking any breaks. They were all looking forward to this astronomical parliamentary meeting because it would involve deciding who from among them would be able to sit on the 4th golden throne. Yin Lin was the first to say her greetings. Long time no see, Leo, Libra, and Virgo. Lu Jie had already made it clear that he was a man. Yin Lin could not help but feel strange when she was calling a man Virgo. After Yin Lin, the rest also said their greetings to Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, and Lu Jie before greeting each other. Once the group was done making small talk, Lin Yuan smiled and nodded. With the thoughts letter paper, all of them had already become friends. Without the thoughts letter paper, the parliamentary meeting would not have such a friendly atmosphere. Almost 3 months have passed since the last astronomical parliamentary meeting. All of you have grown during this time. I'm sure all of you remember what I said at the end of the last parliamentary meeting. Lin Yuan's words caused Yin Lin, Bei Su, and the rest to shift to the edge of their seats. Luolan already had her hand raised. Lin Yuan could tell that she had something to say. Lin Yuan thought that she wanted to make her case for why she deserved to sit on one of the golden thrones. But it turned out that she did not have such thoughts at all. Instead, she said seriously, I have been managing the Iron Hammer Federation for the past 3 months. Although almost everything in the Iron Hammer Federation has been settled, I only made it this far with your help. But ever since I joined the Astronomical Parliament, all I've done is receive help from you. If you hadn't provided me with martial power and your support, I would never have been able to settle everything in the past 3 months. As such, I have decided to give up on my bid for the Golden Throne. Luolan had only said this after deep contemplation. She felt that she was the least accomplished out of the 8 of them. Even Waluan had led a team to the Great Lush Federation's harbor in the past 3 months and joined up with Lin Yuan. Although she had taken full control of the Iron Hammer Federation, it would not be fair to compare this accomplishment with the others because she had received the most aid from Lin Yuan. Almost immediately after Luolan was done speaking, Bupa hurriedly added. Leo was also the one who made me into a creation master. I was only picked by the Spirit Mother because I became a creation master. I might be the Spirit Mother's second-in-line reserve disciple, but this accomplishment is also fully attributed to Leo. So, I will also be backing out of the selection. Bupa had only expressed his thoughts after hearing what Luolan said. But Bupo's words had mirrored the thoughts of Bei Su, Tale, Waluan, Peace, Su Irin, and even Yin Lin. Every person who had joined the astronomical parliament had been about to plunge into the depths of despair or were already in it. They had only managed to find the reason and a goal to continue living because they had Lin Yuan's help. All of them had started at different points on the ladder. For example, Yin Lin had started near the top, while Peace, Tale, and Bei Su had begun right on the ground. If they all excluded Lin Yuan's help, all the hard work they had put in for the sake of the selection would have been for nothing. Lin Yuan sensed that the atmosphere had shifted but did not speak immediately. Instead, he waited for Buper to finish speaking, and until the atmosphere could no longer sink any further before he said, "The astronomical parliament is not a one-man show. It is a group made up of all of us together. Since it is a selection between the 8 of you, Virgo, Libra, and I will not vote. All of you have one vote, but you can't cast it for yourselves. The one with the most votes can pick a golden throne and change your affiliated constellation with the constellation of your chosen golden throne." They all communicated through the thoughts letter paper, shared their progress, and witnessed each other's achievements. Lin Yuan's words warmed their hearts. It was true. The astronomical parliament was the family that they were all part of. This was why they all looked forward to the parliamentary meetings and were happy to chat with each other through the thoughts letter paper. But at the same time, Lin Yuan's words unblocked their minds. Voting was both the fairest and unfairest method. It would be largely related to how much they had improved, as well as their individual charm. But Lin Yuan saw individual charm as another measure of a person's capability. Frankly, he was very curious about who would be chosen. After Lin Yuan was done speaking, when you added, "Voting will begin with Bei Su, who joined the astronomical parliament first, and end with Peace, who joined last. Bei Su, you may cast your vote." Bei Su nodded seriously. The team he led now consisted of 2,000 members, and they had discovered a large tribe where almost 50,000 people lived. Bei Su's team had set up an ambush in the stone cave next to the tribe. There were more than 300 people in Bei Su's team who could be considered to be skilled at combat, and Bei Su had once led his team to clear out a pinnacle-class two-dimensional rift. Bei Su had started at rock bottom. The lower one started, the more difficult it would be to advance. However, Bei Su had not slacked off for even a minute. If he could vote for himself, Bei Su might hesitate. But since he could not vote for himself, he did not feel pressured at all. In all honesty, out of the 7 of them, Peace and Yin Lin had improved the most. Peace was now the green continent goddess of the broiling rock continent, and her reputation had traveled far and wide. The city she lived in was expanding rapidly. When a neighboring large city heard of Peace, they sent experts to investigate and ended up deciding to form a trading partnership with Peace's rising city. Using the water-drawing heat roly-poly's ability to create water, Peace could use water, the most precious resource in the broiling rock continent, to trade for other necessary resources. She had even fetched the nomads outside the city who were living day by day in the city and took care of them. Everything she had done not only increased the city's overall power, but also boosted her reputation. She was now an icon of faith. Even the people in neighboring cities regarded her as the green continent goddess once they heard of what she had done and could do. Such an improvement could not be easily replicated. The only one who could compare was Yin Lin, who had started out ahead of the others. Yin Lin had already used the resources she had traded from Lin Yuan to buy almost 30 islands in the Azure Federation and established an extensive trading network. She had even used her influence to enable herself to be promoted from the 4th Azure Envoy to the 3rd. She was currently trading in the Azure Federation by leveraging on her title. She hoped that her faction would gain the freedom to move in and out of a Class 6 Waterworld dimensional rift. She was now a notable figure in the Azure Federation. But if a comparison had to be made, Peace's improvements were only possible due to Yin Lin and Su Irin's guidance. This included interactions with other large cities. Lin and Su Iren were always happy to use their experience and knowledge to help rookies. Thus, Bei Su decided to cast his vote for Lin. Since he had a chosen candidate, he immediately said, "I've made my decision. My vote goes to Lin." Lin did not look surprised to hear that Bei Su was voting for her because she already knew that she and Peace were the only contenders based on the objective judgment of improvement. But besides improvement, she had performed better than Peace in other areas. Lin had the experience and shrewdness that came from being part of a large faction. Peace could not compete with that. Nonetheless, she had been sincere in helping the Astronomical Parliament's new members. If she had selfish motives, she would not have performed as well as she did. When it was time for Lin to vote, she generously and fairly voted for Peace. After Lin came Ta Lei's turn. Ta Lei came from a small tribe and was even more innocent than Peace and Bu Pa. He had personally witnessed Su Iren's contributions to Lin Yuan. Along with Luo Lan, they had received significant help from Su Iren. Furthermore, Luo Lan had been the one communicating with him on Lin Yuan's behalf for a long time. Hence, Ta Lei eventually decided to vote for Su Iren. When it was Su Iren's turn to vote, she also voted for Lin. Bu Pa voted for Peace. Because of his background, Bu Pa could imagine how difficult her path had been. Waluan did not share Bu Pa's thoughts. He had almost died out at sea because he lacked fresh water. Thus, he knew how important basic resources for survival were in extreme environments. As long as Peace had the ability to create water, she would be put on a pedestal despite not being able to cool her environment. Moreover, more than half of Peace's achievements could be attributed to Su Iren and Lin's guidance. If they had not taught her how to control the hearts of others, she might not have gained the Green Continent Goddess title. Instead, she might have been captured and locked away, spending her days being forced to create water. Waluan had seen how black the human heart could be plenty of times. Hence, Waluan voted for Lin. By now, 6 of them had voted. The vote tally stood at Lin with 3 votes, Su Iren with 1 vote, and Peace with 2 votes. Since Peace could not vote for herself, the result had emerged without Luo Lan and Peace's votes. Unless Peace and Luo Lan both voted for Su Iren and put her even with Lin, the latter would be the 4th occupant of a golden throne. Luo Lan did not hesitate to vote for Su Iren. This was not because she did not acknowledge Lin's improvements, but because Su Iren had been investing all her time in others. Luo Lan, Ta Lei, and the entire Iron Hammer, Great Lush, and Divine Wood Federations had all received help from her. Without Su Iren, there was no way that someone as green as Ta Lei would be able to manage Thick Soil City. Thus, everything that Luo Lan, Ta Lei, the Iron Hammer, Great Lush, and Divine Wood Federations had achieved could partially be accredited to Su Iren. If she had not witnessed Su Iren's contributions personally, it would be difficult to comprehend just how heavy the proportion and significance were. Since Luo Lan had experienced it personally, she could empathize with Su Iren. Since every person who voted did so based on their experience, they all had their own opinions. Thus, Luo Lan was going to vote based on her own opinions as well. Su Iren smiled when she heard that Luo Lan's vote was going to her. This was because it meant that Luo Lan had not forgotten all she had done. Even if she could not claim a golden throne, this was also a way of proving her worth to Lin Yuan. Once Luo Lan was done voting, it was Peace's turn. Peace was the last member to join the Astronomical Parliament. Because of her background, everyone in the Astronomical Parliament saw her as a little sister. Even Ta Lei, who might be younger than her, acted the same. Her growth was a result of all of their help. Whenever she could not make a decision, she would seek their help through the thoughts letter paper. Hence, she never wanted to claim one of the golden thrones. Eventually, she made her own assessment and voted for Lin. Lin Yuan had selected Lu Jie to occupy the 3rd golden throne. Bei Su, Lin, and the rest had all acknowledged him. Just the fact that Lin Yuan chose him to claim one of the golden thrones was proof of his value and abilities. Although they had all acknowledged Lu Jie, he was not acquainted with the members of the Astronomical Parliament's members besides Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, and Su Iren. By now, he had gotten a sense of the dynamics of the members of the Astronomical Parliament. It was a similar feeling to being in the Return from Faraway mansion. He missed this feeling, and it filled him with warmth. Once all the votes were out, Lin Yuan smiled and said to Lin, "Come and pick a throne that represents a constellation. When you form a contract with the throne, you will receive a token of authority, and your contract with the Andromeda seat will automatically be dissolved." When Lin stood up, the first thing she did was thank the others before she started walking toward the Sagittarius throne instead of the Aquarius throne, which corresponded with her own birth sign. From Tale, Bupa, Waluan, and the rest's understanding, Lin might be trying to leave the Aquarius seat for Peace, who might have a chance to claim the seat in the future. But when you, who had seen Lin in reality, did not agree with their thoughts. Lin Yuan sat on the Leo throne, and the seat on his right was the Virgo throne, which Lu Jie already filled. The only available seat next to him was the Sagittarius throne to his left. It was clear that Lin was gunning for a seat next to Lin Yuan. When you first saw Lin, she realized that Lin looked at Lin Yuan in a different way. She looked at him in the same way that Sun Ningxiang did. However, Lin's gaze was much more intense than Sun Ningxiang's was. You was not at all surprised by Lin's choice of throne. However, it was not easy to occupy a golden throne. When one received a token of authority, one also had to accept the heavy responsibilities that came with it. Lin walked over to the Sagittarius throne and placed her hand on the arrow sign on the back of the throne. Suddenly, the Sagittarius throne in the sky lit up. It was just as bright as the Leo, Libra, and Virgo thrones as it outlined a dazzling shape in the sky. The Andromeda constellation dimmed the moment that the Sagittarius seat lit up, and the Andromeda constellation sign once again appeared on the back of the seat that used to be filled by Lin. Lin slowly sat down after sending her connection to the Sagittarius constellation and the ability to make judgments that she had gained after forming a contract with a golden throne. Once she was firmly seated, she was filled with a sense of duty. Lin looked at Su Iran, who did not have as high of status but shared many of the same experiences. She knew that she would have to help Su Iran more than the other members of the Astronomical Parliament. Otherwise, she would fail to live up to their reasons for voting for her. All of them were well acquainted, and there was no need to beat around the bush. Lin cut straight to the point and said, "The Freedom Federation has started to initiate interactions with the Azure Federation with the hope of allying with us. The Azure Federation's inner circle is split down the middle because of all that the Freedom Federation is promising. Previously, the majority was against forming an alliance with the Freedom Federation. But now the scales have tipped. As an Azure envoy, Lin should not be saying this to outsiders. But she knew that it would not be right for the Azure Federation to partner with the Freedom Federation because it would undoubtedly cause them to be dragged into the Freedom Federation's conflict with the Radiance Federation. Firstly, Lin did not want to get into a conflict with the Radiance Federation because of Lin Yuan. Secondly, the Azure Federation would end up with a powerful enemy no matter which side they joined. There was no way they could come out on top. Lin told this to Lin Yuan because she wanted him to be prepared. Lin's words caused everyone besides Bei Su to turn solemn. Bei Su was still an ignorant boy who lived in some corner underground. Thus, he did not have any idea of the existence of the three major federations. Lin Yuan smiled. "Sagittarius, your news is very timely. But I think that it will not be long before the Freedom Federation no longer has any attention left to spare the Azure Federation." Lin Yuan had had a good talk with everything East Glow, Pregnant Poison, and Return to Ruins. All four of them came from different marsh circles, so Lin Yuan had sent them all out to gather information. He wanted to see if any of them could find out where the Freedom Federation was located in the marsh world. Everything, Return to Ruins, and East Glow had not been able to find out anything that he was looking for. But Pregnant Poison suddenly mentioned that there was a place in the Marsh West Circle where the favored believers and believers of apostles always mysteriously went missing. There were even numerous apostles who had gone to investigate the disappearances and ended up going missing themselves. The Marsh West Circle's dictators had been befuddled by demon desire, so their minds were all focused on trivial matters. Thus, none of them had realized these happenings. After all, the deaths of a few apostles did not matter to the dictators. Pregnant Poison had not thought much of this. But after Lin Yuan's inquiry, She brought it up in order to stand out. When Lin Yuan heard what Pregnant Poison said, he immediately recognized that there was something wrong in the area of the Marsh West Circle that Pregnant Poison was talking about. The Freedom Federation was a human group. There was no way they would be able to live in peace with dimensional lifeforms unless they had suitable identities. Thus, if the Freedom Federation tried to develop in the Marsh world, they would inevitably make enemies out of the dimensional lifeforms. This was similar to the Radiance Federation's development in the Abyssal world. Lin Yuan had already sent people out to investigate. Once he confirmed that the Class 6 Marsh dimensional rift that opened in the Freedom Federation was linked to the Marsh West Circle, Lin Yuan would immediately send apostles and dictators to make life difficult for them. At that time, the main area of the Freedom Federation's development would be affected or even destroyed. The Freedom Federation would then invest their energy and experts into the Marsh world to put up a resistance. Then, there was no way that the Freedom Federation would still be interested in the issues pertaining to the main world. For some reason, Lin felt relaxed the moment she heard what Lin Yuan said. A gathering among the constellations quickly came to an end, along with Wen Yu's store of spiritual energy. After the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting, Lin Yuan wanted Wen Yu to rest for half a day before they left to head to Thick Soil City. Su Yiren, Luo Lan, and Ta Lei had already expressed their praise for Thick Soil City's environment and infrastructure more than once. Despite being the instigator of Thick Soil City, Lin Yuan had never visited the completed city. This was unacceptable. Since this trip was sudden, Lin Yuan and Wen Yu had not informed Ta Lei. As the city lord of Thick Soil City, Ta Lei was daily busy with tasks. Su Yiren had stayed with Luo Lan, so she could not share the burden with Ta Lei. They would let Ta Lei know once Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, Lu Jie, Sun Ningxiang, and the rest were done having fun in Thick Soil City. Then, Ta Lei could take Lin Yuan to see the experts who were about to break through so he could collect the spirit chi crystals and ley line golden pearls. Since they knew that Lin Yuan wanted to generate faith in the Startling Line's continent, Luo Lan, Jin Chenxuan, and Yi Huailong had all made Lin Yuan out to be a god in the federations they ruled. By having the regular people worship him daily, it would not be long before they all saw him as a god. Since they wanted to create a god that people believed in should not appear in front of them. Hence, Lin Yuan planned to wear the faceless paper while moving around in Thick Soil City. The lower the profile he kept, the better. There was no need for Ta Lei to receive him with trumpets and a parade. Lin Yuan waved his hand and summoned Blackie. Lin Yuan noticed that after not riding Blackie for a long time, Blackie's body had grown significantly. Its flood dragon species aura was also much more concentrated than before. It was so concentrated that it rippled between its dragon horns. Dragon aura could only be produced when a dragon species Fae had a bloodline of a certain strength. As he looked at the solidifying dragon aura swirling between Blackie's horns, Lin Yuan suddenly remembered that the Moon Empress had told him about the dragon species Fae bloodline back when he barely knew anything. Once dragon aura was released, regardless of whether it was from a flood dragon species or terrifying dragon species Fae, and it did not dissipate for a long time, it meant that this dragon species Fae had gained the chance to form a dragon pearl. Lin Yuan always thought that Blackie would have to reach creation breed at least before it produced a dragon pearl and evolved to a main dragon species Fae. But now, it seemed that Blackie would be able to produce a dragon pearl when it evolved from Diamond X/Fantasy V to Myth breed. Lin Yuan was delighted by this discovery but also felt a strong sense of accomplishment. From the beginning, Lin Yuan always put his best foot forward when it came to nurturing phase. He only used the best methods to evolve his phase. The pure spirit chi he provided his phase substantially exceeded that of all other experts. It was not because others were unwilling to pay the price but because not even Class 5 creation masters could produce such pure spirit chi. Such an investment was extremely extravagant. Such investments had not brought Lin Yuan many returns in the past, but they were finally about to pay off. With the way that Lin Yuan nurtured his phase, all of them would be able to improve by leaps and bounds once they evolved from fantasy breed to myth breed. When Blackie evolved to fantasy breed, its exclusive skill, Spirit Chi imprint, had transformed. As he continued to evolve Blackie's bloodline, the ability transformed again. Spirit Chi imprint would not only be able to pull in the Spirit Chi from dragon species phase around it who were not of higher grades, but would also be able to gather the bloodline power from the dragon species phase. When it used the bloodline power it had collected to evolve itself, it would even be able to speed up the accumulation of bloodlines in the dragon species phase around it. Blackie only presented this ability after the submerged flood dragon lake was built. Lin Yuan had been taking time out of his day recently to nurture the butterfly telescopes to buff up the scale of the submerged flood dragon lake. This would quicken the rate at which Blackie's bloodline was concentrated. Lin Yuan was not the only one who had noticed Blackie's changes. Lu Jie and Wen Yu had also noticed them. Both of them had also ridden Blackie in the past. Blackie's grade had not changed, yet its size and bloodline had improved significantly. In the past, Lu Jie and Wen Yu would immediately be burdened by the heavy pressure. But now, they had both discovered their directions and could also be of help to Lin Yuan in their own capacities. They were also irreplaceable to Sky City. If they were still hung up on everything and had to compare themselves with Lin Yuan at every turn, they would already have died of exhaustion from the stress. Sun Ningxiang had never ridden Blackie in the past. As she looked at Blackie in its current state, she could not help but gasp in amazement. Young master, your phase dragon species bloodline is so strong. Why haven't I ever seen you use it? Sun Ningxiang always paid close attention to Lin Yuan. Sun Ningxiang's meaning of the word use was to ask Lin Yuan why he had never summoned Blackie in public and used it in battle. It was true. Ever since Lin Yuan removed his mask during the Radiance 100 sequence selection, he had exposed himself. He never summoned Blackie when he was acting under the identity of Black or when he was himself. Lin Yuan did this because he only needed to reach out his hand and use spirit injection when he needed to recover the spirit chi of his companions. When he used Blackie in combat, he only used spirit essence explosion. After consuming the muscle hyperthymesia grass, Lin Yuan's combat skills and fighting techniques had reached an exceptional level. But the main reason for not summoning Blackie during battle was that he did not want to expose its exclusive skill, Spirit Essence Explosion. This was the only way to keep the secret under wraps. Even if other Fays had Spirit Essence Explosion, they could not unleash it with as much power as Lin Yuan. This was because the core of Spirit Essence Explosion was the purity of the Spirit Essence Explosion. If the Spirit Chi was not pure enough, the explosion would not be able to cause much damage. When Blackie heard Sun Ningxiang praising it, it manipulated its body into a twist in the sky. As a result, Sun Ningxiang felt as though she was riding on a roller coaster. Lin Yuan could already see thick soil city in the distance. There was no question that the enormous city that even had 800-meter-tall outer walls was formidable. The 1,400-meter-tall inner walls of the city pierced through the clouds in the sky. The 2,000-meter-tall walls of the central district of the city could only have been created by dimensional lifeforms like the land imp. The city with the three-wall design was completely foreign to the Startling Lines continent culture. Despite there being billions of tribe members from the Iron Hammer Federation living in the city, it was not crowded. There were no such gargantuan cities in Lin Yuan's previous life either. The one comparable city in his current life was the Radiance Federation's capital. However, many regions under the Radiance Federation's capital were comparable to individual districts. They were not gathered together like they were in Thick Soil City. If the three federations in the Startling Lines continent were not under Lin Yuan's control and had already signed peace treaties to develop trading and business partnerships, it would be impossible for the cultures of the Divine Wood, Iron Hammer, and Great Lush federations to come together so harmoniously. When Lin Yuan and Sun Ningxiang had never been to Thick Soil City. Lu Jie had only seen it once when he visited Luolan. Although he had already been there before, Lu Jie was still awed by this enormous city. Lin Yuan had seen the blueprints for Thick Soil City before and had given a lot of his own input. Although he had never been to Thick Soil City, he was very familiar with the environment and various aspects of Thick Soil City. Nonetheless, there was a big difference between being familiar and seeing it with his own eyes. The closer he got to Thick Soil City and the better view he got, the greater his sense of accomplishment grew. This sense of accomplishment did not just come from having created Thick Soil City but also because Thick Soil City represented the unity of the Startling Lines continent. From now on, the people who lived in the Startling Lines continent would not have to live life on the edge and suffer through hunger and thirst. Lin Yuan did not instruct Blackie to fly directly to the Thick Soil City's palace. In order to maintain order in Thick Soil City, no one was allowed to ride flying type phase in the city. The only way to travel quickly through the city was to ride the standard Fei carriages. The Fei carriages were very fast and convenient. Since Lin Yuan had set this rule, he would not break it himself. It would be fine if he broke it with his own identity, but if others saw what he did, the news would spread quickly through Thick Soil City. If that happened, it would cause serious issues for Ta Lei while he managed Thick Soil City. Luo Lan, Jin Chenshuan, and Yi Huailong greatly respected Ta Lei. The three of them knew that Ta Lei was one of them and had to bear great responsibility. Thus, they all supported his work and management style. However, Ta Lei's age made it difficult for him to gain respect in a short time. He needed to accumulate respect over a long period. Qin Luan had been training by Lisan's side. Lisan had specially come to fetch Qin Luan when he was in the Startling Lines continent. Lisan had high hopes for Qin Luan. This was not because Qin Luan had the Polar Night Blue Sky Scorpion beast pattern and had contracted the Polar Night Blue Sky Scorpion. It was because Qin Luan had exceptional business talent. After receiving guidance from Lisan, Qin Luan was already able to help Lisan. Since Qin Luan was a member of Sky City, it was easier to use him than it was to use Li Wan and Feng Jiaji. Little Flower and Little Grass had contracted the Dark Sun Send mess butterflies and were being looked after by Master Hongxin. Zhang Xiaobai, Xianing, Tan Ran, and Lu Pinru fetched them to and from school if they had time outside of their competitions. The two of them were orphans and had now perfectly merged with society in the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan brought them to report to the spirit guards so they could assign a spirit guard to watch over them from the shadows. In a certain way, both of them had become part of the Radiance Federation's strategic resources. Due to Qin Yu's age, he was also attending school. He was in the grade above Little Flower and Little Grass. Qin Yu did not take to school as well as Little Flower and Little Grass did, but he was very skilled at management. To children who were about 10 years old, a difference of a year did not make much of a difference. But Qin Yu was like the king among his peers, and all of his classmates hung onto his every word. Little Flower and Little Grass also trusted Qin Yu unquestioningly. This was not because Qin Yu fought often during class and beat others into submission. In fact, he had never fought with other students, and the school never had to contact his guardians. Lin Yuan never expected the awkward young boy, who greeted others warmly, to possess such strong leadership skills. With such skills, he would definitely be able to distinguish himself. This ability was a natural gift similar to Lisan's communication skills. Since Qin Yu did not like studying, it would be a form of torture to force him to remain in school. Lin Yuan might as well take Qin Yu to Thick Soil City the next time he returned to the Radiance Federation so he could stay by Ta Lei's side. That way, Qin Yu would be able to help Ta Lei, and his growth would also be accelerated as his talent was used to its greatest extent. Sky City was now at a key point in its development. What it needed was not powerhouses. With the Abundance Treasure Tree and the Marsh World as a treasure vault, Lin Yuan no longer needed to worry about lacking powerhouses. Instead of powerhouses, what Sky City needed was talented individuals skilled at management. These talented individuals would be able to ensure that Sky City would be able to pass through this stage of development smoothly. When Lin Yuan heard from Lisan that Qin Luan fell in a daze every night, he knew even without asking Qin Luan that he missed Qin Yu. Since Qin Yu was younger, his reactions were bigger than Qin Luan's. Once he brought Qin Yu into the Marsh World, the brothers would be able to see each other monthly at the very least. Since Lin Yuan had changed Qin Luan and Qin Yu's lives by taking them from the small store they ran, he would have to be responsible for them to the end. Besides Qin Yu's leadership talent and Qin Luan's business acumen, both of them were geniuses who had awakened their beast patterns and thus had an advantage over regular spirit chi professionals when it came to combat. Since the Azure Federation was one of the three major federations where beast patterns were the measure of power, Qin Luan and Qin Yu would definitely be able to become Sky City's generals as long as they continued down the right track. Lin Yuan stored Blackie away when they were about 10 kilometers away from Thick Soil City. Lu Jie summoned 4 small, lonely night hurricane moths, which continued carrying the group the rest of the way to Thick Soil City's gates. The lonely night hurricane moths had transformed after being blessed by the emperor core of all insects. The hurricane owlet moths had been about the size of an adult's palm. But the lonely night hurricane moths could shrink to the size of fingernails and control wind elements to easily pull the group 10 kilometers. While they were flying, the lonely night hurricane moths would adjust the height based on the geographical terrain. The thrill of moving swiftly at the same height and visual perception of walking was much more exciting than riding on Blackie's back. Moving to the gates using the lonely night hurricane moths would not only uphold Lin Yuan's rules, but would still allow them to reach their destination quickly. When they were 3 kilometers away from the gates, Lu Jie, Lin Yuan, and the rest saw the endless stream of people entering the city. Besides its main gates, there were also 1,444 side gates that could be used to enter Thick Soil City. All of the side gates were open at 4 a.m. and closed at 12 a.m. each day. The population of Thick Soil City was so large that there was not much room for people to move even in such an expansive space. When one used public transport, they could only travel within 10 kilometers of their position. The side gates acted as boundaries for the zones of action within the city, effectively separating the billions of people living there. Almost 1 million people guarded each gate, and together they formed 1,444 main streets. The main streets were further divided into side streets, which in turn branched out into smaller roads. This well-structured network facilitated the transportation of resources and contributed to maintaining peace in the city. If any person committed a crime in Thick Soil City, they would be heavily punished once they were caught. Thick Soil City's clear roads that were connected to the side gates caused the number of people walking through the main gate to decrease significantly. Although the citizens of Thick Soil City were allowed to use the main door as well, the main gate was mainly used by merchants who were transporting resources. In order to ensure that the number of resources in Thick Soil City remained sufficient, there were carts from the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce entering and exiting Thick Soil City almost all day. The Diamond Fay storage boxes could store much more than diamond item-storing walnuts could. Before heading to the Marsh World, Lin Yuan had given Listen 5 of the soldier ration radishes and told him to place them in the 5 shrines in the city as icons. Su Iran and Ta Lei had discussed and built the 5 shrines for Lin Yuan. Every federation had different environments and cultures. The ways they offered faith and worshipped were also different. For example, the Spirit Mother Federation was a kingdom where all faith had to be dedicated to the Spirit Mother. The 3 federations of the Startling Lines continent had numerous similarities with the Spirit Mother Federation. They could also use various methods to worship Lin Yuan and offer their faith to him. Although the soldier ration radishes were newly grown, they could grow thousands of kilograms of leaves a day as long as they were watered with spirit fluids. The soldier ration radishes grown in the 5 shrines could keep almost 80 million people full each day. The way that the food produced in the shrines could sustain the citizens of the city immediately gained the faith of the regular citizens and ensured the city remained peaceful. The lonely night hurricane moths stopped on Lin Yuan and Lu Jie's shoulders. The guards at the gates had already noticed Lin Yuan's group and hurried to greet them. The citizens in Thick Soil City came from the Great Lush, Divine Wood, and Iron Hammer federations. All of them obtained identity cards when they entered the city, which had to be checked each time they entered and exited the city. As the city lord, Ta Lei had designed the identity cards. The first identity card that was made belonged to Lin Yuan, which Su Iran had delivered to him. Later, Su Iran came up with a list of people in Lin Yuan's group, and Ta Lei made all of their identity cards. Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, and Wen Yu all had their own identity cards. However, Su Iran had never met Sun Ningxiang before, so the latter did not have her own identity card. After the guards checked the 3 identity cards, they looked Sun Ningxiang up and down. Wen Yu could not help but be impressed by Ta Lei. From the way that the guards at the gates took their jobs so seriously, it was clear that Thick Soil City was managed extremely well. Wen Yu took a step forward and said, "She is our friend. Her identity card hasn't been made yet, but I can leave my identity card here with you as a guarantee." Once her identity card is made, I will retrieve my identity card from you. The guards took another look at Wen Yu's identity card and matched the photo with her face. Once they were certain there were no issues with her identity, one of them said, I will report this matter. Once your friend obtains her identity card, she can register it at the nearest office. A month later, you can retrieve your identity card from that office. After the guards allowed them to pass, the four of them stepped through the gates and walked into the city. This was the first time Lin Yuan saw carts from the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce driving into the city as a side observer. After almost a year of development, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was more than qualified to enter the selection for the Radiance Federation's top faction. It was the only faction in the Startling Lines continent that had a Chamber of Commerce role. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce successfully acquired the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce. The carts used by the chamber were pulled by custom-made light green flood dragon horses provided by Coiling Dragon's Valley. Upon acquiring the light green dragon horses, the creation masters of the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce evolved them. With the chamber's success and growth, everything was progressing smoothly. Every employee proudly wore a dedicated uniform that symbolized their affiliation with the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. When Lin Yuan watched all of this as an observer, all he felt was awe at how grand and formidable everything was. But frankly, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was only a small part of Sky City. There were many large shops along Thick Soil City's main street. All of them were rented out and managed by individuals. Almost all of the Creation Master resources were gathered there. The restaurants were gathered on another street. Lin Yuan and the rest turned onto a street and were stunned by the delicacies from the three federations. Lu Jie and Lin Yuan were not unfamiliar with these dishes and had tasted many of them. However, Wen Yu and Sun Ningxiang had never seen such food before, so they were very interested in them. Since the four of them were here to see the architecture in Thick Soil City, they ate and toured for 3 days as they visited every corner of Thick Soil City. All of them had high scores for the way that Thick Soil City was managed. However, there were still many issues in a city that had only been running for a few months. But these issues would soon be discovered and corrected. 3 days of rest was considered a luxury to Lin Yuan. He was planning to put an end to this vacation. Lin Yuan's group of 4 entered the city lord's residence. Ta Lei had placed the ethereal jellyfish's tentacle node in his room. He was looking forward to the day that Lin Yuan transported himself to this tentacle node. However, he knew Lin Yuan was busier than he could imagine and did not have time to come here. Ta Lei had been reading and gaining as much knowledge as he could. The books about the 3 federations that Su Iran had found and brought for Ta Lei helped him to grow quickly. At that moment, Ta Lei suddenly noticed a faint spatial fluctuation behind him. When he turned his head back, he saw that Lin Yuan and Lu Jie had appeared with 2 females, and they were all smiling. Ta Lei hurriedly stood up and shouted, "Master!" Wen Yu and Lu Jie were used to Ta Lei's behavior. Lin Yuan had never admitted that he was Ta Lei's master, but the latter was very enthusiastic when he addressed Lin Yuan. Lu Jie and Wen Yu slowly acknowledged this relationship between the two of them. This was the first time that Sun Ningxiang had met Ta Lei, and she was slightly surprised. She had not expected Lin Yuan to have taken in a disciple in the Starling Lines continent. Given Lin Yuan's power and talent, he was perfectly capable of accepting a disciple. This young boy sure was lucky to have Lin Yuan as his master. If that were the case, this young boy would essentially be the Moon Empress Grand Disciple. Lin Yuan looked at the surprised Ta Lei as he smiled and patted his head. For some reason, Lin Yuan found this scene to be very familiar. With Lin Yuan's hand on his head, Ta Lei asked hopefully, "Master, are you planning on staying in Thick Soil City for some time? I have specially prepared a room for you, and people have been cleaning it regularly." Lin Yuan shook his head. "I came just to see you. You are managing Thick Soil City very well. Your achievement is proof of your growth." Ta Lei's eyes twinkled at Lin Yuan's sudden compliment. His master acknowledged his effort and even praised him for it. This caused tears to well up in Ta Lei's eyes. This was actually the first time that Lin Yuan was praising him. But at the same time, Ta Lei was slightly disappointed. Lin Yuan's words meant that he did not intend to stay in Thick Soil City for long. At that moment, Ta Lei noticed Lin Yuan's brows knitting for a second before they relaxed. Ta Lei, how many experts waiting to break through are in Thick Soil City? Ta Lei immediately replied, there are a total of 217 of them. I placed them all in the martial arts hall behind the city lord's residence. Lin Yuan immediately replied, go and gather all of them and tell them to prepare for their phase trials. Lin Yuan had received news from the Kill Food Sky Butterfly that said that Pregnant Poison had ordered all of her subordinates in the Marsh West Circle to investigate the strange area. Eventually, they discovered an issue. Pregnant Poison's subordinates had ended up fighting with unknown experts. According to Pregnant Poison, the experts who fought with her subordinates could transform into monsters. However, the transformed monsters were very different from Source Sacred Bodies. When they transformed, there was no hint of faith or Source-type power from them. At first, Pregnant Poison did not think much of that. After all, there were many strange creatures in the marsh world, and it was understandable for them to have all sorts of abilities. After Dictator Pregnant Poison's subordinates reported this matter to Pregnant Poison, she had not thought much of that. She only decided to tell the Kill Food Sky Butterfly about this to express her loyalty and to curry favor with Lin Yuan. See how I immediately went to investigate just like you told me to. Although she had not attained any results, she could leave a good impression of her attitude on Lin Yuan. Pregnant Poison had managed to gain favor with Evil Source using that method. However, Pregnant Poison had no idea that her report that was supposed to earn her favor contained the answer Lin Yuan had been looking for. There was a high chance that the experts who fought Pregnant Poison's subordinates were experts from the Freedom Federation who had combined with devils. That sure was easy. He had managed to locate where the Freedom Federation was situated in the marsh world. Lin Yuan intended to give the Freedom Federation a big gift when he returned so they would not have to waste any more energy on trying to form an alliance with the Azure Federation. As for how he would deliver the gift to the Freedom Federation, this would be a very simple matter for Lin Yuan. All he needed to do was release the news that he had lost one of the big source fruit sprouts in the Marsh West Circle and offer a reward for whoever could find it. The apostles and dictators would surely be knocking over each other as they all headed to the Marsh West Circle. Some would be hoping to obtain the reward while the majority would be trying to obtain the big source fruit sprout for themselves so they could try to nurture the big source fruits for themselves. Lin Yuan did not care what these apostles and dictators were thinking as long as they scoured the Marsh West Circle. There would definitely be many of them who ended up stumbling on the Freedom Federation's territory. Once the two sides met, it would be difficult for there not to be war. The dictators and apostles might not make the first move to attack just to obtain the big source fruit sprout or the reward, but this would send a signal to the rest of the marsh world that there was a high chance that the experts from the Freedom Federation had discovered the big source fruit sprout and were trying to prevent others from stealing it. This was exactly the misconception that Lin Yuan wanted the apostles and dictators to have. Humans naturally wanted to exclude others. Hence, unless the experts from the Freedom Federation had members of royalty among them, there was no way they would communicate calmly with the dictators and apostles. Thus, the misunderstanding would only grow. It was just like a teacher asking a student if they had stolen someone else's phone, and the student in question suddenly grabbed hold of his bag tightly. Once the conflict reached a peak, it might even catch the attention of the Seven Figures from Marsh Abyss. The Seven Figures might be even more eager to obtain the big source fruit sprouts than the other dictators and apostles were. When Ta Lei heard what Lin Yuan said, he immediately left to make the arrangements. It did not take long for the phase of the 217 experts from the Iron Hammer, Divine Wood, and Great Lush Federations to break through with Lin Yuan's help. A large pile of spirit chi crystals appeared on the pure land of bliss, putting the wind speed rapid antelope in a whirlwind of work. Lin Yuan intended to give all of the spirit chi crystals to Green Vine so it could increase its power. Unlike Lu Jie, when you had not gone to the Startling Lines continent to train with Lin Yuan, so she had not experienced all that took place in the Startling Lines continent or formed deep ties with Yi Huailong and Jin Chenxuan. Besides Luo Lan, Jin Chenxuan and Yi Huailong were no different from strangers to Wen Yu. Thus, she never paid much attention to the Great Lush and Divine Wood Federations. But she just watched the experts from the three federations break through with Lin Yuan's help. Now that these experts were aware of Lin Yuan's existence, his influence over the three federations had deepened. Wen Yu did not think this way because she was unable to see the big picture, but because she was thinking from the stance of one of the three figureheads of Sky City and was thinking on Lin Yuan's behalf. After collecting all of the spirit chi crystals and ley line golden pearls, Lin Yuan called Listen over and handed him the long list of orders. Next, he used the Thoughts letter paper to tell Wang Keiji to immediately depart from the Great Lush Federation to come to the Thick Soil City. Genius was currently the equivalent of a Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master and was still a long way from becoming a Class 5 Creation Master. Lin Yuan intended to station Wang Keiji on Sky Sea's back to handle the tasks that were too much for the army of 100 Questions Beasts. With Wang Keiji by his side, it would be easier for Hu Quan to bring some of his ideas to life. Wang Keiji had provided the Great Lush Federation with 2 to 3 months of Class 5 Creation Master resources. Jin Qianxuan's phase had already reached Immortal, so nothing was keeping Wang Keiji in the Great Lush Federation. If he continued to remain there, he would ruin the balance between the three federations that had only been formed after great effort. Listen swiftly gathered the resources that Lin Yuan needed. It had taken 3 whole months for Listen to build the framework of chambers of commerce that linked the three federations. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce did not have a headquarters in the Startling Lines continent. The headquarters would always remain in the Radiance Federation. However, there were branches of the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce in the Divine Wood, Iron Hammer, and Great Lush Federations capitals. Thick Soil City was the hub where all three federations gathered. I think you should take a look at, but building the framework was not the only thing that Listen had done in the 3 months. He had completely changed the way that the chambers of commerce operated. Listen had planned and smoothed out the management models of all the large chambers of commerce in the Radiance Federation. He perfected the beneficial parts and got rid of those that were not. Eventually, he cemented a transparent resource transportation plan. There were clear records of how much of each resource there was in storage. If Lin Yuan ever needed anything, Listen could react immediately. Recently, the main storage area had been organized. When Listen told Lin Yuan about his framework, Lin Yuan could not help but suspect that Listen was a transmigrator. How could he turn the Chamber of Commerce management into something akin to online shopping? Lin Yuan had given Listen the chance to demonstrate his talent, and the latter had utilized it fully. Listen had fulfilled his promise and had become Sky City's first line of finance. But Sky City also had its hidden money bags in the form of the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. When Listen looked at Lin Yuan, he realized that Lin Yuan was much taller and had a much more intense aura than when they first met a year ago. Listen had always been grateful that he had met Lin Yuan on Star Web. At that time, Lin Yuan had already been among the clouds while he was still struggling to pull himself out from the mud. Lin Yuan had extended a lifeline from the clouds, giving him the chance to survive. Without it, he would have met the same fate as his grandfather and father, falling victim to the Zheng family's third lineage. At that time, he had not had any ability or capacity for revenge. Lin Yuan had helped him take revenge and even made an enemy out of the powerful Miao family. Now, it was finally time for him to use his ability to repay Lin Yuan. Young master, I have already set up the business framework for the Divine Wood, Iron Hammer, and Great Lush Federations. Yi Huailong, Luo Lan, and Jin Qianxuan were all very cooperative. There was almost no conflict. In about another 2 months, the Startling Lines continent won't need me anymore. I have mentored a few assistants. With Zhou Luo here, things will go very well. So if you need me to go with you to other continents, please do so. Listen had wanted to say this to Lin Yuan for some time. However, he did not have the ability to back up his words. Listen and Su Iren had been working together for some time. Recently, Su Iren had been of great help when he was building the framework for the Chambers of Commerce. Listen knew about Su Iren's identity and Lin Yuan's intention to help her recover the 7 states of darkness. This was why he had said what he said. Although he knew that opening a Chamber of Commerce in a foreign continent was very tiring, difficult, and risky. Lin Yuan reached out and patted Listen's shoulder as he said with a smile, "Recently, when you and Sun Ningxiang have been handling the business and developments in the Marsh world. None of them can compare to you when it comes to trading. Once you're done with everything you need to do in the Startling Lines continent, I intend to take you to the Marsh world. The Marsh world is a much larger stage than any continent from the main world. Now that Lin Yuan had seen the level of the top power in the Marsh world, his horizons had been broadened. The first batch of resources he had developed in the Marsh world had already ripened. Although Lin Yuan had obtained the Abundance Treasure Tree, he still had not given up on his original plan to harvest the Marsh world. It was because Lin Yuan obtained the Abundance Treasure Tree and understood the Abundance Treasure Tree's abilities that he decided to have Listen use trading to enable the dictators, apostles, and dimensional life forms from the Marsh world to make contact with resources from the main world. If he ever chose to use the Abundance Treasure Tree to combine the Marsh world with the main world, the Marsh world's life forms would not have too hard of a time adjusting to the main world. Lift Marsh needed to be nurtured, and many strong dimensional life forms had Marsh soil stored up. Rather than obtaining Marsh soil from the apostles and dictators, the real jackpot lay with the store of Marsh soil in the hands of the dimensional life forms. When Listen heard what Lin Yuan said, he immediately became excited. I'll be as quick as I can. In 2 weeks at the most, I'll be able to settle everything in the Startling Lines continent. Lin Yuan shook his head. You don't have to rush. You will have to wait 2 to 3 months before the Marsh world is ready for you to step in and do your work. Since he had located where the Freedom Federation was located in the Marsh world, he would have to drive the Freedom Federation out of the Marsh world first before Listen could build a large-scale chamber of commerce there. Otherwise, if the Freedom Federation found out that there were other humans besides them who had entered the Marsh world, there was a high chance that they would cause a chain reaction. Every Samsara realm dictator had the ability to take on an expert who had set their spirit fire alight. The Mirror God and God of Fools were the only experts in the Freedom Federation who had set their spirit fires alight. Given the difference in power, there was no way that the Freedom Federation would be able to hold out. If the Mirror God and God of Fools really wanted to fight it out, it would be good news to Lin Yuan because there was a chance that the Samsara realm dictators from the Marsh world would band together to eliminate the Mirror God and God of Fools. He had given his plan 2 months. This should be enough time for the Samsara realm dictators to take over the Freedom Federation's territory. Lin Yuan had never studied a Class 6-dimensional rift and did not know if it could be manually closed. Even if it could not be manually closed, all he needed to do was strike a deal with a few Samsara realm dictators for them to guard this side of the Class 6-dimensional rift. There might even be 1 or 2 Samsara realm dictators who became curious about what was on the other side and crossed over to take a peek. But even if the Freedom Federation's overall power could not match that of the Marsh world, any Samsara realm dictator who crossed over into the main world would surely end up killed after the members of royalty surrounded it. However, the experts from the Freedom Federation would also suffer heavy losses. At that time, all of their thoughts would surround healing themselves. As long as the Freedom Federation did not cause trouble, the federations of the main world would be able to remain peaceful and continue developing in harmony. Although Tower Cannon was despicable and caused scores of life forms to lose their lives, more federations had actually been destroyed due to the Freedom Federation's ploys. After giving Listen a brief rundown of the situation in the Marsh world and telling him about his plan, Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, Wen Yu, and Sun Ningxiang returned to the Marsh world. The 4 of them had already rested for about 3 to 4 days. Even if Lin Yuan wanted to rest more, the 3 of them would not allow it. No matter how quick Wang Keiji was, it would take him at least 3 days to rush to Thick Soil City from the Great Lush Federation's capital after receiving the news. Rather than waiting for Wang Keiji there, fetching him over a few days later would be more efficient. Once Lin Yuan returned to the Marsh world, he began pondering how he would carry out his plan. It was then that he heard the report from White Speak, Lord Lin Yuan, in the 3 days that you've been gone, Carnage Source, Mountain Ridge Source, Hornless Dragon, and the other dictators you've met were not the only ones who sent their envoys to Marsh East Palace. You have never met Eternal Source, Mist Source, and Vine Source, but they also sent their envoys over. I'm sure all of them are hoping to trade with you. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. He had just been thinking about how he would carry out his plan, and now there were people willing to do all the work for him. Since they had all set the stage for him, it was time for him to put on a big show for the Freedom Federation. Since the 6 figures from Marsh Abyss had not come personally, there was no need for someone of Lin Yuan's status to receive the envoys personally. Carnage Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and Mountain Ridge Source knew that White Speak was Lin Yuan's close subordinate, so the envoys they had sent over were aware as well. There was no one more suitable to receive the envoys than White Speak. Lin Yuan said in a low voice, "White Speak, go and receive the 6 envoys. Tell them that I haven't been in a good mood. As for the reason, say that it's because I lost several big source fruit sprouts near the crouching precipice in the Marsh West Circle. Tomorrow, send a group of my loyal apostles to the Marsh West Circle to put on an act. Have Pregnant Poison lead them. Remember, no matter what happens, our people are not to interfere unless one of our own safety is endangered." White Speak was not inexperienced. Since it was born as a large and violent crocodile, it had used countless schemes in order to become a dictator. Although White Speak did not know what Lin Yuan's goal was, it could put on an act easily. "Lord Dictator, leave them to me and don't worry. I will leak the news discreetly. They will all think that I've committed a slip of the tongue and that they've just obtained a precious nugget of information." White Speak did not immediately go and see the 6 envoys after it left. Instead, it threw a large fit. Even everything Pregnant Poison and East Glow did not escape unscathed. Soon, all of the apostles who were Lin Yuan were called over, and all of Lin Yuan's subordinates entered a state of jittery panic. White Speak knew that none of the envoys was stupid. All of them had to be the cream of the crop. In order to pull the wool over their eyes, their own people also had to be fooled. White Speak had dragged the fit out for 2 days, so everyone thought that something had happened to Lin Yuan. That was when it plastered a scowl on its face and received the 6 envoys. The 6 envoys had done their own investigations when they first sensed that something had happened in Marsh East Palace. After using all of their methods, they finally found some answers. When they first started investigating the situation, the 6 envoys noticed that the apostles and dictators in Marsh East Palace were all very tight-lipped. None of them even let out as much as a whisper. Thus, all of them recognized the seriousness of the situation and knew that there had to be a big problem in Marsh East Palace. 3 hours ago, the 6 of them received the news that Dictator 10,000 Source had lost several big source fruit sprouts in Marsh West Circle. These were the big source fruit sprouts that they were talking about. Evil Source had even bet the book that represented her authority for the chance to obtain that very thing. People were usually wary of news that others voluntarily contributed. But news that they only managed to painstakingly pry from the mouths of others could definitely be trusted. This was further confirmed by how White Speak's expression was so overcast that rain almost fell from it. Its eyes were bloodshot, and it was clear that it had not slept for the past few days. White Speak's emotional and physical state gave the 6 envoys even more assurance. They all intended to tell their individual dictators the secret news once White Speak received them. The Marsh West Circle was large but not impossible to comb through. Given the circumstances, it was obvious that the first to begin searching had the highest chance of finding the treasure. Marsh East Palace had already sent experts to begin searching. Pregnant Poison usually spent her time in the Marsh West Circle and was very familiar with the region. The fact that Dictator 10,000 Source had sent out Pregnant Poison was proof that he was panic-stricken. Over the last few days, Lin Yuan discovered that White Speak had been hiding its acting skills all this time. If he was not the one who had come up with this plan, he would have been taken in by White Speak as well. At first, all Lin Yuan wanted was to leak the news that he had lost a big source fruit sprout. But now that it had changed to him losing a few sprouts, even the Samsara realm and Turning Will realm dictators who had not been persuaded to participate for the sake of a single sprout would be shoving each other to join in. Since he had apparently lost a few sprouts, more people would be able to attain one. Who wouldn't want to try their luck with such odds? The winds of chaos from the Marsh world were blowing from east to west. The east side had managed to hold out against the gales, but there was no telling if the Freedom Federation would also be able to survive. White Speak put on an extravagant banquet to welcome the 6 envoys. Even the small source fruits were part of the food served at the feast. The 6 envoys were stunned by the pure source-type power being used as mere food. Although their own dictators had also put on such extravagant banquets, They had never been so ostensibly grand. This was pure source-type power that they were talking about. It was source-type power that could be used to trade for any resource. It was the only currency that no dictator would turn down. But this lavish banquet was reeking of bizarreness. The servers at the banquet all looked terrified. While White Speak was welcoming them, it received abrupt news and had to leave hastily more than once. It did not give any thought to keep up appearances for the sake of the pride of the event's attendees. White Speak was putting on an act for these 6 envoys, as well as Evil Source. Since Evil Source was in Marsh East Palace, she could not send any envoys. She needed to consider her status, so she could not attend the event along with White Speak and the envoys of other dictators of the same level. It was just like how Lin Yuan could not receive the envoys personally. But this did not stop her from secretly spying on the banquet. Evil Source never imagined that she would stumble onto such big news. It turned out that 10,000 Source has lost his big source fruit sprouts in the Marsh West Circle. Evil Source had been wondering why Lin Yuan had disappeared for a few days. Before she spied on the banquet, she had been utterly confused. But now, she guessed that Lin Yuan's recent disappearance was due to the missing big source fruit sprouts. Nothing tempted Evil Source more in this world than a big source fruit tree capable of producing pure source-type power. If she could acquire the tree, she wouldn't have to trade with Lin Yuan for source-type power in exchange for source totems. The envoys had yet to report their news. If she made a move first, she should be able to find at least one sprout, even if she had the worst luck. As long as Lin Yuan and the 6 figures from Marsh Abyss did not personally go down, no one would be a match for her, even if she had lost the book that represented her authority. Even if the 6 figures from Marsh Abyss arrived, they would not dare to touch her. After all, unless it was absolutely necessary, none of them were willing to make an enemy out of someone of the same level. Evil Source had specially gone to bid Lin Yuan goodbye before she left Marsh East Palace. Although Evil Source believed that she would be able to find the big source fruit sprouts, what if her luck was just that terrible? Moreover, Evil Source had only seen the big source fruits so far, not the big source fruit trees. Thus, she could not calculate the big source fruit tree's production quantity and rate. If the big source fruit tree's production rate was low, she would still have to rely on Lin Yuan to obtain a large number of big source fruits. As an old fox who had lived for thousands of years, Evil Source knew that she needed to leave an escape route for herself regardless of what she did. Evil Source's voluntary departure caused Lin Yuan to praise White Speak to himself. White Speak did not disappoint all the hopes and investments that Lin Yuan had put into it. White Speak had made such big waves because it knew what its goal was, and it intentionally wanted Evil Source to investigate. It was a blessing to have a subordinate who understood his intentions and knew how to be flexible. White Speak's actions proved its exceptional abilities. As for power, all Lin Yuan needed to do was provide White Speak with the resources to bolster White Speak. Evil Source had already rushed off to the Marsh West Circle. Lin Yuan even told White Speak to leak the exact location so it would not be long before she found the Freedom Federation's location in the Marsh world. Although there were many spatial spiritual ingredients in the main world that could block spaces and prevent spying, they would only be able to keep dimensional lifeforms and low-class apostles at bay, while high-class apostles and dictators would be able to sense the spatial ripples. If Evil Source sensed them, she would put up a resistance. This would definitely cause her desire to search to intensify. Moreover, ever since Evil Source lost the gamble to him, her humiliation had morphed into fury that had yet to be vented. The attitudes of the other 6 dictators from Marsh Abyss only added fuel to the flames of Evil Source's rage. Her rage would explode in an instant when she faced the Freedom Federation's strong resistance. She would take the opportunity to unleash all of her anger. Since he wanted provocation, Lin Yuan did not mind seeing it through to the end. If Lin Yuan leaked the news that Evil Source had gone to Marsh West Circle first, there was no way that Eternal Source, Mountain Ridge Source, Mist Source, Hornless Dragon Source, and Carnage Source would send only one of their subordinates to search. They would make a personal appearance for sure. They were aware that regardless of how many subordinates they sent, there was no way they could compete with Evil Source. If Lin Yuan put in some effort, White Speak would not be able to hold the 6 envoys back no matter how hard it tried. They all rushed off in the direction of Marsh Abyss immediately after receiving the news, and Marsh East Palace fell quiet. Sun Ningxiang continued to nurture production-type phase. Genius led the army of 100 questions beasts to rush the ripening of the fruits on the storing ability white peach and deposit ability lychee branch trees, and Lin Yuan continued to harvest faith power from the apostles. He even made a trip back to Thick Soil City to bring Wang Keiji to the marsh world. As a Class 5 creation master, Wang Keiji had traversed the other continents in his youth. When he was previously under 5th Page Truth, he was made aware of the secrets of dimensional worlds because of his close relationship with 5th Page Truth. Thus, he knew about the existence of Class 6 dimensional rifts. However, there was no way that there were any Class 6 dimensional rifts in the entire Startling Lines continent. This meant that this young man, whom he was loyal to, could enter and exit the marsh world freely. This discovery greatly shocked Wang Keiji. But it did not take Wang Keiji long to realize that something more shocking was about to take place. The giant whale swimming in the cloud and the celestial crane that could pass through the ethereal clouds around it with ease were both heavenly family phase. There was a turtle so large that he could not see the ends of it below his feet, and it could travel freely throughout the marsh world. Everything in front of him was beyond his comprehension as a Class 5 creation master. The giant whale in the sky clearly resembled the island whale. Wang Keiji had the job of looking after the island whales for the past few months. This whale was clearly larger than them and could even fly and manipulate wind elements. The giant whale's strategic significance was based on its ability to fly. More importantly, Wang Keiji could see Sky Sea's abilities and exclusive skills. This was the first time he was learning just how powerful this faction he only joined in his old age truly was. There was no way that 5th Page Truth, one of the 8 pages of Tower Canon, would be able to produce such great foundational resources. Lin Yuan did not hesitate to order Wang Keiji to stay on Sky Sea and to work with Hu Quan. Lin Yuan used pure spirit qi to recover Wang Keiji's phase injured roots, allowing Wang Keiji to find the meaning of life again. This task from Lin Yuan was a very simple one. But even if Lin Yuan saddled him with work, Wang Keiji would not complain. Lin Yuan said that he wanted to establish the faction's headquarters on Sky Sea's back. Wang Keiji had entered the faction late and was happy to receive such a chance. He had to show his gratitude for the responsibility he had been trusted with. Lord City Lord, don't worry. I will do everything possible to meet the Class 5 Spirit Craftsman's needs. I won't turn down any task that I can complete. While he spoke, Wang Keiji understood why Lin Yuan had instructed him to nurture so many exploding spirit rock flowers. When the exploding spirit rock flowers were used in conjunction with the spirit qi that Lin Yuan had given him, the effects would be outstanding. However, this technique came at a very high cost. Once Wang Keiji got into the swing of his work, Hu Quan's burden was lessened significantly. Hu Quan never thought the day would come when he would have a Class 5 creation master as a subordinate. Both Hu Quan and Wang Keiji took their work seriously. They both shared the same goal and worked extremely well together. After Lin Yuan helped over 200 experts in Thick Soil City evolve their phase, many of whom had 2 to 3 phase that broke through simultaneously, he started using the spirit qi crystals to increase Green Vine's power. Green Vine was originally at Sovereign 2/Creation V. After it absorbed the spirit qi from the pile of spirit qi crystals, its power finally reached Sovereign X/Creation 8. It now had the chance to reach Immortal. Once it reached Immortal, Green Vine would be able to produce its immortal body. Lin Yuan had been looking forward to this for a long time. When Green Vine reached Immortal, Lin Yuan would have enough power to protect and save himself. When he used his precious instruments, fused with the flower Calamity Beautiful Devil, and used Frigid and the Cold Season Poisonous Fish to boost the precious instruments, he would be able to suppress other experts who had immortal phase. However, it would not be easy for Lin Yuan to use all these secret weapons simultaneously. On the other hand, Green Vine could attack enemies at any time and was not limited by anything. Celestial Sight stood next to Lin Yuan and looked at Green Vine, who had broken through and was about to evolve. It was ready to step in to help at any time. Pinnacle Creation breed phase needed to die and be reborn 9 times in order to evolve to Immortal breed. They would be burned by holy fire and reduced to ashes 9 times before they evolved to Immortal 9. At that time, its body would become a treasure vault and produce the eternal heart. At that step, it would be able to evolve to eternal and evolve to eternal 12. Every step along this path was much more of a struggle than when fantasy breed phase evolved to myth breed and then to creation breed. But with Lin Yuan possessing celestial sight, whose birth horoscope had awakened, there was hope. If the holy fire started to overwhelm Green Vine and it reached a critical point, celestial sight could intervene and prevent further damage. After Lin Yuan helped Green Vine to return to top condition, it would continue to train its body. Unlike the world cleansing and trial of world creation, where the key stage was at the end when the world grace and creation world ley lines descended from the sky, the key stage of Immortal 9 was during the process. Even if celestial sight had the ability to completely counter the holy fire and enable Green Vine to reach Immortal without having to experience all the pain of training its body, the immortal body that would be produced from this would be very different from an immortal body that the holy fire had completely cleansed. It would be very difficult for the immortal body to be improved. Lin Yuan could not help Green Vine achieve the same refinement that came from the holy fire. Thus, Lin Yuan had no choice but to put Green Vine through the pain. Green Vine was also willing to go through the pain to become stronger. Lin Yuan brought Green Vine and Celestial Sight into the main world to help Green Vine to break through its power. Compared to Green Vine's impact when it evolved to Immortal breed, Lin Yuan suddenly felt that the world cleansings and trials of world creation were inconsequential. If the world cleansing was a graze, the trial of world creation was a light knock, and the holy flames were like a slap during the evolution to Immortal. In an instant, the earth seemed to turn to glass. A furnace of flames in the shape of a lotus flower inched toward Green Vine that was suspended in the air. There was the faint sound of chanting above the lotus flower-shaped furnace. It was the unique sound left behind from a space being burned. Green Vine thought that it would be suffering in the near future. But at the moment that the holy flames surrounded Green Vine, the flames did not start to behave violently but silently entered Green Vine's body instead and gathered in the vine that had absorbed the 5 gold snake scales. It was as though the flames that could penetrate heaven and earth were a river entering the sea. Despite feeling no pain, Green Vine felt its power slowly climbing. Eventually, a complete immortal body appeared at arm's reach of Green Vine. Green Vine could now choose to turn a part of its body into a fae. It did not hesitate to pick its tentacles. The 8 tentacles bloomed behind Green Vine like flowers. Now, Green Vine no longer needed to return to its main body to fight. It could now fight in its human form. Thus, the limit on Green Vine was removed, and it was now even stronger than before. Lin Yuan was shocked by Green Vine's changes, but he eventually attributed everything to the 5 dark gold snake scales. This motivated Lin Yuan to explore other worlds besides the main world even more. Lin Yuan used true data to check on Green Vine. Green Vine had just evolved to Immortal and had not evolved from Sovereign to High Sovereign. Thus it had not gained new abilities. But the Immortal Green Vine had gained another exclusive skill. Entire body medium. Sacrifice the item that the vine has absorbed and release the source of the item through a medium. The released source will not have any knowledge but will possess all of its original power. Compare the proportion of energy that the source consists of within the item to determine how long the released source will be able to remain outside. The exclusive skill that Green Vine had gained when it reached Immortal made Lin Yuan smile. He felt that this exclusive skill had revitalized Green Vine's fighting style and also allowed Swallow Same Source to become more flexible. Lin Yuan could use entire body medium to use up the items from Swallow Same Source, thereby changing the type of items absorbed by the vines. Thus, Lin Yuan would not have to worry about wasting the vines because he had not found suitable items. Entire body medium allowed Green Vine to gain a new combat technique. It was now no longer restricted to only doing physical and elemental combat. For example, Green Vine's vine had absorbed Begin Lady's bloodline. Even if Begin Lady was not by Lin Yuan's side, Green Vine could use Begin Lady's bloodline in its vines to summon Begin Lady. Frankly, Lin Yuan was the most curious about where the 5 dark gold snake scales had come from. Now, Green Vine had the ability to release the life form through its medium. However, unless it was absolutely necessary, Lin Yuan would not instruct Green Vine to use entire body medium to sacrifice the 5 dark gold snake scales. The items released from the dark gold snake scales would give Lin Yuan a secret weapon with no discernible upper limit. There was a high chance that this secret weapon would be able to create a miracle when it was used. Lin Yuan still possessed a considerable number of spirit chi crystals. As Green Vine became stronger, it would require more spirit chi crystals for every stage of evolution. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan estimated that he possessed enough spirit chi crystals to help Green Vine evolve from Sovereign X to High Sovereign and gain new abilities. Lin Yuan crushed a large number of spirit chi crystals, and Green Vine absorbed a sea of pure spirit chi. Eventually, Green Vine successfully evolved its grade, and its overall aura became even more reserved and profound. Through true data, Lin Yuan saw that Green Vine's new ability was called Combined Vine's Defense. Combined Vine's Defense. Pick a target to apply to and help it to defend against external attacks. The perfect touch Wisteria's own vitality will be sacrificed to protect the target it is applied to. Besides Green Vine's normal and elite, functional type abilities, all of its abilities from Silver to Sovereign were combat type. When Green Vine evolved to High Sovereign, its abilities changed from combat type to defense or healing type. As an ability, Combined Vine's Defense did not stand out. There were many Fays that gained similar abilities when they evolved their grades. However, this ability made Lin Yuan both excited and happy. As his power continued to increase and he gained more subordinates, his combat abilities had also strengthened. However, his defensive abilities had not advanced by much. He fully relied on other experts to protect him. But with Green Vine's new ability, Lin Yuan finally had a strong defensive ability that made up for his lack of defensive abilities. He had also gained a new healing technique that could take some of the heavy healing load off of the Jasmine Lily. As a result of Green Vine's entire body medium, there were no longer any gaps on Green Vine's combat front. Rather than strengthening its combat abilities even further, it would be more beneficial for it to polish its defense and healing abilities. Lu Jie needed a sea of vitality when he used the Emperor Core of all insects. Since Green Vine was an immortal plant-type Fae, its body was a well of vitality. When Green Vine used Combined Vine's Defense on Lu Jie, it could prevent Lu Jie from losing too much vitality and putting his life in danger. Green Vine came over to Lin Yuan and said softly, "Lin Yuan, no matter what dangers you encounter in the future, I will be able to shield you." As a plant-type Fae, Green Vine only gained intelligence when it evolved to Diamond Grade. It only started communicating with Lin Yuan when it evolved to Myth Breed. At that time, Green Vine had been like a blank sheet of paper. But now that Lin Yuan had evolved it to Creation Breed, it had become an extremely intelligent sheet of paper. After spending time with Lin Yuan for the past few months, Green Vine understood how reality worked. Green Vine grew up in the Divine Wood Federation and followed Lin Yuan to the Great Lush and Iron Hammer Federations. It understood how cruel the world could be more than Lin Yuan's other Fays. It felt this way the most strongly when it was in the Marsh world. Countless lifeforms gave up their lives for the sake of a slight improvement. But with Lin Yuan by its side, it could enjoy endless resources. All lifeforms were naturally able to evolve. Lin Yuan's provision of resources made it so easy for Green Vine to evolve that it felt slightly guilty. All of Lin Yuan's other Fays had contributed to him in some way, while all Green Vine did was follow Lin Yuan around without doing anything useful. This was because Lin Yuan did not need its protection at all. Furthermore, it had been the one who needed protection from Begin Lady and Celestial Sight not long ago. Now that its power had increased, it could finally help Lin Yuan. Nothing would make Green Vine happier. Lin Yuan stored away his remaining spirit chi crystals. The larger in scale that Sky City grew to, the better of an idea it would be to have a reserve storage of spirit chi crystals just in case. This way, there would not be any issues that could not be solved. By now, 10,000 spirit chi crystals would not be of much help in increasing Green Vine's grade. At least 300,000 spirit chi crystals would be needed to evolve Green Vine to Eternal. It was difficult for Lin Yuan to obtain so many spirit chi crystals at short notice. Thus, there was no rush to continue evolving Green Vine. Green Vine, let's continue working hard together. Entire body medium will enable you to use swallow same source whenever you please. I will go and find some great things for you to absorb. After helping Green Vine to evolve, Lin Yuan returned to the Marsh world and continued harvesting faith power from the Marsh world's lifeforms. He wanted to see what the divine kingdom would look like once the single-cell organisms appeared. Presently, Lin Yuan was silently waiting for news from the Marsh West Circle. Even if the big source fruit sprouts were planted in Lin Yuan's territory, Lin Yuan had never even left the Marsh East Circle. As such, there was no way that any big source fruit sprouts could be found in the Marsh West Circle. Thus, the only possible result was the apostles and dictators who had left in search of the big source fruit sprouts to return empty-handed. They would prolong their search in the Marsh West Circle if they could not find anything. With how fast evil source was, the Freedom Federation's territory would devolve into a wreck. A soft white wool carpet adorned the floor of a magnificent castle. It once extended from the top of the castle to the garden outside, a testament to the contribution of many sheep who had sacrificed their wool for its creation. Despite its immaculate condition, the carpet was regularly replaced by a team of female attendants, who rolled it up and exchanged it for a new one. The retired carpet would be sent back to the Freedom Federation through a dimensional rift, where Class 5 weavers would repurpose it into exquisite garments displayed in their stores. In a few months' time, these clothes would await eager buyers. In the castle's fountain resided human-faced catfish, colossal creatures exceeding 3 meters in length. In order for the human-faced catfish to grow to such a size, the crying young girls on their backs had to have swallowed an untold number of innocents and raced up a thick ledger of sins. On the 4th level of the castle, a girl with flowing red hair and adorned in a shimmering gold dress sat at a table. She idly played with precious gems in her hand while inspecting the stack of receipts presented by a kneeling servant girl before her. Upon finishing her perusal of the receipts, a faintly intoxicated smile graced the girl's icy countenance. There sure is an abundance of resources in the Marsh world. The dimensional lifeforms in the Marsh world are finally willing to work together after all our repeated efforts at making contact. Apostles and dictators, these sure are interesting terms. I hope that they bring me some uncontracted sacred source lifeforms the next time they come. Hee. This is amazing. Apparently, there is a way to get a preview of sacred source lifeforms. I can't let anyone else find out about this. The girl suddenly thought of something as she kicked the kneeling servant girl and said, Na and the Goddess of Mercy are getting into more trouble. Na should be coming to visit us in the Marsh world the day after tomorrow. What do you think will happen if I try to goad Na and the Goddess of Mercy into fighting each other? The servant girl's body trembled as she said softly in a careful and timid voice, Your Majesty, I don't know anything about such things, but there's nothing you want to do that can't be done. Na will need to find many helpers to take on the Goddess of Mercy. Given your good relationship with Na, she will definitely turn to you. The girl raised her hand and slapped the servant girl, and fresh blood immediately started oozing from the corner of her mouth. The servant girl wiped the blood away in a well-practiced motion for fear of dirtying the carpet and being the reason for it being changed again. Why say so much if you don't know anything? Leave. Remember that those people are only allowed to sleep for 2 hours each day. If they can't collect 2.5 tons of marsh soil in a week, feed them to my 3 human-faced catfish. It happens to be time for the human-faced catfish to evolve. The servant girl humbly bowed her head and crawled out of the room, fully aware that a slap would have awaited her as the best outcome, regardless of her response to the question. Every day, she threw bodies into the castle's fountain. A heavy sigh escaped the servant girl's lips as she contemplated her current state. She had managed to escape relatively unscathed, considering the circumstances. However, those unfortunate individuals digging for marsh soil would not be as fortunate. As they continued developing in the Marsh West Circle, obtaining marsh soil became increasingly more difficult. In their current situation, the most that a team could find with a full day's worth of work without rest or sleep was 2 tons of marsh soil. It was likely that there would be more people passing through the dimensional rift soon. Suddenly, the servant girl felt her heart skip a beat. It was as though something bad was about to happen. But the servant girl did not take long to suppress this feeling. What was the point of thinking so much? Rather than stewing in the feeling of foreboding, it would be better to think of ways to give the report and only receive one slap from Kama instead of being tossed into the fountain to become food for the human-faced catfish. The servant girls sometimes gathered together to chat. All of them believed that they should kill any life form from the marsh world that they happened to encounter. Otherwise, the residue could snowball into serious trouble in the future. However, Kama changed her mind in the face of the resources provided by the apostles. But no matter how worried they were, none of them dared to voice their concerns. Kama was not alone. It seemed that the other members of royalty were also doing the same. Du Miao's territory had an especially high number of dimensional lifeforms. When the servant girl was delivering the message, she had no idea that her intuition would turn out to be right. All of the apostles and dimensional lifeforms she had interacted with were gathered and were humbly kneeling on the ground as they faced a plume of purple mist. There were two strange and creepy faces inside the mist. Interesting. Very interesting. Your words have tickled me. You have earned yourselves the chance to live. I can't believe such an interesting group exists. There sure are more and more weird things happening. Suddenly, the voice changed. You know what the consequences will be if you lie to me. Take me to see that group now. I want to find out if they are related to the big source fruit sprout. There were many groups that could be found in the marsh world. Evil Source did not think that one peculiar group was worthy of so much of her attention, even if those weaklings had some semblance of the power of a dictator's body when they worked together. The only thing that Evil Source was interested in was the big source fruit sprout. The big source fruit sprout could even cause special changes. The apostles from the Marsh West Circle usually did not mix with others. If those apostles truly had significant power or potential, they would have become a dictator's followers or gone to Marsh Abyss to develop. The apostles from the Marsh West Circle never imagined the day would come that they would see one of the 7 figures from Marsh Abyss in their remote corner of the marsh world. This was an unimaginable honor. Evil Source was said to be eccentric, and her moods changed at the drop of a pin. She often killed the dictators under her for sport. The kneeling apostles were both excited and terrified. None of them dared to protest against her request and immediately led her in the direction of the Freedom Federation's territory. They also kick-started the ruin of the Freedom Federation's development in the marsh world. Evil Source intended to have a good chat with the leader of this group. According to these apostles, the leader of this group was a dictator. Evil Source intended to attack Carnage Source and was in need of subordinates. Even if she could not bolster her combat power, bringing source totems to Lin Yuan would also earn her a large amount of source-type power. But she was stunned once she was led to the Freedom Federation's territory. This was because of the structure that was built within the Freedom Federation's territory. Evil Source had seen the new structures in Lin Yuan's territory while she had been staying in Marsh East Palace. The structures were all new and fascinating to her. They greatly differed from the buildings in the marsh world, both in design and materials. Evil Source really liked that type of structure and thought about asking Lin Yuan if she could learn how to build them. Evil Source had essentially acknowledged that she was weaker than Lin Yuan by having such an idea. After all, she usually preferred to rob things she liked rather than ask about them. Evil Source's recent attitude toward Lin Yuan could be described as trying to butter him up, but this did not mean she no longer resented him. She had no choice but to act that way for the sake of source-type power. But Evil Source could see hints of Lin Yuan in this new group. Evil Source's rage was uncontrollable, but she also happened to find the best punching bag to rent her anger on. She smirked coldly and waved her hand. The plume of purple mist started to spread while flickering with evil dark purple light. The apostles who Evil Source had allowed to leave were relieved. But at the same time, they were trying to come up with a way to seize this opportunity to join Evil Source's camp. Unfortunately, they had no clue that the purple mist had already surrounded them. The apostles did not have any time to react before they were dissolved in the mist. In the span of a single glint of the evil purple light, half of the Freedom Federation's territory had been swallowed. The weak did not stand any chance of fighting back and vanished in the evil light. A scream echoed through the White Castle. A girl with long red and gold hair appeared, adorned in a flowing beige dress. Beside her stood a majestic bird with vibrant five-colored feathers, surpassing the beauty of most fey birds. However, the bird's neck was covered in fleshy boils, spreading upward and dominating its head. As the bird flapped its wings, amber and pink sap oozed from the boils. Upon contact with the air, the sap transformed into fiery lava, consuming the surrounding purple mist. Kama had been trying to come up with a way to force Nana and the goddess of mercy into a fight when Nana arrived. But she did not expect half of the inhabitants of her territory in the marsh world to lose their lives in the purple mist. The energy in the purple mist shocked Kama as the energy fluctuations were much stronger than her own. Kama had once sensed similar energy from the mirror god. As a member of the Freedom Federation's royalty, Kama was in the upper echelons of the main world and regarded everything as below her. Thus, despite sensing how powerful the energy of the purple mist was, Kama did not feel overly endangered. Otherwise, she would have decided to flee to seek out her enemy instead of summoning her main fae, the sky-supplementing pheasant that had broken through past eternal. It could be said that arrogance was the root of self-destruction. After being engulfed in arrogance for so long, Kama had long forgotten what the threat of death felt like. Evil Source had attacked to vent her rage. At that moment, Evil Source did not even care about whether her attack would cause her to lose the big source fruit sprout. But not only had she failed to vent her anger, someone had even appeared to provoke her. This only fanned the flames of her fury to even greater heights. Evil Source sensed the aura of this female aura and the dimensional lifeform next to her that was equal parts beautiful and ugly. A cruel and stubborn smile appeared on her face. A dictator who had not even entered the samsara realm actually dared to take her on. It would be understandable if this was a samsara realm dictator. After all, she would have to be wary around a samsara realm dictator whose source totem abilities were still unknown to her. In such a case, she would try to avoid conflict for fear of capsizing herself. Miss Source and Hornless Dragon Source had butted heads at first. Only when Hornless Dragon Source gained the upper hand did Miss Source start to conduct himself with more restraint. Miss Source had gotten himself into big trouble because he underestimated a beginner samsara realm dictator. No matter how deranged Evil Source was, she always stayed clear of Miss Source, but this situation was different. Even if a Turning Will realm dictator had a source totem that could counter hers, like how pregnant poison could counter everything, she would be able to destroy that source totem due to the difference in their powers. Since this female dictator and her dimensional lifeform wanted to throw themselves toward death, Evil Source would not mind helping them pay the price for their stupidity. There were times when death brought more happiness than living did. Since Evil Source had locked on this strange Turning Will realm dictator, she now saw everything around her as a nuisance. Evil Source gently touched the hole on the side of her neck. The two faces started to spin wildly, and a low-pitched and messy noise was produced from both mouths. Purple and black boxes slowly formed in the purple mist. The boxes slowly opened, releasing an ear-piercing sound of metal scraping against each other. Soon, a large fish emerged from each purple and black box. If Lin Yuan had seen these strange fishes, he would have realized they resembled the leeches from his previous life. However, dark purple and black patterns were all over these strange leeches. There were 6 fins on one side of their bodies, while sharp teeth covered the other side. The disgusting creatures did not immediately start to damage the environment. Instead, their bodies started to crack into smaller pieces that were eventually hidden in the mist. The beautiful buildings, plant-type phase that decorated the space, various infrastructure, the spirit chi professionals who were working there, the smartly dressed elite spirit chi professionals, and the white dog eating a bowl full of sausages in front of the church. Everything dead and alive was dissolved in the purple mist. The dead could not feel anything and had no idea that they were being broken down. But the living could feel their bodies being chewed up and consumed in the mist. Before they lost consciousness, they saw the others around them being minced up. Everything happened within the span of half a minute. Kama did not have any time to prepare at all. Once the purple mist dissipated, Kama suddenly realized that as far as she could sense, the city that the Freedom Federation had spent years building in the marsh world had vanished. Not a trace of it was left. If the ground had not been fortified to prevent the water from softening the ground, it would be as though the Freedom Federation had never ventured into the marsh world and begun development. All of this was beyond Kama's comprehension. Point 1. Kama knew that her sensing range was limited. Additionally, it was clear that the person in the mist had locked her using their aura and limited the range that her spiritual energy could reach. However, it was unlikely that the area beyond her range of sensing was in any better of a state. Otherwise, others might be able to plunder her damaged territory and cause her to lose out substantially. At that moment, Kama wanted to flee. She had not even been able to tell her opponent's methods. This was a very similar feeling to when she faced the mirror god. When Kama climbed onto the sky-supplementing pheasant's back, she suddenly noticed a figure wearing a purple robe in the slowly dissipating mist. The head on the figure's shoulders was spinning continuously. Both faces were looking at her with derision. This gaze filled Kama with trepidation. But at the same time it was very familiar to her. It was the same gaze she used on the servant girls when she was in a bad mood and wanted to vent. Kama forced herself to calm down and put on the demeanor of a haughty member of royalty. "Who are you?" "You." Before Kama could finish speaking, a large cloud of purple and black mist appeared around the sky-supplementing pheasant. The purple and black mist turned into an even uglier creature than the human-faced catfish. This creature's appearance suited Kama's fancy. The creature continued to elongate until it became a long needle covered with purple and black patterns that were poised to skewer the sky-supplementing pheasant at any moment. The sky-supplementing pheasant was water and poison type and not skilled at defense. Nonetheless, Kama could not remember the last time that the sky-supplementing pheasant was injured. A horrible wail was ripped from the sky-supplementing pheasant's throat. Although the sky-supplementing pheasant was still flapping its wings, its body had violently crashed to the ground. Since the sky-supplementing pheasant was above eternal, it had the ability to speak. But at that moment, it could not produce any sound from its throat because two things that were even thicker than the sky-supplementing pheasant's body had pierced through its neck. A layer of gray and black crawled all over the leaking boils that covered the sky-supplementing pheasant. The disgusting and off-putting boils seemed to capture all of the black and gray thing's attention. Kama had been using her spiritual energy to communicate with the sky-supplementing pheasant and give it orders. But now, the sky-supplementing pheasant could not respond to Kama. Its body convulsed and flailed, but none of the movement was under the sky-supplementing pheasant's control. Instead, it was being controlled by a higher life form that had invaded its body. In an instant, Kama realized that her blade had withered. Although she was a member of the Freedom Federation's royalty, Kama was not a creation master. Thus, she was not on as good terms with the god of fools and the mirror god as Nana was. More importantly, the goddess of mercy hated her more than she did Nana and often made things difficult for her. One of the ways that she did this was to steal her creation master resources. It had taken a lot of effort for Kama to use profits to secure a few pinnacle class 4 creation masters. But eventually, they were all poached by the goddess of mercy. Before she had time to take the issue up with the goddess of mercy, the latter came to see her first and humiliated her verbally. Given her lack of creation master resources, Kama did not have any other phase besides the sky-supplementing pheasant that was eternal breed and above. Due to the sky-supplementing pheasant being poison type, it was enough to boost her to become one of the members of royalty. Sometimes, the sky-supplementing pheasant was enough for her to stand toe-to-toe against Nana. But now, it was clear that the sky-supplementing pheasant would not be able to live. Kama's heart could not sink any lower. Now that the sky-supplementing pheasant was dead, she would stand no chance of preserving her position as one of the Freedom Federation's members of royalty. She would lose the position despite possessing a higher devil. Even if Nana did not come after her, there was no way that the goddess of mercy would leave her alone. Evil Source had no idea that such thoughts were going through Kama's mind. If she did know, her mocking expression would intensify. After all, she never intended to allow this audacious toy to live. The purple mist was a part of Evil Source's abilities. Everything the mist consumed would become part of her meal, so she already noticed that something was wrong. The majority of the mangled bird on the ground had already been eaten. Yet, she could not sense even a hint of source-type power from it. Instead, her body had experienced recoil due to some unknown strength. Evil Source wanted to ignore this strength at first, but when she sensed it in even greater detail, the corners of her mouth turned up, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs. Interesting. Could it be that this bird and the woman in the sky are creatures from a world outside of a dimensional rift? If that were the case, Evil Source intended to take a good look at what was so special about lifeforms outside of her own world. Just like how humans from the main world knew about the various dimensional rifts, so did the lifeforms from the marsh world. But due to the marsh world's environment, low-ranked lifeforms were fully preoccupied with trying to survive and were not concerned by the dimensional rifts at all. But once they reached Apostle, they would no longer have to worry about their survival. Thus, the Apostles started to study the dimensional rifts. They also thought about going through the dimensional rift to venture into other worlds. However, only low-ranked dimensional lifeforms were able to pass through the dimensional rifts. Moreover, no dimensional lifeform that had passed through a dimensional rift had ever returned. It went without saying that dictators knew more about dimensional rifts than Apostles did. Evil Source had thought about forcing her way through a dimensional rift. But the dimensional hub had ended up putting a strong resistance against her. This not only did not get rid of her desire to venture into other worlds, but also made her more interested than ever. Evil Source continued walking forward, and the purple mist billowed out from her robe, slowly forming a giant purple phantom silhouette behind her. The aura of the purple silhouette made a beeline for Kama. Evil Source used her boorish face to say, "Is your world exciting?" Evil Source's words broke through Kama's psychological defenses, and she became certain of Evil Source's goal for coming. It turned out that this person knew that she was not a native lifeform of the marsh world but an invader. She was attacking to punish the invader. Kama immediately made the decision to fuse with her higher devil, resulting in an instant transformation. As thick armor formed over her pale arms and legs, her hands and feet grew longer, transforming into daggers. At the same time, a smooth white tail emerged from the back of her body. 2 long scars materialized, stretching from her face to her neck, with crimson blood flowing within them. For long horns entwined her long gold and red hair, creating a barb-like formation behind her head. By contracting one of the 7 major devils, Kama would retain her position as a member of royalty despite losing her main fae. However, she had undergone an evolution with the higher devil she possessed. Cruel Punishment was considered an exceptional devil. But due to bloodlines, the gap between the 7 major devils and other higher devils was uncrossable. Kama raised her fingers that resembled 10 long knives and pointed them at Evil Source as she yelled, "Collapsed bones!" Evil Source was completely unfamiliar with the power of higher devils. Evil Source felt like all the bones in her body had disappeared and melted into a puddle. But it did not take long for the feeling to disappear. Although the mystical strength still existed, it could no longer affect Evil Source. Kama enjoyed looking at her opponents writhing in pain every time she combined with her higher devil. Nothing brought her more joy than admiring the view of her opponents' bones disappearing and their bodies melting into a puddle that slowly died before her. But when Kama used collapsed bones on the terrifying life form from the marsh world in front of her, she did not expect that attack would be able to harm her opponent and turn the tables. No matter how arrogant she was, the sky-supplementing pheasant's death was enough to prove how powerful her opponent was. Kama used her devil's ability to give her a chance to escape. The mirror god's other body had been guarding the other side of the dimensional rift, and it spent at least 12 hours each day patrolling the marsh world. In the past, there was nothing that Kama hated more than how controlling the mirror god was. But now she hoped that his body would be patrolling the territory. As long as she found the mirror god's other body, the mirror god's original body would rush into the marsh world instantly. Kama believed the mirror god would save her even though the sky-supplementing pheasant had died. This was because she still possessed cruel punishment and could be of use to the mirror god. But even if she managed to live, her quality of life would be vastly different from how it was before. The mirror god had already set his spirit fire alight. If even he could not overpower this scary life form from the marsh world, there was no way that the Freedom Federation would be able to continue harvesting beneficial resources from the marsh world. Instead, they would have to worry about the life forms in the marsh world noticing the Class 6-dimensional rift and retaliating against the main world. Unlike the Class 1 to 5-dimensional rifts, Class 6-dimensional rifts were not only one-way. They were two-way and did not limit the power of the dimensional life forms in any way. Once the terrifying life forms from the marsh world discovered the Class 6-dimensional rift entrance and crossed over, the residents of the Freedom Federation would be in serious danger. But Kama had forgotten to estimate Evil Source's power. She had not expected that she would only be able to hold Evil Source back for a few seconds after fusing with her higher devil and using her devil's ability. There was nothing that Evil Source hated more than being insulted by more inferior life forms. Moreover, Evil Source now saw Kama as her punching bag. But she had not been able to vent her rage properly before her punching bag nipped her. This feeling made Evil Source livid. Instead of using her Source Totem abilities, Evil Source took a large step forward, grabbed one of Kama's elongated arms, and twisted it off. Then, she plunged the saber-like arm into Kama's chest. Kama was both astonished and terrified as the pain coursed through her. Her opponent was much faster than she could imagine. With such speed, Kama would not be able to make it a kilometer away from there, much less flee to the Class 6-dimensional rift entrance to find the Mirror God's other body. Kama now understood how those ants who she had pushed into the fountain to be fed to the human-faced catfishes felt. The moment Kama thought she was about to die, a strange power appeared from a distance away. She could not help but become lost in this charming yet dangerous aura. A thought struck Kama. Nana is here. She is not much more powerful than me, and it's clear that she's no match for this terrifying dimensional life form. But her appearance at least gives me a chance to continue living. So what if I'm not fast enough? If a scapegoat is willing to die in my stead, I'll have a higher chance of escaping to the Class 6-dimensional rift entrance. Kama said to Evil Source in a pitiful voice, "Lordess, please spare me. I can give you my loyalty and fight your enemies. The woman who has come is much stronger than me." While she spoke, Kama slowly retreated, pulling the distance between her and Evil Source to 15 meters. Evil Source did not mind this weakling turning will realm dictator playing tricks. In fact, she hoped that her prey would pull out more tricks to make this more interesting. But Evil Source had not expected this expert, who was supposed to be the strongest member of this group, to say such a thing. Was betrayal a small matter in this group? This immediately reminded Evil Source of Pregnant Poison, who had betrayed her to join Lin Yuan. This caused Evil Source's murderous rage toward Kama to intensify. Still, Evil Source did not mind letting this pathetic life form play out her final act. Evil Source had already ascertained that this female life form came from the other side of the dimensional rift. Evil Source had never crossed the dimensional rift and could not be certain what powers existed there. This slightly powerful girl should not mind sharing some useful information in exchange for being allowed to live. Once Evil Source extracted the information she needed, she could seal this female from the strange world inside her source totem and turn her into a venomous insect. Humans did not speak the language of the marsh world. If not for genius, Lin Yuan would not have been able to learn the language of the marsh world. But once one's power reached a certain level, they would be able to communicate through their spiritual energy and soul power so they could understand each other even without speaking the same language. Evil Source used her female face to say to Kama in a soft, malicious voice, "If you don't want your other hand to pierce through your heart, why don't you piece it through the heart of your companion behind you?" Evil Source took a step back while she spoke to put even more distance between her and Kama. Evil Source's attitude caused Kama's heart to sink. She did not mind harming Nana, but harming her by using her as a scapegoat was not the same thing as harming her by attacking her. There was a very high chance that the Mirror God's other body would appear at any time or even his main body. After this serious matter, the unaffected regions would have already made reports about this matter. This terrifying dimensional life form clearly had no kind intentions for her, nor did she try to take her in. If she attacked Nana and the Mirror God happened to arrive at the same time, she would be doomed. Moreover, This opponent saw her as prey and was even willing to put distance between them. This was a clear sign that she was completely unbothered and much more powerful than she was. While Kama's emotions were a mess, Nana got closer. A beautiful middle-aged woman with a composed demeanor was standing next to Nana. Once Nana appeared, she took stock of the situation in front of her. When she saw that Kama had combined with her higher devil and that one of her hands had been stuck into her chest, Nana immediately realized how dire the situation was. Nana immediately led the Mother Disaster World faceless beast with her as they fled swiftly. Kama had been trying to come up with a way to take advantage of Nana so that she would be able to flee while ensuring that Nana did not die. Alas, Nana had no intention of saving her. Evil Source waved her hand, and purple mist formed a large hand that grabbed hold of Kama and slammed her violently into the ground. There was only one thought going through Evil Source's head. I've been tricked. In Evil Source's eyes, Kama was now a messenger. She used her own situation to send a warning to her companions. She lost to Lin Yuan when it came to power. Now, she lost to a life form from another world when it came to intelligence. Anger spurred Evil Source to charge at Kama. The phantom image of a giant poisonous insect appeared behind Evil Source, and a ball of bright silver flames materialized in front of Kama. The ball of silver light burned silently and immediately blocked the image of Evil Source advancing. Evil Source sensed a power equal to her own from these flames. In fact, it was slightly stronger than her own source totem. But the difference in their abilities could be made up with power. Evil Source looked at the mirror forming next to Kama. When the mirror cracked, a human figure walked out. This figure completely ignored Evil Source and headed directly to Kama. Evil Source suddenly frowned, and her killing intent intensified. But instead of attacking, she left the mirror god alone. This did not match her usual style. In the past, she would have definitely clashed with this unknown life form. Both of them were of similar levels, and she clearly won out when it came to power. What was with the act? Evil Source had not attacked because Lin Yuan had just taught Evil Source a good lesson. Moreover, she was the weakest of the 7 figures from Marsh Abyss and had lost the book that represented her power. She had fallen so low that even Carnage Source had the courage to mock her. She first came to the Marsh West Circle to search for the big source fruit sprout. Once word got out, the others would definitely personally lead their subordinates over. At that time, she could tell them about this life form from another world, and they could come up with a way to deal with the situation together. That way, she would not have to suffer the full blowback herself. There were life forms of similar rank from other worlds, and they might not be able to gain the upper hand in the fights that took place in the other worlds. Her position would be boosted if any of them fell into danger during a fight. Evil Source suddenly thought of something. If 10,000 Source had lost the big source fruit sprout, why didn't he come here himself to search for it? It was likely that he knew about the existence of this foreign life form and had secretly lost to this life form. Thus, he had sent his subordinates to search secretly. Otherwise, there was no reason for 10,000 Source not to personally search for something as precious as a big source fruit sprout. This made Evil Source even more certain that there was indeed a big source fruit sprout lost in the Marsh West Circle. Evil Source decided to take advantage of being the first to arrive and set up camp so she would be able to form an alliance to take on this foreign life form. This would give her speaking authority during later discussions. There were usually almost no strong winds in the Marsh West Circle. There was only some slight wind when large dimensional life forms ran across the ground or soared in the sky. But now, there were strong gales from the Marsh West Circle that were flying across the muddy ground, covering the ground in a black layer that was almost half a meter thick. The wind was not restricted to the Marsh West Circle. Fresh City, which the Freedom Federation had built, was currently also at the mercy of a storm. Many roofs of houses flew off and ended up hurting pedestrians. Although the Freedom Federation had been developing in the Marsh world, the members of royalty held all meetings in the Freedom Mystic Temple. This was the first time the royalty members were meeting at the entrance of the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift. Moreover, every single member of royalty was present at this time. This did not commonly occur. The figures seated on the chairs all had strange expressions. Besides a few of them who looked worried, most looked as though they were trying to devise schemes. Even the red and gold-haired Kama, who looked crestfallen after taking such a beating in the marsh world, looked as though the gears in her mind were turning quickly. The goddess of mercy looked at the mirror god seated nearby and instinctively touched her abdomen. It was as though there was still lingering pain from being burned by spirit fire. The goddess of mercy's teeth ground together. If only the goddess of mercy had set her spirit fire alight, she would have already attacked the mirror god. Usually, the goddess of mercy loved to scheme. But at that moment she saw no need to do so. Whether she could take the next step would depend on Lin Yuan. The goddess of mercy had only become hedonistic when she lost hope in advancing her power. But now that she had newfound hope, she was no longer interested in turning fairy source-type lifeforms into dolls. Since there was nothing she wanted, the goddess of mercy acted with even less restraint than ever. She flicked her fish tail as she played with the strands of hair hanging down past her neck. She looked at the miserable Kama and said mockingly, "Kama, I told you long ago that it isn't auspicious to be nurturing so many of the human-faced catfishes. You might become part of the patterns on the human-faced catfishes anytime. Your sky-supplementing pheasant is dead. You must be missing your partner, who you put so much effort into nurturing." The goddess of mercy's words caused the expressions of everyone present to change. But no one said anything to stop her. The goddess of mercy was a Class 5 creation master. Regardless of how many things Kama had to say against the goddess of mercy behind her back, she still had to appear to want her favor. Moreover, the goddess of mercy was a lunatic on the same level as the mirror god and god of fools. Ticking her off would be the same as asking her to seek revenge on you. Kama was not capable of taking on the goddess of mercy. In the past, she did not want to make an enemy of the goddess of mercy. But she could afford to now. So what if I own a few of the human-faced catfishes? I'm still doing less harm than when you make dolls out of the fairy source-type lifeforms. Everyone here is well aware of how you get the fairy source-type lifeforms. Aside from powerful experts, even weak spirit chi professionals could not bear it when their phase died. They would immediately become aware once their phase died. Although Kama had not verbally said anything, she cursed at the goddess of mercy freely in her mind. Kama's restraint did not stop the goddess of mercy, who was angered by the sight of the mirror god. The goddess of mercy continued to say with derision, "Hee. There is a close link between the powerful dimensional life form being able to trespass your territory with ease and you forming ties with all those apostles and dictators. So, you must take responsibility for this. You are lucky. You managed to survive without needing Nana's help. You are shockingly lucky." Kama could no longer hold herself back even after promising herself that she would keep silent. What? Good luck? Would you want such good luck? Furthermore, everyone was secretly forming ties with apostles and dictators. How did she end up taking all the blame? Could she even handle all the blame? She was already the weakest among all the members of royalty and was only holding on thanks to cruel punishment. Once Kama took responsibility for this matter, all the resources she had accumulated in the decades since becoming a member of royalty would be stripped away. At that time, she would truly be left with nothing. Kama still needed to depend on these resources to make her comeback. Thus, she said resolutely, "I wasn't the one who started forming ties with the dimensional lifeforms. Who here hasn't traded with the marsh dimensional lifeforms for uncontracted sacred source lifeforms?" Kama had just finished speaking, and the goddess of mercy did not have the chance to respond before a pleasant yet cold voice said, "All of this happened when you were standing guard, so it's reasonable for you to take responsibility. I'm sure everyone here agrees. If you don't agree, we will take a vote." Kama clenched her fists tightly. Nana had abandoned her. But rather than giving her an explanation, she was now attacking her. Does she really think I am a fool just because I hold my tongue? They expect me to take responsibility just because I was the one standing guard. But even if the goddess of mercy had been the one standing guard, she would have suffered the same ending if she had not set her spirit fire alight. Just as Kama was about to argue with Nana, multiple voices chimed in with their agreement with what Nana said. "My thoughts exactly. Whoever was standing guard should take responsibility." Kama was too careless. My losses are serious, so someone needs to take responsibility. As the voices of agreement grew louder, Kama's fists gradually relaxed. Although Kama had predicted her consequences, she had not expected them to rally together to kick her down so quickly. All of them were ready to eliminate her despite not having come up with a solution. Kama remembered the conditions that Mirror God had for saving her. Kama steeled herself and looked in the direction of the Mirror God, only to see that he was already staring at her. Kama nodded slightly at the Mirror God, and he said in the most imposing voice he could muster, "Okay, let's first try to come up with a way to address this threat. We can deal with Kama after we've neutralized the threat. Kama will stay with me before the threat is resolved, so she can tell me about what happened." The Mirror God's words did not calm Kama down. But the people in front of her had changed from a group who just had to give up their wealth to being a group who had transferred their wealth to one person in order to gain their protection. Nana had been bullied by the Goddess of Mercy many times. She was only able to continue to sit there and share the same status as the Goddess of Mercy because of support from the God of Fools and Mirror God. Up until now, the entire Mystic Temple meeting had been a joke. The Goddess of Mercy and Mirror God's positions were untouchable. The Goddess of Mercy's attempts to rise in opposition had threatened her position, and she was not in any better state than the rest of them. The Freedom Federation's members of royalty all had some skeletons in their closets. But unlike the Goddess of Mercy, their circumstances were not hopeless. However, the Goddess of Mercy's recent actions had been much too unusual. It was as though she had been injected with passion and no longer acted in a cavalier manner. In the past, she never hesitated to make their lives difficult. But now it was as though she had come alive. Perhaps she had thought things through. After all, the Mirror God and God of Fools would never allow her to take that step. Her situation might be classified as terrible, but the Goddess of Mercy and Nana were not doing any better. At the end of freedom was submission. This was the philosophy of the Freedom Federation. Once the Mirror God spoke, everyone besides the Goddess of Mercy wore uncomfortable expressions, which quickly disappeared. None of them said anything and silently agreed with what the Mirror God said. The Goddess of Mercy had already experienced such an environment many times. She chuckled coldly and already had an insult prepared. But eventually, she did not poke the bear that was the Mirror God. The Mirror God had already set his spirit fire alight. If she fought him, she would be the one who ended up suffering. Since the Mirror God wanted to save Kama, she would keep her hands off Kama. The Goddess of Mercy silently shot a look at Kama. But when she looked back at Nana, her gaze became mocking again. "Kama, whether you will earn a chance depends on how useful you are. If we have to fault Kama, the error isn't serious. She was weaker than her opponent because she lacks talent and can't handle such important assignments. However, it was vile of Nana to abandon Kama when she was in danger. If Nana had been willing to work with Kama to take on the enemy, Kama's sky supplementing pheasant might not have died, and the Freedom Federation would not have suffered such heavy losses." Kama's lungs almost exploded with anger when she heard the first part of what the Goddess of Mercy said. "The Mirror God already decided to save me. I can't believe you chose to disgust me when you realized you couldn't touch me. If not for the fact that I'm unable to beat you, I would rip your face into pieces and peel the scales off your tail." But when she heard the latter part of what the Goddess of Mercy said, Kama's attitude toward the Goddess of Mercy swung to the other side of the spectrum. Kama never expected the day would come when the Goddess of Mercy would speak up on her behalf. She had witnessed how much firepower the Goddess of Mercy had when she spoke during the Mystic Temple meetings. There were many times that she had not even bothered to take the Mirror God's pride into consideration. Kama knew that her chance for revenge was there. She pulled on an even more pained expression. "I never expected such an outcome either. If Nana had fought with me, we would definitely have been able to last till the Mirror God arrived to help. The territory wouldn't have been destroyed to such an extent too. Nana has to take responsibility for the death of my sky supplementing pheasant." Nana was still feeling waves of fear. If she had left any later, the disaster world faceless beast would have died there and then. Nana's mind was not on the Mystic Temple meeting at all. If I had helped you instead of fleeing from a dimensional life form who is as powerful as an expert who has set their spirit fire alight, I would have rushed toward my death. Nana saw this as normal, yet the goddess of mercy had turned it into a reason to condemn her. Usually, everyone would understand if she just explained that the dimensional life form had reached the level of an expert who had set their spirit fire alight. Yet, Kama had stabbed her publicly and misconstrued the situation. By the time I arrived, the sky-supplementing pheasant was already dead. Kama was also injured as her own hand had been plunged into her chest. How was I supposed to help? Nana frowned as she saw devil patterns already appearing on Kama's face. Kama was not backing off at all in the face of Nana's pressure. What a joke. I am no different from the mirror god's servant now. My higher devil, cruel punishment, still has some use to the mirror god while it remains alive. No matter how much the mirror god valued Nana, he would never give up on the profits I could bring him. We have the same source of support. You would never kill me, no matter how angry you are at me. Moreover, the scary dimensional life form did not kill my sacred source life form. I still have both my higher devil and sacred source life form. Even if I no longer have any phase, you will have to pay an even larger price for killing me. You and I were the only two who saw what happened in the marsh world. After we both give our own accounts, it will all depend on who is more persuasive. Kama had given all of her profits to the mirror god, and everyone else had already been drained. Thus, the scales were tipped toward her from the beginning. Kama knew that even if Nana's profits had been taken, they would not be shared with her. Nonetheless, Kama would be delighted as long as Nana suffered. The goddess of mercy fell silent after stirring trouble as she waited for things to stew and bubble. If she tried to needle Nana anymore, the mirror god might take action to settle the dispute. Kama, you must buck up. Otherwise, just watch how I teach you a good lesson later on. Nana looked at Kama with a gaze full of resentment. If she truly never had the intention of helping Kama, why would she have gone all the way there and almost put herself in danger? Kama, the sky-supplementing pheasant was dead by the time I arrived. You know what kind of sorry state you were in at that time. I haven't set my spirit fire alight. How was I supposed to save you from a dimensional life form as powerful as an expert who has set their spirit fire alight? Kama did not rebuke Nana immediately. Xiao Yin's sacred source life form, the truth scale, had the ability to judge truth from lies. If everyone was telling the truth scale would not react. But if any lies were told, the truth scale would immediately drop a weight on the liar. Xiao Yin was on good terms with Nana and had been waiting for Nana to become a Class 5 creation master. Hence, she had already summoned the truth scale. From then on, no one would be permitted to tell a lie. But Kama did not have to lie to pressure Nana with ethics. Nana, you have always been against me. You not only wished for the sky-supplementing pheasant to die but me as well. If Lord Mirror God had been any slower, I wouldn't have survived long enough to be sitting here. Kama had intentionally added the word, Lord, when she addressed the Mirror God. This was a message to everyone present that she was one of the Mirror God's people. Those at rock bottom did not have anywhere further to fall. There was nothing for her to be afraid of. It was time to hide behind an honorable cause. The truth scale's weight did not fall on Kama because she had said what Nana had been thinking. Nana did not expect Kama to have survived a confrontation with a dimensional life form who had power equivalent to spirit fire. But Nana noticed a flaw in what Kama said and instinctively picked at it. No, you. But before Nana could finish speaking, a weight dropped down on her head. Nana felt as though she had been locked up. The truth scale had made a judgment about what had just happened. Nana's no was meant to begin her rebuke of what Kama had said. But the truth scale had judged it as a response to the meaning of Kama's words. A strange expression came over Xiao Yin's face, and she immediately recalled the truth scale. Damn! She wanted to be a lapdog but ended up scratching the one she was trying to curry favor with. Xiao Yin knew that Nana and Kama were in the midst of butting heads. The truth scale's judgment had pushed Nana towards the disadvantageous side. Nana exerted some effort and removed the locks from the weights that the truth scale had dropped on her. Kama raised her palm and angrily slammed it down on the armrest of her chair. Nah. Everyone knows about the relationship between you and Xiao-yin. The truth scale's abilities can't be fabricated. What else do you have to say? Do I really have to bring the dimensional life form who you fled from here to act as your witness? My main fae, the sky supplementing pheasant, is already dead. I only survived, thanks to Lord Mirror God. What can I do to you? All I want is justice. Kama's words caused for long horns to protrude from the head of Nana, who had been restraining herself all this time. The goddess of mercy was taken aback by how out of character Kama was acting. The goddess of mercy thought that Kama was just an idiot who only knew how to nurture the human-faced catfishes. But it turned out that there was much more to her, and she was extremely scheming. Even her crying was perfect. It did not look forced at all, and she still managed to express all the emotions she wanted to express. The mirror god could not protect Nana even if he wanted to now. This was Kama's solo battle, and she had gained the upper hand over Nana. It was time for her to bring some of the others over to her side. The goddess of mercy spoke mockingly and said, Kama is indeed useless now. I can understand why a piece of trash would seek justice. If Kama has any requests for me in the future, and is willing to pay an acceptable price, I'm willing to provide her with creation master resources. When Kama heard what the goddess of mercy said, her facade of pain broke. What do you mean I'm useless? You're the piece of trash that can't increase her power. I still have my higher devil and sacred source life form, while the mirror god has a potion that can heal spiritual injuries. Now that I'm loyal to the mirror god, he will eventually give me a potion bottle. Once I consume it, my spiritual injury will be healed. I'll have to slowly build up my phase powers, but there's no question that I'll be stronger than you. What do you mean you'll be willing to provide me with the creation master resources I need? That sounds fine and dandy, but will I even be able to afford the price? The last time I asked you to concoct a bottle of fire elemental potion for me, you inflated the price by twice the normal rate. Rather than going to you for creation master resources, I'll be better off trading for them from the mirror god. It would even be cheaper to trade for them from the Azure Federation. Moreover, now that I've joined the mirror god, he will never allow me to interact with you anymore. When the goddess of mercy expressed her sympathy for Kama, the group saw that the mirror god was unmoved. Du Miao, who had suffered the most from the first Emperor Shark Clan's massacre, was the first to speak. If that's the case, I suggest having Nana and Kama make up for the losses in the marsh world together. Kama will be in charge of paying for the losses while Nana will be in charge of rebuilding. Du Miao's words soon earned the agreement of the group majority. Nana's tightly clenched fist relaxed when she heard what Du Miao said. Just when everyone thought that Nana was going to protest, she said calmly, No problem. I will provide the resources for the rebuilding once the situation in the marsh world has been settled. Recently, I've been preparing to break through to Class 5 Creation Master, so I won't be participating in the events in the marsh world. The mirror god turned to look at Nana, and displeasure flashed across her eyes. No one agreed with what she said, and even Kama had not reacted yet. Nana twisted her neck relaxedly before she leaned back in her chair, as though nothing that was happening was related to her in any way. The marsh world was so large that it was difficult to search. The average dimensional life form was extremely powerful, and building a territory in the marsh world would undoubtedly disturb their way of life. It was practically impossible. There was more than one dimensional life form in the marsh world who had power equivalent to an expert who had set their spirit fire alight. If there was only one such life form, it would be seated at the top of the pyramid and would not have to make a personal trip to the Freedom Federation's territory to cause trouble. Regardless of whether they started battling the moment they encountered each other, they would squabble all the time over profits even if they decided to share the space. The power of just that dimensional life form was enough to necessitate the mirror god and the god of fools' combined efforts. Furthermore, there was no guarantee that they would be able to kill it. It would be premature to begin rebuilding before this situation was settled. Nana had already witnessed how terrifying that life form could be. It was now their turn. Nana noticed the mirror god looking at her, as well as the displeasure in his eyes. In response, She shrugged nonchalantly. Nana was on the cusp of evolving to a Class 5 creation master. She now understood why the goddess of mercy felt so much hostility toward the mirror god and god of fools. There was a chance she would end up like the goddess of mercy one day. But she stood no chance of fighting back. This fight in the marsh world was her one opportunity. Perhaps the goddess of mercy, who she hated with fervor, could be a better friend to her than the mirror god was. While the meeting was progressing in the Freedom Mystic Temple, the 7 figures from Marsh Abyss were also having a meeting of their own in the marsh world. Evil Source was staring at the short man with average features and wearing a white robe who was standing in front of her with unbridled fury. Evil Source would have attacked Eternal Source if she had not lost the book, even if they both ended up seriously injured. She was the one who had discovered the group from another world first, and she was also the one who had shared the news first. Yet, Eternal Source had immediately started to push her into a corner and made her seem like the one who had instigated the fight against the lifeforms from the other world. Since she had lost her book, the others all joined Eternal Source's side. She was pushed to the back of the 7 seats and was lumped together with Carnage Source. Nothing could be more humiliating. If Lin Yuan saw what a sorry state Evil Source was and knew what she was thinking, he could not hold himself back from saying, "Please have some self-awareness. They might not be targeting you because you lost the book, but because your social skills are too lousy. Plus, your brain has never worked properly, and it's difficult for anyone to believe in your leadership skills." Eternal Source looked at Evil Source, who was glaring at him angrily, and gently rapped the table as he said, "Evil Source, you need to understand that I'm just a leader in name, but when we really take action, the 7 of us send out individual commands. No one can control you, so there's no need for you to look at me like that. You're seated at the end next to Carnage Source because we agreed that the books represent our authority. Not only did you agree to this, but you were the one who suggested it." Eternal Source did not hate Evil Source but rather could not stand her. Unless Evil Source cut into his profits and caused trouble, Eternal Source could not be bothered to interact with Evil Source. If he had such time, he would take a nap on his throne. Why would he spend his time arguing with a lunatic instead? Eternal Source could not stand but tolerated Evil Source. However, Evil Source saw this as Eternal Source underestimating her. This made her want to target him even more. Mountain Ridge Source also could not stand Evil Source as she could never let things rest. Not for even a moment. She had just lost her book to Lin Yuan, and now she was trying to cause trouble with Eternal Source. Luckily, Eternal Source had stolen the leadership position from Evil Source. If Evil Source had remained the leader, one could only imagine how much trouble would follow. Everyone's time was precious, and they had only gathered here because they had their own schemes. No one was willing to join Evil Source in her lunacy. In actuality, all of them owed Eternal Source a favor. Miss Source said, "That's right. Let's talk about the main matter. Evil Source, take your book back from 10,000 Source if you're so capable. If you do that, I'll willingly give up my seat as the 4th. Miss Source only wanted to put an end to the argument and redirect the topic back to the main point. He did not have any other intentions. Miss Source felt that he had just given Evil Source a segue she could use to move away from this issue. However, Evil Source saw it as Miss Source trying to show off. This caused Evil Source's gruff face to let out 2 cold scoffs. Nonetheless, she did not say anything else. This was not because Evil Source had learned self-discipline, but because she was still after the thousands of units of Source-type power that she could trade from Lin Yuan. Evil Source planned on waiting until she obtained the Source-type power before she duked it out with these people here. When Evil Source settled down, Eternal Source said in a low voice, "Although we're here to look for the big Source fruit sprout that 10,000 Source lost, I suggest that we stop temporarily, so we can work together to take on the invaders from the other world. By daring to come into our world, they must be prepared to be invaded by us. What do you think?" Evil Source frowned when she heard what Eternal Source said. Instead of searching for the big Source fruit sprout, they were going to invade another world? It was not Evil Source's style to give up the benefits at hand in favor of indirect benefits. Moreover, were there really benefits to be obtained from trespassing into another world? There were also experts who were stronger than her from the other world, and she could not be sure how many of them there were. Invading another world was already dangerous in itself. Unfortunately, she had lost the bet to Lin Yuan and had been bumped down to the last seat. If they launched a crusade into another world, she would receive the smallest piece of the pie when they were dividing up profits. Evil Source had long decided on her short-term goal. She would first deepen her relationship with Lin Yuan and trade for sufficient source-type power. Next, she would use the source-type power to rapidly increase her power and declare war against Carnage Source and the rest to further strengthen herself. As such, Evil Source was unwilling to become part of the collaboration. Evil Source looked around and believed that she was not the only one thinking this way. After all, they had all been secretly fighting against each other for so many years and were all concocting schemes of their own. Thus, there was no way that they would be able to truly work together on the same side. Evil Source could not be sure, but given Carnage Source's state, he would never be willing to join the team because he would end up doing all the menial and hard labor. Evil Source said in a profound tone, "Eternal Source, I might be sitting on the last seat, but I'm not much weaker than you even without my book. I'm definitely much stronger than Carnage Source and Mountain Ridge Source. I suggest that they send subordinates into the alien world first to scout it out." The moment Evil Source spoke, Carnage Source and Mountain Ridge Source's countenances darkened. Eternal Source sensed this and was about to say something to mediate the situation when he heard Hornless Dragon Source say, "I agree with this suggestion to have Mountain Ridge Source and Carnage Source send subordinates into the other world first to investigate the situation. We'll decide what to do next once they return with information. After all, we don't know anything about the life forms from the other world. If there aren't many useful resources in the other world or they are too powerful, we will be able to change our tactic from going on the offense to defense instead." Evil Source looked satisfied when she heard what Hornless Dragon Source said. Although she remained silent, she sat back and waited to see how the situation changed. Evil Source knew that Hornless Dragon Source was the most careful of the seven and least willing to take risks. Thus, Hornless Dragon Source would definitely agree to send out Mountain Ridge Source and Carnage Source, who were the weakest of the lot. Evil Source's words already did not sit well with Carnage Source and Mountain Ridge Source. But after hearing what Hornless Dragon Source said, the two of them spoke up. "If Mountain Ridge Source and I are sent to the other world first as scouts, you will be sending us to become cannon fodder. Will you make up for our losses?" "You're right. If this is what you mean by working together, I will immediately back out and begin searching for the big source fruit sprouts." Now that they were both at risk of losing profits, Carnage Source and Mountain Ridge Source had formed an alliance and decided to back out together. A sly expression appeared on Hornless Dragon Source's face when he heard what Mountain Ridge Source and Carnage Source said. Hornless Dragon Source was very cautious, but he did not mind sending a few other experts out instead of putting himself in danger. Samsara Realm dictators could recruit as many subordinates who were apostles as they wanted. If any died, they could be easily replaced. Hornless Dragon Source had agreed to have Carnage Source and Mountain Ridge Source send subordinates into the other world as an advance team and had even intended on convincing them to go with the team of subordinates because he, Mountain Ridge Source, and Carnage Source had all joined Lin Yuan's alliance. If both of them left, he would be the only major player in the alliance and could take advantage of the opportunity to deepen his relationship with Lin Yuan and trade for more resources. Alas, his plan had fallen through before he had a chance to implement it. This greatly displeased Hornless Dragon Source. Vine Source, who sat on the second seat, was furious by how the group had all drawn their swords so quickly. He shot Eternal Source a look of displeasure. Vine Source expected they would not divide the profits evenly if they worked together. Those of higher ranks would receive larger shares. There was already so much conflict before they started working together. The conflict would only grow once they actually started working together. If they did not have a way of ameliorating disagreements, they would be better off working on their own. The seven of them were not the only ones who knew about the big source fruit sprout. Would Eternal Source compensate them if someone else managed to find the big source fruit sprout while they were gathered there? Although Vine Source agreed that Eternal Source was powerful, he had always been too soft-hearted and did not possess resolution. If Evil Source dared to oppose him, Vine Source would have already eliminated her. Ever since Hornless Dragon Source spoke, Eternal Source had been silent. But now that the situation had morphed into such a state, he let out an explosion of powerful aura. The aura surprised Vine's source. After getting a detailed sense of Eternal Source's aura, Vine's source said in disbelief, "Your power has advanced." The other 5 had similar expressions. However, Evil Source's expression also included fear. It was as though Eternal Source would come after her now that his power had increased. Eternal Source turned to look at Vine's source and said calmly, "I have increased my power, but not to a significant extent. I still haven't broken past the samsara realm. You can come to me for help in the future. Although I can't give you source-type power, I can guide you on how to break through. I'm sure my advice will be useful." Eternal Source's words caused Vine Source's heart to skip a beat. Although advice was not as practically useful as source-type power, he believed that advice was even more useful than source-type power. Eternal Source turned his gaze sharply to the rest and said, "Since I've decided to stay here as a leader, I hope you'll listen to what I have to say. With regard to profits, I can guarantee that everyone will be allocated profits according to their contributions. None of you will be at a disadvantage when we're investigating the foreign world." Since Eternal Source's power had grown, even Evil Source, who was always indignant of Eternal Source, decided against opposing him. Evil Source knew that if she wanted to regain her position, she would have to protect herself before she managed to increase her power. Once she obtained the thousands of units of pure Source-type power from Lin Yuan and increased her power, she might be able to take on Eternal Source. A meeting of leaders could quickly produce a strategy. Since all of them wanted to start searching for the big source fruit sprouts as soon as possible and were afraid that it would fall into the hands of others, Eternal Source, Vine Source, Hornless Dragon Source, Mist Source, Mountain Ridge Source, Carnage Source, and Evil Source led teams and began carrying out their assignments. While they were doing their assignments, the dictators felt as though their horizons had been broadened. They had no idea that structures could have such designs. There were also many fun toys from the other world. There were some life forms that did not contain any source-type power, but still possessed a special energy system that allowed them to manipulate elemental energy to fight. It did not take long for them to begin prioritizing collecting what they found. As a result, their progress started to slow down. Once a few of the beautiful houses were plucked from the ground, they were transported away by some large dimensional life forms. At first, Evil Source enjoyed this task. She even regretted not nurturing more subordinates who could help her to collect the items more quickly. So far, she had collected much less than the other 6. Since they were allocating based on contributions, they did not assign specific regions. Due to her anxiousness, Evil Source killed some of her slower subordinates. But as more time passed, Evil Source strongly felt something was wrong. Evil Source had not focused on the surroundings when she fought Kama. She had only done a cursory check on the surroundings. Evil Source had used her Source Totem's ability and changed all the life forms and items in a 10,000 square meter radius into fine powder. She had not had the chance to pay attention to the surroundings once the fighting began. But now, as she was observing the appearance of these structures, Evil Source realized that they had different styles from Lin Yuan's buildings, while the construction of the structures and materials used differed greatly. Evil Source's previous guess was that Lin Yuan had obtained the big source fruit sprouts from a life form from another world. There was a high chance that Lin Yuan had been the first to discover the dictators from another world and had been benefiting from them. But now Evil Source's speculation changed. Could 10,000 Source be a life form from another world? If he truly comes from the Marsh world, there is no way no one has heard of him. Once this guess formed in her mind, Evil Source quickly dismissed it. No, I already fought with that foreign female life form. She doesn't possess source-type power or even faith power. This already makes her markedly different from 10,000 Source. Evil Source suddenly wondered if she should tell Lin Yuan about the life forms from another world. The 7 of them were the only ones around. But it was clear that Lin Yuan had the right to join their ranks. If she told Lin Yuan the news, his impression of her would improve, and she might even be able to take advantage of the situation. She could sow seeds of discord and cause Lin Yuan to feel displeasure toward Mist Source and Vine Source, who he had never met before. This would definitely bring her even more profits. There was no question that Eternal Source did not intend on telling Lin Yuan about the foreign invaders. All she needed was to add fuel to the flames and start false rumors. She would then be able to wash her hands off of everything, even if any problems cropped up. The meeting in the Freedom Mystic Temple had not ended even after 2 days had passed. However, bad news had already come from the Freedom Federation's territory in the Marsh world. This situation took the Mirror God by great surprise. He had assumed that his presence would strike fear into the life forms of the Marsh world. Yet, not only were the life forms unshaken by his presence, but they were also rising up and preparing to attack. The dimensional life forms, who were clearly slightly stronger than him, had already caused significant damage to the territory. It was difficult to calculate the value of the losses. It was clear that the dimensional life forms intended to fully destroy his entire territory. His brother had been the one who had decided to begin development in the Marsh world. The God of Fools had gone into seclusion not long after giving this order. The Mirror God knew that the God of Fools was not the impulsive type. Before he made this decision, he had already spoken in depth with the life forms from the dimensional world. At that time, he and his brother came to this decision because the dimensional life forms had looked up to experts and were rather lax. There had been no issues in all these years of the Freedom Federation expanding its territory in the Marsh world. There were even some dictators and apostles who had traded with them and formed a mutually beneficial relationship. Thus, why was the territory suddenly being attacked to such a degree? None of this sat right with the Mirror God. The Mirror God had a feeling that there was someone behind the scenes who was intentionally targeting the Freedom Federation. The first person that came to the Mirror God's mind was that old fogey from the Radiance Federation. But he soon pushed the idea out of his mind. The Radiance Federation's overall power fell short of the Freedom Federation's. The Radiance Federation had been building mirror cities in the Abyssal world and did not have time to implement other plans. Moreover, the Radiance Federation did not have the means to enter the Marsh world. After removing the Radiance Federation as a possibility, another possibility appeared in the Mirror God's mind. Tower Cannon. Could it be Tower Cannon? The Freedom Federation had been on good terms with Tower Cannon in the past. But ever since Liang led a team to the Radiance Federation to watch the Radiance 100 sequence selection, the relationship between the Freedom Federation and Tower Cannon had cracked, and there was now suspicion between them. Could Tower Cannon be seeking revenge? The Mirror God had many doubts about Tower Cannon, but he could not confirm any of them. But the longer he pondered, the more he felt that this was the only feasible possibility. The relationship between the Freedom Federation and Tower Cannon still existed, but it was weaker than before. The Mirror God had intended on using the Freedom Federation's own might to handle this episode of danger. But now, he changed his mind and decided to seek help from Tower Cannon. Tower Cannon's attitude would be able to confirm his guess. With this thought, the Mirror God said to Kama in a low voice, "Go and contact the few lead chanters from Tower Cannon who are in the Freedom Federation. Tell them that our territory in the Marsh world has been attacked by dimensional lifeforms, and tell them to get in contact with their individual pages." After speaking to Kama, the Mirror God added another line to himself. "I want to see if Tower Cannon is behind this matter. If they are, my brother will have to step in to handle the situation even if he hasn't taken that step forward. I won't be capable of controlling the situation. I am currently the Freedom Federation's secret weapon." But the other side was not deterred even after encountering me. It's clear that they have even more and even stronger secret weapons. This was the first time the Mirror God encountered such a serious issue since he set his spirit fire alight. Ever since the Goddess of Mercy became allies with the Freedom Federation, she stopped seeing herself as part of the Freedom Federation. Ever since she fell prey to the Mirror God and God of Fools and lost the opportunity to continue increasing her power, the Goddess of Mercy changed her attitude toward the Freedom Federation. Since then, the Goddess of Mercy placed herself before everything else and no longer bothered to consider the Freedom Federation's overall profits. Otherwise, she would not have needled and pushed Kama and Nana into a corner. She also would not have gone to the Radiance Federation to protect Qian Yu and completely neglected to think about whether her appearance would result in conflict between the Freedom Federation and Radiance Federation. If she had not discovered that Lin Yuan possessed the Mermaid Emperor bloodline, the goddess of mercy would not have hesitated to step in to save Qianyu when his life was endangered. Thus, the goddess of mercy was very relaxed now when the Freedom Federation was being threatened. The mirror god and god of fools were not fit to be leaders. The burn scar left by spirit fire on her body was the best proof. The goddess of mercy intended to immediately return to her palace and gather everything there that was of value. This was so she could react accordingly if the dimensional lifeforms entered the main world through the Class 6-dimensional rift. The calm goddess of mercy looked at the mirror god's grim expression and could not help but feel vindicated. Since the mirror god was troubled, she might as well add to his troubles. I interacted with the people from Tower Cannon the least and don't understand your relationship with them. But you shouldn't get your hopes up even if they are around to help. Kama is weak, but her level is undeniable. They managed to kill her main Fae, and she was completely incapable of fighting back. It's evident that our enemy is extremely powerful. We might be able to handle 3 or 4 of these experts, but what if there are 10 or more of them? Will Tower Cannon's presence really solve everything? Moreover, I'm sure Du Miao and Luoen are well aware of Tower Cannon's attitude towards us. If that happens, we might end up comparing our losses rather than dividing up profits. The goddess of mercy did not look at Du Miao and Luoen when she spoke. Instead, she was fully focused on the mirror god. The goddess of mercy did not care about how the two of them felt. But now that the mirror god was frowning, the goddess of mercy was in a great mood, but at the same time she chuckled to herself. I've interacted with Tower Cannon just as much as all of you, but all of you interact with Tower Cannon to trade with them while I interacted with Fifth Page Truth to kill him. The goddess of mercy badly wanted to find out the truth and secrets of Tower Cannon and could use this event to properly analyze Tower Cannon as an observer. Du Miao rarely worked with the Class 5 creation masters from other federations. He mainly worked with the First Emperor Shark Clan and Third Page Eternal Sin. It was said that the Heavenly Family Cottage was the cause of the First Emperor Shark Clan's annihilation. Since the vast sea labyrinth, which oversaw all the oceans, did not look into the matter, Du Miao's losses were gigantic. The island whales he had arranged for the First Emperor Shark Clan to look after had all returned to the sea. If his partnership with Tower Cannon was also wrecked, his losses would be even greater. Du Miao steeled himself and, for the sake of his profits, said to the mirror god, I don't mind getting in contact with Tower Cannon. The goddess of mercy had been waiting for someone to bring this up. Once the topic was mentioned, she would be able to continue the topic. This way, the mirror god would not be able to trace the blame back to her. Moreover, the goddess of mercy was always stirring up trouble. Du Miao and the rest who had the same considerations as him could not stand by and watch as she sided with the mirror god. All of them spoke up to protect their own profits. Du Miao, I understand where you're coming from. You don't agree with me contacting Tower Cannon because you're afraid of affecting your relationship with Tower Cannon. Many people are plotting in similar ways. But this isn't the time to do so. I agree with asking the people from Tower Cannon for help so we can consult them. Those who are working with Tower Cannon will offer more profits to compensate Tower Cannon as a way to strengthen your relationship with Tower Cannon. This will benefit your future dealings with them. The goddess of mercy's words caused Du Miao, Luo En, Li Yang, and many others' countenances to darken further. What did she mean by saying that many people were plotting in similar ways? Should she be saying such things so casually? If not now, when would be the right time to do so? Even the mirror god was calculating his own profits. Otherwise, he would not have instructed Nana and Kama to take responsibility for the destruction of the territory in the Marsh world. If Tower Cannon came to help and solve the issue for the Freedom Federation, why should they be the only ones who provided profits to compensate Tower Cannon? They should all be compensating Tower Cannon together. Moreover, Tower Cannon was no different from a bottomless hole. It would not be easy to compensate them. It was also complete nonsense to say they would strengthen their relationship with Tower Cannon. The mirror god would never allow them to deepen their relationship with Tower Cannon. Du Miao had already been warned by the mirror god when his connection with Tower Cannon became too deep. Since the goddess of mercy's words could irk Du Miao, Luo En, Li Yang, and the rest, she would be able to earn the agreement of the other members of royalty who did not work with Tower Cannon because her words secured their profits. Kama, Shoin, and Nana were among them. Kama, Nana, and Shoin almost had no dealing with Tower Cannon. If Liang, Luoen, Du Miao, and the rest were the only ones who had to pay for Tower Cannon's help, the three of them would be able to save their resources. Kama was especially happy if this happened. Nana was in charge of providing the resources that were used to rebuild the territory in the marsh world. She had to make up for the resources that the others lost. Once she compensated them, she would be left with a pitiful number of resources. If she still had to pay resources to Tower Cannon, she would be left with even less. Meanwhile, Kama still needed these resources to make her comeback. Since she was loyal to the Mirror God, he would protect her but never share resources with her. Those at rock bottom did not have anywhere further to fall. She used to possess considerable power. But now that she was left with nothing, she would go for broke to safeguard her profits and remaining profits. I agree with the goddess of mercy. Kama paused before continuing. Nana and I are already shouldering the resources for compensation and for the rebuilding of the territory. Please don't include us in the resources needed for Tower Cannon and anything else. The rest of you can handle it. Once she was done speaking, Kama straightened her posture and silently waited for the rest to respond. Kama's words made her out to be desperate, but she had actually said this after deep thought. Given her weakened position, Kama knew that no one would side with her even if she represented the profits of some of them. Thus, she decided to take an indirect route to attach herself to Nana. Xiao-In was loyal to Nana, but she had made a mistake and caused Nana to lose her speaking authority. Now that she had the chance, she would definitely do her best to safeguard Nana's profits. Moreover, Nana's profits also resulted in her own profits. What Kama needed now was allies she could rely on. When Nana and Xiao-In heard what Kama said, they continued looking at her with hatred, but the hatred had lessened significantly. The goddess of mercy clicked her tongue before she said mockingly, "Your compensation and rebuilding of the territory are separate matters from the resources needed to pay Tower Cannon for helping the Freedom Federation to take on a powerful enemy. You sure are sly for lumping the two matters together." The goddess of mercy had jumped sides several times and decided not to speak anymore. Now that she had fully muddied the waters, all of them would begin fighting for the sake of profits, even if the Mirror God was present. The goddess of mercy knew that the people from Tower Cannon would come eventually. She had done what she did because she wanted to lure the God of Fools out. After investigating for a long time and using some hidden methods to differentiate auras, the Mermaid King bloodline allowed the goddess of mercy to sense that the Mirror God had been pretending to be the God of Fools. So where had the real God of Fools gone? Was he in seclusion or had something happened to him? This information was very important to the goddess of mercy, and she badly wanted to learn the truth. While the members of royalty were gunning for profits, a hoarse voice echoed in the Freedom Mystic Temple. A man wearing a long white robe with 2 red patterns on it appeared on the seat next to the Mirror God. Soon, the figure on the seat changed into shards of glass. Once the man appeared, surprise spread across the Mirror God's face. The goddess of mercy assumed that the Mirror God would go and fetch the God of Fools out of seclusion when he realized that he could not handle the situation. Yet, the God of Fools appeared on his own accord. The goddess of mercy sensed the God of Fools' aura and realized that it had strengthened significantly from when she last saw him. No wonder she had heard a few crows caws when she was leaving her palace. The Mirror God said with uncontrollable excitement to the man next to him, "Big brother, have you broken through?" The God of Fools nodded before shaking his head. "I have increased my power, but I'm still a way away from a breakthrough. The gap is harder to cross than I expected. It's no small feat to create a kingdom out of spirit fire. Some special type of power is needed to do so. Spirit chi alone is not enough." Ever since the God of Fools appeared, the look of pure hatred on the goddess of mercy's face became hard to hide. The Mirror God was the one who had hurt her, but the one pulling the strings was the God of Fools. The God of Fools looked around before his eyes landed on Kama's face. "Come to my palace later." The rest will share the cost of paying Tower Canon together. Since we know what sacred source lifeforms are produced when the high-level apostles die, we can come up with a scheme to trick the dimensional lifeforms into the main world. Then, we'll be able to net the dimensional lifeforms who dared to enter the main world all at once. The God of Fools' words had taken control of the entire scene. Firstly, the God of Fools changed their tactics from being on the defense to going on the offense. Instead of spending resources on defense, they were going to spend resources to lay a trap and capture even more resources. This way of thinking was a better fit for the sly members of royalty. Li Yong, who had been instructed to make contact with Tower Canon, let out a sigh of relief. Additionally, many wicked plots started forming in his head. To expedite the retrieval of information about the Marsh West Circle, Lin Yuan had provided pregnant poison with a Thoughts letter paper. When Yu's elemental paper produced the Thoughts letter paper, and she could recall it if she wanted. Thus, there was no worry that anything bad would happen even if one of the Thoughts letter paper was lost. It did not take long for Lin Yuan to obtain information about the Marsh West Circle from pregnant poison. When he saw the information from pregnant poison, Lin Yuan knew that the Freedom Federation would not be causing trouble in the main world for a long time. Lin Yuan thought that the Seven Figures from Marsh Abyss would send their subordinates to the Marsh West Circle once they heard about the loss of the big source fruit sprouts. But he did not expect the Seven Figures to gather together because Evil Source had discovered the Freedom Federation's territory and attacked it of her own accord. They were actually plotting to take on the Freedom Federation together. Lin Yuan felt that it was necessary for him to make a trip to the Marsh West Circle. He intended to plant the Abundance Treasure Tree in Marsh Abyss so he could take control of those powerful dictators. Now that foreign invaders had been discovered in the Marsh West Circle, and with the lure of the big source fruit sprouts, almost all of the experts from the Marsh world had gathered. Now that all those experts were gathered, they would have to hold meetings to discuss their next steps. The people from the Freedom Federation were no fools. After interacting with Evil Source, they could gauge the power of the lifeforms from the Marsh world. Thus, the Freedom Federation would definitely retaliate. Rather than going to the Azure Federation and Radiance Federation for help, the Freedom Federation would turn to Tower Canon first. Lin Yuan did not mind the Marsh world's dictators and apostles clashing against the Freedom Federation and Tower Canon. However, underestimating their enemies would come with heavy costs. When the top experts from Tower Canon and the Freedom Federation joined forces, they might be enough to overcome the Marsh world. The existence of the Abundance Treasure Tree caused everything in the Marsh world to become Lin Yuan's possession. It went without saying that Lin Yuan had to treasure and protect his possessions. Thus, after Lin Yuan had made his decision, he immediately headed to the Marsh West Circle. Since Lin Yuan had given a bunch of the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles to pregnant poison to pave the path to the Marsh West Circle, Lin Yuan used node transportation and easily arrived at pregnant poison's location. It would not seem strange for Lin Yuan to head to the Marsh West Circle since he had lost his big source fruit sprout there. In the past, Lin Yuan would be putting himself in danger if he headed to the Marsh West Circle with just Begin Lady for protection. But now that Green Vine had entire body medium, its immortal exclusive skill, he could produce the main body that the dark gold snake scales came from. Lin Yuan was now capable of taking on enemies. Thus, he did not need to be afraid when he took this trip. Lin Yuan did not spread the news that he would be heading to the Marsh West Circle. He only brought Begin Lady with him this time and kept Celestial Sight in the territory. He did not want anything to happen to his territory while he was at the Marsh West Circle. Klein Hub had been open all this time. If an issue could not be resolved, Lin Yuan had instructed Celestial Sight to do its best to protect Sky City's main members and flee into Klein Hub. Lin Yuan heard White Speak's news before arriving at the Marsh West Circle. Evil Source had actually provided him with an honest report of the situation at the Marsh West Circle. It matched what pregnant poison had told him. This took Lin Yuan by great surprise. But it did not take long for him to understand that Evil Source must have been pushed out of her fair share of profits at the Marsh West Circle because she had lost the book that represented her authority. From his past interactions with Evil Source, Hornless Dragon Source, Mountain Ridge Source, and Carnage Source, Lin Yuan could tell that the competition in the Marsh world was much more intense than he imagined. Previously, Carnage Source had been the weakest of the lot. But now that Evil Source had lost her authority, the other dictators who used to tolerate her would immediately try to trample over her. People not only kicked those who were down in the main world. The phenomenon applied to the Marsh world as well. Lift Marsh had moved Lin Yuan's territory near Marsh East Palace, and Evil Source had seen the interior construction of his territory. Lin Yuan was unsure about how the Freedom Federation's architecture looked. However, the spirit craftsmen from the main world passed on their craft to each other and used similar spiritual materials. Thus, Evil Source would definitely be able to tell that something was wrong. Even if Evil Source did not think that he was a life form from the main world, she would, at the very least, think that he had ties to the main world. In spite of the circumstances, Evil Source still chose to send him the report that would bring him to the Marsh West Circle. Hence, there was a high chance that she was planning an ambush. Regardless, Lin Yuan was already preparing to plant the abundance treasure tree in the Marsh world. Thus, he need not be concerned. Although he had never met Eternal Source, Mist Source, and Vine Source, they were already fruits on the abundance treasure tree and had become targets that were under his control. Since Lin Yuan was going to cause a war to break out between the Freedom Federation and the Marsh world, he decided to do the best job possible. He could also use his opportunity to find out what Tower Cannon's goal and real identity was. If there was really a dead world behind Tower Cannon, why had they lain low for so many years in the main world? Meanwhile, the gem-covered island looked just as it always did. It was as though this island was completely untouched by time. As the fountain flowed, every drop grazed past a statue. Willpowers and laws slowly slid down the statue's body and gathered deep in the island. The only change to the island that could be spoken of was that there were now 6 towers instead of the original 8. A short-haired woman was squinting as she looked into the distance as though she was deep in thought. Guilt flashed across her eyes. It was as though she was going to drag someone into a deep abyss at any moment and lock them away for their crimes. Hee. This is interesting. The Freedom Federation actually chose to seek help from Tower Cannon. They're like a mouse that encountered a cat and plans to eat arsenic to kill the cat. When one attempts the impossible in a bid to take an opponent down, one will have to prepare for the opponent to retaliate. I've already spread the news, and a meeting will soon be held to discuss the matter. When First Page Fate died, First Page Crimson popped out of nowhere. Now that 6th Page Lashing has returned to his group, I can't wait to see if someone will step in to fill the spot of the 6th page. A thought struck the girl. She looked at a painting on the wall that depicted a golden blooming thorn apple flower. 7th Page War, no matter how lucky you are, you won't be able to escape. If you continue to hide and do things one of the 8 pages shouldn't do, First Page Crimson will go after you. The girl tapped the air twice, and a gray mist materialized. Black flames were swirling within the gray mist, and 2 hands emerged from the flames. One of the hands was red and shone with black fiery light, while the other was black and shone with red fiery light. At that moment, 3rd Page Eternal Sin no longer looked as though she was going to drag someone to their doom. Now she looked sincere. Wicked Sin, make a choice. While she spoke, the black aura turned into a giant snake that crashed into the red ball of flames on the black hand. Another black snake emerged from the ball of black flames on the red hand. However, it was much larger than the other snake. When she saw this, 3rd Page Eternal Sin's expression calmed down. Every creature sins. Existence itself deepens sin. My sins have become heavier. It looks like there won't be any danger with this collaboration with the Freedom Federation. Let's see how much my sins will increase in the next decade. Every time the Sacred Source Lifeform World of Sin used Choice of Sins, 3rd Page Eternal Sin had to pay a heavy price. Thus, every time it predicted sins, 3rd Page Eternal Sin looked to predict more at one time. When 3rd Page Eternal Sin decided to investigate deeper, the black snake that had morphed from the sins was like a snowball that had been thrown into boiling water as the sins started to vanish until all that was left was a trace of sin power that was even thinner than a strand of hair floating slowly. This situation caused 3rd Page Eternal Sin to frown, and she looked astonished. She was only left with such a small amount of sin power. This was an even lower concentration of sin power than what a newborn possessed. In an instant, for the first time, third page Eternal Sin felt threatened. Could it be that she would meet her doom in the next decade? Third page Eternal Sin closed her eyes and did not decide to struggle. She also did not tell the organization she belonged to. Sins determined everything in life. Unless someone in the world was detached from sin, she would meet a grisly end within the next decade. Third page Eternal Sin thought back to how all of fifth page Truth's sins had disappeared the last time she checked on him. Soon after, fifth page Truth truly ended up biting the dust on the Startling Lines continent. Given that fifth page Truth had intended to sacrifice all the lifeforms in the Startling Lines continent to evolve his sacred source lifeform, his sins should be mountainous. She wondered who had killed fifth page Truth. If first page Fate was still around, he could have used his sacred source lifeform, the Fate editor, to write out what had happened. Eventually, third page Eternal Sin let out a small breath. Luckily, she was not in the same situation as fifth page Truth. All of fifth page Truth's sins had disappeared while she still had a small trace of hers left. This meant that it was not sealed in stone that she was going to die. The clear fountain water that contained willpower and law power flowed to the base of the island. Usually, the fountain water flowing on the island would end up in the sea. But the fountain water gathered inside a large castle for some strange reason. The materials used to build the castle walls were the same as that used to build the 6 towers on the island. There were marks and scars left all over the walls, and it was hard to imagine how much time had passed to degrade the castle to such an extent. A girl wearing a long black skirt with an enchanting candle flickering in her eyes flicked the hair in front of her chest, and an introspective smile spread across her lips. She looked at the 4 coffins with auras flowing out of them and mumbled, "Crimson, violet, light green, and falling rainbow are about to be revived. The king's royal coffin only has enough resources to revive 4 at once. I can't remember how much longer it'll be until the sacred battle. There isn't a need to prolong the sleeper's revival anymore. The little puppets are either dead or disobedient. They are playing games of collusion using their positions as the 8 pages." While the girl spoke, a girl wearing a uniform with 2 gray wings on her back rushed in and knelt on the ground as she said formally, "Mother, I wasn't able to carry out your plan properly." A transparent black light appeared in the palm of the girl's hand, and a purple candle burning with a black flame appeared within the black light. The girl tossed the candle to the kneeling girl. She did not give second page Revival the chance to react before she was burned to wisps of hot air by the black candle flame. "You're just one of the toys I created 10,000 years ago because I was bored. How dare you guess what I'm thinking? Since you couldn't carry out my plan, that makes you useless. Useless beings deserve to die. There must have been billions of life forms who have already died in this Class 1 world. The idiot thought the sleeper's revival was meant to revive us. When did we lose our lives? Let me now implement the real meaning of the sleeper's revival. The sleepless death is almost fused with the ley lines. At that time, the unended sleeper will officially begin. You should all cause trouble before that happens. The Marsh world is a side-dimensional world to a Class 1 world. Even if their combat power remains intact, they won't be able to produce even 15 samsaras. The Freedom Federation actually thinks that because they know about Tower Cannon's origins, they can compare the Death World with the Marsh world. If only the Fairy Institution didn't deem the Death World to be inauspicious and forbidden. Second page Warbler Candle clenched her jaw tightly and stopped any more words from coming out. First page Crimson's royal coffin seemed to sense something and started vibrating slightly. It was as though a power had appeared and was preparing to open the royal coffin. Second page Warbler Candle lifted her finger, and the dark purple candle landed on first page Crimson's royal coffin. "Crimson, even after all these years, you still don't trust me. But it's your turn to sleep, so I call all the shots in Tower Cannon. According to your calculations, the 3 major federations will compete 3 years later. When will Wave Glow, Concubine Winding, and Eyeshadow be truly revived?" After counting on her fingers, second page Warbler Candle entered her own royal coffin and closed her eyes. But she did not close the lid of her royal coffin. The black flame of the dark purple coffin on first page Crimson's royal coffin had not been extinguished. With thoughts swirling in her head, Third page Eternal Sin went to the suspended garden as per usual to attend Tower Canon's meeting. It was not long before she furrowed her brow. Even seventh page War, who was all the way in the Dark Continent, rushed back to attend the meeting when she heard the news. Why were first page Crimson, who had appeared out of nowhere, and second page Revival, who never missed a meeting, absent now? Fifth page Truth Spot had not been filled since he was confirmed to be dead. Rather, the seat of the sixth page had been filled by a tall and skinny armor-wearing man with green hair. Third page Eternal Sin could be certain that she had never seen this man before. Third page Eternal Sin's gaze landed on seventh page War, eighth page Apoptosis, and the rest. She could tell from their expressions that they did not recognize this man either. At that moment, the green-haired man introduced himself. "I am sixth page Parting Thorn, the new member of the 8 pages." With an austere expression, third page Eternal Sin took a seat. The rest all assumed that sixth page Lashing had died in the Radiance Federation. However, third page Eternal Sin knew he was not dead and living happily in the organization. In the past, third page Eternal Sin felt that there was an invisible hand controlling Tower Canon, and the 8 pages were all just pawns that the hand was moving around. Now, third page Eternal Sin felt even more confident that her guess was right. There had been cases where the 8 pages of Tower Canon were replaced. All those times, third page Eternal Sin thought it was because first page Fate had been continuously recruiting new talented individuals. Once the incumbent members were unable to live up to their roles, they would be promptly replaced. But after first page Fate died, his position was also filled up quickly. Although Tower Canon had lost members recently, there were still people to take their places. How did this sixth page Parting Thorn manage to join Tower Canon? At that moment, third page Eternal Sin suddenly strongly believed that the loss of so many of her sins in the next decade was related to Tower Canon. Seventh page War was on the worst terms with the Freedom Federation. The conflict with the Goddess of Mercy had almost caused both of them to lose their lives. Thus, seventh page War was very against working with the Freedom Federation. Seventh page War did not care whether the Freedom Federation lived or died. When seventh page War saw that second page Revival, who usually held her back, was not present, she could say without any pressure, "I don't agree with helping the Freedom Federation. If any of you want to work with the Freedom Federation, you can do so yourself." For once, 8th page Apoptosis did not argue and agreed with what 7th page War said. Only 3rd page Eternal Sin and 4th page Instant Extinguishment worked with the Freedom Federation. 5th page Truth, 2nd page Revival, and the rest who were close to the 5th page Truth were not present at this meeting. Why would the rest of them get themselves in trouble? At that moment, 8th page Apoptosis heard 6th page Parting Thorn say resolutely, "I suggest that all of us head to the Freedom Federation's Fresh City first. I think that as long as we're willing to help the Freedom Federation in their time of great danger, we might even be able to trade for the opportunity to enter the Marsh world." 6th page Parting Thorn's words immediately caught 7th page War's attention. The Marsh world was a very suitable place for her to gather nutrients. At first, 7th page War only had irreconcilable differences with the Goddess of Mercy. 7th page War had managed to kill the mermaids because of news she received from the Freedom Federation. Otherwise, 7th page War would never have been able to pinpoint where the Goddess of Mercy's mermaids were being kept. 7th page War had assumed that she had somehow made a good team with someone from the Freedom Federation who did not want the Goddess of Mercy to increase her power. But when 7th page War tried to offer a trade in the hopes of entering the Marsh world, no one from the Freedom Federation agreed. That matter had touched 7th page War's limit. She had helped them, but none of them were willing to help her when it was time for them to reciprocate. Did they think she was an idiot just because she did not lose her temper? But if she had another chance to enter the Marsh world, she would be able to nourish herself with the abundance of marsh soil that was there. After being nourished for 18 years, she would be able to try to cross that gap. 7th page War did not look anxious. The more eager she was, the less speaking authority she would have. 3rd page Eternal Sin and 4th page Instant Extinguishment would never leave their business partner in the lurch. If they refused to help the Freedom Federation now, they would never be able to work with the Freedom Federation again in the future. Sixth page Parting Thorn had suggested they headed to Fresh City together. He was in more of a rush than third page Eternal Sin and fourth page Instant Extinguishment. This sent many messages to seventh page War. Third page Eternal Sin, fourth page Instant Extinguishment, and eighth page Apoptosis all looked at sixth page Parting Thorn. This meant that three of them were trying to guess what sixth page Parting Thorn's identity was. She was part of an ancient organization like the 8 pages of Tower Canon, yet she did not understand everything about it. Nothing could make seventh page War feel even more insulted. In the past, seventh page War would have definitely done all she could to investigate the situation thoroughly. But now she wanted to leave Tower Canon. Otherwise, she would not spend all of her time on the Dark Continent. Thus, seventh page War did not intend to pursue the quest to find out sixth page Parting Thorn's identity. Even if she was going to pursue the matter, she should not be the first one to speak because it could anger the one who controlled Tower Canon. The choice most aligned with her profits would be to head into the Marsh world first. After all, the Class 6-dimensional rift was just there, so she could just take shelter in the Marsh world. Once the dust settled or she managed to break through her power, she would then leave the Marsh world. Seventh page War always saw third page Eternal Sin as a perverse lunatic. However, third page Eternal Sin had yet to speak. After making her plans, seventh page War's expression did not change, but she now felt content. Third page Eternal Sin, fourth page Instant Extinguishment, and eighth page Apoptosis had no idea that seventh page War was already starting her sabotage. Fourth page Instant Extinguishment looked deeply into sixth page Parting Thorn's eyes. I'm not against helping the Freedom Federation. If we help the Freedom Federation, all of us will be able to obtain profits. But sixth page Parting Thorn, don't you think that you should tell us about yourself? Fourth page Instant Extinguishment looked directly into sixth page Parting Thorn's eyes when he spoke. The usually passive eighth page Apoptosis immediately followed fourth page Instant Extinguishment and released his aura to express his stance. Third page Eternal Sin was silent, just like seventh page War. When she thought about how she only had a small shred of sin left in the next decade, third page Eternal Sin could not do anything reckless. When he sensed that he was being targeted by fourth page Instant Extinguishment and eighth page Apoptosis, a maniacal yet menacing smile appeared on sixth page Parting Thorn's face. An aura that fully overwhelmed that of fourth page Instant Extinguishment and eighth page Apoptosis burst out from within sixth page Parting Thorn's body. First page Crimson was the one who chose me. I have already officially assumed the sixth seat. Why do I need to tell you more about myself? As time passes and we get to know more about each other, we'll naturally learn how to get along. If you have doubts about my identity, you can take it up with first page Crimson. You can remain here if you're unwilling to share in the Freedom Federation's profits. Sixth page Parting Thorn flew up and rushed off toward the Freedom Federation. Eighth page Apoptosis' expression shifted when he heard what sixth page Parting Thorn said, while third page Eternal Sin sighed. The only one present who had not interacted with the Freedom Federation was eighth page Apoptosis, and sixth page Parting Thorn had fully grasped what he was thinking. Once the bait of profits had been tossed out, eighth page Apoptosis would be too greedy to refuse. Tower Canon was now involved in the war between the Freedom Federation and the dimensional lifeforms from the Marsh world. This must be what the puppeteer behind Tower Canon wanted. If that were the case, it would be better for her to go with the flow, as this would help her to find out what she wanted to know. This time, Tower Canon was not going to be able to hide the evidence of their secrets. Those who had schemes of their own headed in the direction that sixth page Parting Thorn had left in. Fourth page Instant Extinguishment, who had the deepest connection with the Freedom Federation, approached third page Eternal Sin, seventh page War, and eighth page Apoptosis and said, "The Freedom Federation came to us for help because they are unable to handle the situation on their own. So even if we drain more of their resources, the Freedom Federation won't protest. At that time, all you need to do is follow what I say. I will ensure that your pockets end up well padded. But in return, you must give me 5% of the profits you earn from the Marsh world. No matter how you do the calculations, I'm sure you won't be disadvantaged by this deal." Fourth page Instant Extinguishment was the most skilled at scheming of them all. He spent almost every second plotting ways to trade for resources. Thus, No one was surprised to hear what he said. 8th-page apoptosis saw that there was something strange about 4th-page instant extinguishment's gaze. They did not know whether to call 4th-page instant extinguishment brave or stupid for still being obsessed with resources at such a time. No problem. But instant extinguishment, you need to help us fight for more resources. The more resources you attain for us, the more we'll give you in return. All three of them gave similar versions of such an answer to 4th-page instant extinguishment. If not because he was unfamiliar with 6th-page parting thorn, 4th-page instant extinguishment would have wanted to go to him and tie him down with profits as well. But 4th-page instant extinguishment did not do so because the other three were clearly very wary of 6th-page parting thorn. There would be much to receive from this trip to the Freedom Federation. It was time to rake in the profits. After speaking with these pages, he could go and discuss a deal with the Freedom Federation side. Both sides would be able to earn even more after their negotiation. 4th-page instant extinguishment stared at 6th-page parting thorn's back. If the other three sided with him, 6th-page parting thorn would not have more speaking authority than him, even if he possessed more power. Even if a conflict arose between him and 6th-page parting thorn, the people from the Freedom Federation would side with him as long as they were not stupid. 4th-page instant extinguishment was busy scheming and had no idea what kind of pressure 6th-page parting thorn was under. After 6th-page parting thorn was created, he had to watch how 6th-page inverse growth, who was technically his older brother, was burned to nothing but black smoke by their mother's candle. This was 6th-page parting thorn's first assignment. If he did anything that did not meet his mother's expectations, he would end up following in 6th-page inverse growth's footsteps. The Freedom Federation's members of royalty rallied their strengths and stood guard by the Class 6 Marsh dimensional rift in Fresh City as they prepared to invade the Marsh world. The meaning of this choice was that they had given up on all the fruits of the Freedom Federation's development in the Marsh world. This hurt not only the Freedom Federation's members of royalty's profits but also the Freedom Federation's overall profits that they had gained from all the years of development. Once they gave up on the fruits of all their years of labor in the Marsh world, the Freedom Federation would end up backtracking by 50 years. For the past 5 years, the Freedom Federation had started to receive gains from the Marsh world. But before that, the Freedom Federation had been using resources from the main world to build the territory in the Marsh world. The gains they had received from the Marsh world were far from balancing all the costs that the Freedom Federation had spent over the years. This was because when the Marsh dimensional rift first opened, many big families from the Freedom Federation had sent out almost half of their members into the Marsh world to carry out development there so they could get a slice of that giant cake. This turned the Marsh world into an even more competitive battlefield than the main world was. There was no way that there was time to retrieve all the citizens of the Freedom Federation amidst this abrupt choice to retreat in the face of danger. The high-level life forms from the Marsh world were just as intelligent as humans. There was a high chance that they would rig something during the retreating process. Thus, the Mirror God and God of Fools decided not to let anyone retreat to ensure that no high-level dimensional lifeform managed to sneak into the main world. After all, the main world was where the Freedom Federation was rooted. Since this method would seal off the link to the Class 6 dimensional rift, anyone who emerged would end up killed. This would prevent any news of the Freedom Federation's territory of the Marsh world being attacked from leaking. If the news got out, the elites of the Freedom Federation would go into hysterics. If the news made it to the Azure Federation or Radiance Federation, there was a high chance that the two federations would take advantage of the situation to attack the Freedom Federation, causing the Freedom Federation to have to deal with being sieged on both ends. The Goddess of Mercy looked at the Mirror God and God of Fools with derision. She felt that it was too cruel for the Mirror God and God of Fools to make such a decision against all odds. Her cruelty seemed like nothing compared to the two of them. Kama's expression was now extremely sour. She had been calculating how much resources she would have left after paying for the compensation all this time. But after what the Mirror God and God of Fools did, Kama could be sure that she did not have enough resources to pay the compensation. She was the biggest victim, yet she needed to pay for the God of Fools and Mirror God's decision. Resentment started to rise within Kama. It made her want to rip apart the God of Fools and Mirror God's flesh and crush their bones. The Goddess of Mercy looked up at the clear skies. She knew that the entire main world would fall into danger if she did not handle this matter well. At this moment, the image of a young man appeared in the goddess of mercy's mind. This image brought a smile to the goddess of mercy's face. Even if panic and chaos ensued, what would it have to do with her? All she needed to do was protect that young man. Before that happened, she would garner as many benefits from the Freedom Federation as she could. The goddess of mercy was suddenly rather disappointed because she knew that this young man already had formidable experts protecting him. He had the Moon Empress, Purple Love, the entire Radiance Federation, and the entire Heavenly Family Cottage. She did not have much of a presence in front of these people. Every time this thought arose in her head, the goddess of mercy had the urge to rush to Lin Yuan's side. One's presence had to be generated. In Fresh City, below the Class 6 Marsh Dimensional Rift, a vast plantation of blood-sucking ghost vines thrived. These vines drew sustenance from the aura of devils emanating from the nearby demon church. Their insatiable appetite allowed them to consume more than 50 kilograms of flesh per minute. Despite the presence of 500 of these voracious vines, they struggled to digest the sheer volume of flesh that accumulated. Meanwhile, over 20 void pig crocodiles were enlisted to aid in this colossal task. These formidable creatures could devour nearly 5 tons of flesh in a single opening of their jaws. Their lava-like stomachs swiftly processed the consumed flesh, while the red scales on their backs facilitated efficient heat dissipation, relieving the strain on their hard-working organs. Consequently, the feces produced by the void pig crocodile were harder than rocks, completing the intricate ecological cycle of this unique marsh ecosystem. Even Du Miao, who was always happy to sacrifice others for the sake of his profits, could no longer stay silent. But when he saw the mirror god and god of fools staring coldly at all of this, Du Miao chose to maintain his silence.